Hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Web Audio TV. If you enjoy my content, make sure to subscribe to my channel and hit the like button.
What was a hospital? It was where diseases were treated with treatment methods that were based on humanity's knowledge of the human body. Hospitals in ancient times were basically a place for sorcery. Their idea of treatment was to light a fire and pray. It wasn't really much of a hospital. Ancient Greece created the first medical profession that was separated from the clergy. It was a prototype of the modern hospital system. The naturalist view of disease was first established, but most of the treatment was still sorcery-like. For example, they believed that one could relax their mind and have their disease cured by drinking spring water, bathing cleanly, and going through a quiet tunnel leading to the healing room. It was shocking, but back then, this method and extracting blood was considered to be a treatment method. In Rome, a treatment center was created. It was the point where it began to be systemized and more scientific in many different ways. Significantly improved hospitals began appearing in the Islamic world during the Middle Ages. They even had a separate psychiatric department, taught professional doctors, and created a code of ethics, although their level of knowledge was quite low. It was funny in that most of the treatment was free and they gave discharged patients money for living expenses, but there were some parts that were better than now. But for the rest of the world, treatment was still focused on taking care of patients and nursing them. It was only after the modern scientific revolution that the concept of hospitals that was familiar to modern society appeared. The rapid development of medical science, the discovery of penicillin, the discovery of variolation, the development of anesthesia, the invention of the stethoscope, and the establishment of X-ray examination, hospitals grew rapidly as major breakthroughs came out one by one. Hospitals, which were basically charity organizations and nursing homes before, wiped their slate clean, and the scientific approach and research to find out what diseases were and deal with them began. Their progress was extremely fast, and they became significantly better quickly. Modern hospitals treat patients while geared up with the latest knowledge and technology in medicine and cutting-edge equipment like MRIs and surgical robots. But they still had a limitation. Modern hospitals fail to differentiate each patient's individual characteristics. Of course, they did basic levels, such as differentiating between children and adults, or pregnant women. But if two adults around the same age went to the hospital for the same disease, they would be prescribed the same medicine. What was the problem in prescribing them the same medicine if they had the same disease? It was a problem. It's because the level of efficacy of the medicine can be different, Young-Jun said near the end of the question and answer session. Right now, early-stage cancer patients get first-line drugs when they go to the hospital, things like imatinib or erlotinib. But will they work well on those patients? Some may see effects, but there are patients who don't. The reporters took photos of Young-Jun without rest. They had come to report on the success of the Alzheimer's clinical trial, but much more shocking news was happening live, right in front of them. For example, vemurafenib is a powerful anti-cancer drug that catches and kills mutations that occur in a gene called BRAF. It is effective for that type of cancer cell. But what if that cancer cell has a mutation in the MEK gene? Then, those cancer cells carry resistance to vemurafenib, Young-Jun said. But in modern medicine, we do not investigate the molecular characteristics of the patient's tissues when treating them. We just use drugs like vemurafenib and imatinib, then switch to another one if it doesn't work. If we use it for 1 month and it doesn't work, we switch to another one. If that one doesn't, we switch to another one after using it for a month. What Young-Jun was saying could be taken as a little provocative, but the doctors just nodded. It was because they knew that Young-Jun was not criticizing them. It is not the doctor's fault. It's a limitation of the system and science. There have been attempts to analyze the genetic sequence and treat patients more precisely, but it hasn't been commercialized yet. Most hospitals feel limitations in human and material resources. So, we are just trying everything until we find one that works, Young-Jun said. But it is also true that this is killing patients. While we are lost, trying to look for the right drug, patients are losing precious time. So, if we make an organoid based on the stem cells I made, we can solve this problem. What is an organoid? A reporter raised their hand and asked. Organoids are small tissues that mimic organs. Imagine, for example, taking the liver tissue out of a patient and growing about 100 tiny liver tumors, then treating it with 100 different anti-cancer drugs. The reporters, who understood what he was saying, looked at Young-Jun in shock. It will be much easier if we use the anti-cancer drug that destroys the most cells among the cultivated liver tumors. It combines ultra-precise diagnosis and treatment. We can dramatically reduce the trial and error for each patient, and even if we don't develop additional treatments, we can save a lot of patients who do not have much time by dramatically increasing the efficiency of the drugs that exist today. Young-Jun added, I gave an example of cancer patients to help you understand, but simultaneous diagnostic treatments using organoids can be applied to almost any disease. Click, click, cameras flashed continuously. Can organoids be made right now? A reporter asked. A lot of scientists have attempted, and there has been a lot of progress, but we still have a long way to go. But ABio can achieve that quickly. It is because we have stem cell technology, Young-Jun said. We will make organoid technology that can mimic all types of organs. And we will research technology to regenerate the spine, bone marrow, cartilage, bones, fat tissue, skin, and organs. And we will use it to regenerate badly damaged structures in the body. Alice felt like her legs were going to give out. Is that really possible? Hospitals are going to examine and treat people like that. The hospital that ABio wants to create will be the first hospital to simultaneously perform regenerative medicine with stem cells and ultra-precise diagnosis using organoids. It will be a type of hospital that has never existed before. Just as we have moved from medieval medicine, which was just nursing homes, to science-based modern medicine, it also must be prepared to advance, Youngjun said. An expert interview on Youngjun's presentation was on the radio. It was Professor Shin Youngju from Yanyi University Hospital. In late Joseon, there was a hospital called Jijung Hall, the first ever Western-style national hospital, Shin Youngju said. The director who ran the hospital was a doctor and missionary named Avison, and apparently, he had a very hard time because the facilities there were lacking. They could only treat about 260 patients a day. 260 patients? In a day? The host accepted the lecture. Yes. So in 1990 at a medical missionary meeting at Carnegie Hall in New York, Professor Avison appealed to the audience to support the Korean medical industry. And do you know what happened? What happened? One of the famous oil kings in the US who built an oil company with John D. Rockefeller at the time donated $10,000. It's billions of dollars in today's market. Billions? Just from one appeal? This is amazing, too. So, did Jijung Hall become bigger? The person who donated that money was Louis Henry Severance. And the hospital that was built with that donation was Severance Hospital. No one can deny that Severance Hospital has taken care of the health of a lot of people. Of course. I want to compare what Dr. Ryu did in the US to Avison's appeal. Now, it's time for the Severances to step forward. But I don't think it is just to build a modern hospital in Korea, but it's a great experiment to advance hospitals for all of humanity. I know he's my friend, but is he crazy? Park Ju-hyuk muttered in his head as he listened to Youngjun's lecture after hearing the radio show at ABio. People were grouped up and watched a video of Youngjun's lecture from the International Integrative Brain Disorder Conference on the computer. They had checked it in the morning, which was about 12 hours later due to the time difference, but the world had been turned upside down in one night. Youngjun's name was trending, and so was the International Integrative Brain Disorder Conference and the Next Generation Hospital. Those three were trending for 8 hours straight. Our CEO is so cool. He's going to do that in 1 year, Young Harim said. Why are you acting like this is the first time you're hearing about this? He talked about this during our last team meeting. He said he's going to do all kinds of things with stem cells, make a next generation hospital, let's do it in a year, all that stuff, Shin Ji-myung said. No, but I didn't think he would promise the whole world that right then and there. All eyes are going to be on him once he gets the funding. Park Dong-hyun scratched his head as if felt like he was going to faint just from thinking about it. But what is an organoid? One of the scientists asked. It's like a small organ. To be honest, there were some attempts to use them medically, but it was nothing but a fantasy because it's so difficult. Park Ju-hyuk, who was listening to their conversation, replied. If our CEO did something like that, should we assume that we won't be going home for a year? Just thinking of that makes me excited. Shin Ji-myung chuckled. But we have a lot of new people joining us. Carpentier is coming, too, Young Harim said. Most of them are coming in the second half of the year. They all worked important jobs all around the world, so they have to get things sorted and get someone to take over their work. Carpentier included. I guess that's true. We don't have to go home, right? That's all right, isn't it, Dong-hyun Sunbi? Young Harim glanced at Park Dong-hyun. Oh, but I have to go see my kid. You know I'm whipped by my wife. I think it will be possible within a year if the CEO sets up all the basic schemes like before, Young Harim said. Hey, even if our CEO is a genius, we should be suspicious that he's an alien wearing a skin suit if he can do that alone. We have to call Mulder and Scully, seriously. As you may remember, I have consistently insisted on the theory of reincarnation for a long time, Koh Sunyal interrupted as he adjusted his glasses. Now, I feel like we should really investigate him out of reasonable doubt. But he hasn't failed at anything that he said he would do, right? Park Dong-hyun pointed out. Let's trust him. On one side of the lab, scientists from the Science Journal who joined ABio earlier were sharing shocking comments. I want to quit all of a sudden. Jacob had a frown all of a sudden. To be honest, no other company would be able to do that if it wasn't ABio. And our staff aren't just focused on stem cells, right? Professor Carpentier hasn't arrived yet, either. Are you joining us on stem cells, Dr. Felicita? Jacob asked. I had a meeting with the CEO before he left for America, but he told me to just focus on probiotics. He's going to do probiotics while doing a business that big. I think he's also going to do something with pancreatic cancer as well. Seriously. Jacob doubted what he was hearing. Felicita said, and I heard what those probiotics were about and it's a lot more important than Jacob thinks n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. Can we do that at such a small company like this unless he knows the answer key? Don't worry about it too much. He probably has a plan. He made IPSCs and cured glaucoma and Alzheimer's in a few months with a small number of people, right? Now, he has 30 scientists working here. Being as genius as Dr. Ryu, he will be able to get it done if he has more hands working. I trust him. On the other hand, the phones at the ABio's administrative headquarters were blowing up so much that the employees couldn't bring themselves to answer it. It was the same situation at AGEN as well. As ABIO's phone lines were burning up with calls and continued to be busy, people got impatient and called AGEN. They were reporters, investors, businesses, employees from government departments, or hospital staff. They asked what stage the research was in or asked if they could please invest. Some wanted to donate even though they hadn't made a foundation yet. In the case of hospital staff, they were asking if ABIO could use their hospital instead of building a new one, or they were asking about working at ABIO's hospital when it was built. The success of the Alzheimer's clinical trial and the next generation hospital. It blew up. A little while before it became huge in Korea, Youngjun had a short meeting with the professors at the conference while having lunch. We need a lot of doctors and technicians, Youngjun said. A lot of cell culture experts who have a lot of experience with clinical trials and have stem cell differentiation technology. Are you planning on recruiting people? Professor Banach asked. Yes. The IUBM is happening in New York in 2 days. I am going to attend. I have a booth for ABIO. I am going to meet some people there. Could I work at your hospital? Professor Rebecca asked. The other professors glanced at her, a little surprised. You're going to leave the Johns Hopkins Brain Science Institute. Banach reacted like he couldn't believe it. The hospital Dr. Ryu will make will be a monumental hospital in human history. Johns Hopkins is nice, but wouldn't it be nice to be a founding member of a place like that? Youngjun unexpectedly scored one of the best professionals in the world while eating. He quickly expressed his gratitude. I would be grateful if you joined us, Professor Rebecca. You will be of great help to ABIO. Let's tackle other types of brain diseases other than ones with nerve damage. But is there a reason you are gathering funding just by donations? Banach asked. It's because I want to separate it from capital. Well, wealthy people from all over the world will just give you donations for a hospital with that much potential. It'll probably be better than most funding from investment companies. That's right. Dr. Ryu, the Bill Gates Foundation could build a new hospital building and just donate it to you. Rebecca agreed. I really wish that would happen. Dr. Ryu, I am not a doctor or a technician, Professor Aiden, a biology professor at Brown University, said. So I may not be able to work at the hospital, but I am very interested in ABIO. I would like to study making spines or bone marrow there. Is there any space for me to join? Of course. Our company has a lot of space. Everyone here is welcome at any time, Youngjun said. From the afternoon, people began leaving the conference like the tide was out. Most of them were thinking that there was nothing more to see now that Youngjun's lecture was done. Feeling a little sorry for the other scientists for some reason, he concentrated on the afternoon seminars and debated more. And at 7 o'clock in the evening, Youngjun, who returned from the conference, passed out on his bed. Now that he was relaxed, he felt like he was getting tired all of a sudden. Should I secrete some serotonin? Rosaline sent a message. What serotonin? You seem tired, so I will make you feel better. Since dopamine-related ones are stimulating, it's better to use serotonin-related hormones when you are tired, like now. Dopamine and serotonin were hormones that were both related to happiness. Dopamine provided an intense and exhilarating sensation, such as getting intoxicated or when a sexual desire was quenched. On the other hand, serotonin was related to tranquil happiness, like taking a walk on a sunny day. Try it. Serotonin overexpression, 9%. Youngjun felt his body relax as he eased up. You really know how to do a lot of things. I secreted 300% of dopamine and endorphin when you were attacked by the people Ji Kwangman sent. Really? I had to reduce the pain. So when I stopped the bleeding on the back of your head and you got up, you were smiling. The gang members screamed in shock. That really happened. It feels like I created an embarrassing history. Yes. Then, I subdued them by only breaking their bones so that they couldn't move. They looked at you like you were some sort of monster. They said Ji Kwangman's name when I threatened them a little. Youngjun wondered how he got them to confess, but now he understood the story. Well, who could hold out when your opponent is Rosaline? But Ryu Youngjun, are you going to keep using my powers for medicine? Then, I think I told you this before, but you are a player of life, not a scientist at a pharmaceutical company. You can do something much more impactful than pharmaceuticals. How? There are things like the biodiesel industry, right? Scientists are not good at it yet, but I can make a great innovation in that area. Rosaline said. For example, bacteria can be used to break down starch to produce gasoline. A very efficient refining process can be created as well, so it will be premium oil that has almost zero impurities and only the components you want. Really? People say that oil is black gold or something, but to me, it's just a carbon compound. And all organisms have the ability to break and form carbon compounds. Although, the ones each organism produces is different. Rosaline said, if you manipulate a few of the genes involved in the metabolism process of bacteria, you can create a biological factory that produces oil. If you grow it in large amounts and pour in starch, you will get gasoline. The production price will be much cheaper than drilling it. If you want, you could make kerosene, diesel, LPG gas, or asphalt. Holy. Modern civilization is based on oil resources. Everything from agriculture to industry, telecommunications, transportation, and the military industry. You know how rich countries like Libya and Saudi Arabia are, right? Rosaline said. Just make something like that and then sell the resources exclusively to reorganize the world's power structure around you. If you get your hands on something like that, you can be the secret dictator of the world. After that, you will be able to do whatever you want. You really think differently than I do. I am just considering efficiency. I'll think about it. It would be nice to relieve it since the energy resource problem is also a serious matter. But I want to focus more on pharmaceuticals right now. The reason I became a scientist is because of my youngest sister, who died of liver cancer. I want to cure people's diseases. You can dominate the world with your ability, and you should because you have me. You are a prophet in terms of knowledge. Your knowledge is not the same as your co-workers. Honestly, it's frustrating that you are only using it to save people's lives. Whatever. I have my own ways. Don't nag me. I'll deal with the energy problem later. Youngjun fully laid down on the bed. But it's funny. Do you feel frustration, too? Frustration, n/o/vel/b//in.c//om. Rosaline thought for a moment. I see. It is fascinating. How do I feel something like that? Isn't it because your synchronization level is higher? Maybe you became more human. Youngjun had said that without giving it much thought, but it seemed like Rosaline was in shock. Are you serious? Why? It can't be. It seems that you are right. The higher my synchronization level becomes, my thinking becomes more gentle, and it seems like I was impacted by your emotions. Ryu Youngjun, you have given me something called emotions. It is a very new sensation. I like it. Thank you. It's like the Wizard of Oz. Are you the Tin Woodman? Pardon? Never mind. Knock knock. Someone knocked on the door. Who is it? Youngjun asked as he walked toward the door. It's room service. Room service. Youngjun hadn't ordered anything. As he opened the door in puzzlement, the hotel employee was standing there with a cart loaded with a cake, a sandwich, coke, wine, and other things. I never ordered room service, Youngjun said. I know. I am just giving you this. Pardon me. The employee smiled awkwardly as Youngjun reacted like he was confused. I didn't go to university, and I don't know anything difficult like biology or medicine. But I know that you are a good person, Dr. Ryu. My mother has Alzheimer's. I hope that my mother can get treatment once the clinical trial is finished. She definitely will. I think so, too. There are probably a lot of people rooting for you all over the world. I hope you work hard and do a lot of good research. I am rooting for you, too, the employee said as he put the food down on Youngjun's table. Please call me if you need anything more. Click. After the employee left, Youngjun cut the cake. What do you think? It's not making oil or anything, but this is nice too, right? Youngjun asked Rosaline. Your serotonin levels are rising rapidly even though I did not control it. Do humans like these kinds of products? It's the thought. Youngjun was going to rest for a little bit, but he couldn't do that because he was so energized from the gift. He turned on his computer and went into his email inbox. Let's take a look at the progress of the tasks I assigned. There were 9 unread emails. His ABio employees had sent him reports about the work he missed and meeting results. As they all knew Youngjun's personality, all of them skipped the unnecessary greetings and sent the reports with concise and straightforward comments. Except for one person. The report of the probiotics meeting results to our CEO, who is working hard in a far country like America. The title was a little off. It was Choi Myung-jun. Korea is still burning up about the bold and intense presence you showed at the international conference at Brown University. I am moved as an employee of ABio, but at the same time, I am worried that you are tired because of the time difference, or that the food isn't to your liking. I should have followed you and taken care of you, but as I had too many experiments scheduled because I wanted to quickly advance ABio. Eek. This man. It was funny how he had changed completely when it felt like it was only yesterday that they were fighting and exchanging harsh words. Although, it was nice that he was good and he did what he was supposed to do well. Youngjun scrolled through the email, skipping through the unnecessary greetings, and opened the meeting report. Report on the Cell meeting. As he read it, he could see there were 3 main items. 1. Felicita had joined the team. 2. The probiotics were effective in the mice experiment. 3. Instead of using live bacteria and establishing it in the intestine, we are considering just purifying amok, the diabetes treating material. But in this case, we have to determine how to administer it to the patient. The first 2 didn't matter, but Youngjun had to give them feedback for the last item. Choi Myung-jun and Dr. Felicita would brainstorm and strategize if he let them be, but Youngjun could get an answer right away if he used Rosaline. Youngjun activated the advice function of Rosaline. If the treatment has the same effect, an oral drug would be better than an injection, right? There's no need to pierce them with a needle. Of course. But amok is such a big molecule that it can't be absorbed through the digestive tract barrier. Attach a glycerol-modified molecule to amok. Then, it will be absorbed into the lymphatic vessel in the small intestine. You're going to tell me the detailed design, right? Of course. I will show you the image now. Rosaline sent the image into Youngjun's head. The simplified experimental scheme of how to attach the glycerol-modified molecule to amok showed up. But I think it will be dissolved in the stomach if we go with this. You found the answer to that for the pancreatic cancer treatment, right? Pass the stomach with a capsule coating. Good. Now that he thought about it, he didn't know how the capsule coating part of the pancreatic cancer treatment was going. It was because Cell hadn't shared the file with him yet. Since Song Ji-hyun said that they're coming to the IUBM tomorrow, I'll ask her then. As Youngjun was about to close his inbox, he stopped after seeing something. The account he was signed into right now was his CEO account, which was his personal email account. Beside the CEO account, there was the official company email inbox. It was usually used for marketing or correspondence by management. There were more than 999 unread emails. Youngjun squinted his eyes. When he pressed on it, after a little bit of lagging, thousands of emails came pouring out. What is? Youngjun suddenly froze and was at a loss for words. The employee who gave him room service was not lying when he said that there were probably a lot of people who were rooting for him all over the world. He had received a huge amount of support and gratitude. 80% of it was in English, and about 70% of them were grammatically incorrect. They were not from the Anglosphere. They were full of short English sentences, choppy Korean that was made by Google Translate, or unreadable sentences written in their own language. To Dr. Ryu Youngjun. Thank you. We are hope. Hope your treatment of spine paralysis will happen soon. To CEO Ryu Youngjun and ABio. I am Kim Si-jun's wife, and he was a clinical trial patient for phase 2 of the glaucoma clinical trial. Thank you. My husband can now see. Thank you for making a treatment like this. We will never forget this. We will donate to your hospital. Thank you so much. Hello. My name is Emma White. I live in London, England, and I am a 68-year-old woman. I am 163 centimeters and 60 kilograms. I heard that you needed this information. I want to volunteer for the Alzheimer's clinical trial. I am only at stage 2, but it is getting worse. I am sending you this email because I do not want to be a nuisance to my children. Thank you. Youngjun read each email and slowly scrolled down. There were emails from the Middle East, India, and Mexico. All of them thanked him, said they believed in him, and that they wanted to participate in the clinical trial. Youngjun felt a little moved reading it. Scroll. As he was scrolling down, his mouse stopped when he saw something. We want to support the establishment of ABio's hospital. It was from the Paul Getty Foundation. Ring. While Youngjun was reading the email from the Getty Foundation, he got a new email in his personal inbox. It was from ABio's management department. This is a collection of emails regarding donations. It was working hours in Korea due to the time difference. They were sorting through thousands of emails and picking out the business-related ones that Youngjun must read. When he clicked on it, he realized that the Getty Foundation email wasn't the only one. We will organize small donations from individuals in a separate email and post a draft soon. We have compiled the emails that you should see as soon as possible. A link leading to the individual emails showed up as he scrolled down. This email is regarding donations from the Getty Foundation. This email is regarding donations from the Abu Dhabi royal family. This email is regarding donations from the British Royal Palace. This email is regarding donations from the Ford Foundation. This email is regarding donations from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. This email is regarding donations from Guo Guangchang, a wealthy Chinese businessman. This email is regarding donations from Rakesh Junjunwala, an Indian investor. After reading them, Youngjun saw that none of them were going to donate right now. They wanted to set up a meeting for a donation contract. Although a financial reward didn't follow like an actual investment, people had reached out to him to donate to increase their brand worth by leaving their name on the hot topic of the next generation hospital, or purely out of real humanitarianism. Finally, it was time for Alice, the translator, to work after the meeting with Director James. There was a little time before the IUB opened. In that short time, Youngjun had to leave Rhode Island, check in at his hotel in New York and meet the sponsors who had the time or were in the city. The HR team is planning to hire a secretary for you. We will proceed if you confirm. That was the last sentence written in the email that management sent him. Youngjun felt the pain that the management employees would have felt while sorting the thousands of emails. I feel a little bad. A venture company that was launched a few months ago didn't usually receive thousands of emails overnight. It was normal for the company email, which was managed by management, to only receive a few dozen at the most. I didn't think that thousands of people would want to send me an email. The employees working in management would have also been shocked. Good work. Please go ahead with the secretary hire. And please list my personal email on the company website. I will receive personal emails addressed to me by that address. Youngjun responded. *****. This year, the International Union of Biochemistry and Molecular Biology, or IUB, held their conference at New York University. It was not a venue strictly for academic exchange, but a place with strong business characteristics. Several start UPS and venture companies opened their booths, then went to find other booths to hold meetings and discuss each other's business. They had to move fast in order to recruit investors and staff, and they had to draw in people who were walking past by handing out gifts. Seli Jenner was one of them. Song Ji-hyun was sitting at the booth with scientist Kim Soo-chul. They were discouraged after hitting the wall of extreme indifference. No one is coming, Kim Soo-chul said in a depressed voice. Even if we give people gifts and hold them here, they just leave, right? Ji-hyun Sunbi, what's the matter with us? There are over 30 startup booths open today, and they are all pretty well known. Plus, there are booths from larger, medium-sized businesses as well. And most of all, ABio opened a booth today. Everyone is interested in ABio among start UPS or small companies. True. Kim Soo-chul nodded. But I guess he isn't here yet. He pointed at the empty booth across from them. ABio's booth was put along with the other start UPS and small businesses since they were classified as a venture company. About 30 people had passed by here in the last 2 hours in order to meet Youngjun. Some of them even took selfies in front of the empty booth. It's not some sort of tourist attraction. We're the same venture company, but there's a huge difference. It's because they are in the eye of the hurricane right now. Ji-hyun Sunbi, didn't you say that you kind of knew him personally? You said you had drinks with him once. We did once. Just one. Before he got famous. We don't know each other personally. Song Ji-hyun's ears became red. Clack clack. With the sound of dress shoes, 3 good-looking men wearing suits showed up. They chatted together in fluent English while glancing at Abio's booth. He's not here yet. Do you think something happened? It could have. He's really busy, so it's a possibility. Listening to their conversation, Kim Soo-chul whispered to Song Ji-hyun, Sunbi, those people are from Fidelity. What's that? It's an investment company. It's a company made by a legendary investor from Wall Street named Peter Lynch. Oh, Song Ji-hyun nodded. It would be nice if we got investments from places like that. Escape agents' hands. Right, Sunbi? Should I call them? I'll talk to them. Song Ji-hyun quietly left the booth with a paper gift bag in her hand and approached them. Hello. Song Ji-hyun greeted them with a wide smile, but Fidelity didn't seem too interested. Hello. We're from a company called Seligener. Oh, sorry, we're a little busy. She was shot down immediately. She said goodbye in embarrassment and returned to her seat. It's not easy. Sunbi, look at that booth over there. They're having a meeting with Roche. Located diagonal from them was a booth from a venture company called G Protein Medicine. And employees from Roche, a huge company, were sitting at the booth doing an investment meeting. That's the place doing the clinical trial for the leukemia treatment, right? Song Ji-hyun asked. Yes. The technology isn't really that amazing if you look at their trial data, but it seems to slightly lengthen their survival. It's worth their attention n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Sigh, we shouldn't have sold Chelly Cure like that, Kim Soo-chul added like it was unfortunate that they did. A few more people appeared in front of Abio's booth. They were administrative staff from famous medical schools and people from Schumatics, Roche, Pfizer, and others. It seemed like they were all waiting for Youngjun. Watching them be like that right in front of us. It's a little too much, Kim Soo-chul said, scratching his head. Hello. Suddenly, a picky-looking man with glasses came to Seligener's booth and sat down. It was the Fidelity employee that had told Song Ji-hyun that they were busy. Oh, hello. Song Ji-hyun quickly greeted him. Have you ever heard of Seligener? Oh, sorry, but is Abio opening today? Or has CEO Ryu Youngjun just stepped out for a little bit? I was just wondering about that. I am not sure. But he hasn't been here since we opened our booth, Kim Soo-chul replied. I see. Thank you. The man got up from his seat and returned to his group. Seriously, Song Ji-hyun mumbled in a depressed voice. Our company is also capable and has potential too. I know, right? It's not easy for a venture company to make an early liver cancer treatment just 2 years after starting and get it into a clinical trial, Song Ji-hyun complained like it was unfortunate. More people were gathering, but there were nothing but flies flying around Seligener's booth. There were meetings happening everywhere, but their booth was the only quiet one. I'm going to get some fresh air. Frustrated, Song Ji-hyun stood up. On the way out of the building, our drug controls the number of white blood cells by using antibodies that target structures on their surface. Song Ji-hyun could hear the people from G Protein Medicine explain the development process of the leukemia drug to Roche. She stole a glance at them, and Roche looked quite happy. They're going to get investments from them. *****. Song Ji-hyun was having a can of coffee while sitting on the bench in front of the building. To be honest, she was envious of all the other venture company booths that were here. She was confident she could advertise the fact that they went to phase 1 of clinical trials with an early liver cancer treatment if someone sat down at Seligener's booth. But the problem was that she couldn't even get to that part. Here, Seligener was a completely nameless company. They had some people show interest, but they were buried under the booths of hundreds of famous companies. Is this natural since all we've been doing is agents subcontracts? Song Ji-hyun let out a bitter sigh. Let's go back inside. Sitting out here wasn't going to do anything. Abio was an unusual case, and it was probably normal for Start UPS to start in indifference, like Seligener. As Song Ji-hyun was about to get up from the bench, she could see Youngjun far away. 4 security guards from K-Cops were surrounding him. Youngjun was talking to 3 employees from Abio who came to help and 2 men who looked to be investors. The woman wearing sunglasses in the middle translated for him. After some time, people began swarming to that group like clouds. Swoosh! As the main entrance doors opened behind Song Ji-hyun, the employees from Fidelity Investments ran out. They had heard that Youngjun was here. Following them, people from Schumatics, Roche, Pfizer, and the IUB employees from New York University came pouring out. They ran toward Youngjun as if they were escorting him inside. Sir. Hello, sir. We are from Fidelity Investments. Hello. We are from the Harvard Medicine Administration. Sir, we are from the IUB conference. You didn't participate as a speaker at our conference. Youngjun was slowly walking toward Song Ji-hyun while talking to them, but suddenly stopped. Oh, he had seen Song Ji-hyun, who was a little frozen in surprise. Hello, Dr. Song, Youngjun said in Korean. Everyone stared at her. Oh, yes. Hello, she awkwardly responded. I was going to talk to you about some business if I ran into you here, but I guess I was lucky. The inventors and scientists around them all looked confused. Business? Song Ji-hyun asked. Yes. Not here. Later. You're at your booth, right? Did you come out here to take a break? Yes. I'm going to head back inside. Then let's go together. We're probably going in the same direction anyway since all the venture company booths are beside each other. Youngjun joined Song Ji-hyun. He quickly introduced her and Seligener to the curious investors around them. Seligener is a Korean venture company that is doing collaborative research with ABio. Kim Soo-chul was pacing and on his phone while keeping the empty booth. He was surprised by the sudden appearance of a large crowd. It was because in the middle, Song Ji-hyun was talking to Youngjun and walking together. She came to their booth, greeted Youngjun, and returned to her seat, which was next to Kim Soo-chul. What happened? He asked. We met at the front of the building. She had received the interest of investors in the 5 minutes she walked here, talking to Youngjun. As Song Ji-hyun stood there, a little surprised at the unexpected attention, someone sat in front of her. They were the employees from Fidelity Investments. Pardon our behavior before. They formally apologized. We're sorry, but could we still get to know Seligener? Of course. Kim Soo-chul handed them a pamphlet quickly. People were already lined up behind Fidelity Investments and waiting their turn. Song Ji-hyun gulped and began to promote Seligener. Seligener has developed ELO, an early liver cancer drug, in just 2 years after launching. At the ABio booth across from them, Youngjun was handing out USBs to 2 men wearing suits as gifts. These are USBs that have the ABio logo, Youngjun said. The memory storage isn't very big, though. Thank you. More than this, I wanted to see the ABio booth. They were the people responsible for the donation from the Gates Foundation. They had just signed a donation contract for $50 million at the cafe nearby. Youngjun was a little late to open the booth because of that, but it was okay. People who came after listening to his presentation at the International Integrative Brain Disease Conference had formed a long line in front of ABio's booth. Like the last time, Youngjun was planning to put out a job listing on Science as well as other international academic journals. It was sad, but no matter how outstanding ABio was, Korea was just a country just touching on science from an international perspective. On the other hand, the IUBM was one of the largest academic conferences in the world. Professors from prestigious universities, key individuals from huge pharmaceutical industries, and lead scientists from labs were commonly seen here. Youngjun could not miss this opportunity. He met people with the intention to recruit all his staff for ABio and the hospital he was going to build. Fortunately, many skilled individuals came to ABio's booth continuously since his presence at the Integrative Brain Disorder Conference was quite intense. After hours of interviews back-to-back, Youngjun received a call from one of the people who organized the IUBM conference. It was Director James from the White House's Office of Science and Technology. America was going to scout you, a Korean, but instead, you are taking all of America's intellectuals. James said with a chuckle. There are no borders to science, Youngjun replied. Ha ha ha. Touché. It's not a problem, right? Of course not. I think what you are doing right now is a universal advancement for humanity. Let's put aside our nationality for a while. A lot of people may return there after we build ABio's cancer lab beside the National Cancer Institute. Will you return them after training them? Of course not. I will learn a lot from them, Youngjun said humbly. It's really a relief that there is someone like you in this world, Dr. Ryu. James said. I also want to donate to you with my own money. We are ready to receive it at any time, Youngjun replied. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. After having meetings with several people and meeting investors and donors, the time was 4 o'clock. Youngjun left the booth to his employees and went to an empty conference room with Song Ji-hyun. Thank you for being considerate earlier, Song Ji-hyun said. Considerate? You pushed investors to come to our booth by talking to me. What? I didn't, Youngjun replied like he was confused. Huh? But you purposely greeted me in front of people. That's normal, isn't it? Why does it matter that we are in front of other people? If I didn't greet my colleagues we are doing a project with and pretended to not know them, that would be rude. Youngjun grinned. But didn't you purposely schedule a work meeting in front of the investors and reveal that we are working together? I was going to talk to you about work anyway when I met you here. I don't really care about those investors. It's more important for me to make more progress in our research as we can by having a meeting with you than what those people are thinking and doing. But we don't have to hide the fact that we are collaborating companies and secretly meet each other because of them, right? It's not like it's wrong for us to collaborate with you. Song Ji-hyun lightly bit her lower lip. Right. Youngjun was right. The reason that he nicely accompanied her to her booth was also probably because they had to go in the same direction. He probably had no ulterior motives. He also set up his own meeting when they held the probiotics meeting at ABio even though he was the CEO, did he not? That was just the kind of person Youngjun was. He did not engulf himself in power. He was the same person he was before becoming a star in the scientific community. He would have acted the same way even if he was an ordinary scientist who hadn't made IPSCS yet. Of course, he probably knew that his actions would push investors to Kylie Jenner, but that wasn't a reason for him to act differently. Song Ji-hyun had heard about Youngjun from a few people, including Choi Myung-jun, while working with ABio because of probiotics. They said he strictly went by the book and that he was a single-minded scientist who never mixed power or personal relationships with science. He really just greeted her because she was an employee of a company he was working with, and he scheduled a meeting because he wanted to talk about work. The reason he told the nearby investors or scientists that she was from a venture company he was working with was because they were curious and he wanted to be considerate of that. That ended up being a huge benefit to Seo Lee-jeon and Song Ji-hyun, but he did not do it on purpose as he had no personal feelings. Dr. Song. Oh, yes. Song Ji-hyun, who was momentarily lost in thought, was startled and quickly raised her head. What are you thinking about so hard? You didn't even answer me when I called you, Youngjun said, grinning. Oh, sorry. What did you say? The capsule coating that we're going to use for the pancreatic cancer treatment. I want to wrap the amok that's separated from chlorotinus limovitous and make it into a treatment for type 2 diabetes. You want to coat amok? Yes. How is the development of the capsule coating technology going? I was doing experiments right up until I had to leave for America. The technology to create a coat to protect materials from stomach acid isn't that difficult in the first place. We also applied a part of the chitosan double-layer coating method you told us about before as well. The coating technology itself is in its final stages. That's good. We can coat a biomaterial like amok with that, right? It should be possible. Good. Let's make some progress on the treatment for pancreatic cancer and diabetes together when we return to Korea. Sure. Song Ji-hyun's voice was weak. On Sunday morning, Youngjun arrived at Incheon Airport. His 2-week schedule in the US was finished. Now, ABio was the center of attention internationally, and they had already received a significant amount of funds for the establishment of the hospital. Good work everyone. You're all free to go. For the people who gave me their weekends, take Monday and Tuesday off, Youngjun said. After letting the employees who helped ABio's booth go, he also said goodbye to Alice. Thank you, Alice. Good work to you too, sir. I'll make sure to find you if I ever need translation. Do you really need one? You are good at English. I feel better if I have one. All right. Call me whenever. Alice put on her sunglasses and left. After sending everyone away, Youngjun slowly made his way back to the airport with his K-Cops security team. Then, his legs automatically froze after facing a shocking situation. It's Ryu Youngjun. There were hundreds of people and police covering the airport. Flash, flash. The cameras of the reporters flashed from all over like fireworks. Dr. Ryu, over here. You're so handsome. Hospital King Ryu Youngjun. Hospital King. Youngjun looked confused. Some people in the crowd were holding posters. Dr. Ryu is building a hospital. The Gaviscon of Science, Ryu Youngjun 1. Why use taxes to build hospitals when you can get donations? The herb of immortality? Don't you mean stem cells? Can I have your autograph? Appa. Ref in Korea, people use Appa to call male celebrities that they like ref. The police and airport security guards were blocking the crowd from getting too close, but there were a few who were too excited. The police were on edge and tried their best to maintain order. Tap. Someone hit Youngjun's shoulder as he was slightly paralyzed for a little bit from the shock. It was Park Ju-hyuk. You should smile and wave your hand at them or something. You're just going to stare into space and stand there like an amateur? You haven't seen something like this on TV. But I'm not some kind of celebrity. Let's go. Follow me. Everyone, follow me. Under the protection of the K-Cops security team, Youngjun followed Park Ju-hyuk outside. When he got in the car, he saw some welcoming faces. It was Principal Chun Ji-myung, Lead Bae Sun-mi, Park Dong-hyun, Young Harim, and Koh Soon-yeol. What? Our entire life creation team is here. Youngjun was surprised. It's a Sunday today. We didn't come here as employees. We came here as personal friends. We are that close, right? Young Harim asked. I'm touched. Thank you so much. As Youngjun replied, Park Ju-hyuk stared at him, baffled. Hey, you didn't say anything to me. I came to pick you up on a Sunday too. Thanks, Youngjun replied monotonously. Man, how sincere of you. But where are we going right now? Did you have something to eat? Airplane food. No, I didn't feel like it. Then let's get something to eat first. Park Ju-hyuk entered the name of a famous Korean restaurant on the car GPS. From 9 o'clock in the morning on Monday, Youngjun met with every team, with meeting being a maximum of 2 hours. He's like a vending machine with answers. You put in a problem and he just gives you an answer, Jacob said with a blank face after he walked out of the CEO's office. Felicita chuckled when she saw his face. He plans all the experiments, right? Yes. How can a person be like that? For 6 hours, he's been telling all the team members in detail how to make a spine with stem cells, how to make bone marrow with stem cells, how to make cartilage with stem cells, and telling them to do the exact experiment. I seriously can't believe it. Of course, it won't be easy to carry out an experiment like this, Jacob said. When Youngjun was developing the flu drug and treatments for domestic animals or livestock diseases, he had outsourced it. It was because those treatments were simple to make. After synthesizing it, they just had to treat animals or cells with it to check the effect. But the difficulty of growing another structure or tissue with stem cells was on another level. It was similar to how everyone could easily make instant noodles, but the more complicated the dish was, it was difficult for someone to make if they weren't a skilled chef, even if they had the recipe. Also, because it was difficult to control all the variables in biological experiments, they had to consider where the water was from, the Han River or Jeju Island. It was ridiculous, but this was necessary as sometimes the results varied depending on the line of the manufacturing factory the culture medium was made in. and for experiments that hadn't been done before, such as the differentiation of stem cells into novel structures, the frontline experimenter's ability to control the situation was especially important. We have to optimize the method for cell transfection by examining the condition of the cell and its differentiation stage, or use FACS salting methods. There are a lot of things we still have to mediate, Felicita said, but it's doable if he sketches out the plan this well. We should be able to do it somehow. Click. Principal scientist Chloe's team came out of the CEO's office. What are you in charge of? Jacob asked. Using stem cells to regenerate skin, Chloe responded with a nervous expression. She was also given a difficult experiment and felt both passion and determination. In the CEO's office, Youngjun was looking over the distribution of work among his team members again. Excluding the probiotics team and the pancreatic cancer treatment team, he had divided the remaining scientists into 4 teams. He had assigned them the spine, bone marrow, cartilage, and skin. The last team was the life creation team. Knock knock. Shin Ji-myung knocked on the door and came inside. Then, Bae Sunmi, Park Dong-hyun, Young Harim, and Koh Sun-yeol sat down. What are we making with stem cells? Park Dong-hyun asked. I am going to give you organoids. Organoids? Yes. It is the most important thing that we are starting with stem cells. Organoids are small biological tissues that mimic a person's organ. It has the same structure and function as organs, but it's just smaller. To put it another way, we will be able to grow artificial organs if this succeeds, Youngjun said. We will use organoids for precise diagnosis and use artificial organs to treat patients. And we are going to start that process now. Oh, Young Harim exclaimed in worry. To be honest, I don't know if we can do it. It's too difficult. None of us have worked with organoids before. I know, but there isn't anyone who has experience with organoids at our company right now. The person who applied to our company from France has done organoids before, but they said that it would take some time for them to start working here because they have to sort things out there. So are you saying that we don't have any organoid experts at our company right now? Shin Ji-myung asked. Yes. Youngjun nodded. Shin Ji-myung chuckled emptily. They were starting one of the most difficult and newest technologies in the world as a new business, but they were just starting from scratch without anyone who had experience with it. But it was Youngjun. He was probably telling us to do it because it was possible. Don't worry about the project itself because I can plan the experiment scheme. But it will still be very difficult, Youngjun said. This experiment really depends on the person, so they have to be someone who is extremely trained in biology experiments. That's why I am giving it to you. But there are world-class scientists at our company right now, Bae Sunmi said in a dejected voice. I think that the people in this room right now are the most qualified, because you have been creating life. The life creation team members looked confused. Does it have something to do with creating life? Young Harim asked. No, but it has one thing in common. One thing. That they are both impossible projects with humanity's current level of technology. I'm being serious right now. Life creation. You guys tried all sorts of different things in order to do that, right? Senior Park Dong-hyun spat in the liquid culture medium because he tried everything that he could. Ak? How did you know that? Park Dong-hyun asked in surprise. It was in the experiment log. I read it when I was at AGEN. I wasn't in my right mind because I was angry after getting grilled by Gil Hyungjun. All the people who have joined our company are all famous in their own field, so I think they wouldn't be familiar with trying something new. But not this team. We did try everything and anything to make Rosaline and be a little less berated at the year-end seminar at AGEN, Shin Ji-myung said. Exactly. So, you will be able to do it. You would have accumulated a lot of different experimentation skills while going through hell. You can do it. Have confidence. What should we do? Let's start with an organ that has a relatively easy structure. Which one? The intestine, Youngjun said. Specifically, the small intestine. After we succeed with organoids, we are going to scale it up and create a small intestine. Making an organ artificially, Young Harim mumbled in surprise. It is quite common for patients who have resected parts of their small intestine due to tumors or Crohn's disease to get short bowel syndrome. They suffer in pain from severe stomach aches, chronic diarrhea, fatty stool, dehydration, and lethargy. If it's severe, they end up getting a transplant. But there is no way to do that if they don't have a donor, Youngjun said. With our technology, they won't need a donor. Let's be the ones to improve their quality of life. All right, Shin Ji-myung replied. Youngjun sorted out the detailed experimentation method and told them. They were all smart elites, so the 5 of them quickly understood his strategy. After they left, Youngjun was lost in thought while holding his coffee mug. Reconstruction of the spine, bone marrow, cartilage, skin tissue, and the small intestine using stem cells. These 5 projects would severely threaten the livelihood of existing large pharmaceutical companies. For example, if cartilage regeneration became possible and was commercialized, all the arthritis-related drugs in the market would die. Places like Schematics did not do anything after his presentation at the Integrative Brain Disorder Conference, but they were definitely planning something. Youngjun remembered what James had warned him about. He said to be careful of ending up like Tesla. Youngjun took a sip of his hot Americano. 1-Gaviscon is an antacid product that relieves heartburn, indigestion, and other things. It's a meme that Korean people use when something has relieved their frustration. Youngjun established a hospital with funds raised through the ABIO Foundation. He bought a large, old building in Mapogu in Seoul, applied for repurposing the building, and began to renovate it and turn it into a hospital. As phase 3 of the glaucoma clinical trial was going smoothly, they would be able to provide glaucoma treatment after the construction ended and it became a general hospital. If they could make just one small intestine organoid until then, they could perform precise diagnoses and treatment, although it would be limited to the small intestine. These were the first services provided by the next generation hospital. They would be able to broaden their range of treatments as the results from stem cell research came out one by one. As such, they had to get more research results as soon as possible. And he was lucky enough to get a chance to accelerate his research even more. Long time no see. Carpentier and Youngjun lightly hugged. Carpentier, a professor from Caltech, was a Nobel Prize recipient. He had studied the regeneration of spinal nerves using stem cells for a long time. So, had he succeeded in recovering the nerves using stem cells? No, he hadn't. If he had, Youngjun wouldn't have been doing this in the first place. Sometimes, Nobel Prize-winning achievements sounded like magic to people, and this was the case for Carpentier as well. He had wirelessly connected the nerves of a patient with a broken spinal cord with an electrical chip. Stem cells were the main goal of his research, while this was only one of many Plan B theories, but he had actually succeeded with this instead. The spinal cord was a long collection of nerves that was connected to the brain and ran all the way down to the waist. One of the clinical trial patients had damage in the upper region, in particular the thoracic nerves, and could not deliver messages from the brain to some regions below his chest. Carpentier inserted extremely small electrical chips directly above and below the damaged area. As a result, when the patient wanted to walk, the excited electrical signals from the nerves would travel through the chip, skipping over the damaged area, and be sent to the living cells below it. The patient was able to take a few steps alone in just 4 weeks, and Carpentier received the Nobel Prize. He worked on this project for about 20 years. It also took 4 years for this treatment to reach the patient after it succeeded on monkeys. This was how careful the study was done. It was amazing how the US government and Caltech both steadily funded his research for 20 years, but Carpentier's own persistence, which ultimately led to his success, was also astonishing. Unfortunately, this technology still had limitations. Patients recovered enough to be able to walk, but they couldn't run or bend their waist. They also had to always be careful to not hit their back, which had the electrical chip. Most of all, there was no way to treat spinal nerve damage if it was higher than the thoracic nerves, as there was no technology to implant a chip in the brain yet. Thus, Carpentier was hoping to reach the next step at Youngjun's company. But professor, aren't you busy at work? You said that you were going to join us later in the year. Youngjun said. That's correct. Carpentier nodded. But it's my sabbatical year and I happen to not be supervising any students right now. I came a bit early because I had 2 months to spare after taking care of a couple of things. Are you leaving in 2 months? N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. Yes, but I'll be back during the second half of the year. Great. Please lead our team for the 2 months you're here. I am so glad you joined us, Professor. I will try my best. Thank you. But because you are still working at the university, you have to sign a short-term contract as an outside technical advisor. All right. Is this okay with Caltech? Yes. There are a lot of professors who work as technical advisors for companies. Good. Youngjun had Park Ju-hyuk put together the contract and got Carpentier's signature. You would be more comfortable with the spine if you were to join the stem cell differentiation teams, right? Youngjun asked as they scheduled a meeting. I'm fine with the bone marrow as well. The nervous system and the bone marrow are 2 completely different fields. I studied that a lot as well because I studied stem cells for a long time, Carpentier replied with a chuckle. *****. Jacob was in the spinal regeneration team. He went into the meeting on spinal regeneration with stem cells with 6 other team members. Professor Carpentier. Jacob's eyes widened. Hello, Jacob. Nice to see you again. What about the university? It's my sabbatical year. Then, should we discuss the current progress? Youngjun asked. As it hadn't been long since the project started, most of the presentation was about establishing detailed conditions for the experiment. As such, we have currently created iPSCs, and we are planning to differentiate them after injecting them into the spinal paralysis model mice. Jacob finished his presentation. He stared at Carpentier and Youngjun a little nervously. Carpentier was the first to speak. The biggest problem with planting stem cells directly is the development of tumors. Do you have any ideas to solve this problem? So, in our project, we have selected the mechanism whereby the iPSCs will be planted in the affected area, and then the cells that have not differentiated for a certain period of time will trigger apoptosis 1, Jacob said. That is quite a good idea. But will the undifferentiated cells proceed to apoptosis? Well, when the differentiation into spinal nerves occurs, the expression of the KRAK gene is inhibited. We have cloned TP54, a cell suicide gene, on the end of this gene and expressed it. Then, the cells that haven't differentiated into nerves would keep expressing KRAK and die as TP54 is expressed as well. It was quite complicated, but Carpentier understood the key details of the study right away. No wonder he was a Nobel Prize recipient. But won't the stem cells die before they differentiate? Carpentier asked. That's why the number of cells that succeed in differentiating is low, Youngjun replied for Jacob. But we can just put in a lot of stem cells in the first place. If 10 nerves have to be recovered, we would put in about 1,000 stem cells. The 990 cells would be eliminated via apoptosis and the 10 that remain would become nerves. Carpentier nodded his head. It seemed like a harsh method, but it was the most straightforward, safe, and effective way. Doctors administered a large amount of insulin at once when treating type 2 diabetes. This allowed them to see the effects of insulin even if it was less effective due to insulin resistance. This was the same thing. The reason they had been unable to use this method in the past was that it was impossible to grow that many stem cells. But with the iPSC technology, this was no longer an issue. When one powerful technology was invented, it was bound to be able to solve a lot of problems. After the spinal regeneration team meeting came to an end, Carpentier also attended the bone marrow regeneration meeting. By bone marrow regeneration, you are specifically talking about making hematopoietic cells, right? Carpentier pointed out. Yes, Youngjun responded. Bone marrow was the fluid tissue located in the center of bones, and it was an essential structure that produced blood cells, such as red and white cells. Then, how were blood cells made in the bone marrow? There were things called hematopoietic cells that existed in small ratios, about 1 in every 10,000 cells, in the bone marrow tissue. They were a type of stem cell, but they could not differentiate into other types of cell, like how embryonic or induced pluripotent stem cells could. Their self-replicating ability was only limited to blood cells, meaning that all the blood cells in the human body were made by the division of hematopoietic cells. As such, bone marrow transplants that were used to treat leukemia patients were actually hematopoietic stem cell transplants. We will create hematopoietic cells from stem cells, Youngjun said. Leukemia will be our main target, Carpentier said. That's right. We will treat a lot of blood diseases with bone marrow regeneration, including leukemia. Then let's try something else since we're doing it anyway. Carpentier pitched an idea. What? Treating AIDS. There was a moment of silence around the table. You can treat AIDS with this? Asked Dr. Lee Younghyuk, the head of the bone marrow regeneration team. Yes. There is only one case of AIDS being cured, Carpentier said. Has AIDS been cured before? This was the first time Youngjun had heard of this as well. Yes. Carpentier nodded. Youngjun was amazed. Rosaline knew everything there was to know about molecular biology in the universe, but it was limited to scientific facts. She couldn't have knowledge from experience or know about things that had actually happened in the history of science. In addition, Youngjun used to work in anti-cancer. Since AIDS was a viral infection, it was a little far from his specialty. On the other hand, as Carpentier was a top scientist who had been in the industry for a long time, there were a lot of cases he knew from a lot of different fields. The patient's name was Timothy Ray Brown. He was once one of the most unfortunate people in the world. The reason is, he had both AIDS and leukemia at the same time, Carpentier said. My God. Dr. Lee Younghyuk and the other team members exclaimed at the same time. Carpentier went on. They are both famous and fatal incurable diseases. Timothy first got a bone marrow transplant to treat leukemia. Among the 60 donors, they managed to find someone who met the conditions and he was able to receive a transplant. Fortunately, it worked well and his leukemia was considered cured. But weirdly, the AIDS virus, HIV, was no longer found in his body. HIV multiplies by infecting and destroying white blood cells. The white blood cell number continues to decrease because of that, eventually reducing immunity, and ultimately killing the patient from complications, Carpentier said. The hematopoietic cells in the bone marrow of the donor had resistance to HIV, and the white blood cells their cells created did not get infected by HIV. After time, all the white blood cells that had no resistance to HIV died, establishing the resistant ones in the body. HIV continuously decreased as it had nothing to infect and eventually disappeared. There was a mutation in CCR5, Youngjun interrupted. That's right. Carpentier nodded. The gene CCR5 was the infection route of HIV. The white blood cells that this gene was active in could be infected by HIV, but the hematopoietic cells of the person who donated bone marrow to Timothy Ray Brown had a mutation in CCR5, and the white blood cells that came from it had mutations as well. It's an interesting case, Youngjun said. Carpentier smiled. The bone marrow that Timothy Ray Brown was donated just happened to have a natural mutation. But if we could artificially make the bone marrow, or the hematopoietic cells, with stem cells, Carpentier said, then, we could alter CCR5 and make it into bone marrow that has resistance to HIV, could we not? That is a good idea, Youngjun said. But sir, how would we manipulate CCR5? Dr. Lee Younghyuk asked. Youngjun had manipulated a lot of genes before, but he had only introduced foreign DNA into cells using viruses. Creating a specific mutation in a gene that already existed in the cell was completely different. That's the problem, Carpentier said, frowning. I think that we should treat the stem cells with a very low concentration of chemicals that damage the DNA and select the ones that have mutations in the CCR5 gene. Won't that take a long time? Lee Younghyuk responded. Mr. Technical Advisor, that seems like the only option, but I think we will also have to check if other mutations have occurred in other locations as well. Then, there will be a lot of tedious work to do. It will be tedious, but if we can cure AIDS patients with that, we should do it. The price of that treatment will skyrocket if you consider the labor and the price of DNA sequencing. It will take a long time to treat one patient as well. Wouldn't it be hard to commercialize it? Carpentier was lost in thought. It wouldn't be easy even if they used DNA scissors that could cut part of the DNA. As they would be experimenting with the entire genome, tens of thousands of places would be cut randomly at once. They needed scissors that precisely cut CCR5 and only that. We have no other way. Maybe this is an impossible project, Carpentier said with a bitter smile. There is a way, Youngjun interrupted. There was a message in front of his eyes. Synchronization mode, check how to induce mutations in the CCR5 delta 32 gene. Fitness consumption rate, 1.7/second. I will research it and tell you at the next meeting. One self-destruction mechanism for cells? After the meeting ended, Youngjun went to the lab instead of his office. Do we have Streptococcus pyogenes by chance? Asked Dr. Li Juchan when Youngjun ran into him at the lab entrance. I'm not sure. I think you're going to have to ask the microbes team for that. Youngjun called Choi Myung-jun right away. Hello. Do we have any strains of Streptococcus pyogenes stored in the lab? We don't have any of that in the building. We only have beneficial bacteria and a few types of pathogens. Choi Myung-jun replied. Streptococcus pyogenes was a type of bacteria that caused necrotizing fasciitis. ABio didn't have this bacteria as they had never studied the diseases related to this bacteria before, but not AGen, as they had a huge resource for research. There were numerous types of organisms kept at their company. Youngjun contacted the research support department and requested for Streptococcus pyogenes. He received the bacteria that evening, and it was shipped in the form of colonies in a solid culture medium. He also ordered some short strands of DNA, and those were shipped along with the bacteria as well. Using these, Youngjun obtained a DNA copy of one of the Streptococcus pyogenes genes. Ca9. Youngjun had named this great gene, it meant CRISPR-associated protein 9. From decades ago, there were reports about an unknown DNA sequence called CRISPR clustered regularly interspaced short palindromic repeats in bacteria. There were also frequent references to the biomaterials of various species associated with it. However, there was yet to be a clear explanation as to what CRISPR was. However, Rosaline showed Youngjun what no one knew. Ca9 is a type of genetic scissor that can cut exactly at the position you want. It is like the bacteria's immune system that they use to remove foreign genetic material. Youngjun's hands trembled as he thought about the potential Ca9 held. It can cut DNA exactly at the position I want. It was an item as revolutionary as induced pluripotent stem cells. Cutting DNA with genetic scissors was completely different than using scissors for paper crafts because DNA molecules were so minuscule that it was difficult to see even under a microscope. How would someone be able to cut that with handheld scissors? It was impossible. Cutting up DNA actually referred to a set of chemical reactions. The DNA strand would be cut when it was put in solution with genetic scissors at 37 C, but as it was being cut indirectly, it was very difficult to cut the DNA at a certain location. The method normally used was to decode the entire DNA sequence beforehand and find a unique sequence that only existed at one single location. Then, they would use genetic scissors that only recognized that one sequence to cut only at that location. This was similar to a program that found a certain word in a book and corrected it. One would find one unique word that was at a certain location, and then run a program to recognize and correct it. Of course, the designing process for this kind of work was extremely particular, and unfortunately, it would sometimes be impossible to manipulate it at all if they couldn't find a unique sequence. Still, many scientists have crafted small DNA fragments with this technology. Then, could one manipulate human DNA with this? In terms of characters, there were about 3 billion letters of DNA in a single human cell. That was about 15,000 books with 200 pages each. The amount of information wasn't just a single book, but a library. It would be impossible for a scientist to decode all that, but there was also no way for them to find a word that only existed once in the entire set of books. As such, putting genetic scissors with a human cell would just break the DNA into fragments since there would be several unique structures that the scissors would recognize. Those fragmented DNA pieces were useless and the cell would die as well. As such, it was near impossible to manipulate a certain gene in human cells. But you can set the location of the strand to be cut by Ca9. Design a long target to specify the desired location and put it in with Ca9. Then, only that location will be cut. Unlike existing genetic scissors that had a predetermined DNA structure to recognize, a person could determine the DNA structure Ca9 should recognize. For example, one would get a huge number of results if they searched up Liu Bei in a library database. But if they searched up Liu Bei shared drinks with Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, became sworn brothers, and took an oath to die at the same day and time, only books about the three kingdoms would come up out of the 15,000 books, and the search results would only contain the part about the Oath of the Peach Garden. The scientist could program Ca9 to find that sentence and correct it. As such, you are able to cut exactly at one desired location. Theoretically, any location out of the 3 billion strings of letters could be precisely targeted. This isn't just for manipulating CCR5. Youngjun felt chills run down his spine. If iPSC was a technology based on regenerative medicine, this was a technology based on gene therapy. Every type of genetic condition occurred because of a mutation in a gene. If they could precisely recognize and only cut the gene that was broken due to a mutation and repair it by adding a new gene, theoretically, all genetic conditions could be cured. Although, they still had a long way to go as it was just a base technology. Dr. Li, do you have the stem cells that you're going to differentiate into bone marrow? Asked Youngjun, who went to the bone marrow regeneration team's lab. Yes, we are growing them right now. Could you give me some? Youngjun said. I am going to manipulate CCR5. At a luxurious bar in Basel, Switzerland, a middle-aged man was waiting for someone with an expensive bottle of whiskey on the table. He was Luca Taylor, the CEO of Schematics. Later, a large man wearing a hat came into the room. Hello, the man said. Long time no see, Andrew. Andrew was a broker and lobbyist who helped Luca Taylor. His main areas of service were persuading the responsible departments in each country for overseas clinical trials and obtaining permission to sell new drugs from Schematics. However, he had done dirtier things than this. Andrew was one of the people that Luca Taylor trusted the most. Whiskey. Luca Taylor asked as he held up the bottle. I'm fine. I'm trying to cut back on drinking. Then Coke. Luca Taylor asked as he pointed to the Coke bottle. No, I'm okay. How is it going with ABio? Did some of your people join? Yes, a few have joined ABio. Are the things that Ryu Youngjun announced at the conference really being developed at ABio? Yes, it is exactly like he said. Although, I could not gather a lot of information as each team is thorough with experiment confidentiality. I can't believe it. They can really do that. I've heard through rumors that they are developing a stem cell treatment that can cure AIDS, Andrew said. An AIDS cure? How? I don't know how yet. Youngjun hasn't revealed it to anyone. It's probably difficult to copy easily even if you know how to do it. Stem cells were a minor field before iPSC technology came out. There weren't many world-renowned experts in that field, and since they all signed contracts with ABio already or are set to, it's going to be difficult for us as latecomers to catch up with them even if we figure out Ryu Youngjun's plan. That's true. Anyway, it worries me that they are making an AIDS cure. It's bothering me as well. I don't have the slightest clue as to what he is trying to do, but if it's released, all our antiretroviral drugs for HIV are going to retire. Probably. He cured glaucoma, cured Alzheimer, and he's going to make spines, bone marrow, and cure AIDS. He also said he's going to make organs. He really is Jesus reincarnated, isn't he? He's going to do all that in a year. Luca Taylor scoffed like it was ridiculous. But Ryu Youngjun really might be able to do it if you consider the things he has accomplished in the past 6 months. He had nothing back then, but like you said, all the world-renowned stem cell experts are on his side now. I also think that he will deliver on a significant amount of what he promised. That's why it's even more ridiculous. Seriously, in a year, AGen and ABio will dominate the pharmaceutical industry. We won't have space in the market. What are you going to do? Luca Taylor silently poured himself a glass of whiskey. Andrew, are you going to drink the Coke? Pardon? Oh, no. Luca Taylor took the bottle of Coke that was in front of Andrew. Ryu Youngjun is like this bottle of Coke. He is full of people's expectations. Then, he opened the lid slightly and vigorously shook it up and down. PSH. Pop. With the sound of air escaping, the bubbles rose to the top, pushed the lid out of the way and poured out of the opening. Shake him a little bit and let him explode, Luca Taylor said as he stared at the Coke bottle, which was pouring onto the table. Reputation and support in this industry is like a house of cards. The public isn't supporting him because they know the science behind it, it's just blind faith that's almost religious. The atmosphere will change in seconds if you show them evidence about the dangers. All drugs have side effects, and they will be used as drugs if the efficacy outweighs the side effects. It's all a matter of what is focused on. Do you have a plan? We have to destroy stem cells, which is the root of everything Ryu Youngjun is working on. We are going to use a strategy that spreads the perception that it is dangerous to the world. Like the time we destroyed Neural Clinics. Neural Clinics was a venture company, so just spreading the word that stem cells were dangerous and getting their funding cut off was enough to destroy them. But ABio has AGen supporting them. It's not that simple. Of course. Even if we instigate things, the truth will come out eventually, and ABio won't fall by then. That's right. And his funding won't be cut off since Ryu Youngjun has shown the world the possibility of successfully curing Alzheimer's. We can't get them in the same way we got Neural Clinics. Then what are you going to do? N/O/vel/B//in.C//om. We have to drag them down and catch up to their technology. You're going to get me to drag them down, right? We can't touch the clinical trial that he's supervising and conducting in Korea, but there's a product that has a clinical trial ending soon. The glaucoma one? That is going to go into commercialization in a couple months. That's right. That's the first technology ABio manufactured. If it becomes commercialized and provided worldwide, we can use it, too. Clinical trials end at phase 3, but that's only based on the standards of the general public. In the pharmaceutical industry, there's a phase 4. I understand what you're saying. Feedback on problems after commercialization. 2. Luca Taylor threw the empty Coke bottle into the trash can. We are going to aim for that and make Ryu Youngjun stumble. Just once is enough. When he's no longer overestimated and ABio is running around like headless chickens, we can steal some of his people and technology. We can catch up to him then. I understand. I will come up with a detailed plan. You're going to have to move pretty fast if there's only a month left until commercialization. Don't worry, sir. I thought you would say that, so I already started preparing it. Andrew grinned. Youngjun was greeting friendly faces in his office. It was Nicholas Kim, the CTO of AGen. I'm thrilled to see that your company already looks this good, Nicholas said. Thank you, Youngjun replied. I remember when you barged into the year-end seminar and went up to the podium. Nicholas was reminiscing. It was quite entertaining to see those violent lab directors all go silent in shock. Did you? You were so quiet that I didn't know you enjoyed that. Haha, I just thought you were an ingenious and bold oddball back then, but now I see that you are a good businessman as well. To build a hospital like that with donations. All I want to do is advance medicine. I believe you are capable of doing that, Dr. Ryu. How is Agen nowadays? Youngjun asked. It seems they were motivated after seeing A-Bio grow like this. Everyone is working hard. Although, the lab directors seem a little discouraged. Those hot-tempered people are capable of becoming discouraged. Doesn't someone's anger issues get resolved in front of people stronger than them? Nicholas said with a chuckle. Everyone is worried that you will take away their livelihood. Myself included. Haha, don't worry. I'm the CEO of A-Bio, but I am also a director of Agen. Of course. To be honest, I like the situation now. I like that the lab directors have become nicer as well. Are they nicer to scientists now? It seems like the directors are scared that the scientists will leave because they keep glancing at A-Bio. They have become quite nice. In particular, Director Gil Hyungjun is trying to get closer to the scientists by buying them coffee and giving them movie tickets. Ha ha ha, I can't even imagine what that would look like. I still clearly remember how he screamed at us during the seminar. That's why the young scientists call you Ryu Hyungwook. Ryu Hyungwook. They combined your name with a famous dog trainer. I heard the scientists talking about how there is no such thing as a bad director a few times. 1. Oh my god. As Youngjun chuckled in bafflement, Nicholas also chuckled. I also told the directors multiple times to be kind to their scientists, but they didn't listen to me. To be honest, I'm grateful for you, Dr. Ryu. In this atmosphere, Agen should be able to progress quicker. That's a relief. Please keep what I said a secret. Of course. Nicholas took a few sips of his tea. He hesitated a little, then said, Dr. Ryu, have you heard anything about the pharmaceutical cartels recently? One Kang Hyung-wook is a famous dog trainer on the TV show. There is no such thing as a bad dog, where Kang Hyung-wook trains violent and bad dogs to correct their behavior. Youngjun was about to take a sip of his coffee, but he raised his head to look at Nicholas Kim. The cartels? I haven't heard anything in particular, Youngjun said. Something is off, Dr. Ryu. The work you are doing right now is heavily threatening the livelihood of those companies. Agen included, but we're affiliated with you, so. Anyway, you haven't received any calls from those transnational pharmaceutical companies. They did contact me to do business together at the IUBM. What did you say? That I would consider it n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Did they contact you after that? Roche and Pfizer contacted me. We're going to have a business meeting soon, and I haven't heard from Schematics yet. Nicholas tapped his lip, then said hesitantly, I recently heard a few things about Schematics. What is it? Schematics is making a next-generation hospital in India. It's the first I'm hearing of this. To be exact, Schematics has a hospital they sponsored in India, and they are going to renovate the facilities to make a next-generation hospital. Why are they not doing that in Switzerland or the US, where they have their headquarters, but in India? That's the part that bugs me, Dr. Ryu. The glaucoma treatment is being commercialized soon, right? Yes. You're making it into a kit, right? There are two products. One is a stem cell and optic nerve production service done at A-Bio, and the other is a stem cell production kit that can make it. Can you tell me a little bit more about the kit? To use the glaucoma treatment, you have to extract the patient's somatic cells and put a few types of genes into it using a virus. You also have to add a few genes when you differentiate it into optic nerves, Youngjun explained. It's easier than you think if you have the virus, but making the virus is quite fussy. So, we are going to make the virus and sell it as a stem cell creation kit. The somatic cell will differentiate automatically if you put a single drop of the virus solution in it. We are only going to supply the product to verified biological experiment agencies. After creating stem cells and optic nerves, we are going to verify them with a technology like FACS and use it to treat patients at hospitals associated with them. You're saying that you are going to link biological experiment agencies all around the world with their local hospitals because there aren't a lot of hospitals that have technicians to carry out the optic nerve differentiation, right? And you're going to supply the kits to make the differentiation more convenient. Yes, it's a good idea, but don't do it, Nicholas said. Let's only make stem cells and optic nerves under your supervision and only use the treatment at A-Bio's hospital. There will definitely be people from pharmaceutical cartels that challenge the safety of that kit. Our research shows that the kit is completely safe. And we used a lot of stem cells and optic nerve cells produced by the kits in the clinical trial. And if there really is a safety problem that wasn't identified in the clinical trial, it would be right to dispose of the product. If that happens, I will dispose of all of it, Youngjun said. That's not what I am saying, Dr. Ryu. You know what kind of people the pharmaceutical cartels are, don't you? Nicholas said like he was frustrated. They might sabotage you even worse than anything you can imagine. They might test the kit, artificially produce negative results, then attack you with it. They could, Youngjun said. And you are still going to use that kit? Then, what if you only do it in places within your scope for now? You can take your time supplying the product to the world with the kits, right? Youngjun took a sip of his coffee. There was a moment of silence. Nicholas was staring at Youngjun with worry in his eyes. Thank you for your consideration, but Mr. CTO, Youngjun said. My enemy is not schematics, Roche, or Pfizer. The enemy that I have been fighting against since I was an undergraduate student who didn't know much, even before joining AGEN and going into graduate school, was disease itself. Phew. If I take a step back because I'm afraid of the pharmaceutical company's sabotage and limit this new technology that I can supply worldwide to Korea and ABio, it will reduce the risk to my company, Youngjun said. But it's not like that risk goes away. Patients from all over the world will share that risk together. ABio's hospital in Korea. If we limit treatment with limited space and manpower, patients will have to wait a long time, fly long distances, and they are going to need more time and money. Eventually, the number of people who cannot receive treatment will rise exponentially as you go towards developing countries. But schematics will definitely sabotage you, Nicholas said. Then I will just fight them with science, Youngjun said. I will accept it if their attacks are reasonable, and if there is a problem with it, I will just destroy it with clear evidence and knowledge. I don't know how to take the long way or lay low to protect others' livelihoods. Isn't that the principle of learning and the right thing to do? There is only the truth and advancement in science. If there are any side effects on society that occur in the process of advancement, it should be taken care of, but I don't think that includes the livelihood of schematics or Roche. Nicholas massaged his eyes with his hands like he was getting a headache. I heard that you lost your younger sister to liver cancer. That's right. I think that has become a source of trauma for you, causing you to be obsessive. You can't treat all patients this quickly. Even if there is a shortcut, you have to know how to go the long way if that path is dangerous. You have to be more careful about doing significant work that might improve the medical community, Nicholas said. Dr. Ryu, how many pipelines do you have for stem cells? Glaucoma, Alzheimer's, spine, bone marrow, cartilage, skin, organoids. A total of 7. You started too many things at once. You probably made that many enemies. If backed up into a corner, a mouse will bite the cat. If those mice transmit diseases or eat away at our future food source, I will gladly get bitten and fight them. You are determined. You know me. Nicholas suddenly smiled. All right. He nodded. I don't care what anyone says, but I like your unwavering personality. I'm just worried that it will destroy your future, Dr. Ryu. Thank you. But don't worry too much. I'm fine. All right. If you have difficulties, please tell me. I'm not as smart as you, but I know how dirty this industry can be, more than you. I will definitely be of help. Thank you. After Nicholas left, Youngjun leaned back in his chair. I really cannot understand you. Rosaline said. If you are worried about the harm that the pharmaceutical cartels will do to you, there is a much easier way. What is it? I'll design a few viruses for you, and then you can go meet the company's board members and infect them. They'll end up in a long-term coma. They will not think of touching you if their management collapses. It'll be hard for them to even keep their company running. No, don't do that. It's not like we're killing them, right? We just have to let them lay down for a few years. We can wake them back up after you dominate the pharmaceutical industry, right? How can you say something so crazy and insane as if you're saying that you want to grab burgers for lunch today? I have analyzed your morals and ethics for a long time. In my opinion, this is not unethical. This is the fastest choice for the improvement of universal health, and it is safe because we are not taking their lives. And since they will not be criticized by the shareholders if they are sick and laying in bed, unable to run their company, it will give them a reason for their loss. It's a win-win for both. I don't have the right to do something like that. It's not like they caused me harm or anything. There's a possibility they will. No, if police run into an extremely agitated criminal, they will subdue them and put cuffs on them to take away their freedom of movement. That isn't considered immoral to you, right? It is the same thing. It's a no, man. Then what are you going to do? I can stop them if they attack you directly, but they might attack you more politically. Rosaline said, if I was the CEO of a multinational pharmaceutical company and my livelihood is being threatened by you, I would find a problem with your kit, like Nicholas said. They will do something like that? If I were them, I would cause a problem with the patient. After causing a fatal eye disease, I will say that it was a side effect from your treatment kit. Youngjun put down the coffee he was drinking. I hope they don't go that far, but there is a possibility they will do that. Maybe. They might prove that there was no problem with the administration of the treatment itself by using a renowned doctor, and sabotage me by saying that my kit is the problem. I would do that if it was me. What are you going to do? If they mess with the patient, I will show them hell. But I can't make all the directors brain dead even before they do anything just because I think they are going to commit a crime. I have my own way. I'll hide a counterattack in the kit, so don't worry. Aha. Are you going to do something like revealing that it was caused by schematics when a patient gets a fatal disease like cancer? No, a patient will not get hurt, Youngjun said. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. After Carpentier joined the company, the progress of the study had risen sharply. In just a month, numerous tissue regeneration experiments based on stem cells had quickly progressed. Results had started coming out one by one as he took charge of the spine and bone marrow. But surprisingly, the work that had the fastest progress was organoids, the hardest one. As you said, we three-dimensionally grew 4 types of epithelial cells and an intestine stem cell at the same time, Chen Jimyang presented at the meeting. We had some trouble with getting the right ratio and the gene expression level, but these are the results. He went to the next slide. There were pictures of circular cell structures. It looked like a dandelion. People who didn't know much would wonder what kind of intestine looks like this, but Youngjun looked at it interestingly. We created the endoderm first by promoting TGF- signaling. Then, we created the stomach structure by treating the FGF4 and WNT3A, Chen Jimyang said. I will explain each cell in the picture in order. This is the enterocyte, over here and here are goblet cells and the enteroendocrine cell. And the cells on the outside are intestine stem cells. Chen Jimyang explained the pictures in order. They are still the size of my thumbnail. This can't replace the small intestine, but theoretically, we can use this to cultivate artificial small intestines if grown in large quantities. But it will cost a lot of money to do that, right? There is still the question of whether we can grow this into an organ with current technology, but even if we can do it, the materials for growing them would cost an astronomical amount of money, Shin Jimyang said. It's fine. It's a big deal that you made an organoid in the first place. It's already worthy as the front page of Nature. Good work, Youngjun replied. And this doesn't need anything like a clinical trial. The research is done if you successfully created organoids. Dr. Chen and our organoids team, good work. From now on, we will use this organoid in the next generation's hospital to precisely diagnose patients with Crohn's or tumors in their small intestines and treat them. Haha, thank you. We almost died while making it, but it feels rewarding. Was it really hard? We stayed up for days. It's difficult enough to differentiate and grow one cell, but to tie 5 different types of cells together and grow them simultaneously to create a 3D structure was, I don't know. It was a very, very creative attempt to put it really nicely. Haha, it was crazy, I admit it. To be honest, I didn't think you would do it this quickly. It's because you designed the strategy for us. It's still an amazing speed, even considering that. A lot of world-class scientists joined the company, so we have to work hard to not get fired, Chen Jimyang said playfully. Anyway, sir, give us a lot of bonuses since we all worked hard. Of course. I will give you a vacation as well. And when you come back, let's try making the next organoid. The next organoid. Let's increase the difficulty a little and try liver organoids, Youngjun said. The life kind of drained out of Shin Jimyang's face. Yes, we will do that. Don't spend the night and overwork yourselves. You have to take care of your team's health for the long run, Youngjun said. Oh, and Dr. Chen, please write a paper that you succeeded in creating organoids. You can be the first author and please distribute the order of authors to your members. I will leave it to you. Okay, I will enter you as the corresponding author. The first author was usually the frontline scientist who did the experiment, but the corresponding author was the project's supervisor and manager. If the first author was a graduate student, the corresponding author would be the professor. All right, you should send it to Science. It will be on the cover since it's big, Youngjun said. I didn't think I would ever write the cover of Science, Chen Jimyang said with a giggle. Yes, if there aren't any other papers. The manuscript for the paper was still being written, but the news that they had succeeded in creating a small intestine organoid swept through the company and spread a sense of motivation. Let's steal the cover of Science, Carpentier said during his meeting with the spinal regeneration team. I sincerely congratulate the organoid team's performance, but we can't fall behind, right? Let's work hard and yield good results. Regeneration of the spinal nerve can go up against organoids. If we see results in mice experiments, we could be able to surpass organoids. Then, the Science cover is ours. Carpentier chuckled. It's like archery, Dr. Gu Chanyol said. Archery. It's a sport that Korea is proud of, and the competition to choose the national team is more intense than the Olympic gold medal match. I don't watch archery, so I don't know. Anyway, we have made good progress on our project, so let's work hard and have it out. But the competitor for the cover of Science was something no one expected, and it was a much more powerful result than organoids or spinal regeneration. ABio finished with phase 3 of the glaucoma treatment, the first ever stem cell therapy to be commercialized. ABio, the center of the stem cell treatment market. Just overnight, a huge amount of news poured out. The glaucoma treatment was finished with the third phase of its clinical trial. They had treated about 1,000 patients. Now, it was facing commercialization. In order for people to buy the stem cell and optic nerve differentiation kit, they had to receive basic training about the experimentation method from ABio, as ABio would not sell it unless one attended the session. Although ABio couldn't reimburse the transportation or accommodation expenses, the training itself was free. As such, scientists from all over the world swarmed to ABio after the third phase of the glaucoma clinical trial ended. Usually, ABio's stem cell experts would do the training, but Youngjun decided to give the first lecture himself as it was the first time. Look, there are 2 kits. They look like eye drops, right? 1 drop of solution will come out of them if you squeeze the bottle, Youngjun explained as he showed the kit to the audience. They are either called the first kit and second kit, or called the dedifferentiation and optic nerve differentiation kit. Youngjun dropped 1 drop of each solution onto a tissue to show them. First, you need to overexpress the genes SOX2, CMYC, OCT4, and KTF4 in order to dedifferentiate somatic cells to stem cells. Youngjun took a culture dish out of the incubator and showed it to the scientists. The sample of the patient's somatic cell you harvested onto the culture plate should look like this. There's a picture of a microscope beside it, right? Now, this somatic cell is mine, Youngjun said with a chuckle. We are going to add 10 drops of solution number 1, the dedifferentiation kit we developed. Drop, drop, There is a living virus in this solution. For you to handle this, you will have to get a laboratory inspection and permit from your respective countries, Youngjun said. This virus inserts the 4 genes I mentioned earlier into the somatic cell's DNA. Then, dedifferentiation occurs as these genes are expressed. Actually, all of the scientists here knew that as they had all read Youngjun's paper, but even so, they passionately wrote down everything that he was saying. The volume ratio is 1 drop per culture medium, and you must distribute the solution evenly across the culture plate. After 3 days, they will have become iPSC. Let's use iPSCs that I prepared beforehand since I have to show you how to do it. Youngjun pulled out another culture dish. It will look something like this after 3 days, and you can see that morphologically, it has the structure of a stem cell. You can also additionally verify it through things like DNA methylation analysis, Youngjun explained. I will leave that up to you. The next step is to make these iPSCs into optic nerves. Now, we use the second kit, the optic nerve differentiation 1. Drop. Youngjun put a few droplets of the solution from the optic nerve differentiation kit onto the culture medium. They will now differentiate into optic nerves. But at this step, you must use a culture medium that contains 5 micromoles of hydrocortisone, Youngjun said. It's not that difficult. Everyone will actually be doing this experiment for about 10 days here. I will hand out experiment protocol books so that you can read that and follow it after you leave. Thank you, I appreciate it. As they began their experiments, Youngjun silently observed them. There were several scientists from numerous countries, Switzerland, Britain, USA, France, and more. They were also affiliated with different places, some were part of huge pharmaceutical companies like Roche or Pfizer, and some were from venture companies he had never heard of. However, Youngjun had his eye on one person, Daniel. He was a scientist from schematics. He looked very friendly, but Youngjun wondered what kind of person he was. Whatever it was, he would get training for 10 days and buy the virus to take home. And there was a very high chance that it was going to be used in India. *****. Youngjun was sending someone an email from his office. Hello, this is Ryu Youngjun from ABio. I am sending you an email from the business card you gave me. There is something I want to ask as a favor. It might be a secretive talk. Please reply to this email if you are willing. Time passed, and it was now evening. Youngjun was getting ready to leave when he got an email on his phone. Please use the cell phone we sent you. Pick up the phone at 9 p.m. in Korea time. A cell phone they sent me. As Youngjun was confused, someone knocked on his office door. Sir, it's Yoo Sung-mi. Come in. Yoo Sung-mi was the secretary that was hired 3 days ago. She handed him a small package. Thank you. Youngjun opened the package to see a tacky-looking foldable phone in it. When it became 9 o'clock, he really got a call on this phone. Hello. Hello too. It was an electronic voice that had been altered. Hello, this is Ryu Youngjun. Nice to meet you. I called because you sent me an email, Dr. Ryu. It's James. It was Director James Holdren from the White House's Office of Science and Technology, the person he had met at his hotel before attending the Integrative Brain Disorder Conference in America. He was also the person who warned him about how the huge pharmaceutical cartels would pressure him. You have something you want to discuss with me? And secretly? Yes. I didn't know that you would ask for this type of call from someone like me. I thought you only took public and clean paths. I'm sorry for disappointing you. It's because it's about a patient's life. Haha, I'm joking. It's fine. Please, go ahead. Although, I think I know what this is about. I am developing a product that will treat glaucoma, Youngjun said. Yes, I heard the news. Congratulations. Word travels fast. Yes. And since I congratulated you, I will also warn you. From what I see, I think ABio is in danger because of that product. Have you heard something? You hear things you don't want to hear when you're in this position. You should go first, Dr. Ryu. I think the fact you contacted me means that you sensed danger as well. I heard that Schematics is building a next-generation hospital in India. Haha, yes. That's the information I got as well. I think that scientists need basic respect and trust toward other scientists in the same field. But to be honest, I can't help but feel suspicious. I think so as well. I hope that I'm just being overly anxious, but if they use my kit and try to ruin a patient's life, the situation will go south. I will be honest. In my opinion, Schematics will induce eye cancer in a patient. They already used that idea to attack Neural Clinic's new stem cell therapy. And there's a fine line between stem cells and cancer cells. The biggest thing that all scientists fear when using stem cell therapy is cancer. There's a big possibility that stem cells will cause cancer, right? I think so as well. And it's going to be hard for them to make a connection with the stem cells if they cause any other diseases. Of course. They can't pour acid in the patient's eyes and argue that it's because of your stem cells. It's not like they have the ability to melt eyes or something, so who would believe that? And if there is an immune response when it's the patient's own cell, it would mean that Schematics contaminated something while growing the cell, and if there is an infectious disease, it would mean that the doctor neglected good sanitation when doing the procedure. No matter what, they would be cutting off their nose to spite their face. That's right. But not eye cancer. If cancer occurs, they can strongly propose that it is because of stem cells. Even if they don't, people would think that it was because of the stem cells just from hearing that the patient got cancer. Probably. Cancer isn't something that can easily occur naturally. I would also think it was because of the stem cells as well. Yes. Then, how are you going to defend yourself when they do a press conference and say that Ryu Youngjun's stem cells aren't safe? Cancer won't happen. What are you talking about? That's what we've been speaking about this whole time? If you put in a large amount of stem cells and leave them, you get cancer. What I am saying is that schematics will only use one of your kits. They will use the first kit to dedifferentiate into stem cells and put it into the patient's eyes without using the second kit and differentiating it into optic nerves. A lot of stem cells will turn into cancer. And there will be no evidence that it was schematics' fault because people will just think that the cancer was caused by the stem cells that weren't fully differentiated into optic nerves. They will think that, oh, they don't all become optic nerves even if you use the second kit. If you're unlucky, the stem cells don't differentiate and it becomes cancer. Then, they will think it is dangerous because they wouldn't think that they only put in stem cells. Even if you just put in a huge amount of stem cells, you won't get cancer. Among the technology we are developing, there's a spinal nerve differentiation one. The differentiation rate is very low, but it's quite successful. Do you know how we do that? How? Because the differentiation rate is so low, we administer stem cells to the lesion in dosages that are 100 to 1,000 times larger. Holy, aren't you just administering a tumor at that point? Doesn't the cancer spread right away? We put a safety mechanism on it. The cells that don't differentiate in a certain period of time will trigger their apoptosis mechanism and die, Youngjun said. The optic nerve differentiation is the same as well. If the differentiation isn't promoted by the second kit, all the stem cells will die in 3 weeks. Originally, it was a safety mechanism that we put just in case. This was just in case an unskilled scientist didn't faithfully follow ABIO's protocol, or if they didn't thoroughly verify that the stem cells were properly made with something like FACS. It was to ensure that even if some undifferentiated stem cells that were left go into the patient's eyes, it doesn't cause cancer. James couldn't say anything. Nothing came out of his mouth because he was so shocked. This is possible. But if the scientist really made a mistake, most of the cells will be established in the retina because they are optic nerves. A very small number of stem cells will self-destruct in the patient's eye. So, most people don't know that there are stem cells left. They will just think that they've been cured. Probably. But what if a scientist just puts in a large amount of stem cells that haven't even started to differentiate into optic nerves in the patient's eye? James gulped. What happens? When the safety mechanism is activated, because there is a large number of stem cells, they will aggregate 3 due to the nature of the destruction process. The aggregated mass will be big, and it will look like a tumor from a glance. Then, if schematics reports something about cancer, it will mean that they didn't use the second kit and administered stem cells into the patient's eyes, Youngjun said. I will declare war at that moment. I will tell them to see whether the tumor on the patient's eye disappears in 3 weeks. If it does, I will tell them that it's not cancer, but the safety mechanism activating. I will argue about how scientists at a place like schematics did the experiment to get results like that. They are either so horribly unskilled that they forgot a step even after getting training from the production site, or they tried to cause cancer in the patient's eyes by purposely administering undifferentiated stem cells. Yes, Youngjun replied. And if it's the latter, I will do everything in my power to banish them from the scientific community forever. I guess I shouldn't be worried about you. The bomb is in schematics' hand. Then, what is it that you want to ask me for? There are 2 things. This probably won't happen, but please stop it if schematics doesn't use my kit at all and tries to induce a completely different disease in the patient. You don't have to worry about that. Schematics is still one of the greatest pharmaceutical companies in the world, and there are a lot of intellectuals there. They won't make a move that stupid. They would be shooting themselves in the foot if they did that. No matter what kind of disease they create, it will be hard for them to attack you if it's not cancer because people will think that they made a mistake, whether it's in the growing phase or the administration itself. And the truth will come out if they follow the evidence left on the patient's eye. Their only option is cancer, the biggest problem with stem cells. I think so as well. I am just trying to be prepared for anything out of worry. I see that I am also one of the safety mechanisms. Alright, what's your next request? If I do a press conference and go to war with schematics, they might try to remove the patient out of anxiety, Youngjun said. They might do that so that the world doesn't see that the thing they claimed was a tumor was actually just stem cells in the natural process of dying from the safety mechanism. I am saying that they will try to get rid of the evidence. They could do that. In that case, please protect the patient n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Now I get why you called me, and why it was so secretive. Yes, you are asking me to move the CIA, right? Yes, that's right. James smiled. I will report this to the president and begin. And I will also get you more information on this. If schematics reports of a tumor, I will let you know how far up the ladder it goes. Thank you. Don't forget to partner with the National Cancer Institute and build ABIO's cancer research lab here. Of course. This is a Korean meme originating from a news anchor reporting about how a person stole the certificate of a registered seal, which the actual owner provided to use their car as collateral for loans, and stole the car. The anchor says, now, this somatic cell is mine to reenact how the car was stolen. 2 spoken in English. The rest of Youngjun's conversation with James is in English. 3 A process in which cells clump together. Every second week of March is World Glaucoma Week. It's a week of campaigns to raise awareness for glaucoma, one of the 3 major causes of blindness. The organizers of this week are the World Health Organization, the World Glaucoma Association, and the World Glaucoma Patient Association. Professor Shin Youngju of Yunyi Hospital said on the radio, "Oh, I didn't know there was something like that. World Glaucoma Week?" The interviewer replied to Shin Youngju, "Yes. Coincidentally, the second week of March happens to be the week when Phase 3 of the glaucoma trial ends. I think this year's glaucoma campaign will be quite hopeful," Shin Youngju said. "Then maybe this week will be called the Glaucoma Conquering Week from now on," the interviewer said with a chuckle. "That's right. Especially with ABIO's product, not only are they providing the treatment, but they made a stem cell production kit and have decided to supply it to the world. With this product, you can easily design stem cells and optic nerves with patients' somatic cells from anywhere around the world," Shin Youngju explained. "Wow, so are you saying that we can do it without a scientist?" "Haha, no. You still need someone who studied stem cell differentiation. People will be able to make somatic cells into optic nerves following the experimentation method provided by ABIO after receiving training from them." "I see. But the efficiency of the treatment increases exponentially compared to if ABIO and their hospital treats patients." "Of course. Yes. There are more than 45 million glaucoma patients in the world. That's the entire population of Korea. How could the ABIO hospital treat them all by itself? And because glaucoma originates from age, the patients don't have much time either. It's hard for them to wait for their turn," Shin Youngju said. "I see," the interviewer replied. "ABIO would have earned a lot of money, and their stocks would have surged if they just provided the treatment and monopolized it. Perhaps this way would have been better to establish their identity as the first ever next-generation hospital," Shin Youngju added. "But I think that the fact that they went out of their way to develop a kit and have decided to supply it to the entire world was truly a humanitarian decision. They were thoughtful of the people who wanted to see their grandchildren's faces just one more time before they died. It was truly brave and clever. I personally think highly of their decision." Even before the excitement subsided, there was more breaking news. Launching of ABIO's next-generation hospital. Alzheimer's expert, Professor Koh Ingak of Sunio Hospital joins ABIO. Professor Rebecca of the Johns Hopkins Brain Science Institute joins ABIO. Professor Sung Yo Han, the first primary doctor of the glaucoma trials, joins ABIO. The doctors of ABIO's next-generation hospital will be the best in the world from the start. Articles poured out. ABIO Hospital performing glaucoma treatment and accepting appointments. ABIO secures small intestine organoid technology and will use it when treating patients with intestinal diseases. Artificial organ technology comes within reach. A new paradigm of intestinal disease treatment. Organoids in one hand, stem cell therapy in the other. What kind of place is ABIO? More precise diagnoses, more powerful treatment. The internet was going wild. Holy crap. It was the 21st century yesterday. What century are we in today? They destroyed one of the 3 blindness-causing diseases. WTF. I don't even know what an organoid is. Everything that's been coming out recently is so out of this world. All I can manage to understand with my brain is glaucoma. Current med student here. I'm glad and also sad at how the amount of testable material is increasing. I can't believe we're treating glaucoma. My father has glaucoma. I should take him there. Are there a lot of appointments? But isn't it still dangerous? We don't know if it's safe or not. It already cured 1,000 patients. Cure rate is 100% and the side effect rate is 0. Statistics don't lie. Don't ever ignore Phase 3 again. But the good news was far from over. As they had sown many seeds at once, there was a lot to reap. A new drug that was more impactful than the glaucoma treatment or organoids had finally entered clinical trials. ABIO's AMUC, a type 2 diabetes treatment, enters the first phase of clinical trials. This news was so powerful that it completely outweighed all the other good news that came out about ABIO. 300 million people from all over the world suffered from this disease. Everyone's eyes were on ABIO. As ABIO showed huge results right before AMUC went into clinical trials, the impact this news gave was stronger. Since they had conquered glaucoma and organoids, areas that seemed impossible, there were high expectations that the same thing was going to be possible with diabetes. This is insane. Samuel, the editor of the American Association for the Advancement of Science and its journal, Science, was screaming out of joy. How many cover-worthy papers are we getting? A type 2 diabetes treatment, commercialization of the glaucoma treatment, and organoids? Organoids! Samuel exclaimed in excitement. Jesse, should we buy a lottery ticket? With this luck, don't you think we're going to win the Powerball or something? We have a lot of important papers, so let's not get distracted and focus on editing these well. It's over if we make a bad impression and we lose Dr. Ryu to nature. Ha ha ha, never. But seriously, how can a company like this exist? They got all of this data in just a couple months. They studied type 2 diabetes and glaucoma for over 6 months, Jesse pointed out. Only 6 months. Even in the last half-century, there was no work that crushed type 2 diabetes this much. And glaucoma was an incurable disease. Ding! Jesse's phone rang. We got another paper from ABIO, Jesse said. The first author is Carpentier. Study of spinal nerve differentiation with induced pluripotent stem cells. Oh God, thank you, Father. Thank you for letting me live in the same generation as them. Samuel shouted. Jessie tried her best to smile. Samuel stood up from his seat and got close to her. What did they do? How should I know? I just got the paper too. In the abstract. It says that they succeeded in regenerating spinal nerves. They performed the treatment on spinal damage model mice and succeeded in making them walk. If this was a civilization game, Korea would claim the scientific victory. 1. I don't play games, so I don't know what you're talking about. Jesse looked through the paper, then found something. Oh, but if you look at the letter to the editor, they're asking us to publish this slowly. Why? It says that they have to put an embargo on the automatic death technology for stem cells for a while. Okay, we can do that for sure. Other than that, Samuel, what do you think about releasing an ABIO edition? This definitely deserves a special feature. It's going to be difficult to choose a cover, but this is crazy. Seriously, if all of this is true, ABIO will dominate the first 50 pages of this month's Science. Let's get an interview from Dr. Ryu when we release the feature. Nov. L. B //JNN. Good idea. You're going to go, right? Of course. I think ABIO will publish more papers, so why don't you just stay there instead of coming back? You're joking, right? I am, but I can seriously consider it if you want. Let me go to Korea first. Jesse, think about the day when all of this technology gets commercialized and provided to patients. It's insane. It's not just a step forward in medicine, you know that, right? It's like accelerating on a car, Jesse agreed. Samuel, the glaucoma treatment kit was commercialized and released, right? I think that will be key. If that is safe and works perfectly all around the world, ABIO will have a clear path ahead of them. Fahaha. They had 1,000 patients for their third phase, and their cure rate was 100%. The power of ABIO's clinical data is probably legendary in the pharmaceutical industry. Since it's the first ever stem cell therapy, Dr. Ryu probably conducted it really strictly because he was worried about people doubting its safety. What kind of accidents will happen? Samuel laughed. He said, anyway, hurry up and go to Korea. Do you know how many papers I am editing right now? I have to finish that and go. Oh, you can push that back a few days. This is a paper from Harvard Med, too. I'll talk to them myself if they say something to us because the editing is taking too long. So, hurry along. I'll book the ticket for you. Okay. *****. India was called the world's pharmacy. It was because this was where all types of new drugs were replicated. The reason this was possible was because the Indian government's patent laws were a little different than the world's. Normally, the drug had to show novelty or some sort of special advancement when getting a patent for a new drug. But the Indian government was very generous regarding this issue. They acknowledged it as a new drug even if it was slightly different, and they disregarded existing patents from multinational pharmaceutical companies in their country. They had a lot of conflict with international companies because of this, but the company that had the worst relationship with them was Schematics. Schematics was selling a drug named Gleevec that treated leukemia at a very high price, but India made a replicate drug. Schematics immediately sued the companies that designed the replicate drug, but the Indian government didn't care about the international verdict and just protected their own companies. To be completely honest, the Indian government had completely ignored international patent laws. But it was also true that Schematics could no longer sell Gleevec however they wanted, making a net profit that was 100 times more than the production cost, as the Gleevec replicate drug manufactured in India made its way around the world. If this goes well, the Indian government will also take on some damage. They're basically failing once at getting on stem cell therapy, the world's new medical trend. Luca Taylor, the CEO of Schematics, was sitting in his office, lost in thought. Bzzz. His phone rang. Hello, it's Andrew. I'm calling you to give you an update. Good. How is it going? Dr. Daniel got a kit and has safely returned to Schematics India. Yes. Luca Taylor clenched his fists. We gathered quite a lot of patients, but we are thinking of inducing cancer in one of them. Andrew said. The success rate was 100% for 1,000 people, so it would be weird if there were a bunch of cancer patients. That's true. How many patients are there? We have gathered around 100 people. We are only going to induce cancer in one of them. Who are they? I hate people like family or something like that begging and pleading, you know that, right? You have to do this as quietly as possible. Of course. We have been advertising that Schematics India is using the new glaucoma treatment and treating the poor, free of charge, for charity. Andrew said. The Dalit 2, beggars from Mumbai, and a sick, lonely elderly man all the way from New Delhi. It was a hassle bringing him here. Who is the target? The old man. The old man is over 70. Even if we induce cancer in him, it won't have much of an impact. People might just say that it's because he's old since there were no reports of side effects when they treated 1,000 patients in the clinical trial. Good. Great job. Then, who's the target? It's a man named Ardip. He's in his 30s, and he's healthy except for the fact that he has glaucoma. He has a limp in one of his legs, but it's okay. He was born in a prostitution hole, and his mother died as soon as he was born, meaning he has no family. He grew up running errands for the gang members that managed the prostitution hole for food and was beaten regularly. He wasn't educated and he has no relatives either. Alright, good. What stage are you at right now? We have obtained the patient's somatic cells and have treated it with the first kit. After the dedifferentiation ends, we will begin the surgery. Who did you say was the lead surgeon? It is Professor Martin from France. He specializes in eye diseases and is highly respected in medicine. He put his gown on to come to this crappy neighborhood and examine patients in the spirit of service. You picked a good person. You set up a CCTV in the operating room. Of course. We got Professor Martin's consent as well. Alright. If we did this much and we release the video, we can sway the public that the procedure itself wasn't the problem. Let's use Professor Martin's reputation, Luca Taylor said. No matter how good Martin is, unless he has microscopes for eyes, how can he know whether he has stem cells or optic nerves in his needle? I will contact you if there are any updates. Okay, good work. After ending the call, Luca Taylor put his legs up on his desk. India. A garbage country that only knows how to replicate drugs, he said to himself. This is why Asian monkeys who haven't properly developed new drugs can't make it. Look at them opening their markets right away as soon as Ryu Youngjun makes a product that's getting famous. Other countries reacted quite passively to Youngjun's glaucoma treatment. Even though he had results of successfully treating 1,000 patients, the government's regulations did not ease. As it was the first ever stem cell therapy, they were going to see the vibe of how it was going in other countries and slowly lift their regulations. However, the reason that pharmaceutical companies from all over the world sent their technicians to ABIO to be trained was that they knew the regulations would be lifted soon. It wasn't easy to get amazing results like a cure rate of 100% on 1,000 patients. They were still prohibiting stem cell therapies because they were waiting for the right time. But this was an opportunity for Luca Taylor. Once they lift regulations and begin administering the glaucoma treatment, it would be too late for them. It would just be considered a huge outlier among the overwhelming amount of successful results from all over the world. Strike first. Luca Taylor had to dominate it first. Before other countries began glaucoma treatment, he had to reveal the side effects to the public and shock them to create a fearful environment. That was why Luca Taylor picked India. As loose as their regulations on new drug patents were, they weren't that picky about using new drugs either. To be honest, Pfizer, Johnson and Coulson, AGen should all be grateful to me. Luca Taylor leaned back in his chair and raised his glass. It was a bit of an early toast. I'm giving them time from that pharmaceutical monster. They should use this opportunity to get ahead. Venture companies are like a house of cards, so they'll come falling down with one hit, and we can steal some people and technology in the meantime. He finished his drink. A good plan. He thought his plan to screw over India, the people he found most irritating, and Youngjun at the same time was brilliant. Luca Taylor was satisfied. 1. There are various types of victories in civilization games, one of which is the science victory, the ending given after becoming the most advanced in science and technology. 2. A word that refers to members of a low-class Hindu group that is outside the caste system. This word was declared illegal in India and Pakistan. It was used in this sentence as Andrew and Luca are being very demeaning and do not view these patients as people, but subjects they are using to screw over Youngjun. A lot of scientists at ABIO took turns having interviews with Jessie. Because Youngjun volunteered to be the very last, she met with Carpenter's spine regeneration team, Chen Jimyung's organoid team, and Choi Myungjun's type 2 diabetes team. Spinal regeneration still has a long way to go. We did see results in mice experiments, but the experimental group was small. Also, we have to do monkey experiments due to the nature of the research to finish preclinical experiments, Carpenter said. The small intestine organoid has a lot of room for future applications in the research and treatment of various diseases, including Crohn's disease. Oh, we spent nights making progress because we were motivated as well. We were like, finally, it's done, boom, organoids. But now, our CEO wants to do livers as well. If you can you add a job posting at the end of this interview? Our team is dying right now, Chen Jimyung said. All of this success was created from our CEO's critical insight and brilliant ideas. All we did was strictly follow the basic strategy he designed and control various factors and conditions. Similar to how you can be the first in your class if you study by the book, we developed a MOOC following the direction of our CEO, Choi Myungjun said. I heard that you developed this in collaboration with Cell-Igener. Could I meet someone from Cell-Igener? Jessie asked. I think you'll have to go to Cell-Igener for that. They don't work here. Cell-Igener, it was a venture company that became pretty famous at the IUB. Jessie had heard that they were doing a collaborative project with ABIO. Thank you. I'll head there. But the key scientist who does probiotics probably isn't there. They're in India. India. Yes. They secured a good investor at the IUB, and it's some wealthy man from India. So, the CEO of Cell-Igener and that scientist went to India to get some funding. Thank you. Are you going to go to Cell-Igener? I think I'm going to have to think about it if neither the CEO or the key scientist is there. I'll go see the clinical trial scientists first. *****. Jessie went to AGen. She visited the stem cells department and the clinical trial management center that conducted the glaucoma trial and interviewed the people responsible. She also met Sung Yo-han, the primary doctor from Sunyoo Hospital who was in charge of the clinical trial. Why did you move to ABIO? Jessie asked during the interview. Actually, the reason Sung Yo-han moved hospitals was because he heard that Sunyoo Hospital had a conflict with Professor Koh In-guk and Youngjun over the Alzheimer's clinical trial. There were quite a lot of doctors who were disappointed in the hospital because of that, and a few doctors left as Koh In-guk, who was very respected in the hospital, moved to ABIO. I wanted to come work here from the moment I heard that it was being built, Sung Yo-han said. But I had to finish the clinical trial I was doing at Sunyoo Hospital, so I finished it and came here. Sunyoo Hospital must miss you. Patients will come to see you, the primary doctor of the clinical trial, and now they will go to Abio, not Sunyoo. It doesn't matter what hospital patients get treated at, as long as they get better. You are right, Jessie replied. She was almost done with her interview. After finishing it, she came back to Abio and met Youngjun. It's been a while, Dr. Ryu. Jessie greeted Youngjun brightly. Nice to see you. How have you been? Abio has been giving us papers like carpet bombing. It's all thanks to our scientists who work hard on their experiments. Jessie did a short interview with Youngjun. It was about how the next generation hospital was going to be run, which research had the fastest progress and things like that. You have been providing your glaucoma treatment kit to the entire world. Have you heard anything about where it is being used? I imagine I'll be hearing things soon, but I haven't heard anything yet either. But I heard that Schematics India, a hospital that Schematics sponsors, is remodeling into a next generation hospital and providing glaucoma treatment. Really? Jessie said. Yes. Wow. We'll be hearing good news soon. Youngjun just smiled quietly as he watched Jessie exclaim in joy. After about 30 more minutes, Jessie got up from her seat. I had a great time today. I will call you again. Jessie. Youngjun called her. Yes. When are you going back? Since I came here already, I took a couple days off to have some fun and get some rest. I will leave in about a week. I see. Then you might hear some important news during your stay. Important news. Jessie's eyes shone. Yes. There's something I heard about, and I think it's going to come out in a few days. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. What kind of news was this that the person who had mastered all kinds of new technologies would call it important? Jessie was prepared to cancel her flight to see that. And what Youngjun said turned out to be right. It was around 8 in the evening when Jessie was having a late dinner at a Korean restaurant after Jessie visited a bunch of places. As she was scrolling through her social media on her phone from boredom, she saw a news article pop up. Breaking news, eye cancer found in a patient in Navi Mumbai, India, who was being treated for glaucoma. What? Jessie's eyes widened. She only recognized a few words with her Korean, which she had learned a little bit of after her first interview with Youngjun, but she understood what it was right away. She quickly searched on the internet, then called Samuel right away. Jessie, isn't it too early in the morning to call? I thought it was my alarm. Samuel, look at the news right now. Is it airing there, too? What news? A patient in India who was treated for glaucoma with Abio's product has eye cancer. What? Schematics is announcing it right now. What the? I'll go look at it right now. Nature will write this as their headline. If there is a problem with the glaucoma treatment, it could damage us because we published the paper. Alright, calm down. First, I have to see Schematics announce this. I'll watch it and then get back to you. After hanging up, Samuel turned on his computer right away. Luca Taylor, the CEO of Schematics, was doing a press conference. We are sponsoring an Indian hospital, Schematics India, as part of our international medicine charity. India Schematics recently purchased Abio's glaucoma treatment kit, and it was used by the hospital's scientists and doctors to treat patients. Most of them are improving, but we have discovered that one patient has developed eye cancer. Who are you referring to when you say the hospital's scientists? Asked the reporter. We got volunteers from the stem cell experts at Schematics and sent them to Abio. They learned stem cell dedifferentiation technology from CEO Ryu Youngjun himself and worked on optic nerve differentiation at India Schematics. Are you saying that there were scientists who could do optic nerve differentiation at the hospital? That's right. We were inspired by Abio's growth and decided to quickly follow their pace. We set up dedifferentiation facilities for stem cells and provided technicians to India Schematics in order to make it into the second next-generation hospital in the world. Is there a possibility that the reason a patient developed eye cancer was not because of the optic nerves, but the doctor's mistake? It cannot be. We were trying to grow this hospital out of humanitarian and welfare purposes. We recruited Professor Martin, the best eye doctor expert in the world, all the way from France. Additionally, the entire treatment process was recorded by the security camera in the operating room, and there were no problems in the procedure, Luca Taylor said. And even if you make a mistake in the procedure, a tumor doesn't suddenly begin growing unless you shoot the patient with radiation or something. There were no other factors that could have caused cancer. How is the patient? We are preparing for surgery, but we are in a predicament as it is very difficult to remove it due to the nature of the tumor. Are you sure that it is a tumor? We are sure, Luca Taylor said. He was a businessman now, but he was once one of the best scientists in the world. Luca Taylor was careful about what he was doing. The most certain way to determine that it was a tumor was to take it out with surgery and analyze it. But the evidence would be tampered with in that case, as the tumor had to be revealed to the world while it was in the patient's eye. Then, what was an indirect way to determine it? They could observe how the tumor changed. If it was just the aggregation of normal cells, it would disappear in about 3 days. But the tumor was growing even after 5 days. The tumor is growing continuously. It is unfortunate, but India Schematics Hospital does not have the facilities to remove the patient's tumor. As such, we are going to transfer them to another country to treat them because the longer it takes, the worse it is for the patient. We are going to be as fast as possible, Luca Taylor said. There were no patients who developed tumors during the clinical trials, so why did one occur here? Asked one of the reporters. Most of the people who participated in the clinical trial were Korean, right? I believe that a difference in genetic background could have caused this. Whatever it is, what's clear is that the safety of this technology hasn't been proven enough to be distributed to the world, Luca Taylor said. It is the first ever stem cell therapy, and it is a technology that uses stem cells, a type of cell that is not that different from cancer cells. We need to be a lot more careful with this than other drugs. As the reporters were writing down what Luca Taylor was saying for their article, ring, one of the reporters' phones rang. When they took it out and read the message, they were shocked. Ryu Youngjun, the CEO of ABio, is going to have a press conference in Korea right now. A press conference. They were doing a press conference here right now, and Youngjun was fighting back right away. He reacted so fast it was as if he was waiting for it. The reporters murmured. Luca Taylor, who had become pretty sharp and quick from being a businessman for a long time, sensed danger.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Something's wrong. *****. Right now, Schematics is making an issue about the safety of ABio's glaucoma treatment kit. They said that a tumor occurred in the eye of a patient who was treated with the kit, Youngjun said in front of the reporters. Jessie wasn't a reporter, but she was also here. Flash, click. The reporters continuously took photos and wrote notes. But that is not a tumor, Youngjun said firmly. That is the result of the activation of the safety mechanism included in the stem cell treatment kit. Safety mechanism. The reporters began talking amongst themselves. When you use the first kit, the virus attaches a gene called TP54, a self-destruction gene, on the end of a gene called LOX3. Because the cells that haven't been differentiated into optic nerves keep expressing LOX3, TP54 also gets expressed, resulting in self-destruction after a period of time, Youngjun said. This process becomes suppressed by the virus in the second kit. As the cells differentiate into optic nerves and LOX3 gets suppressed, TP54 is no longer expressed. This algorithm triggers self-destruction in the stem cell state, but does not when they become optic nerves. The reason why we made this system was because we were worried that a minuscule amount of stem cells could remain during the treatment process and cause side effects. It is a type of safety mechanism. As such, our stem cells do not cause cancer even if they go into the affected area. Clack clack clack. The reporters' typing noises filled the room. The reporters could not follow Youngjun's explanation right away, but Jessie, who was a former scientist, could understand what he was saying right away. It was truly shocking. Countless scientists had been working hard to make nerves out of stem cells and treat patients with them. The reason that glaucoma was an incurable disease was because they couldn't do that. But not only did Youngjun conquer that step, but he went beyond that. Now, he had eliminated the side effect, which occurred in extremely low probabilities. How can this work? Jessie felt euphoric as if she was engulfed in religion or something. When everyone was praising Youngjun that the technology was an innovative advancement, he wasn't satisfied and devoted himself to research, taking the next step. Not advancing doesn't mean stagnation, but regress. Jessie remembered what he said during his last interview. She got goosebumps thinking about what he said. Youngjun said, then what is the tumor in the patient's eye? If only a small amount of stem cells remain in the patient's eye, the destruction process cannot be monitored because they are too small. But if a large amount is administered, the stem cells create a clump of cells due to aggregation after time. From the outside, it looks like a tumor. The thing that Luca Taylor determined to be cancer was that. Youngjun did not refer to Luca Taylor as the CEO of Schematics, nor did he respectfully address him by doctor as a fellow scientist. He just called him by his name, Luca Taylor. Some of the reporters picked up on Youngjun's slightly aggressive tone. They could sense that something bigger was going to come out. I actually want to think that it was because Schematics is just extremely lacking. I want to believe that even though the scientists there received training from ABio and the experiments spoon-fed to them, they were just unable to do it because they lacked the skills, Youngjun said. But that was not the case. A few days ago, a report from the CIA that was given to the President of the United States was shared with me. Youngjun picked up a file with a document in it. In here, there is suspicion that Luca Taylor himself ordered the hospital to administer stem cells directly into the patient's eye, not optic nerves. He was trying to purposely cause cancer in the patient's eye. Whoa. Brief sighs and shock spread among the reporters. They became extremely confused in seconds. Amidst the murmuring noise, Youngjun spoke. We will have to thoroughly investigate what dirty tricks and purposes they did this with. Dr. Ryu, is everything you said true? Shouted one of the reporters. If there is even an inch of lies in what I said right now, I will resign from my position as CEO of ABio. Youngjun made another power move. The reporters, who were shocked again, didn't stop pressing their cameras. Youngjun said, the safety mechanism is not a regular cell destruction mechanism, but an artificial mechanism by TP54. This process is about 2 weeks slower than regular cell destruction due to aggregation, but it is much safer as it disappears slower. 2 weeks. Watch. The thing that Luca Taylor said was a tumor will disappear. Please watch that it is impossible for those despicable people who deceive medicine to purposely cause cancer, and that the true power of science is far superior to their wickedness. At Schematics's press conference, Ryu Youngjun of ABio is claiming that it is the aggregation of stem cells, shouted the reporters. We are getting reports of the press conference from the breaking news in Korea. In the United States, the White House press secretary has announced and confirmed the same. Sir, did you really directly inject stem cells into a patient's eye and induce cancer? The reporters' questions became hostile. Luca Taylor's hands were wet with sweat. How could we have done such a thing? I do not know anything about that. I was told that it was a tumor, and all I've done is report it. There is a report from the CIA that this was ordered from you, said the reporter. No, I had no idea. Is that really a tumor? It's a tumor? It is. Luca Taylor shouted with his jaw clenched. CEO Ryu Youngjun claims that it is cell aggregation, and he has put his position of CEO on the line that it will disappear in 2 weeks. Can you do that, too? If stem cells aggregate, they disappear quickly. This is a tumor. He says that it dissolves safer and for a longer period of time because it is a destruction mechanism triggered by TP54. Do you have anything to say? Luca Taylor gulped. He tried to say something, but he couldn't say a word. Is the patient at Schematics India right now? The reporters began throwing questions at him again. Please tell us about the patient. The White House press secretary is announcing the data obtained by the CIA. They say they have recordings obtained through the recording devices in Schematics India's stem cell lab, experiment logs and cell morphology pictures. They are saying that there is no data about optic nerves. Did you ever actually make stem cells? There is a recording of Dr. Daniel speaking with a person named Andrew on the phone. They talk about only treating the cell with the first kit. Does Professor Martin know about this? Did he also know that it was stem cells he was injecting? N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. The atmosphere became more hostile. Luca Taylor felt cold sweat run down his neck. I will end the press conference here. He quickly ended the conference and got up to leave. But even as he was walking to his car, reporters followed him, asking him for answers. Please give us a response. Mr. Taylor, is what Dr. Ryu announced at the press conference true? Who is Andrew? What are you going to do if that really isn't a tumor and disappears in 2 weeks like Mr. Ryu said? Luca Taylor silently escaped the reporters with the escort of his security guards. Sir, please explain this. You cannot just go. Give us an explanation. The reporters even blocked the front of his car. They clung to the windows and pounded on the hood of his car, demanding an explanation. This was a big deal. Schematics, which was based in Switzerland, was one of the largest pharmaceutical companies in the world. A shocking allegation that they caused cancer in a patient's eye was made against a place that should be leading the advancement of medicine. It was just the reporters going wild right now, but in a few hours, the whole world would be turned upside down. And there was a high chance that Schematics would become a heinous criminal. They had to fix the situation somehow. The car drove away after the security guards pulled the reporters off. Luca Taylor pulled out his phone and called someone. Hello? Someone was yelling urgently over the phone. Andrew? Where are you? I was just about to call you. Sir, what's going on? I asked where you were. I'm near Schematics India. I'm in an alley a little far away from the hospital. Andrew replied. He visited the hospital, but soon left in horror, as the hospital was filled with police. Andrew's face was on TV. He was being wanted. At first, he couldn't believe his eyes, but it was real. Right away, he ran to an old and deserted alley that was to the east of the hospital. He was first going to escape people's sight before doing anything else. Andrew shouted into his phone, Sir, we're in trouble right now. There are police everywhere. They're looking for me? What the hell happened? We failed, Andrew. Get rid of that patient. That's the only way. Luca Taylor's voice was filled with a mixed feeling of despair. No, I can't. The police are covering the entire place. You have to find a way somehow. The longer that bastard is alive, the less we can get out of this. We fell into a trap. Ryu Youngjun, that bastard dug a trap and waited for us. Luca Taylor shouted. The tumor will gradually disappear from that patient's eyeball with time. If that happens, it's all over. Even if you say that, it's physically impossible. I don't know what happened, but there are 10 Indian police beside that patient right now. Crash. As Andrew was walking in the alley, he collided with someone with his shoulder. A muscular man offered his hand to Andrew, who had fallen back. Sorry. Instead of holding his hand, Andrew grabbed his phone that was on the floor and got up. Hello, sir? Sorry, I bumped into. As Andrew was about to walk away, the man called him. You dropped something. He pointed to where Andrew fell. As he reflexively turned his head. Crack. Andrew felt a sharp pain on his waist and fainted. Target secured, CIA agent Robert said into his walkie-talkie. He turned off his taser and picked up Andrew's phone. Luca Taylor, who was sly as a fox, already hung up, but it didn't matter. Robert was going to suck out all the phone records and contacts on Andrew's phone. Robert collected the phone as evidence and loaded Andrew in his car. *****. What is in patient ardipsy, tumor or stem cell aggregation? Luca Taylor, CEO of Schematics, orders Schematics India to administer stem cells in the patient's eye to induce a tumor. Schematics and India's sour relationship, starting with Gleevec. Nobel Prize recipient Carpentier heavily criticizes Luca Taylor, commenting that he cannot forgive Luca Taylor, a parasite that undermines medicine. The world's attention was drawn to this issue as news articles poured out. On issues with two opposing opinions, the side that released more provocative information was at an advantage. The story that the glaucoma treatment could cause cancer was quite provocative, but the argument from the other side released at the same time was more impactful. Schematics induced a tumor development in a patient. Plus, Youngjun already began with a powerful piece of evidence, as the White House press secretary announced the CIA's report and hinted at sanctions against the activities of Schematics, a multinational pharmaceutical company, in the United States. On top of that, public opinion of them became worse as the evil acts Schematics committed in the past started coming out. Do you know Neural Clinics, the unfortunate venture pharmaceutical company that was destroyed by Schematics' sabotage? Why did Schematics have conflict with the Indian government? What is Gleevec, a drug that has a net profit 100 times the manufacturing price? The tyranny of big pharmaceutical companies like Schematics. What kind of evil do they do to venture companies? Schematics does not research for patients, they work for money. CIA arrests Andrew, Luca Taylor's subordinate. CIA obtains phone records and messages with Luca Taylor. Luca Taylor sends $4 billion to Andrew since 2011 using a burner bank account. Suspicions of embezzlement. As news headlines came out one by one, Schematics and Luca Taylor's image came crumbling down in an instant. Online communities all around the world stood with ABIO. Wow, Schematics is a huge asshole. Unimaginable. How can a person do that? We stand with you, Dr. Ryu. Shred that bastard into particles. Current AGen scientist here. Dr. Ryu Youngjun is famous around here for going ballistic when research ethic is broken. I think Luca Taylor is done for. But why is Luca Taylor doing that? What does he get from it? He was trying to keep God Youngjun in check. He did it because his company's sales will plummet when Ryu Youngjun's stem cell technology gets launched. He's trying to mess with ABIO's future. I hope Luca Taylor gets eye cancer. Schematics' shares are plummeting for 3 days in a row. Is this real? *****. 2 days after the press conference, police came to Luca Taylor's home. Let's go. They even handcuffed him. Crack. As soon as they came out the door, eggs began flying at Luca Taylor. Die, shouted the people who were rallying. You shitty asshole? Would you do that if it was your family who had glaucoma? You're a waste of oxygen. Go die. The police pulled away Luca Taylor even more roughly. They were trying to move him to the police car quickly before the angry people caused a scene. Luca Taylor tried to walk fast, but he tripped on something on the ground. It was a pile of garbage. Now that he took a look, he saw a huge amount of garbage in front of his house. The Swiss people had thrown it all over his house. There were curses and swears written on his fence and mailbox. Lab director Kim Hyun-taek scoffed during his meeting with lab director Gil Hyungjun. CEO Taylor is basically sentenced to death, Gil Hyungjun said. Ryu Youngjun lost it and came at me when he heard I destroyed Chelly Cure even when he was a scientist who had nothing, Kim Hyun-taek replied. Gil Hyungjun nodded. He went to Suneoo Hospital's director and caused a scene because Congressman Shim Sung-yeol put his mother in the Alzheimer's clinical trial, and then moved hospitals. You also heard the news, huh? That guy sticks to research ethics like it's his religion. But someone tried to make a tumor in a patient's eye on purpose with his product? With Ryu Youngjun's personality, he's going to rip Taylor apart until he's dead. There's no reason for Ryu Youngjun to be at the front fighting and criticizing him. If that insane technology is true, he just has to sit back and watch until it ends. Public opinion is going to kill Luca Taylor, Gil Hyungjun said. That's right. But to be honest, I am a little worried because ABIO is getting so big. Are you worried about your future position as CTO? Haha, honestly, I am worried about that too. And Ryu Youngjun already has a lot of control over AGen nowadays. The Research Support Center and the Clinical Trial Management Center are just subcontractors of ABIO. It's going to get worse now. Probably. That idiot Taylor was trying to crush Ryu Youngjun, but actually gave him wings. Kim Hyun-taek frowned like this was trouble. Haha. But Taylor was actually our enemy, wasn't he? How much did we fight with Schematics over patents? Let's enjoy this right now. Yes, I agree. It's a problem if Ryu Youngjun bares his teeth to us, but it's actually quite satisfying to see him rip apart Schematics. We surpassed a powerful enemy. It was already a very bad situation for Schematics as the White House supported Youngjun, but time was still on Youngjun's side. The tumor began disappearing in Ardip's eye, the patient who became Schematics' target. He was transferred to the largest university hospital in India and was currently resting. They had decided to consider methods to remove the tumor, like surgery, if the tumor didn't disappear after a week of observing it. And on the 6th day, the size of the tumor was observed to be significantly smaller than the day before. On the 7th day, the size was reduced to half. Now, it was clear as tumors never went away on their own, this was the aggregation of stem cells. The cell mass in patient Ardip's eye is disappearing. Tumor revealed to be the aggregation of stem cells. Ryu Youngjun was right, the glaucoma treatment kit was safe. New news articles were released from all over the world. Schematics, who seemed to be recovering from their downfall, began plummeting again. The result of this fight did not just simply reveal Schematics' evil acts and destroy them, the support from ABIO began skyrocketing internationally. He completely convinced people who were doubtful of the first ever stem cell treatment. I want to say that this was a transitional incident in which advances from the old generation to new. Then, what did ABIO gain from this? They gained an incredible amount of patients' trust. Professor Shin Youngju of Yunyi Hospital said. Trust? The interviewer asked. Yes. So, it's something like this. Because ABIO's product was so safe and perfect, a world-renowned competitor like Schematics tried to make cancer on purpose with that product, but it was impossible. It wasn't like that you got side effects if you were unlucky, but you couldn't even if you tried to induce them on purpose. Because the product is so perfect. It's not just some students, but even schematics can't make the side effects happen. Wow, now that you say it like that, it's amazing. This is science. This is the advancement of technology and medicine. In my opinion, ABio is marking a new chapter between old and new medicine, and the gap between it is huge. And schematics advertised that fact themselves. I see. The White House stood with ABio. What do you think this means? The United States has already caught on that ABio and Dr. Ryu Youngjun is the path that leads to the future of medicine. The fact that we have a gift like him in our country is the best luck we've had since Dangan won. The interviewer laughed. It seems like you enjoy explaining Dr. Ryu Youngjun and ABio. Honestly, it's so fun. It's because this issue was so provocative, but it's also because the things ABio is developing right now will reform the structure of medicine. Personally as a doctor, I found this so entertaining. And I'm very excited. Ha ha ha, I know how you feel. But it's not just doctors. I feel that way as well. Right? Back to the topic. As I told you just now, this incident proved the safety of ABio's product to the world, right? We have to consider the fact that most of the new drug pipelines from ABio are probably based on stem cells. Originally, there was probably a lot of worry regarding the safety of those new drugs, but their path was cleared for them. Shin Youngju explained the situation again. I see. The countries that had regulations on the glaucoma treatment kit are positively evaluating it and are planning to lift regulations soon. They would have been lifted anyway because clinical trial results were good, but it was fast-forwarded by schematics' sabotage. Since the main reason for regulations is safety. That's right. But if it's so safe that it is impossible to induce cancer artificially, what government in their right minds would regulate it? The Dangan myth is a story about how Korea was first founded. Luca Taylor was arrested and schematics was rapidly deteriorating. Now, their brand value was less than a tenth of what it was during their prime time. We apologize. Our board of directors dismissed CEO Luca Taylor. The directors of schematics stood in front of the reporters and bowed, publicly apologizing. That was broadcast to the entire world, but the people's anger didn't seem to subside. It was because the evil acts schematics had done in the past were too wicked to say that this was just a deviation from Luca Taylor. They became an international bastard as the issue about them profiteering on Gleevec came out. Gleevec was a treatment for chronic myelogenous leukemia. It was the first new type of treatment for leukemia, which could only be treated by bone marrow transplantation. The price for one capsule of Gleevec was $100 in the United States. If you take one pill per day, that's $3,000 per month. Can you believe it? But there are patients who have to take 3 or 4 pills a day. A professor from MIT said on CNN, $100 was equivalent to 100,000 won. 3 million won per month was the price of staying alive. It was a little cheaper in Korea, but the prices were still murderous. Patients have to spend money equivalent to the salary of a small company employee every month on medicine. That's why they did whatever they could, including getting loans, because they would die if they couldn't pay. Since schematics had the lives of patients in their hands and there was no other drug to compete with, they could just choose whatever price they wanted. The Korean government had proposed to lower the domestic price of one capsule, which was 25,000 won, to around 18,000 won, but they failed. Is this expensive because it is expensive to produce? No, it isn't. It doesn't even cost $1 to produce a capsule, the professor said. Excluding all the shipping costs and things that occur during the distribution process, the manufacturer, schematics, takes more than 100 times the production cost as profit. What kind of industry is this? For patients, it's the same thing as monopolizing on air or water and selling a day's worth for $100. It's the same thing as telling the patients to work hard and give them all the money they earned if they want to stay alive. It's a shocking price. Is it because it took a lot of money to develop it? Large pharmaceutical companies usually set drugs at a high price for the purpose of getting development costs, but even if it was for that, schematics went too far, the professor said. And schematics didn't even put that much money into developing that drug either. It's because imatinib, the raw material for Gleevec, was created in university labs. All schematics did was just buy the patent and make it into pills, but they monopolized it and sold it at that price. Wow, how could they? Did this not get out in the past? It did. But schematics kept silencing the issue so that it did not get big. But the issue was brought up again. I heard that the replicate drug developed in India was a replica of Gleevec. That's right. And schematics sued India or countries who imported that replica for infringement of patent rights. How shocking. I heard that ABio is working on making bone marrow with stem cells. If that technology becomes commercialized, will we live in a world where we won't need Gleevec? Of course. As a fellow scientist in the field, I am hoping that Dr. Ryu Youngjun will conquer leukemia one day. Bleep. Youngjun turned off the television. They are talking about you everywhere. Rosaline said to him. Well, it was a big fight. The natural destruction of stem cells was something I taught you before, right? Yeah, I just changed the differentiation target from spinal cells to optic nerves. You can do it on your own now. I didn't know you would apply that technology like this. Are you complimenting me? Youngjun chuckled. Yes, but I still want to insist on putting all the board members in a coma. Don't bother going the long way. Even if we put all of them in beds, it would just be a few thousand people. If we sacrifice that number, you can turn the world into a better place in 3 years without anything getting in the way. I told you I can't do that. Alright. To be honest, the method you chose wasn't bad either. ABio has succeeded in gaining the patient's trust from this incident. It's worse than eliminating all the competition and dominating the field, but this is also a gain. All you think about is gains and losses, isn't it? Is anything else necessary? The power that advanced humanity was selfish motives. From a genetic perspective, selfless acts are all inherently due to selfish motives. Rosaline asked. Are you talking about the selfish gene theory? The selfish gene theory posited that people's selfless acts all came from the selfish motive to spread their own genes. For example, a mother running in front of a car to save their child was not acting in selflessness for their child, but they acted that way because that child had half of their DNA, as she would ultimately be preserving and spreading her own genes to the world if she and her child all lived no matter how severe their injuries were. It was a gamble in terms of genetics that was motivated by selfishness. It was just a theory to Dr. Dawkins, but it is a definite truth to me. From billions of years ago when the human animal wasn't human yet, all organisms on this earth have acted with selfish motives. Maybe they did. Youngjun nodded. But there is something about humans that can't be explained by that. People don't just act with selfish motives, although it's probably hard for you to understand. How very interesting. Can you teach me? I don't know if you will be able to understand it even if I explain it. When you met Sun Soo-young, the first glaucoma trial patient, her family, and her newborn's doctor at your company, I felt your body release a lot of serotonin. I couldn't understand that phenomenon either. You don't gain anything from the fact that Sun Soo-young came to see you, but you were very happy. Youngjun remained silent. Is this what you were talking about? Is something like emotional gains instead of actual gains the motive for the actions you are talking about? Well, it's similar. Very fascinating. I want to feel that emotion too. Knock knock. Someone knocked on his door. Come in. Why are you in the office on a weekend? Park Ju-hyuk asked as he opened the door and came in. Why are you? Youngjun asked. A touching surprise visit, Park Ju-hyuk said as he spread his arm wide open. Wow, how moving. Youngjun replied dryly. I actually went to your house and you weren't there, so I came here. Why did you go to my house? Do you know that there's a Ryu Youngjun fan club? Youngjun squinted. There's a what? You have a fan CLU. Pfft. Park Ju-hyuk burst into laughter at the end like he also found it funny. He sat on the edge of the couch and said, actually, it's been around for a while. But the number of subscribers is exploding these days. I signed up for it, too. Why did you join? I'm curious. It was a Naver cafe before, but it got moved to a Facebook group now. There's a lot of overseas fans. Holy. I'm a bit of an attention seeker on social media, so I went to your house to take a photo with your house as the background because I wanted to set a record for my Facebook likes. That should get me like 10,000 at least, right? Don't post anything weird, okay? Youngjun said, engulfed in intense anxiety. I'm debating between a selfie with your living room or your junior high yearbook as the background. Do you remember when you made a fuss about going to the hair salon to get a good photo, and then you ended up with dog fur for hair? Why do you do this to me? Huh. Hehe. I just love teasing you. Park Ju-hyuk tapped Youngjun's shoulder. I'm kidding. I just went because I had nothing to do for the weekend. Hey, you want to take a look at the fan club? Park Ju-hyuk handed Youngjun his phone. When he looked at it, it was shocking. The Facebook group was filled with posts that had pictures of Youngjun that he didn't even know about. There was even a picture of him barging up to the podium during the year-end seminar. This was Fighter's prime time. It was so funny seeing the lab directors shut up lol. It was so satisfying to see that. Who took this picture? What department? What is Fighter? The person who fights schematics. There's something called the Bass Fighter as a side thing too. What's that? The Bastard Fighter. As Youngjun scrolled down, there were pictures of him taken at the Integrative Brain Disorder Conference and the IOBM. There were a lot more comments and posts than he imagined. Among them, there was Sun Soo-young. It was a picture of her holding her daughter in her arms and a caption. It's almost an honor to be the first patient that Dr. Ryu has helped. I am always rooting for you. Please be the light for more patients like me. There were parades of people who were certifying their recovery from glaucoma. There were some posts written by the patients from the Alzheimer's clinical trial. I used to take my wife who had Alzheimer's in my passenger seat. Now, my wife is better, and it's all because of Dr. Ryu Youngjun. Kang Hyuk-soo, the taxi driver, added a photo of himself in the taxi. My wife took this photo for me. Thank you. On the passenger seat, there was a picture of them standing with Youngjun. Youngjun was touched. Serotonin is being released again. Rosaline said as if it was fascinating. Youngjun ignored her and kept scrolling down. Of course, the most popular video among the vast amount of posts was the press conference video where he quickly responded to schematics' sabotage. There were also a lot of foreigners writing comments as well. From English to Arabic, the comments were filled with languages from a lot of different countries. Hyung, destroy them, good luck. There was one comment that had the most likes. When Youngjun saw it and went into the person's profile, it was someone he knew, Yang Dong-wook, majoring in biology at Yungyun University. This is Ji-won's friend, Youngjun said. He's famous in your fan club. He basically worships you like a religion, but you know this guy. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. He came to help me when I was helping Ji-won move out of her dorm room. Go do a lecture at the school or something. He'll probably cry if you go. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Youngjun had some tea with Park Ju-hyuk in his office. It had been a while. They had been busy for quite a while and jumped over a huge obstacle recently, so they needed time to rest mentally. There was no better way to do that than chat about useless things with an old friend. Park Ju-hyuk, who was reminiscing about the third grade for about an hour, suddenly brought up an issue. Is the US asking for anything? Asking for what? The White House stood on your side and destroyed schematics, even using the CIA. They fully showed that they were on Team Ryu, so I imagine there was some kind of favor. I'm going to launch a cancer research lab as an affiliate of ABIO later, and it's going to be partnered with the National Cancer Institute. That's what it was. It was just a verbal conversation I had with the director of the Office of Science and Technology when I went to the United States. He said the US would support us a lot. When are you starting? The sooner the better. Then leave this place to me and go there. The schematics incident is wrapping up anyway. It's not done yet. I have things left to do, Youngjun said. Like what? Park Ju-hyuk asked. I have to cure Ardip. Who's that? How can you not know? It's the Indian patient schematics sabotaged. Ardip was a pitiful man who was born in a prostitution hole and lived in poverty and hardship. After becoming schematics' target and having his face broadcast to the entire world with a tumor in his eye, he was now the main character in ABIO's legendary stem cell story. He was a famous star, but none of it was because he wanted it. The only thing he signed up for was the glaucoma treatment because they said it was free. Everyone is focused on that person, but no one cares about his health, Youngjun said. Everyone is just watching whether the thing in Ardip's eye is a tumor or just cell aggregation. They are watching whether schematics or ABIO wins, as if this was some boxing match. But Ardip went to Schematics India to treat his glaucoma, and he hasn't been treated for that yet. Wow, amazing. That was bugging you while you were fighting with Squamtics. Ardip's treatment is as important to me as punishing Luca Taylor, Youngjun said. Whether Luca Taylor retires, whether it was a safety mechanism or tumor, no matter all those things, Ardip has to be cured. Whatever the process was, he was treated with my technology. So, it's a problem of pride as the creator of the treatment. Yeah, true medicine is to take responsibility for the patient who you started to treat. You're going to go to heaven, Park Ju-hyuk said. If you don't go, the only people in heaven will be Jesus and Buddha. Youngjun frowned. I'm not being nice or anything. This is the norm and the normal thing to do, he said. The people who don't do this are abandoning their responsibilities. Anyway, I'm going to dispatch a trustworthy scientist to India, where Ardip is right now, or bring him here and treat him at our next generation hospital. This hasn't been publicly announced yet, right? Yeah. Then can I make a spoiler in your fan club? I think the like count will explode and say that you're amazing for taking responsibility. No. Ardip was being treated at Apollo Hospital in Chennai, the biggest hospital in India. They were preparing an important announcement today. The reporters who were called were all waiting in the hospital lobby from early in the morning. There were quite a lot of foreign reporters among them as well. They had an idea of the announcement the hospital was going to give today. We have confirmed that the stem cell aggregation has fully disappeared from the patient's eye today, said Hospital Director Vicious. Everyone already predicted this ending when the aggregation shrunk to half its size, but it was a whole other thing to actually confirm that. This was like a declaration of the end of the war between Schematics and ABIO. Schematics' defeat was already marked, but it was now basically publicly determined. ABIO's glaucoma treatment kit is safe. Complete destruction of stem cells confirmed. It does not cause tumors, and the invalid cells are naturally eliminated. Even if a large amount of stem cells only treated with the first kit are put in the eye, they automatically disappear. ABIO's glaucoma treatment kit does not create tumors. As news articles were being written as the announcement was coming out, Vicious gave them a new announcement. Additionally, we were contacted by ABIO a week ago, he said. ABIO has promised us that after the activity of the safety mechanism is finished and all the stem cells are destroyed from patient Ardip's eye, they will treat his glaucoma for free. It was the first time this news was being released. The reporter's eyes widened. Clack clack clack. The reporters began typing even faster. ABIO has said that they will either send us a technician that can perform the stem cell dedifferentiation and optic nerve differentiation, or they will cover the cost of moving patient Ardip to Korea for treatment and returning him back to India. Flash. Click. The reporters continuously pressed their cameras. Vicious announced, we have accepted ABIO's offer, and we are in the middle of discussing it with the patient, Ardip. He will go to Korea on the next flight available, and he has decided to be treated at ABIO. Thank you. Headlines and news articles began pouring out. This decision of Youngjun's was quite impactful. Even in the midst of a controversy surrounding the new technology of automatic destruction of stem cells, ABIO never took their eyes off the patient. Youngjun read the leading article in the newspaper as he had breakfast. He didn't even distribute press releases and make a big deal out of it before doing this, but this was what happened. ABIO promises the treatment of the patient Ardip. ABIO CEO Ryu Youngjun takes responsibility for the patient if they were treated by his glaucoma treatment kit, no matter the process. Because it wasn't first announced by the company, it had a much more positive effect on the company's image. The reason why ABIO did not announce that they would be taking responsibility for that patient? It's simple. It's because that's the obvious thing to do. When I was conducting the Alzheimer's clinical trial, I met with Dr. Ryu Youngjun often. He only had 2 things he was interested in, Shin Youngju said. What were they? How the trial was going and if I had any questions for him, the inventor. Questions? Yes. Dr. Ryu is a classic scientist. He tries to take responsibility for all the data and technology he has put out. If something that he didn't predict happens, he thinks that he has to provide an answer for that no matter how trivial it may be. I see. To be honest, that's the right thing to do. That's the attitude a true scientist and inventor should have. I believe that is why Dr. Ryu is trying to finish the Indian patient's treatment. It's because that's the obvious thing to do. You said it was the obvious thing to do. Are there a lot of people who don't do that nowadays? Yes, a lot. I think that scientists in the pharmaceutical industry have lost their craftsmanship. If they get a report that something they developed does not work well, they do not answer. Do they just ignore it? Yes. Especially large pharmaceutical companies. They just trash data that says that something does not work. As a doctor, when I report the side effects of using the drugs they developed, there will be no answer, and the report of the side effects often does not get included in the pharmacological data they provide. They are deliberately disregarding it, Shin Youngju said with a hint of frustration in her voice. Sometimes, they won't just do that during the data feedback phase after commercialization, but they will do that from the clinical trial phase. They just erase reports about the drug having no effects or having side effects. There are some products from large pharmaceutical companies that don't have their clinical trial data fully disclosed, and that's because they have erased the data that could be unfavorable to the effect of the product. She continued. Are there a lot of drugs like that? A famous flu drug that we all know about is one of them as well. One time, doctors protested to the companies to reveal all of the data. Wow, this is shocking. Yes, it's obvious, but pharmaceutical companies should not act like this. If there is feedback that there's a problem with the product, or that it failed to treat something, the manufacturer should solve that problem and take responsibility for it. Look at ABio right now. This was manipulated by schematics from the beginning, but they are taking responsibility because no matter the process, ABio's product failed to treat him. Schematics made the mess, but they are trying to clean it up for them. Wow, the more I hear about it, the more amazed I am. This is the attitude of a professional. Ordinary people do not know a lot about science or pharmaceuticals, right? When they are hurting and their lives are on the line, they don't really care about what ABio did right and what schematics did wrong. It doesn't matter to patients, they can sort it out in court themselves, but they just want to be treated. Most of them feel that way, Shin Youngju said. Because they are the only people patients can rely on. That's right. What should the patient do if those smart experts are distracted by their fights with each other and abandon them? That is why ABio put the focus on the patient. You're saying the attitude ABio has is that even though it was schematics' fault, it was still their product, and they are going to take responsibility for the patient's treatment as the world's top expert in glaucoma within the category of medicine? Exactly. That's the kind of expert patients really want. I want other scientists and health professionals to really take after the attitude ABio has. The fight with schematics and treating RDIP were both separate things from research. Even if those were happening, the research had to go on. Not advancing was not stagnation, but regress. Even during the hectic situation, Youngjun continuously advanced his research. Thanks to that, Samuel, the editor of Science, was able to get another paper from him. The precise editing of target DNA using CRISPR-Cas9. Samuel squinted as he read the title of the paper. What is this talking about? Some technologies that were too powerful couldn't be understood intuitively at once. Samuel began slowly reading the abstract of the paper again in confusion.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. At the same time, Jessie, who understood the point of the paper a little faster than Samuel, suddenly screamed. What the? She was at a loss for words for a second from shock, then ran to Samuel at once. Samuel, did you read Dr. Ryu's paper? I'm reading the abstract right now, but what is this? Samuel said. If it wasn't his paper, I would have trashed it right away. The paper has no animal experiment data, and the data he has is mostly in vitro with one-cell experiment. Samuel shook the paper in his hand. How can he send a paper written with such poor data to science? It's not like he doesn't know what kind of journal science is. Maybe he got overconfident because every paper he sent got published? Why did he? Samuel, the thing that this paper is reporting on is a new paradigm of gene editing. Jessie shouted. It does talk about gene editing in the abstract, but I haven't read the whole thing so. Slowly read through the entire thing. It's gene scissors that can cut at any location in the 3 billion base pairs in human DNA. You can cut it however you want. Are you talking about genes when you talk about any location? No. That is also astonishing, but this technology is talking about the entire DNA. DNA was a much larger concept than genes. Only about 2% of DNA were genes that produced biomaterials. The rest of the DNA either controlled gene expression or maintained DNA structure. If DNA was converted into character count, it would be about 3 billion letters. This was a miraculous new technology that allowed people to find and edit any location in the huge, natural database of humans that was as big as a library. Samuel's mouth slowly opened as he read the entire paper. This technology was something bigger than induced pluripotent stem cells. Theoretically, this could cure all the problems in the human DNA, all kinds of genetic disorders and cancer. This technology had the potential to cure all diseases that started from an error in the DNA sequence. Oh my god. Samuel's hand trembled. Read the one-cell experiment data they have, Jesse said. Samuel quickly flipped through the paper and found the data on the cell experiment. Editing the gene CCR5 of a hematopoietic cell differentiated from an induced pluripotent stem cell. Samuel read the paper. They cut CCR5 and destroyed it. He tilted his head in confusion. You don't remember what that gene is? It sounds familiar. It was reported with Timothy Ray Brown. The infection root of HIV. Samuel felt chills run down his spine. Can this technology cure AIDS? He gulped. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. After sending the paper to Science, Youngjun announced the technology that would cure AIDS during the bone marrow regeneration team meeting. And so, you can manipulate CCR5 this way. If you enter an RNA that matches the order of the CCR5 gene into Ca9 and put it into a cell, it can find CCR5 and cut it. After the cell corrects the place that was cut, the structure changes and does not work again, Youngjun said. We used this method on the stem cell we got from Dr. Lee Young-hyuk and made stem cells with manipulated CCR5, and we also grew that into hematopoietic cells. We confirmed that CCR5 is not made through Western blotting. We think that we can cure AIDS if we transplant this into a patient's bone marrow, as this is the same cure that Timothy Ray Brown received. The meeting room was silent from the shock. Carpentier quietly put down the Americano he was drinking. Dr. Ryu, you know that this is much more than curing genetic disorders or AIDS, right? Yes. This technology allows gene editing. Yes. In 10 years, there might be people who try to edit the genes of IVF babies. Youngjun nodded. I know. AIDS could be cured if the patient received bone marrow with destroyed CCR5. Put differently, an HIV-resistant baby if CCR5 was modified from the embryo stage. When Ca9 would be announced, research would surely begin in that direction somewhere with a relatively weak sense of ethics. No one couldn't stop it. Technological advancement would cross ethical borders when given time. The start would be HIV-immune babies, but what if it went further than that? Someone could manipulate the genes that determine height, vision, or skin and create a customized baby. At first, people would be afraid to step forward, but people would eventually try. There would be a huge ethical issue. Would humanity be able to handle that future? In the case that something goes wrong, huge bullets of criticism may fly towards Youngjun, who first found the technology. That was why I contemplated on revealing this technology, Youngjun said. But you've decided to use it? Carpentier asked. Yes, Youngjun replied firmly. I can't abandon the people who are suffering in pain from AIDS. This technology is certainly more than shocking, Carpentier said. But I do agree with you, Dr. Ryu. I also agree with manipulating CCR5 with this technology and curing AIDS. Thank you. People may cheer now, but there will be people who do weird things with it, and if so, religious or various conservative organizations may challenge this technology. They might be a harder enemy to fight than people like schematics, Carpentier warned. I understand. There is always light and darkness to great technology. The same knife could be a scalpel that can save patients in a doctor's hand, or it can be a weapon that kills people in a gang's hands. It would be nice if this technology was only used safely and in the right way, but some people may try dangerous things too quickly, Youngjun replied. But everyone, there are 30 million AIDS patients in the world. And the number of patients with cancer or genetic disorders we can treat with the technology is in the billions, Youngjun said. I am not going to abandon people in front of me who are suffering in pain just because I am afraid of an uncertain future in the far future. If a problem happens because of this technology, it will also be science that solves it. All right, Carpentier said. Dr. Ryu, I fully agree, but I don't know if our bone marrow regeneration team will be able to do the AIDS cure as well. What do you think, Dr. Lee Young-hyuk? Would you be able to take on this project as well as the head of the bone marrow regeneration team? Lee Young-hyuk was covering his face with his hands. What am I going to do about this workload? Lee Young-hyuk finished his undergraduate at Yungyun University, and he published papers in Nature and Cell one after another while doing his combined master's and doctorate degree at Stanford. He was originally working as a principal scientist at Agen's stem cell department, but he moved to ABio. His job was very stable as he had a high salary, and there was a high chance he was going to be promoted to an executive. However, he had moved to ABio because he had a desire for achievements as a scientist. He wanted to do important research that would lead into a new generation at a company like ABio. But to be honest, half of that passion had burned away now. To be honest, we have a lot of late nights already, Lee Young-hyuk groaned. Beside him, his team members were quietly waiting for his response. Lee Young-hyuk felt like he could hear their voices. Please, sir, please, help us. Let us go home. I will increase your salary. Youngjun made a deal. And I will also do experiments with you when I have time. Lee Young-hyuk let out a deep sigh. Sir, we had no weekends this entire month. Our schedule was Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Friday. Everyone is working harder than they did during their grad school. I know. I will give you a long vacation when this project is over. I will let you get some good rest to make up for it. You can take a couple months off, and I will give you vacation money. Really? Shin Myung-suk, one of the scientists, raised his head like he was happy to hear that. This changed everything. Lee Young-hyuk's expression changed as well. Now, they were contemplating it, but in a more positive direction. I will give you big performance bonuses as well. After this project ends, go on a yacht on the Mediterranean Sea and rest for a month, Youngjun said. I'm sorry that this is all I can give you. I don't really want to rush you, but if we burn our passion now, we can save one more patient. Phew. Alright. I would have stayed at Agen if I wanted to get good money and do easy research at my job, Lee Young-hyuk said. Like you said, we can save at least one more person the faster our research ends. We don't want to take our time doing it either. Scientists should have that attitude. Thank you. And since you are willing to do all that, we'll focus hard and get data. I will also go to the lab during my spare time, Youngjun said. As soon as the meeting ended, Youngjun came back to his office and called the Experiment Animal Resource Center that was part of the Research Support Center at Agen. Hello, this is Ryu Youngjun from ABio. I would like to purchase an AIDS model chimpanzee for research. As animals like chimpanzees were very expensive, it wasn't an animal that regular venture companies would be able to try easily. The losses would be too big if it didn't work out. That was why companies usually slowly experimented with chimpanzees after seeing the effect on small animals like mice or beagles. But it didn't matter for Youngjun. He already knew that the drug would succeed and ABio had a lot of money. And it wasn't difficult to get chimpanzees if he used Agen. There was a reason why Youngjun wanted chimpanzees. As they were the animal most similar to humans, it was appropriate evidence to take a difficult treatment method like bone marrow transplant to the clinical trial stage. What more experiments would be needed if it was successful in chimpanzees when they are the most similar to humans? The second reason was because the HIV virus originated from chimpanzees. The name of the virus that infected monkeys was called the simian immunodeficiency virus, or SIV. It wasn't clear how it came to humans. Perhaps in the distant past, some chimpanzee saliva splashed into skin wounds of some African tribe while they were hunting chimpanzees. When can I get the chimpanzees? Youngjun asked the employee at the Experiment Animal Resource Center. We only have 5 at the center right now. We'll bring them to you tomorrow. Would you need more? 15 more please. It had already been proven that they could make hematopoietic cells with manipulated CCR5. Now, he had to get this technology into clinical trials as fast as possible. If it's possible, I want to do the clinical trial in a poor country. Another name for AIDS was the disease of poverty because the poorer the country was, the higher the risk of being exposed to AIDS. In fact, 70% of the 35 million AIDS patients in the world were in sub-Saharan Africa, and the rest of the patients were mostly concentrated in poor countries. As ABio had to do a difficult task like bone marrow for this cure, it would be best to take it to an international clinical trial and perform it. That way, it would accelerate the process when the poor countries, the home ground of AIDS, began a full-fledged ride against it. I should look for hospitals or pharmaceutical companies that want to collaborate. On Friday morning, Youngjun took the cell culture flask that contained the somatic cells he obtained from the chimpanzee and went to Cell Experiment Lab 3. When he walked in, his eyes widened. What is this? Hello. There were a bunch of scientists in the lab. There were about 20 people filling up the room. Like we said, we came here to observe your experiment, sir, Park Dong-hyun said. Wait. You did ask if you could watch, but you didn't say it was 20 people. I didn't expect this many people to come either. I just asked people who didn't properly learn stem cell experiments to apply, and then 40 people did. 40 people? There are 40 people who don't have experience with stem cell experiments at our company. No, they just all signed up. But I can't stop them when they want to watch. They couldn't all come in here, so we had to draw names. Youngjun was at a loss for words because of the ridiculous situation when Jacob interrupted. Sir, I really want to watch the greatest legend in the stem cell field do his experiments. I was even assigned to film it. Who asked you to film it? Professor Carpentier. He said that we should train new employees with this video. Youngjun's ears went red. It's just like any other experiment. Well, don't get too excited. Youngjun sat at the sterilized lab bench. At the edge of the bench, a UV disinfection lamp that was turned on in advance was shining light on the bench for 20 minutes. He turned off the UV lamp and turned on the fluorescent light, then turned on the ventilation option so that dust couldn't get in from the outside. He wiped the pipettes and liquid culture bottle with ethanol and Kimtech tissues 1 and placed them on the bench. Lastly, he put the chimpanzee cell flask on the bench. Now, he was ready for the experiment. Youngjun glanced around. 20 scientists were dead silent and watching him. Some of them were even taking notes. What's with the pressure? I think Jacob will be better than me. It's been a few months since I've done experiments myself, Youngjun said. But a legend is a legend, Park Dong-hyun said. Youngjun sighed quietly, then held up the cell flask. Since it's come to this, let's show them a proper demonstration. Rosaline sent a message. How? I have watched scientists do experiments several times, and there are a lot of people who do it wrong. Now is a good chance to teach them properly. Hey, there's no difference between how they experiment and how I do it. You are included in the people who do it wrong. Don't be disappointed. All experiments humans do are inefficient. I will teach you. How? Youngjun tilted his head in confusion. Please give me control of your 2 arms for a moment and share your perspective with me as well. What should I do? Youngjun thought for a bit, then loosened his arms and put them on the lab bench. He was a little worried, but he was also curious how he was doing experiments the wrong way. Try it. As soon as he allowed Rosaline to have control of his body, his two arms floated up at right angles like a robot. Then, something shocking began happening in front of his eyes. His two hands began moving like conveyor belts. When opening flasks, rookies would hold the flask in their left hand and open the lid with the right. But to do that, they had to set down the pipette or suctioning equipment on the lab bench. Doing that created another hand movement in order to pick that up again, resulting in a decrease in work efficiency. But it was possible to open the flask lid with one hand. It was similar to opening a plastic water bottle, although it required some skill. If exactly 1.17 million nerve cells in the left hand were excited, the flask lid would rotate exactly 12.5 times. Like this. N/O/vel/B//jn.C//OM. DRR? Clack? The lid was loosely on top of the flask opening. It didn't fly away, but was just lightly covering the top. The only thing left for Youngjun to do was grab the opened lid with his left thumb and pointer finger. Like this, he could remove the lid only with his left hand and keep holding it with his fingers. Now, it was time for the right hand, which had the suctioning equipment, to move. The suctioning equipment wasn't put all the way into the bottom of the flask as it increased the chances of contamination. Youngjun began seeing images in front of him. He could see the dead bacteria corpses stuck to the side of the flask. Holy! His two arms moved in a pathway that never crossed the top of the opened flask as microorganisms could fall from his arm and enter the liquid culture. Like a machine with a well-written algorithm, Youngjun's arms performed the experiment with the most optimal movements that minimized the chances of contamination. He tilted the flask and put the suctioning equipment into it, avoiding the bacteria corpses as he did it. He removed the liquid culture that was near the entrance of the flask. He quickly lifted the bottle of PBS solution and poured it in the opposite direction of the cell attachment surface of the flask. Usually, it was carefully poured in with equipment such as pipettes in exact measurements, but it was unnecessary for Rosaline's hands. Even if she just poured it in, it was 10 milliliters. She didn't have to worry about the cells getting damaged because it was the opposite direction. After washing the cells with the solution, Rosaline suctioned again. Then, she tilted the tube with trypsin solution and dropped in 2 milliliters in each flask. If she dropped in the solution from far away, there was no risk of contamination and it drastically reduced time. It took Youngjun 40 seconds to treat the cells in the 2 flasks with trypsin. It took Jacob, who was one of the best in terms of technique at ABio, 2 minutes, and it took Carpentier 1 minute and 30 seconds during his prime time. Clack. Someone dropped their pen and notepad. Thank you, Jacob said. I did record it, but I don't know if anyone will be able to do it. You have to be this good to start a company like ABio, someone murmured. Thank you, sir. I learned a lot. Actually, I don't know if I learned it, but thank you, said Na Yeonwoo, frozen in shock. That's it, everyone. Everyone go and do your experiments, Youngjun said quickly. He cleaned up the lab bench with his hands, which he got back control of, and got up. I'm never going to experiment when people are watching now. Ardip, the victim of Schematics's glaucoma treatment kit sabotage, finally arrived in Korea. Professor Sung Yohan, who had joined ABio Hospital, was in charge of his treatment. As he was the first person who conducted the clinical trial for treating glaucoma with stem cells, he was the best expert in the field. He brought Youngjun with him as an advisor for the glaucoma treatment and met the patient together. Hello, Youngjun greeted Ardip. The Marathi translator they had prepared in advance translated his greeting. Ardip said nothing. Youngjun quietly observed his face as he was keeping his silence with a very tired look on his face. He was stick-thin, and he looked a lot older than his early 30s. Youngjun could feel the tiredness from the rough life he had lived from the aura around him. Ardip would have been cared for well at Apollo Hospital, but he still didn't look well. Ring? Youngjun was surprised when a message window popped up. Glaucoma isn't the only issue here. Youngjun had heard that Ardip had a limp in one leg, but now he knew the reason why. Synchronization mode. Would you like to analyze a stroke? Fitness consumption rate, 1.1/second. As Sung Yohan read the examination records sent over by Apollo Hospital, he said to Youngjun, it says that he has been hospitalized for a stroke before. There aren't any problems other than that he has a limp when he walks due to paralysis in his left leg. It shouldn't matter for the glaucoma treatment, right? Youngjun silently stared at Ardip, then said, yes, it should be fine. You can go ahead with the treatment. And Youngjun swallowed his words. The third phase of the Alzheimer's clinical trial was coming up. A stroke was a nerve-paralyzing and destroying disease that occurred as a blood vessel in the brain was blocked or burst. It was still a type of neurological disorder. The cerebral nerve regeneration technology used to treat Alzheimer's was also effective on strokes. Youngjun was actually preparing for a clinical trial for cerebral nerve regeneration geared towards treating strokes or Parkinson's disease. I should have a talk with Professor Shin Youngju, a Korean brand for experiment materials. Professor Shin Youngju from Yunyi University was getting a kick out of explaining ABio's new technology on the radio. But she needs to see some patients now. Youngjun snickered in his head. He wanted to start the Parkinson's and stroke clinical trials when the time was right. He looked through his phone and found Shin Youngju's number to contact her. When Youngjun got up from his seat, Malam Adidakara, Ardip, who had been silent and timid throughout the examination, opened his mouth. Help me, the translator said. Don't worry. We will cure your glaucoma, Youngjun replied. My glaucoma is fine. I want to ask you for something else. I heard that you can easily fix any disease. Please, I beg you? Are you talking about your paralysis from your stroke? Youngjun asked. Sir, we have treated Alzheimer's during the clinical trial, but we haven't conducted a clinical trial for a stroke yet. There are no treatments that have been commercialized yet. It's not something that I can give you however I want. I don't care about the stroke or my paralysis, Ardip said. Doctor, please cure AIDS. AIDS. The reason I came to Korea is to ask you about this. That's it. Ardip suddenly stumbled to his feet, then bent his dull leg to bow to Youngjun on the floor. Surprised, Youngjun and Sung Johan quickly picked him up from the floor. What are you doing? Don't do this. Ardip, who was getting back up, repeatedly begged Youngjun with desperation and tears on his face. Please make a cure for AIDS. Please. I don't have to be able to do anything. I don't care about the glaucoma or the stroke. Sir, are you suffering from AIDS as well? Sung Johan asked. No. Ardip shook his head. The price of living in India was cheap, but the quality of life was that low. Mumbai, the capital of Maharashtra province, was the biggest city in India with a population of 12 million. Their international airports and trade ports accounted for 1/3 of India's trades. Rich foreigners came and went, contracts worth hundreds of millions of dollars were signed, and smart cities like Navi Mumbai were also born. But on the other hand, the largest slum and red light district in Asia was here. This place was dominated with human trafficking and confinement, violence, and disease. In front of the sewer in the dirty alley that reeked of the smell of spices of multinational food and the stench of household garbage, Ardip was born. His mother, who carried all kinds of chronic diseases, died as soon as she gave birth to him. Ardip, who was born with misfortune, grew up by running errands for the gang members who managed the red light district. Suffering daily from beatings, malnutrition, drugs, unsanitary conditions, and diseases, Ardip collapsed from a stroke when he was around 20. He got a limp in his left as an after effect, and he was abandoned by the gang after losing his vision to glaucoma. Then how was Ardip, who was born with nothing and was now disabled, able to survive in the slums of Mumbai? It was thanks to the help of the prostitutes in the red light district. They were friends of his mother, whom he didn't even know. They had fed him, bathed him, and raised him. Some were women his age who had been raised with him. Some were girls who were struggling to adapt because they were new. To Ardip, they were his mothers, aunts, significant others, and siblings. Ardip, who was abandoned by the gang, went to the small home the women secretly made for him in the small corner of the red light district. The women got a handful of food once a day. They each took a spoonful of their own food and fed him. They did it for 6 years. That was until Ardip came out to the city himself after hearing that Schematics India was providing treatment for free. It was not because those women were extremely humanitarian or nice, it was because the weak who were on the edge had absolutely nothing. The only thing they had was someone who would hug and embrace their hurting bodies and kindness. The women didn't think they could bear the loss they would feel if they lost Ardip. That went for him as well. They were the people who took me to a hospital when I collapsed from the stroke. They are family to me, Ardip said. But they are all suffering from AIDS. They don't have a lot of time left. They haven't received any kind of treatment. And I heard AIDS is an incurable disease. Wiping his face, which was already dirted with tears, Ardip repeatedly bowed and begged Youngjun. I am getting a lot of compensation from Schematics. I will give you all of it. I have a lot of money. I don't have it right now, but I heard that I am getting a lot, doctor. Please. You don't have to fix my glaucoma. Please just do something about AIDS. You are a genius who can cure any disease. Youngjun slowly rose from his seat. We are already developing an AIDS cure, he said. As soon as the translator delivered the message, Ardip's expression brightened. But I'm afraid I won't be able to live up to your expectations. It is still in preclinical stages, and it will take a long time because there are a lot of clinical trials to go through until commercialization. And even if the cure is finished, it will take more time to be supplied because it will be very expensive. Ardip collapsed to his knees helplessly. There was a moment of heavy silence. Youngjun glanced out the window. He felt all kinds of emotions. Ardip didn't move at all, as if he just froze on the floor. You will receive treatment for your glaucoma. During that time, you may be encouraged to apply for a clinical trial treating paralysis caused by strokes, Youngjun said. That is something separate from the glaucoma treatment, and it has nothing to do with the development of the AIDS cure. So, if you receive a suggestion like that, do not think about anything else and just listen closely to what that treatment is. You must fully understand it and think about it for a long time before deciding. Is there a better way? Youngjun, who returned to his office, undid his tie in frustration. What is the problem? Rosaline asked. This is something I've thought about from a while ago, but curing AIDS using stem cells is too expensive. Even if we do the research as quickly as possible and commercialize it, the cure itself is too expensive, Youngjun said. It's the best strategy in that it can completely cure it, but it requires the best doctors and intensive experiments done by scientists. The process of harvesting a patient's bone marrow, manipulating the genes, verifying that it was done correctly, and transplanting it back to the patient's body is too difficult. You can do it easily at the next generation hospital. You can. But that next generation hospital doesn't exist in poor countries. It doesn't even exist in developed countries right now. That's right. That method is the best choice, for sure. But is it also the best that we can do? Youngjun said. Only rich patients of developed countries with good health care will be able to get the cure. But where would the women from the red light districts that Ardip was talking about get bone marrow transplants? The other name for AIDS is the disease of poverty. Most of the patients are poor people living in poor countries. That's right. I was originally going to get support from their governments and partner with the WHO to treat it extensively, Youngjun said. But to be honest, that will take a long time as well, and I don't know if governments in places like Africa will actually respond. Youngjun sat in his chair with his fists clenched. He was almost angry at the feeling of helplessness and defeat. Destroying a disease like AIDS wasn't easy even with the help of Rosaline. It wouldn't be difficult if his goal was to treat a couple people, but could he be satisfied with bringing people from developed countries to Korea, curing their AIDS, and getting a lot of money from it? The ultimate goal of this treatment should be to cure all AIDS patients, resulting in the extinction of the human immunodeficiency virus, eradicating the virus forever in human history, just as smallpox was eradicated. But the method they had right now was too difficult and time-consuming. Then let's look for a different way, Rosaline said. A different way, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Let's run a few different simulations. Although you have to consume fitness in order for me to provide it to you. Youngjun thought for a moment, then asked Rosaline after thinking of something. You're not going to suggesting anything weird this time. Something weird? Something like putting the officials into a vegetative state in order to gain the cooperation of African governments, or making a bacteria that makes oil and threatening them with it. Because you don't like those kinds of methods. That's right. But it's odd. You mentioned those methods first even when I didn't suggest them. Rosaline said. You wouldn't have even imagined it in the past. Maybe we're getting more similar to each other as we are getting synchronized, Youngjun said with a chuckle. To be honest, the things you said before don't sound all that crazy anymore. I don't know if it's because I'm crazy or if it's because the world is crazy. You are not wrong, Rosaline said, but you said I was frustrating before. In the past, yes. But now I don't think that. There is something I felt from the schematics incident. It is something that I analyzed before, but what is it? Humans are not originally animals that can accept me, Rosaline said. Imagine if Luca Taylor had me. Ugh. It's horrific just thinking about it. From that day, all the executives from pharmaceutical companies will die, and someone like Luca Taylor would artificially create a fatal virus, spread it, and then monopolize the cure for it. He would rule the world in 3 years. Someone like him is fully capable of doing something like that. I am searching for the reason for my creation. And why a second Rosaline cannot be created in the same way. That moment is a mystery to me. It's a mystery to me too. The vast amount of ATP in your blood created me, but I am starting to think that it might have not happened if it wasn't your blood. A frustratingly extreme and obsessive sense of ethics. Maybe it is not possible to balance out this power without a sense of morality like that. Thanks, but to be honest, I have corrupted a lot. I've felt it for a while. I put pressure on politicians when catching Ji Kwang Man, and I think that is probably because of your synchronization with me, but your current sense of ethics is still far superior than the average humans. If you let go of all of your ethics that are limiting my power, the world will face a great upheaval. I can even prevent humans from dying. Holy. But what if only the top 0.1% of wealthy people will be able to live forever because that procedure has astronomically high prices? What if they live for 300 years, monopolize the immortality technology and dominate the world? What if there becomes a life gap instead of a wealth gap? Can humanity right now accept that kind of society? I, for one, am worried. If I present that technology, someone like Luca Taylor will not hesitate to fast forward that society because he is part of the top 0.1%. But you won't. You will think so hard about it in your room that your head will explode. I think that the reason or purpose of my existence may be connected to that. Bleep. A message popped up. Synchronization mode. Analyze 82 treatments for AIDS. Fitness consumption. 4. What is this? Youngjun asked, baffled, as he read the message. At my level right now, the only option to cure AIDS I can see right now is marrow transplantation. Rosaline said, but life-sustaining treatment is possible. Some drugs are available at a much lower price compared to bone marrow transplants, so they can keep AIDS patients alive. It's just like a diabetic patient getting insulin shots. Bleep. Synchronization mode. Analyze 17 HIV vaccines. Fitness consumption. 4.4. And you can also make vaccines. You will be able to stop the spread of AIDS by vaccinating people with this. Since it is useless if AIDS spreads to 2 people while treating 1 patient with a bone marrow transplant, you can vaccinate people without HIV to make them immune and start from there. You can use prevention, life-sustaining treatment, and a cure all at once. With a strategy like this, you might be able to eradicate HIV through international cooperation. It also doesn't violate our ethics. Youngjun felt kind of moved. I never thought I would feel moved by a cell. If you're grateful, just take a shot of ATP after. What does it feel like when I take it? I get a little buzzed and I feel good. All right then. Youngjun pressed the message in synchronization mode. He began to write an email as he looked at the chart floating beside him. Plan for the eradication for the human immunodeficiency virus project. The recipient was Tedros. They had exchanged business cards when they met at IUBM. He was the Director General of the World Health Organization. On Sunday at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Park Joo-hyuk was going into the ABio building. He had left something there on Friday. As he was walking past the office, he saw that the lights in the CEO's office were on a Sunday. When he knocked on the door, Park Ju-hyuk heard a dying voice. Come in. Hey, what? Why are you here? Park Ju-hyuk asked as he walked into the office. I had a lot of work to do, Youngjun replied feebly and collapsed on the couch. Park Ju-hyuk, who was walking toward him, stopped in his tracks. Hey, that sweater you're wearing. Weren't you wearing that on Friday? That's because I haven't gone home since then. You lunatic. Why aren't you going home when you have a nice apartment? You look sick. Go home, man. What the hell are you doing? What is all this? Why do you have stacks of papers? Park Ju-hyuk picked up the papers that were on the table and couch. Treatment 1, Treatment 2, Treatment 3, Vaccine 1, Vaccine 2. What is all this? I don't have the energy to explain all of that. I just worked on about 100 chemical molecules. I was seeing how they match with the ones that have already been developed and strategizing on what would be a good way to use it. Park Ju-hyuk gathered up the papers and stacked them on the table. He dragged Youngjun out. Get up. Just go home. Something's going to happen to you if you keep working like this. You always stay late during the weekdays, so you need to get some rest during the weekend at least. Youngjun waved his hand like he was tired of hearing it. Ugh, just let me be. And stop nagging me. My head hurts from listening to someone nagging me 100 times to take care of my body. Who's nagging you? Someone. A noisy one. Youngjun glanced at the dozens of messages floating on top of his head. They were messages that read, warning, warning, warning. I'll go home in 2 hours, Youngjun said to Park Ju-hyuk. Why 2 hours? That's when I have to draw blood from the chimpanzee. I'm checking in 4-hour intervals to see if the virus is there. After I'm done with this, I should be less busy from Monday. You're probably the only person who draws chimpanzee blood on the weekend as a CEO. I guess so. So all you have to do is draw blood from the chimpanzee. Yeah, then I'll do it for you. Go home. What are you talking about? How can you do it? You have to teach me. It seems pretty easy. You just have to stab the needle in, draw it out, and that's it, right? Like how you just need to memorize the law and take the test to be licensed as a lawyer. Park Ju-hyuk scratched his head. Anyway, you need some rest. You're ugly as is, but your face looks even worse now that you're so tired. If you're just going to talk nonsense, just go. Just tell people below you to do it. Don't spend the night alone and go overboard. Everyone from the bone marrow regeneration team came today as well. They are in an emergency as well. Wait, that team is the reason you stay up all night and come to the office on the weekends? That team is always here late, too. What on earth are you doing there that everyone has tunnel vision? Massaging the back of his neck, Youngjun sat back up. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. We're doing something monumental for human history. What is it? We are going to eradicate the human immunodeficiency virus and get rid of AIDS forever. Park Ju-hyuk kind of froze. Is that possible? Well, obviously not quickly. It will be a very big, long-term global project. We are going to need a huge amount of vaccines and treatments. It's a lot of work just to produce it, and no matter how much international cooperation I get, it's going to take a few years to completely eradicate HIV. I think the fact that this is a matter of time is a revolution itself. You're permanently eradicating an infectious disease that was incurable. Does it matter that it's going to take a few years? But to be honest, it's going to be really hard. And there might be a lot of resistance as well. You're eradicating HIV. What kind of lunatic would resist? A lot of people. For example, pharmaceutical companies that used to sell AIDS-related drugs, religious organizations that rejected bone marrow transplants, or conservatives that worry that people's sexual activity will become promiscuous once the drug gets released. But this is something that is doable even with that risk, and it is something that should be done. Because you're destroying an infectious disease. Right. Even if there are 10 defenders standing in front of the goalpost, I will take the shot if they are going to give me 100 points for just one goal. Youngjun picked up the documents. And we can do it. We're going to tackle it head-on with science, just like we've been doing before, and eventually eradicate HIV. Anyway, do you have time on Thursday next week? Youngjun asked Park Ju-hyuk. Why? The Secretary General of the World Health Organization is coming. Let's go together. Park Ju-hyuk's jaw dropped. Because of the HIV eradication project? You're big enough to be able to tell someone like that to come and go. Of course not, dude. I just told him that we should meet since he's visiting Korea. Where are you meeting him? The Conrad. Okay, I'll clear my schedule. Knock knock. Someone else knocked on Youngjun's office door. Come in, Youngjun said. Dr. Lee Young-hyuk opened the door and came in. He looked even worse than Youngjun, and his dark circles came all the way down to his chin. Wow, he looks brutal. Inside, he felt sorry for him, but was also a little touched. Oh, Attorney Park, you were here too. Hello. Lee Young-hyuk said hello. Hello. Should I come a little later if you are discussing something with Dr. Ryu? No, it's fine. I've discussed everything that I need to. Please come in. Park Ju-hyuk turned to glance at Youngjun. I'll be on my way. Then, he mouthed to Youngjun as he was closing the door on his way out. Go home. Youngjun secretly gave him an okay sign. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. On Monday, Youngjun ran the PCR machine to determine whether the DNA of HIV existed in the chimpanzee's blood. 3 hours 40 minutes. The machine showed how much time was left. After checking that, Youngjun went to the conference room. He had returned to being a frontline scientist and was doing experiments himself, but he was still in a position where he had to oversee the progress of all the research being done. The next meeting was a collaborative meeting with Celigener, the company that was developing a treatment for diabetes. It's been a while, Dr. Song. Youngjun greeted her as he walked in. Hello, Song Ji-hyun said. For some reason, her voice seemed a bit gloomy. You weren't in our meetings for a while, right? I heard you were on a business trip overseas. Yes, I was in India. India. Youngjun was surprised as he was fighting squamtics in India regarding RDIP just last week. Where in India? Navi Mumbai. Cough. Choi Myungjun, who was beside her, choked and coughed. Navi Mumbai was where Schematics India was located. You were in an internationally famous place, Youngjun said. Yes, I was, Song Ji-hyun replied. Why did you go to India? For an investment. Thanks to you and the IUB, we were able to connect with a millionaire in India and a few pharmaceutical companies. So I went with our CEO for business meetings regarding investments. I see. When did you get back? Youngjun asked. I got back last evening. Then, you went to work right away and came all the way to this meeting. Yes. Ha ha ha. We're staying up nights and coming to work on the weekends, but I see that it's also pretty bad for you too. No wonder you seem to have no energy today, Youngjun said. Song Ji-hyun smiled. There was actually a different reason why she seemed so down. When she was in Navi Mumbai, she had caught on early to Schematics India's suspicious behavior. It was before RDIP's glaucoma treatment incident blew up. She wanted to collect more specific data and give it to Youngjun as she had received so much help from him. She tried to get some useful information by going to Schematics India and meeting doctors and patients, but it didn't go well. Then, the situation started to rapidly unfold in a violent way. Schematics attacked Youngjun by reporting a tumor, which Youngjun destroyed straight on with a shocking new technology, and the CIA moved as the White House gave an announcement. What could Song Ji-hyun, a scientist at a venture pharmaceutical company, do in a large-scale incident like this? In Navi Mumbai, the center stage, she felt extremely helpless. She wanted to repay what he had done for her, but she couldn't do anything. She felt like nothing. She was happy that ABIO got through this crisis, but she couldn't help but feel a little sad. Dr. Song. Snapping back into it, Song Ji-hyun quickly raised her head. Oh, sorry. What did you say? It's not about our meeting right now, but if you met a lot of pharmaceutical companies in India, did you ever contact a company that works on an AIDS treatment? Youngjun asked. An AIDS treatment? There was, but why? Would you be able to introduce me to them? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The HIV eradication project was going in 3 methods. First, a bone marrow transplant to cure AIDS patients one by one. Second, a life-sustaining treatment to stop the progression of AIDS in the patient. Lastly, a vaccination that stopped HIV from spreading to other people. The first and last method required the development of a new drug, but the drugs that would be used in the second method were already developed. But like what happened with Gleevec, there was a lot of profiteering. The treatment for AIDS that cost about $1 million in Korea cost about 50,000 won to make. As such, poor countries like Africa couldn't use the treatment and died. Then did India pharmaceutical companies that fought like hell with Schematics from cloning Gleevec leave that expensive AIDS treatment alone? They obviously replicated the treatment and mass-produced it. Thanks to that, 90% of the AIDS treatments used in developing countries were from India. As developing countries had most of the world's AIDS patients, almost 50% of the AIDS treatments in the world was being supplied by India. Their nickname of being the world's pharmacy didn't really seem like an exaggeration. But there were still people in poor countries who died because they could not use the treatment. Even those drugs, which were drastically cheaper from evading patent rights, were still too expensive. Then what could be done? They could lower the price of the treatment. Rosaline was also capable of finding ways to create drugs. If Youngjun designed a good strategy based on that, it could completely change the production process and dramatically lower the cost of production. From what Youngjun calculated by staying up all night, he found that it could be reduced to less than 1/1000th of the previous cost. The only thing left to do was to find a company to produce this drug. Of course, it would be best to find it in India as they have already been mass-producing and supplying it. Youngjun could complete the entire process, from manufacturing to distribution, by finding a few good pharmaceutical companies and forming a technology alliance with them. But the best part about this, better than the others, was that this didn't require a clinical trial because it wasn't a new drug, it was just changing the production process of an existing drug. Youngjun would be able to commercialize it just with a bioequivalence test. There's a company called Karamchand Pharmatics, Song Ji-hyun told Youngjun. They are one of the largest pharmaceutical companies in India, and they mass-produce the treatment for AIDS. They probably make about 70% of the treatment that goes to Africa. Oh, really? Youngjun stood up in excitement. Could you give me their contact information? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. After the meeting ended, Youngjun came back to his office and did a little research on Karamchand Pharmatics. The company certainly wasn't bad. Plan for the eradication of HIV project. Youngjun sent Karamchand Pharmatics an email similar to what he sent Director General Tedros. They didn't have to participate in the meeting at the Conrad, but Karamchand Pharmatics made a tight schedule after hearing that there was a chance to meet Tedros. On Wednesday morning, the day before the meeting, Karamchand Pharmatics sent a few people to Seoul. It was Sachet, the CTO, and 3 key scientists. And at 10 o'clock the next morning, they arrived at the conference room at the Conrad. When Sachet and the scientists went inside, there were already about 10 people inside. A slightly thin young man greeted Sachet and his group. "Hello, my name is Ryu Youngjun. Sachet, it is an honor to meet you." The two of them shook hands. A large man with a large belly approached Sachet. "Hello, I'm Tedros, the Director General of the WHO." After briefly introducing themselves, Youngjun turned on the monitor. "I only briefly mentioned this in the email I sent you that I want to discuss the HIV eradication project. I will begin the actual presentation now." Sachet nodded as the translator delivered Youngjun's message. Tedros took a sip of water. The achievements that Youngjun had shown thus far had been so great, and the reason they had come all the way here was because of the paper on CCR5 manipulation technology and hematopoietic cell regeneration that was recently published in Science. But this was the first time they were hearing in detail about the strategies and technologies he had. "We developed a technology that cures AIDS through bone marrow transplantation. We want to cure all AIDS patients with this," Youngjun said. "But it will not be able to follow the speed of the infection," Tedros pointed out. "I know. That is why we are going to stop the spread by making a vaccine." Vaccine. The scientists in the room all froze. This was a shock. A vaccine? Was AIDS a disease that they could make a vaccine for? But even before the shock from his sensational proposition could wear off, Youngjun played his next card. "And I would like to use the drugs produced at Karamchand Pharmatics to stop the progression of the disease in already infected patients. But the output is highly insufficient for the number of patients. Karampia, the AIDS treatment that is being produced right now, takes about a month to make. Through a process that consists of 13 steps," Youngjun said. "I will show you a method to produce that in 36 hours with 2 steps. The reagents required for production are also drastically reduced, so the production cost will be less than 0.1% of the present cost." "What?" Sachet screamed in shock. 0.1%? How is that possible? Originally, you were chemically synthesizing a 37-unit complex by connecting them one by one, right? You can use the polymerization system in yeast cells to do that at once. I will show you how to do it in detail. If both of you could help me, we can completely eradicate HIV from this earth. Please join me," Youngjun said. The conference room at the Conrad was filled with silence. Everyone was confused because it was such an outlandish idea. Tedros was the first one to speak and break the silence. "First of all, our organization does not seek profit," he said. "The World Health Organization is a specialized agency of the UN for healthcare. It is our job to guide and coordinate international health affairs to ultimately improve health universally. Your project to eradicate HIV, of course we will do it. But what I'm curious about is..." Tedros bit his lip. "JNN. Is that really possible? You said you would eradicate HIV, but the idea of making a vaccine is shocking, but to lower the production cost to 0.1% of the current treatment. Both ideas are possible. We will develop the vaccine using the facilities at Agen and start clinical trials this year. Karamchand can produce the treatment in mass quantities." "About that treatment. You said it was called Karampia? The one we are selling?" Sachet interrupted and asked. "Yes," Youngjun replied. "You said that you will synthesize the drug within yeast cells. To be exact, we are only extracting and using the materials involved in the polymerization system in the yeast cell." Sachet was lost in thought. Karampia was a replica drug of Fusion, Roche's AIDS treatment. It interfered with the mechanism of the cell membrane and the structure on the surface of the virus fusing together as HIV infected the white blood cell. It was in the spotlight in many countries as it had minimal side effects, it worked well, and there was minimal drug resistance as well. But the production process was extremely picky. This drug was a very large, complex chemical that had a long centipede-like molecular structure. Each part was one chemical molecule, and they had to be synthesized one by one through chemical reactions, like building Lego. After 36 steps, it was complete. It had 13 steps that took about a month, and countless scientists were worked to the bone for this. And he's going to reduce it to 2 steps that only take 36 hours. Was this how European people at the transition point to modern times felt when they heard about steam engines for the first time? If it was anyone else, Sachet would have snickered and told them to stop talking nonsense. But the person who said it was a monster who had achieved unrealistic results one after another, such as induced pluripotent stem cells, a glaucoma cure, and a clinical trial for an Alzheimer's treatment. He was the biggest rising star in the scientific community. It didn't seem like he was bluffing. He probably did have that technology. But Sachet had one concern. To be honest, the problem arises from the moment we lower the production cost to 0.1% of what it was before. I don't have the slightest clue as to how I should alter the price because the price break is so severe. Lower it so that all AIDS patients can survive, Youngjun said. Once Karamchand's factories begin working with our new yeast cell synthesis technology, I don't want anyone dying from AIDS anywhere in the world. It might be possible if the production cost is 0.1%. But I don't know. I've never seen such a big technological innovation. I also can't imagine producing big enough quantities to supply the entire world, Sachet said. It probably won't be easy, given how huge the job is. That's why the Director General of the WHO is here right now. Tedros' eyes widened. Me? Isn't it the WHO's role to coordinate the global health industry? Youngjun asked. If we have this kind of technology and Karamchand's facility, the WHO must take responsibility to help Karamchand and supply Karampia to every AIDS patient in the world. Tedros slowly nodded with a surprised look on his face. He said, although I need to do some calculations, it should be possible with the production cost falling to 0.1%. If it's not possible with Karamchand's facilities alone, we can partner with other pharmaceutical companies. Yes, and we have to distribute the mass-produced drugs as well. Like Africa, there are a lot of poor developing countries that are at war or have divided governments due to civil wars, Youngjun said. As the government isn't properly carrying out its duties, it will be that much harder to distribute the drugs. The WHO must make sure to solve that problem. I see. I will do whatever I can, Tedros said with a stern look. But Dr. Ryu, if this really succeeds and we destroy AIDS, how long will that take? Sachet asked. I don't know. It depends on how many countries our Director General can get support from and how active he can get them to be, Youngjun replied. If it's really fast, 3 years. If we're slow, it'll take decades. Let's just say that it takes 3 years. If HIV is eradicated, wouldn't one of our pipelines disappear? Sachet said. And to be honest, I'm not confident that we will be able to secure our livelihood in 3 years. Unlike ABio, we don't have the monstrous pace of research that can print out new drug candidates every few months. That's true. You could be put in a difficult position. I'm sorry for being so crude, but if the technology you told us about is really true, this is a very dangerous variable for us, not good news. I understand, and that's why it's a relief, right? You found out right now that a technology that can destroy your company, Youngjun said. Some places like Roche might be unsuspecting and take a huge hit to their sales, but Karamchand has time to prepare. To be honest, Sachet knew as well, he didn't have a choice in this matter. It seemed like Youngjun was asking for his cooperation, but Youngjun was giving Karamchand, who was destined to become unemployed from more advanced technologies, a last chance. Youngjun had nothing to lose. He could just push back their 3-year plan to eradicate HIV for 15 years and do it himself at AGEN. It will take a long time for AGEN to do it as they had never touched the AIDS drug industry, but that also meant that it wouldn't affect their company sales even if AIDS was destroyed. The reason why Youngjun was presenting Karamchand with this offer was because it was the shortest way to eradicate AIDS and a way to save time. If Karamchand lost Youngjun, it was obvious that the one who would be unsuspecting and take a huge hit to their sales would be Karamchand, not Roche. But unlike Roche, Karamchand wouldn't be able to recover from that kind of damage. But you don't have to be that worried, Youngjun said with a smile. We don't have to worry. Right now, medicine is moving on to the next chapter. Some diseases will be eradicated in this process. But at the same time, new interests will emerge, Youngjun said. Unless humans can live forever, there will always be a demand for something in medicine. We just have to match that, don't we? The point is that I don't think we will be able to do that in 3 years. You will be able to create something with ABio, and there is something I want to make sure with both of you. What is it? Tedros asked. What we are trying to do right now is not some old-school healthcare business where we are making a new drug and treating patients to get rich and grow the company, Youngjun said. Edward Jenner created inoculation, the first ever vaccine, and contributed greatly to the eradication of smallpox. But he distributed that vaccine free of charge. You both should know since you're both doctors. The Royal Society of Medicine told Jenner to publish a patent and get royalties, but he refused. He pushed for free distribution, hoping that it could save at least one more person that way. He fell out of favor with the society and was criticized, but everyone eventually came to respect him, Youngjun said. That is what we are doing. Thanks to Jenner, we don't get smallpox even if we don't get the smallpox vaccine because it has been eradicated, right? Tedros, who was stroking his chin, was lost in thought. The World Health Organization declared smallpox eradicated in 1977. He was a university student when that monumental event happened. It's time for modern medicine to declare HIV eradicated. And we have all the puzzle pieces of the technology needed for that to happen. We will support you fully, Tedros said. He was strongly determined. Sigh. Sachet let out a deep breath. All right, fine, Dr. Ryu. To be honest, I also wanted to wipe out AIDS as a scientist, aside from the profit of the company, he said. I will have to report this item to the board of directors and get approval, but the technological side of the company usually follows what I want to do. I want to join you. The chimpanzee experiment was over. Now, it had been experimentally proven that AIDS could be cured by transplanting bone marrow with CCR5 that had been manipulated by Ca9. Samuel, the editor of Science, had already received the manuscript from Youngjun, and he had also heard about the HIV eradication project meeting in advance. It had been about a month since the meeting at the Conrad. On a warm and nice Tuesday morning, the World Health Organization started a major announcement. In cooperation with ABio and Karamchand Pharmatics in India, we are planning a project to eliminate the human immunodeficiency virus from the face of this planet, Tedros said in front of the reporters. This project will start next month, and many governments have already given us their promises of cooperation. This project will have 3 broad strategies. The first will be to stop the progression of the disease in infected patients. For this, Karamchand Pharmatics and 7 pharmaceutical companies will be producing and distributing 50 billion doses of Karampia, an AIDS treatment. The World Health Organization is supporting this cause, and the speech that would be left in history went on. the WHO had declared that they would forever eradicate HIV from the face of this planet and was strongly determined to do so. Tedros' announcement was broadcasted live to the entire world. Doctors and scientists from all over the world were watching that historical declaration with interest. Geo Hutter was one of them as well. Gero Hutter was a German hematologist and a surgeon. He was the primary doctor of the Berlin patient, Timothy Ray Brown, who was the first lucky man to be cured of AIDS. He was the first person to report the cure of AIDS after confirming that HIV was no longer seen in Brown's body following the transplant with modified CCR5. At the time, he was attacked by a lot of people in the field as he had only observed the absence of the virus for 2 years. He was criticized by people saying how he could determine that the patient's AIDS had been cured by just 2 years. But there was a different reason why Gero Hutter reported something like that. Because he had never seen this phenomenon before, he wanted to get the advice of doctors around the world. As he published his paper, he asked what would be the best thing to do for Timothy Ray Brown, the patient, and he faithfully applied the advice of many other famous doctors. He was a very ethical doctor who was worthy of respect. The eradication of AIDS. Haha, was the world I am living in right now in a time where it was capable of doing something like this? I won't be able to boast about curing AIDS just once anymore, Hutter exclaimed in admiration as he listened to the Director General's announcement. Click. His office door opened. Professor Hutter, Horkheimer, his senior professor at the hospital, came to see him. Did you see this? Horkheimer handed him today's Science magazine. What is this? Hutter asked. The WHO Director General's announcement isn't what's important right now. There's no technological explanation in that. All he is talking about is how the project is running and what countries' governments are cooperating. Anyway, look at this. Gero Hutter took the magazine. A picture of Youngjun was on the cover. Now, it wasn't even surprising that this man was on the cover. ABIO is in the HIV eradication project. It seems like Dr. Ryu did something there, huh? It's not just something, Horkheimer said. AIDS can be cured by transplanting hematopoietic cells made from Ca9 manipulated stem cells into bone marrow. Development of the mosaic vaccine that combines 3 key types of surface antigens of HIV. Method of mass-producing infuvertide using the polymerization system of yeast cells. Infuvertide was the chemical name for Carampia. The 3 papers on the first page all had Youngjun's name as the first and corresponding author. The name of the edition was the HIV Eradication Project. He did all of it, Horkheimer said. The WHO announcement came first and the paper was a little late, but it will rise to the surface now. If this project succeeds, he will get the Nobel Prize, don't you think? Ignore the other things and look at the first paper. It's the last puzzle piece of HIV eradication that the Director General is talking about. Bone marrow with manipulated CCR5. This person commercialized the technology you used to treat the Berlin patient. No way. Gero Hutter's hands trembled. This is possible. In the case of Timothy Ray Brown, he was extremely lucky. Normally, it was difficult to find a bone marrow donor fit for the transplant. But the probability that the person they found had a mutation in CCR5 and didn't work? It was close to 0%, it was a miracle. But a genius scientist on the other side of the planet pulled that probability up to 100%. He created a miracle in the lab. As the first doctor to have experience in curing AIDS, I think there's something you could do there, Horkheimer said. It says that they are recruiting doctors that can do bone marrow transplants. Why don't you apply? Gero Hutter had an interest in Youngjun and the Next Generation Hospital for a long time. In particular, he wanted to work at the Next Generation Hospital from the moment he heard about the plan to build it. But he didn't think he could live in the unfamiliar East Asian culture, and the patients he was in charge of in Germany weighed on his mind. You don't have to go to Korea because this is an international project, Horkheimer said. Stem cell technicians from ABIO will be dispatched around the world. They are going to design stem cells and hematopoietic cells from a patient sample and manipulate CCR5. But the hospital facilities will have to be changed a little for them to use. Then can it be done at our hospital as well? Is it turning into a next-generation hospital? We can't go that far because we lack the know-hows, and it's not like we hired any stem cell technicians. But we can get ABIO scientists to use this place if we change the facilities a little. Then, AIDS patients in Germany won't have to go all the way to Korea. The WHO said that they will fund the renovation of hospital facilities around the world. In other words, we are using it as an outpost so that the ABIO headquarters can use it for the eradication of HIV. I see. For some reason, Gero Hutter felt very moved. This is a war on HIV. The WHO declared war, and the commanding officer is Dr. Youngjun. Karamchand Pharmatics is supplying the munitions, Horkheimer said. You are the only doctor who has destroyed that virus before. If you join them, the hospital will fully support you. How does that sound? Will you accept the new technology? Doctors were different from scientists. Scientists discovered truths hidden in the natural world, and they found joy in inventing a new technology. On the other hand, doctors were more interested in treating patients than new things. They were quite conservative towards new technology, just like how Hong Joo-hee, the doctor from the newborn intensive care unit, contemplated for a long time before using Veradex on Blue. It was because it was their fault if something went wrong with the patient. It was true that the patient could live with drugs like Carampia, and if they were a citizen of a developed country like Germany, they could live for a very long time. But what if they pushed for a bone marrow transplant as treatment and something went wrong? It was pretty common to see drugs that were successful in clinical trials failing in actual hospital settings. On top of that, if it was a unique new drug that had undergone high-level techniques of designing stem cells and manipulating genes, as a doctor, Jero Hutter knew that there were risks. Horkheimer was asking him because he knew that as well. Usually, they would see if it went well in other hospitals before adopting it. But he still remembered the feeling he felt when he could no longer see HIV in Timothy's body. It was a great elation and joy, and an infinite sense of victory at the fact he destroyed a difficult enemy like AIDS. That was more intense and stronger than any other reward he had ever gotten in his life as a doctor. I will go. Jero Hutter made a decision. He was going to take on a part of this project. There were definitely risks and it wasn't going to be easy, but he wanted to do it. As a doctor, he had to do it. Please make a stem cell research facility at our hospital. Please tell Dr. Ryu that the medical school at LMU1 in Germany is with him. As Youngjun's 3 papers published in Science blew up in a row, the world began to focus on ABIO again. Everyone now knew where HIV eradication, the huge project of the WHO, began from. In fact, the project proposer on the official documents released by the WHO was Youngjun as well. His name was being discussed on many broadcasting networks. This project drew a lot of attention from the general public. After the WHO's announcement, AIDS ranked higher in the Google searched term ranking as compared to porn. Of course, the web was going crazy over the paper as well. This science is out of this world. I'm getting so high on national prestige I don't even have to get drunk or smoke. All I have to do is watch the news. I woke up to see Ryu Youngjun permanently eradicating something that was incurable up until yesterday. Did he take a time machine again? A HIV vaccine, treatment, and cure all at once? It's all inclusive. A man who makes the WHO move. Who are you? At this speed, cancer will disappear in 10 years LOL. But people's sex lives are already promiscuous. Isn't it going to run wild when HIV is eradicated? It doesn't matter for you since you don't get any either way. I watched Bohemian Rhapsody yesterday. Freddie Mercury would have lived longer if Ryu Youngjun was born a little bit earlier. How unfortunate. Ryu Youngjun is actually an alien. I saw it for myself. Hey, your fan club is going crazy right now, Park Ju-hyuk said. He was having lunch with Youngjun in his office. Do you want me to read it? No, Youngjun replied briefly as he read something on his phone. This is super entertaining though. Hey, there's a photo of you sitting in a time machine, too. Are your eyes glued to your phone? Who are you texting? I'll let you off the hook if it's a girl. I'm reading a paper. Park Ju-hyuk peeked at Youngjun's phone, then sat back, clicking his tongue. You're addicted to work, seriously. You're either in a meeting or reading papers, aren't you? I do experiments now. Oh, right. You have to draw chimpanzee blood, right. I'm done with that one. It has to go into clinical trials now. What's going on with the vaccine? Is that in clinical trials? It's in the preclinical phase right now, but it will happen soon because we have all the strategies planned out. Good data, too. Actually, I have to go to a meeting in the afternoon because of that. A meeting? With Agen. Park Ju-hyuk tilted his head in confusion. Agen is in it, but there's one more. Where? The International Vaccine Institute. It felt like international agencies would only be in places like New York or Geneva, but there were dozens of places that had offices in Korea. Surprisingly, there was an office that acted as the headquarters for an organization under the UN. It was the International Vaccine Institute located within the research park at Yungyun University. Like most public interest organizations, it wasn't very big. There were also only 140 scientists from 16 countries, and 30 of them were Korean. To be honest, their research and development infrastructure was a little lacking compared to transnational pharmaceutical companies like Agen. However, the International Vaccine Institute had excellent public confidence. It was convenient to carry out international clinical trials as they were an international agency, and people trusted in them because they were a public interest organization. On top of that, they had recently developed and gained approval for a new product that reduced the cost of the cholera vaccine, which was originally $30 to $1. They distributed that to citizens in cholera-stricken areas such as Asia and Africa in 2009 and gained considerable recognition from developing countries. Other than that, they had conducted programs like DOMI, the diseases of the most impoverished, to destroy typhoid fever and dysentery. They were a successful international institute. Then what about AIDS? The International Vaccine Institute hadn't touched AIDS yet. But 4 years ago, Dr. Jason Kim was appointed as the new Director General. He was a world-renowned expert on AIDS research and vaccine development. He had written over 140 papers. He was someone who was selected by Vaccine Nation as one of the 50 most influential persons in vaccines. For a long time, he wanted to develop a HIV vaccine. Although, he hadn't made any progress yet because it was so difficult. Director General Jason and Agen will do collaborative research. ABIO will provide the key technology, and Agen's scientists will develop it using Agen's facilities, Youngjun said. And the International Vaccine Institute will take that to international clinical trials and supply it to the entire world. Jason Kim, the Director General of the International Vaccine Institute, was having tea with 2 visitors. It was Yoon Dae-sung, the CEO of Agen, and Nicholas Kim, the CTO. Jason said, Karamchand and other Indian pharmaceutical companies will mass-produce treatment using a new production method. ABio will develop a bone marrow transplant treatment that can cure AIDS, and we will make the vaccine. It looks nice. Agen has already developed 2 kinds of vaccines before, and we have sufficient facilities for vaccine development, Nicholas said. But a vaccine for HIV was an unbeatable fortress. Will Dr. Ryu's idea really work? Yoon Dae-sung asked. The human body produced these things called antibodies when a pathogen entered from the outside. It was like a natural drug that was automatically produced in the body. Like how different medicine was prescribed for different diseases, the human body also prescribed different antibodies for different types of pathogens. If it was the first time the pathogen was infecting the body, there were no antibodies for that pathogen in the body. As such, white blood cells would fight it to death, analyze the components, and design and produce new types of antibodies. This process took a bit of time, but the next time the same pathogen came into the body, it could be quickly taken care of as the body already had antibodies. People who were bedridden for 2 weeks and about to die during the first infection would just feel a little tired during the second, and they would feel fine after a good night's rest. Simply put, they would not be infected. Vaccination was a technique that artificially created antibodies in the body. They would damage pathogens so that they could not cause diseases, then put them in the body to train white blood cells to design and produce antibodies. But for AIDS, that training wasn't easy. Even if they put in damaged HIV, they would be infected if they were exposed to it again. Because of this, HIV vaccines that had been developed in the past had failed. What do you think, Dr. Jason, as the greatest expert in AIDS and vaccinations? Nicholas asked. Just looking at the data in the paper Dr. Ryu published in Science, I think it has potential, Jason said. Knock knock. Jason's secretary knocked on his door. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. Dr. Ryu is here. The 3 of them stood up right away. Youngjun, who opened the door and came in, looked a little tired, but his eyes were bright. For some reason, Nicholas felt proud. He hadn't done anything to help Youngjun's growth, but he was pleased as the young man, whom he had known before he got famous, was growing at an astonishing speed. Now, he was big enough to have a meeting with the Director General of the International Vaccine Institute, and the CEO and CTO of Agen. He was good enough to move international health agencies and carry out a global healthcare project. But this man's growth wasn't going to stop here as he had more things to do in the future. I will explain the HIV vaccine project. After I hand over the technology and preclinical data today, Agen and the International Vaccine Institute can continue the rest, Youngjun said as he handed out the presentation. What is this? Yoon Dae-sung asked as he held up the document. There were diagrams of 17 types of antigens on it. The reason why past attempts to develop an HIV vaccine failed is simple, Youngjun said. It's because HIV evolves rapidly. Even if we administer a vaccine and create antibodies against the virus, HIV will quickly adapt to it. It will evolve to a variant that has resistance to that antibody. That's right. This had already been reported in his paper, and Yoon Dae-sung, Nicholas, and Jason had all read that paper already. Then, it is actually simple. We just have to make an antibody against that variant with the vaccine. Viruses were faster than vaccines. Even if an antibody that was made from a vaccine chased after the virus, it would run away faster. No matter how great the vaccine was, it would never be able to catch the virus. But if another vaccine was in the escape route of the virus, if an antibody against a variant that had resistance to the previous antibodies already existed in the body, the way for police cars that were slower than the perpetrator's sports car to catch them was to corner them from all sides. Like this, they would create many different types of antibodies at once and not give the virus room to escape. In the paper, you used 4 different types of vaccines. I saw the animal experimentation data that 90% of HIV could be prevented, Jason said in astonishment. Your idea to track the virus evolution pattern and create vaccines against that to use all at once is revolutionary, and your ability to actually perform that is shocking as well. Should we do the clinical trial now? In the paper, we put out animal experimentation data that show the vaccine, which catches the 4 variant patterns, prevents as much as 90% of the virus. We only did that much because we didn't have enough time, but I added more from there. We got more variant patterns, Youngjun said. For a moment, Jason felt his head spin. Wait, so those antibodies on the documents he just handed out are? There are 17 in total, Youngjun said. It is a vaccine that can catch all the possible early and mid-term variant patterns that can occur in HIV. This insane act of being able to analyze and predict a virus evolution pattern was already shocking progress. It was amazing that Youngjun had found 4 targets already, but 17. He found 17? Is this true? Is this possible with current biology? With one shot, people won't be infected by HIV even if you directly inject it into the blood, Youngjun said. We tested it on 100 mice and not even one was infected. Now, Agen can do chimpanzee experiments, and the International Vaccine Institute can begin clinical trials. 1. The acronym for Ludwig Maximilian University of Munich, a prestigious university in Germany. Where are you considering for the clinical trial? Jason asked. I would like it to begin first in the Republic of South Africa, Nigeria, India, Kenya, and Russia. These countries have the most infected population. As such, I think measures to prevent the spread are urgently needed. Don't places like Zimbabwe and Uganda have more infected people than Russia? But Russia has a high mortality rate, Youngjun replied. Jason nodded. All right. Leave it to me. The meeting went on for about 2 hours, with a technical lecture about vaccine development followed by a debate about adjustments to the clinical trials. Youngjun was going to form a technological alliance with AGEN and the International Vaccine Institute and supply the key technology. Pharmacotoxicity experiments and drug efficacy demonstrations were mostly completed in mice and beagles. AGEN and the institute would carry out the chimpanzee experiment and clinical trial. I will send you the information and data about the experimentation method by email. I have to be on my way, Youngjun said as he got up after the meeting ended. It's been a while since we saw each other. Why don't we grab a bite to eat? Yoon Dae-sung and Nicholas said together like they wanted some more time with him. I would also like to have a meal with you, Dr. Ryu, Jason also added. Oh, we can have lunch together next time. I have to get to another meeting right away. Where are you going? The Ministry of Health and Welfare. The Korea Centers for Disease Control and Prevention want to meet me regarding some project. Youngjun bowed, then left. Staring at the door, Jason said, he is so busy. He's the proposer of a huge project like HIV eradication. Even if he had multiple bodies, it wouldn't be enough, Nicholas said. Let's say that it takes a few years to determine the success or failure of that project. Assuming that it succeeds, he'll not only get the Nobel Prize, but the Nobel Prize's grandfather as well. No matter how conservative the Nobel Prize Committee is, they would find Dr. Ryu themselves and give it to him for that kind of achievement. It seems like he's going to be a candidate again this winter. I'm excited. It's nothing compared to HIV eradication, but curing glaucoma and a successful Alzheimer's clinical trial are both pretty amazing things as well. If the Alzheimer's cure becomes commercialized, he'll get the Nobel Prize even if he doesn't eradicate HIV. If he does both, a Youngjun Prize will be created. As Nicholas and Jason were raving about Youngjun, Yoon Dae-sung had more mixed feelings. Oh Mr. Yoon, isn't Dr. Ryu a director at AGEN? Jason asked. Yes, that's right. Then when you retire, you can merge with ABio and put Dr. Ryu as the CEO. They are an affiliate anyways, and won't AGEN stand at the top of the global pharmaceutical industry if you combine with a company like that? Nicholas snuck a glance at Yoon Dae-sung. What Jason said could happen in places like the US, where entrepreneurship was strong. But in Korean corporate culture, it was common to pass down management rights to their children. Yoon Bo-hyun. He was Yoon Dae-sung's son, who was working at AGEN and learning to manage the company. If it wasn't for him, Ji Kwang-man would have stood by Youngjun already, and not attacked him so hastily. Would Yoon Dae-sung hand over the company he had been working for since his father's generation to Youngjun, a complete stranger? Or would he cause a conflict with Youngjun for his one and only son? Nicholas also had mixed feelings as he watched this confrontation. Yoon Bo-hyun was the son of his old friend, and Nicholas had known him ever since he was a baby. To be honest, he felt a little sad when he thought of that boy, who only focused on studying and working with the responsibility of inheriting the family business and leading AGEN, being pushed out by Youngjun. But right now, Youngjun was the best intellectual of mankind. In addition, his ethics and character were great, and he would be able to safely lead the future of this revolutionary science. If Nicholas put aside personal emotions and only looked out for a better world, it would be right for Youngjun to take that position. Yoon Bo-hyun is a smart guy, but personally, I would like Dr. Ryu to take that position. Nicholas glanced at Yoon Dae-sung like he felt bad for him. Ultimately, all the decisions would be made in Yoon Dae-sung and Youngjun's hands. I am considering it, Yoon Dae-sung said. But being outstanding as a scientist and the ability to lead a large corporation as management are two different things. Dr. Ryu is leading ABio well, but it is a small company if you just consider the size. Even if they have astonishing new technologies and a lot of money, they don't have a lot of employees compared to AGEN. That is true, Jason nodded. If it is proven that Dr. Ryu is capable of leading AGEN, I would consider handing over AGEN to Dr. Ryu, Yoon Dae-sung said. Nicholas swallowed his worrisome groan. He was friends with Yoon Dae-sung for a long time, but he couldn't tell when he was being sincere. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. No way, Ryu Ji-won, who was walking into the main entrance of her school, stopped. It was because she noticed a huge banner on the main entrance. We support alumni Dr. Ryu Youngjun's eradication of HIV. Ugh. She was proud, but it was also a little burdensome. She also felt a little weird. As she walked to the lecture room, the topic of conversation of all the students around her was Youngjun. She could hear two male students wearing jackets from the biology department chatting. Did you see Ryu Youngjun's Facebook? Ryu Ji-won's attention naturally headed towards them. Her brother was not on social media. What they were talking about was Youngjun's fan club. An AGEN employee wrote this post, but apparently at the lab the person who posted was at before. Ryu Youngjun cursed and called the lab director a piece of garbage and left. They said it's a legendary incident. He's like an incarnation of research ethics. I wish he would come to our school and teach our professor a lesson. Yeah, if Ryu Youngjun was a professor, I would consider going to grad school. Even if he is a professor here, we can't study under him because we don't have enough credits, man. And you were almost put on academic probation last semester. If Ryu Youngjun was a professor, Harvard graduates would apply to his lab. How would we get in? Hey, we can start studying from now on. Ryu Youngjun's Sunbi also studied in the same environment as us. We can't be that good, but we could probably be good enough to study at his lab if he becomes a professor. Yeah, I don't think so. Ryu Ji-won lowered her head and quietly walked past them. She quickly walked to the lecture room. In the green square, where the student hall and the central library faced each other, there was a space where students could vote or survey people. Ryu Ji-won stopped in her tracks again as she was walking past it. We stand against the development of the HIV vaccine. They had put up a small banner and a few students were surveying people. What is that? They're against the development of a HIV vaccine. Feeling bewildered, Ryu Ji-won approached them. What is this? Hello. It's a petition that expresses concern about ABIO's development of the HIV vaccine. It would be great if you could participate, said the male student with curly hair as he handed Ryu Ji-won the petition. Surprisingly, there were already around a dozen people who had signed. Why are you against developing the vaccine? Ryu Ji-won asked. Well, we're not against it, but we're trying to say that it should be done with ABIO's money, not on the taxpayers' dime. Isn't that the same thing? It's not like they are making something bad. What's the problem with making a vaccine with taxes? Ryu Ji-won asked like she could not understand. It is bad. Vaccines are a medical practice that hasn't been proved completely safe. Vaccines aren't natural, and they have impurities. That's what is dangerous. What? The human body has the ability to create antibodies against invading pathogens on its own. But vaccines recklessly inject pathogens into the body, right? Doesn't that alone make you feel uncomfortable? But there are other impurities in the things used to create vaccines. It's not natural materials, but preservatives like thimerosal. That's even more dangerous. The male student showed Ryu Ji-won a few documents and a poster. Take a look at this. It's a paper that Andrew Wakefield, a conscientious doctor from England, published. Looking at children with autism, he found that all their symptoms appeared after receiving the MMR combination vaccine. Vaccines can cause autism. The health authorities did not fully verify the dangers of vaccines, and they are doing compulsory vaccinations on children when they don't know a lot about it. That is putting people in danger. There isn't enough scientific evidence, and above all, it is an anti-democratic medical practice that violates the people's choice and freedom as it is a mandatory vaccination. Ryu Ji-won was barely listening to the student because she was thinking of who Wakefield was. She was familiar with the name as her brother, who was a science nerd and rambler, went on and on about the various issues in the scientific community whenever he bought her a meal. She was sure that it was a name she had heard of back then. Oh, suddenly, Ryu Ji-won shouted. I remember now. Didn't that paper turn out to be wrong? So Wakefield had his medical license taken away. That never happened, shouted the student with a tense face. Weird. I think that's what I heard. Who said that? Someone I know who got his doctorate in biology. That was all Ryu Ji-won said. Anyway, vaccines are dangerous. President Trump of the United States is also against vaccines. The president of a country that is very advanced in science, like the United States, is against it. He has even appointed an anti-vaxxer as the chairman of the Vaccine Safety Committee. Vaccines are dangerous things that haven't been proven yet. Just think about it. Why would you get a shot when you're not sick and create a disease? Does that make sense? And it's even more dangerous in the case of the HIV vaccine ABIO is developing right now. Do you know why? Said the student. What will the people who were vaccinated think? Won't people who were behaving from fear of AIDS get excited after a dose of the vaccine and start living promiscuously, meeting prostitutes and random people at clubs? Not only is the HIV vaccine simply dangerous, but it has a deadly danger in that it could cause societal immorality. And there will be more homosexual people as well, said the student. We cannot understand why they are making such a dangerous product that hasn't been verified yet, but we are against it being done on the taxpayers' dime. We have supported Dr. Ryu, and we are all for everything else about treating HIV and AIDS, but not vaccines. All right. I'll be on my way now, Ryu Ji-won said. Okay. Could you join our petition? This will be an important piece of information that delivers the nation's message to ABIO. No, I'm good, Ryu Ji-won answered briefly, then left. Yu Song-mi was Youngjun's secretary who was hired to help him with managing his schedule and other various tasks. As murderous as his schedule was, she was also extremely busy every day. But the good thing was that she was getting used to the busy schedule. She was a little clueless at first, but she was pretty good at her job now. Right now, Yu Song-mi was delivering an offer from SBS producer Na Sungjin to Youngjun about going on TV. So, they want you to come on it. It's a lecture-style live broadcast. Yes. Nah. How can I go on TV? I'm not a celebrity or a professor, I'm just a scientist. But sir, I think it's a good idea for you to go on this time, Yu Song-mi said. Why, n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Yu Song-mi wasn't someone who usually expressed her opinions. Youngjun raised his head among the documents at the unexpected opinion. She said, there are a lot of people who are worried about the development of the HIV vaccine. I think it would be good for you to get on TV and explain it in detail. Worried? About what? I'm managing your email inbox, right? A lot of emails like that come in. Youngjun had his personal email listed on the ABIO homepage. Out of the hundreds of emails he got in a day, Yu Song-mi delivered the important ones to him. There are a lot more emails that support and root for the vaccine development. So when I got a few emails that were against it, I left them out. But I've been getting more. Youngjun knew that there was going to be resistance as he did this huge project. To be honest, the most difficult opponents he had were those who rejected bone marrow transplants because of religious reasons. If they are against the development of the vaccine, are they anti-vaxxers? They were the easiest opponent among the resistance he predicted. Let's see what kind of emails they are, Youngjun said. Even though there are people who are against the development of the HIV vaccine, there are way more emails from people who support it, Yu Songmi said. So, it will take a while for you to find them yourself. I will gather the emails that are against it and send them to you. Yes, thank you. Youngjun went back to working on his documents. In 30 minutes, Yu Songmi organized the email inbox. As a bonus, she showed up with a cup of iced Americano. It seems like you always have one at this time. Thank you. Youngjun slowly went through his inbox. There were vaccine skeptics among students at the most prestigious universities in the country like Yungyun University. There were more than that among the general public. They were quite concerned about the technology Youngjun was developing. Dear Dr. Ryu Youngjun, I am a citizen who has supported you for a long time. Do you know RCWM? It's a movement to raise our children without medicine when vaccines are dangerous. It was nice that you developed a lot of good drugs and treatments, but I don't understand why you are trying to go down an unverified and dangerous path. My name is Kim Pil-young, and I am a second-year history major at Yungyun University. Recently, there has been a movement against the development of the HIV vaccine in the Green Square at Yungyun University. I would like to ask you, Ryu Youngjun Sunbi, vaccines are. Dr. Ryu, if something like an HIV vaccine comes out, people's sex lives are going to become more immoral and dirty. Doesn't AIDS happen from dirty sexual intercourse? In fact, the percentage of AIDS is high in homosexuals who engage in anal sex. I think that AIDS might actually increase. Click. Youngjun closed his inbox. They are funny people. There are only 2 organisms in the entire world that were created from nothing. One is the common ancestor of all organisms, and the other is me. Rosaline said, organisms never just appear. Are they saying that HIV is magically created in thin air and causes AIDS while non-infected people have sexual intercourse promiscuously? That does not happen. It's not that easy even if ordinary scientists tried their hardest to create it by reacting all kinds of liquid cultures and organic matter with a thermocycler. Youngjun was lost in serious thought with his chin resting on his hand. You're bothered by it. I don't think you need to. Just ignore it. That's a kind of thing that would have worked before the 19th century when Pasteur was experimenting with a swan neck flask. It's not that simple, Youngjun said. Vaccine conspiracy theories weren't a new phenomena. It wasn't something that could be dismissed as just ignorance. This was because the more developed countries with higher education levels tended to have stronger beliefs in vaccine conspiracy theories. In particular, it was especially stronger in highly educated, high-income Caucasian people in America. Personal experiences about the side effects of vaccines, and a sense of security that there were no life-threatening infectious diseases everywhere like developing countries. They were the ones who created distrust and opposition to vaccines. In addition, a solid logic was created when those who were educated in democracy began to appeal to the individual freedom of choice. That was why President Klump of the United States appointed an anti-vaxxer as the chairman of the Vaccine Safety Committee. Youngjun, who was then working on anti-cancer drugs, thought it was ridiculous when he heard the news. How shocked would scientists who studied immunology and vaccines have been? In one American immunology journal, they commented that the appointment was an international embarrassment. But that person was still acting in that position. That was how strong the opposition to vaccines in developed countries like the US was. There were no full-fledged movements in Korea yet, but there was a possibility that the HIV vaccine would be the starting point. If that's what you are worried about, just go on the show, Rosaline said. If the vaccine opposition is a type of immune response, you can be the vaccine itself. Make some antibodies against that opinion in Korea. I'll think about it today. Youngjun rose from his seat. I'm going to head home. You should, too, Ms. Songmi. It's already past working hours, Youngjun said to Yu Songmi as he headed out of his office. Youngjun had come home in 2 weeks. He was so busy that he normally spent the night at the company, and he didn't even go home on the weekends. It was because he thought it was a waste of time for him to go home. He brought some clothes to the closet in his office, slept on the couch, and showered in the company shower room. I'm going to forget my son's face. Come home often, said Youngjun's mother, who had moved here a couple of months ago. Don't pressure him when he's busy, his father lightly criticized his mother. Youngjun, don't care about us and do whatever you want to do, okay? I'll come home often now, Youngjun said. Recently, I had to stay up at work because I was so busy from eradicating HIV, but I can relax a little in a few weeks n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. Oh, that's a relief. His mother tapped him on his shoulder. You have to take care of yourself. If you get sick, nothing else matters. Ryu Ji-won also came home early because Youngjun was having dinner at home. It had been a while since the whole family had a meal together. How strange of you to come home, Ryu Ji-won said like she was fascinated. I'm here to see if you're studying hard. Actually, I have a confession to make. What is it? I used your computer because mine broke when I was doing my assignment, but I broke that, too. What? What kind of assignment were you doing that made you break 2 computers? I was downloading some program. Ryu Ji-won glanced at Youngjun in a little bit of guilt, then giggled cutely. Sorry. I'll make sure to fix it with my own money. Isn't that the allowance I gave you? That is true. Anyway, I'm sorry. Oh right, I saw vaccine conspiracy theorists at school today. Ryu Ji-won quickly switched the topic. Conspiracy theorists. They were talking about how vaccines are dangerous, they can't be trusted, and that AIDS will actually increase if you create something like that because they will live more promiscuously. They were petitioning. How can people like that exist? Youngjun's father said angrily with a frown. I guess they could think that way. To be honest, I felt that way in the past, Youngjun's mother said. It's so worrisome and hard for mothers to see their baby get a shot. It's so hard to make the decision to vaccinate them when they're not even sick. Oh honey, please don't say that anywhere else. How can you say that when you're Youngjun's mother? I'm not saying I feel that way right now, I'm just saying that I understand. Mothers who raise their children without medicine don't do it because they are bad people. What kind of mother would want to ruin their kids' health on purpose? They think that they are doing the best they can with wrong information, Youngjun's mother said. And I think it's possible for them to believe that. How can regular people know what vaccines are? I studied a little after Youngjun went into biology, but it was so hard that I couldn't understand any of it. Sigh. You don't know how vaccines work, either. Actually, I'm thinking about going on TV because of that, Youngjun said. TV. Ryu Ji-won's head shot up. You're going to be on TV. I've had a lot of offers for me to go on lecture programs or talk shows. I declined all of them though, but I'm thinking about it now. I thought I'd go and explain about vaccines and AIDS. Then you should do it. Ryu Ji-won said excitedly. I'll do your makeup before you go on. Split the fee? You take 7, I take 3. Yes. I don't need makeup. I'm not a celebrity or anything, so why would I do that? Hey, you don't know what you're talking about. If you go on something like that, it'll be forever pinned in your fan club. Youngjun got goosebumps on his arms when Ryu Ji-won put it that way. But I haven't decided whether to go on or not. Why? A scientist should only talk about the data and evidence in their paper. Youngjun swallowed his words as it was obvious they were going to be frustrated with him. But for him, it wasn't an easy decision. In his lifetime as a scientist, he had seen a lot of scientists get fame from things other than papers, scientists who worked on television, news columns, radio networks, and other mass media. The professor in the lab next door when he was studying at Yungyun University was someone like that. The graduate students of that lab were abandoned, they had barely gotten any supervision from the professor, as the professor was busy going on TV and writing books that they could barely make it to the lab once a week. The faces of his colleagues next door who were complaining as their graduation became distant kept popping up in Youngjun's head. That lab barely published any papers. That professor didn't read papers either. The research did not progress, and the professor was appealing to the public and intoxicated by his fame. To Youngjun, that too seemed fake. Of course, he might go on television just this once and go back to being a scientist. But the hardest part about anything was the first time, right? I already changed so much because of Rosaline. But can I really give up my attitude as a scientist? Youngjun was worried because he didn't have confidence in himself. Whether you go on the show or not, you should do whatever you want to do. Everyone supports you, Youngjun's father said. Yes, Youngjun replied. Ring. A new email came into his inbox. Hello, I'm a woman in her 40s living in Seoul. I am emailing you after seeing the petition against your vaccine development at Gangnam Station. He clicked on the email because he was curious what kind of worries she was going to talk about. But the rest of the email was unexpected. My second kid is at Yungyun Hospital because he's sick, and there was a baby who was 2 years old. They had a bunch of machines hooked up, and they looked very sick. It turns out that the mother was in RCWM, so she didn't vaccinate them or give them any medicine because she wanted to raise them without medicine. People who are in RCWM are probably trying to raise the baby in a healthy way with their own beliefs. But eventually, the baby had brain problems after they suffered from a major injury, and they have to live with a permanent disability. The mom cries every day, saying that it's her fault. I support you, Dr. Ryu. I hope you keep going with your research no matter what people say. Youngjun let out a sigh. I'd rather fight schematics. He sent Secretary Yu Song-mi a text message. When you get to work tomorrow, please set a date for me to go on the show. And I have a request about the audience. I'll call you tomorrow. *****. Kim Pil-young, a second-year history major, was petitioning at Mapogu. The number of participants for the temporary organization, Group Against the Development of the HIV Vaccine, or GAHIV, quickly grew and was now nationwide. They were even on the news a couple days ago. People at GAHIV printed that video on a huge poster and held it up wherever they went. It was a screenshot of the anchor on screen and the caption, Group Against the Development of the HIV Vaccine. The number of GAHIV people gathered in Mapogu today was huge. There were around 100 people as this was an important location in this movement. Hey you, do you know where this is? How dare you do something like this here, said a man in his 50s as he clicked his tongue. This is right in front of the next generation hospital that Dr. Ryu is running? How dare you petition something like this here? Vaccines are really dangerous, sir. You must think about what kind of societal impact it will have when something like that is made. Kim Pil-young began to desperately convince him. Hey, you're doing this here because it's in front of the hospital, right? A little female student wearing glasses interrupted. Isn't this the first place that Dr. Ryu will supply the vaccine once it's made? What? The moment the man frowned like he was baffled, GAHIV began shouting from behind him. That's right. We have to petition here because it's the hospital. We are against the development of the HIV vaccine. Kim Pil-young got close to the man with a pen and the petition. He said, "Sir, there is a paper that vaccines cause autism. The more developed the country, the less its citizens get vaccines. Why do you think that is? In Japan, a HPV vaccine had side effects as well. Are vaccines really okay? Do you know how vaccines work? Like how you gain resistance if you take too many antibiotics, vaccines also. Hello." Suddenly, a young man and woman appeared in front of Kim Pil-young. "We're from SBS 2 Gahivi is doing the petition here, right?" the woman asked. "Yes, we are," Kim Pil-young said with a bright smile. "Are you interviewing us?" "No," the woman shook her head with a smile. "Dr. Ryu Youngjun is going on a lecture-style program, and he is going to talk about the HIV vaccine and the infection process of AIDS, and do a live debate." "Pardon. He asked us to fill the audience with people who are against the development of the vaccine," she said. "If it's all right, could you come on our show?" One in Korean, it's called an AKI, which stands for the Korean for Raising Children Without Medicine. It is a movement that believes in the natural healing power of the body and strives to not use modern medicine. 2 SBS is a famous broadcaster in Korea. 100 people signed up to participate in the live lecture and debate. They couldn't take more than that as the studio was a very unique place. It was room 411, a lab in Lab 1 at AGEN. This lab was made and used for science high schools 1 or university students to observe experiments. AGEN had made this in order to improve the company's image, pushing the slogan for the popularization of science and societal contribution. It was much larger than a regular lab, and it had a structure that was fit for a lecture, such as having a separate podium at the front of the room. Youngjun wanted to do the lecture program here. Filming in a lab? Producer Na Sungjin found it ridiculous when he first heard the idea, but after thinking about it some more, he felt like it was actually going to be a very entertaining sight. The background would target the taste of the viewers who wanted to see the star scientist. It would be more interesting than meeting Youngjun on a podium with a suit on, right? I'll get it ready. We will also gather the audience like you want. Youngjun borrowed the PAFM, the Super Resolution Visible Photoactivated Atomic Force Microscope, from Lab 1. It was an optical microscope that could see 100,000th of a piece of hair using light. It had outstanding performance among existing optical microscopes, and it was pretty expensive as well. AGEN had this kind of thing because, well, they were AGEN, but Youngjun had to wait a little in order to borrow this equipment. There were a few more things that needed to be set up in room 411 for his lecture. 10 days were needed in order to gather those things and the audience. In the meantime, Youngjun headed to India. Karamchand Pharmatics was now starting the production of the treatment, and Youngjun was asked to conduct a technical inspection of the system. In the meantime in Korea, another issue was unfolding noisily. Professor Sung Yo-han, the optometry specialist of the Next Generation Hospital, opened a press conference. He was not alone. Beside him was the most famous patient in the whole world right now, Ardip from India. He was the first patient in the world to use the glaucoma treatment kit, the first commercialized stem cell therapy, the patient who got a tumor in his eye and was almost sacrificed by schematics' evil scheme, and the patient who informed the world of ABIO's advanced new technology of automatic stem cell death. The whole world was angered at the horrible things Squamtics did to him, and voices supporting Ardip came from everywhere. The hashtag, Pray for Ardip, dominated social media, and countless intellectuals, celebrities, and politicians criticized schematics and issued statements praying for Ardip's recovery. How many people would experience such ups and downs as an ordinary patient? Among patients, he was as famous as Timothy Ray Brown. As the international medical industry was busy with the HIV eradication project, there were countless people who were curious about what happened to Ardip after the incident. "We have cured Ardip's glaucoma at the Next Generation Hospital," Sung Yo-han announced. Click, click, flashes poured onto them from all over. The reporters stared at Ardip with curious eyes. It was understandable that they were releasing this as this was an issue related to the confidence in the glaucoma treatment product. But was there a reason to open a press conference and bring the patient himself just for that? Professor Sung Yo-han said to the puzzled reporters, "Ardip told me he wanted to have a press conference. That is why I arranged this. The professional translator that was prepared by ABIO will deliver the patient's message." Sung Yo-han handed Ardip, who looked nervous, the mic. "Feel free to talk." "Why, yes." Ardip gulped as his hands trembled. Dozens of reporters were staring at him. As he had lived as an insignificant and poor citizen, the interest was so overwhelming that it felt like he was being crushed. But he had to say this for Youngjun and for the women at the red light district that looked after his life until now. Ardip teared up even before he opened his mouth. "I heard that Dr. Ryu is developing an HIV vaccine. I also heard that there are a lot of people who are against it. I saw it. I saw it with my own 2 eyes because I can see now." They were petitioning in front of the Next Generation Hospital. The reporters looked shocked. It was because they thought he would criticize Squamtics, praise ABIO, or talk about the glaucoma treatment, but Ardip began talking about the HIV vaccine out of the blue. "Please don't do that. Please. I beg you. You don't know what kind of disease AIDS is. I grew up in Kamathipura in Mumbai, India," Ardip said. "Kamathipura is like hell. It's the worst red light district in the world, and that place is infested with AIDS. Kamathipura was the biggest and oldest brothel in Asia. It was hell where once someone came in, they could never get out. There were about 20,000 prostitutes that lived there. A significant portion of them were minors, but there were too many that it was hard to estimate. There were even children under the age of 10. Some women came to this place on their own after reaching the verge of starving to death from poverty, some were sold here by fraud, and some were kidnapped from Nepal and handed over by human trafficking. There were also women who were born here and were raised as prostitutes. Usually, women would be kidnapped or sold when they were in middle school in Korean age, and locked in a 3pyong to express our deepest regrets as alumni of this school, and the conservative organizations were anxious at the different atmosphere and strange public opinion. The GHIV homepage sneakily changed their goal from the rejection of the development of the HIV vaccine to rejection of the use of the HIV vaccine in Korea. Time flew by, and it was the day of the live show. In room 411 of Lab 1 at Aegon, Youngjun went up to the podium in front of 100 people and a dozen cameras. "Hello, I am Ryu Youngjun from Abio," said Youngjun as a greeting. "A few days ago, I visited Karamchand Pharmatics in India. I was asked for technical advice on the production of Karampia, an AIDS drug. But in the meantime, something quite noisy happened in Korea," Youngjun said. "I completely understand how Ardip feels. And now, I have a sense of responsibility to develop the HIV vaccine as soon as possible and distribute it to Kamathipura and the world." Kim Pil-young felt his palms sweat. Youngjun stared right at the audience. "Before we go into the lecture, I want to ask you, is there anyone here who is against my research?" In the silence, Kim Pil-young slowly raised his hand. "Why are you against it?" Youngjun asked. His voice was not aggressive in the slightest, it really seemed like he was asking out of curiosity. Kim Pil-young replied, "Vaccines are drugs that haven't been proven safe." "Why do you think so?" "There's a paper that a British doctor wrote. It was published in Lancet, a famous medical journal. It talks about how the thimerosal contained in the MMR vaccine causes autism in children. That paper was fabricated." The British General Medical Council criticized that fact in 1998. There was a record that 5 out of the 12 patients were already diagnosed with underdevelopment, and mistakes were found in hospital records for the remaining 7 cases as well. "That was why Lancet withdrew the paper," Youngjun said. "And that doctor was stripped of his medical license from the British Medical Association because of fabrication. Do you know that as well? Isn't that because of the pressure from pharmaceutical companies?" The fact that patient information was fabricated in that paper is explained in detail in a paper published in the British Medical Journal in 2010. "I don't believe that paper." "Then how can you trust the paper that Lancet withdrew, stomping on their own pride, and that the General Medical Council criticized as being false?" Kim Pil-young tried to say something, but didn't. Then, he said, "The HPV vaccine is mandatory, but even if you don't get the vaccine, only 0.007% of people get cervical cancer. I'm saying that you don't need to get the vaccine. This is the statistic released by the American Cancer Society. There are only 12,000 cervical cancer patients among 170 million American women. Why do we have to get the vaccine while taking the risks for side effects when this is the case? Can you say that in front of 12,000 patients?" Youngjun grinned. "We can discuss further about the gains and losses of vaccines, but let's find out about the more clear-cut things," Youngjun said. "I am also curious if Abio's HIV vaccine is really dangerous, if it has side effects." He pulled out a small vial from the drawer. "The thing in this vial is the HIV vaccine. It is the HIV vaccine we have developed, the one that we have completed the formulation of, and the one that will enter clinical trials soon. You can be immune to HIV if you inject 5 milliliters into your veins," Youngjun said. "A week ago, I administered this to my own body." The crowd gasped. Producer Na Sungjin was surprised at the shocking news. "Now, let's see the effects. Let's see what kind of antibodies are in my blood, and whether it can destroy HIV, Youngjun said. "I think that there will be a limit to delivering its safety and efficacy with words. So today, I will show you myself." Youngjun walked to the front of the microscope. This is called a super-resolution visible photoactivated atomic force microscope. This has such a high resolution that you can take pictures of viruses. Agen modified the equipment so that it could take videos. Youngjun pulled out another vial. "And the thing in here is an active form of HIV." Youngjun drew up 1 milliliter of the virus. "Dr. Ryu." Horrified, Na Sungjin shouted as he got up from his seat. But he was too late. As everyone was in shock, Youngjun injected the virus into his arm. The lab was filled with silence. The audience was frozen. Youngjun stared at them with a calm face. "I will not release my vaccine only in AIDS risk areas in developing cultures and conduct clinical trials there when there is so much resistance because of its danger," Youngjun said. "But also, I will not take a defensive stand against this vaccine development. As Ardip said, people in high-risk areas need this technology as soon as possible. That is why I am administering and testing it myself." Youngjun switched the syringe and drew blood from his arm. He mixed in a dye that stained white blood cells into his blood and put a droplet on the glass slide. Then, he turned on the microscope. A video of the virus rushing to the huge white blood cells was shown on the large screen. Let's see together what happens to the virus. 1. Science high schools are a special type of school where there is a large focus on science and technology. You must qualify to attend. 2. A Korean unit of size. It is roughly equal to 107 square feet ref room. The room would be small, and the ceilings would be so low that they wouldn't even be able to stand up fully. Sometimes, they would stay in that windowless room for years and never be able to come up. These women lived and prostituted in this place, which was not that much different from an animal pen. Also, these women shared prostitution beds with each other because they didn't have their own. From dawn until they went to sleep, these women had to take customers, no matter if they were on their period, pregnant, or had a miscarriage. The money they received for this was around a few hundred won, but most of it was taken from them as a room fee by gang members. To maintain order, they used violence, verbal abuse, and even electrical torture. But there was something even scarier than that. The true ruler of terror that reigned over that region was not people, but a virus. The infection rate of HIV was 60%. Half of the people who lived there were suffering from AIDS. Everyone fell into despair when the women in the next room, which was divided by a cardboard partition, got sick. It was unimaginably painful that this disease, which infected the only people these women could rely on and consider as family, was an infectious disease. It was the horrid enemy that robbed them of their last strand of hope and their affection and care for each other. AIDS divided people from people. It was the devil that took away life and hope at the same time. From a 10-year-old child to an elderly in their 60s, this disease did not discriminate. It killed the gang members who ruled over the women, the rich tourists from strong nations who visited Kamathipura, and the women living there. The worst case was to give birth to a baby while being infected with HIV. The baby would have HIV from the moment it was born. It was sinful that it was born into that hellhole, but the mother was also giving it HIV. AIDS is not what you think it is, Ardip said while tears ran down his face. That infection is a curse. It is the devil that takes away the last strand of hope from people who have nothing. I heard everything the people who are against the vaccine said. The things about the side effects or homosexuality increasing. Ardip bit his lower lip. How? Why does that matter? Even if that is true, is that a reason to stop the vaccine development? I have been blinded by glaucoma, and I have a limp in my left leg from a stroke. But still, I'm more afraid of AIDS. When you go to sleep, you don't worry about whether you were infected by HIV or not. You are not in terror at the news that someone is coughing in the morning. That is why people in developed countries can worry about the side effects and resist vaccines, Ardip said. Please let him exile that disease from Kamathipura. I beg you. Please do not stop Dr. Ryu. The people who live there are like family to me. Please rescue those people. Ardip came out of chair and begged them, bowing on the floor. Sung Johan quickly got him off the floor and settled the situation down. We will not be receiving any questions for the condition of our patient. ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Ardip's appeal about the place called Kamathipura and the situation of AIDS there had quite an impact. The issue about AIDS cure and HIV vaccines was heated. Kim Pil-young was also shocked as he heard firsthand from a local survivor that the infection rate of HIV was 60%. The first place where the atmosphere changed was Yungyun University. The booth where they were petitioning was in pieces. A poster with a long message written by students was put up in the central library. Recently, we have seen a group on campus leading the movement against the development of the HIV vaccine and campaigning for signatures. The biotechnology major students, batch of 2019 ref. This is the Korean equivalent of class of, in university, but the year is when they enter, not graduate. Ack, shouted Nicholas, who was watching TV, as he quickly got up. What is he doing? Everyone froze as it was so shocking. Nicholas thought that it wouldn't be easy to break the strong belief of anti-vaxxers with some vague logic and persuasion, so he expected Youngjun to take strong action, given his personality. But he didn't think it would be this dramatic. To administer the vaccine and HIV to himself? Wait, he's putting HIV inside his own body? Is Dr. Ryu crazy? Can he do that? Ju Hwa-young, the lab director of Lab 5, asked Nicholas as they were watching TV together. Whether he can or not, people usually aren't able to do that, no matter how confident they are in their product, Nicholas said. Isn't human testing against research methods? Nicholas thought for a moment. It is normally against research ethics for the frontline experimenter to experiment with a sample from their bodies, Ju Hwa-young said. But Director Ju, Dr. Ryu is not only the frontline experimenter, but the project leader, Nicholas replied. It was normally against research ethics for a frontline experimenter to experiment with their own sample. It was banned by law, and the project leader would get punished. This wasn't originally in the ethics guidelines, but it was created after a professor at a university forcibly collected eggs from his female students and conducted stem cell experiments. The reason the human research guidelines prohibit the self-experimentation of researchers is to protect them. If they allow that, superiors like a CEO or professors can force their subordinate scientists to donate samples or do experiments, Nicholas said. That's true. But it isn't a problem if you use the project leader's sample. That is also true. Ju Hwa-young nodded. There were two key points in determining research ethics in human subject research experiments. The first was whether the subject fully understood the experiment, and the second was whether the experiment occurred under completely voluntary consent. The frontline experimenter could fulfill the first condition better than anyone, but the law fundamentally prevented it as there was a risk of problems arising in voluntary consent. Then what about project leaders? Because they were the manager of the entire project, they knew more about the purpose, principle, and the side effects of the experiment better than the frontline experimenter. There was no worry about them being coerced into the experiment or the donation of a sample as there was no one to give them orders about the experiment because they were the manager. As such, the project leader was exempt from the research guidelines of human subject research. There were no stipulated provisions at all. Because of this, professors who burned with the passion to experiment often used their own bodies to experiment. Youngjun also wasn't the first person to administer a vaccine to their own arm. A few professors who studied vaccines had done this before the first phase of clinical trials. These people weren't even far from home. Someone like Lee Sang-hee, a veterinary professor at Chungnam National University in Korea, had injected a vaccine for bird flu into their arm. It was to test its effectiveness before the clinical trial. Someone like Kim Min, a famous parasitology professor, had once put parasites in their eye and cultivated them. But still, injecting HIV is too dangerous, Ju Hwa-young said in a worried tone. He's probably showing some gut because he saw that a target antibody was created after the vaccine injection, Nicholas replied. He really is bold, sacrificing his own body for the advancement of science. In Agen's lab, a video that Youngjun was filming live through the microscope was on the screen. The camera that was filming him also turned their cameras toward the video. Huge cells and tiny, dot-like viruses showed up on the screen. Let's take a look together at what happens to these viruses. As they listened to Youngjun, Ju Hwa-young asked, "Is Dr. Ryu going to show the immune response to the virus live right now?" "It seems like it. But it won't be easy," Ju Hwa-young said. "I don't know if you know this, but I studied molecular imaging in the past. It's not easy to use a microscope that can observe viruses, and filming something like that isn't just about how skilled someone is at using a microscope. Let's see what kind of miraculous science he will show us this time." The microscope was the most effective tool for humans to enter the micro-world. The true value of biology began rising to the surface after Lewin Hoke began studying microbes and Robert Hooke began studying cells. But the scientific community had yet to properly film a virus and the immune response to catch the virus. Why were they unable to do so when they had a microscope with enough magnification? It was because after magnifying a part of the microworld like that, it was difficult to figure out which ones were the white blood cells, tissue cells, and the virus. It was similar to how it would be impossible to determine a grain of rice if it was enlarged to 1,000 times its size. Because of reasons like this, molecular imaging, the technology of observing the microworld through microscopes, had been established as its own field of study in science as it was extremely difficult work. Things like observing viruses or filming the differentiation process of certain cells were often published in top journals like Science or Nature. There were quite a lot of scientists that studied molecular imaging as their performance would be very noticeable with just one good picture. Even so, there was no scientist who had succeeded in filming the immune response to a virus. But not anymore. I put in 4 different kinds of dye in this blood sample. They will stain different types of white cells so that we can observe them at the same time. Only colorless and translucent cell masses were on the screen where the dye had not yet worked. There were black dots that looked like viruses, but their movements weren't captured accurately. It was because they were too small and they kept moving out of focus. The dyes will stain neutrophils, B cells, T cells, and macrophages. Now, I also don't know which of these giant white blood cells are which, but you can tell if you stain them. This dye was a fluorescently tagged antibody that recognized the biomaterials on the surface of the white blood cells. Youngjun would be able to dye them according to what kind of type they were. For example, the dye would paint neutrophils green from their high expression of CXCL12. Additionally, he added a red fluorescent protein on the capsid of HIV. Youngjun made a darkroom by putting a lid on the chamber, then irradiated with a light that fluoresced the fluorescent proteins. Numerous red dots appeared on the monitor, and large cells that were emitting green light were following the red dots. The cells that are shining green are neutrophils, a type of white blood cell. They are one of the first T cells to notice and react to a bacterial or viral infection, Youngjun said. Can you see the small green dots that are left in the neutrophil's tracks? These are signs that the neutrophil leaves. It's a cell fragment with something called CXCL12. Youngjun went on and explained further. Now, a white blood cell called a T cell will follow this path. A little after, they could see cells that were stained yellow come into view. T cells play a key role in regulating the overall immune system, and HIV recognizes a substance called CD on the surface of these cells and infects them, Youngjun said. Red dots swarmed near the yellow cells, but even after time, they could not infiltrate the T cells. But this time, they can't infect the T cell. Why do you think that is? Youngjun asked as he turned to the audience, but no one could answer. Do you see these gray dots on the surface of the red virus? Youngjun asked as he zoomed in on the screen a little more. These are antibodies. Antibodies are biomaterials that bind to viruses. The virus cannot infiltrate the T cells because the antibodies are attached to the virus, changing their structure. Youngjun explained more. When the virus cannot infect the T cells, the host of this virus, and gets stalled, the macrophages that follow the signal of the neutrophils will track them down. Youngjun pointed to the purple cells that appeared on the screen. Macrophages are cells that engulf and destroy things that are weird and suspicious in our bodies. Now, the macrophages were swallowing up the red dots. Because macrophages have powerful digestive enzymes inside, they fragment everything that comes into the cell by endocytosis and destroy it, Youngjun explained. This mechanism removes the virus from the body of a vaccinated person. It's the first time I'm seeing it as well. Now, most of the red dots had disappeared. After they were all eliminated, the white blood cells began to scatter. Youngjun turned off the monitor. The broadcasting screen also returned to the camera that was filming the podium in the lab. Youngjun turned to face the audience. The immune response is almost over now. Does anyone have any questions? The audience was silent. No one among the opponents could say a word. Even if logical explanations about the mechanism of vaccines and the process of antibody production were given to anti-vaxxers, their beliefs didn't change easily. But science was able to give irrefutable evidence. People who believed that the Earth was flat like a religion would have no choice but to accept the truth that the Earth was round if someone took them to outer space in a rocket and made a circle around it. Youngjun injected himself with the vaccine and HIV, and he filmed the immune response with an antibody staining technology and an ultra-precise microscope and presented it as a video. Who in the audience would have thought they would see such a thing? Producer Na Sungjin gulped as he looked at the audience's expressions. They made the atmosphere for a live debate and whatever, but what debate? He had given Youngjun gloves and put him in the ring to do a little sparring, but Youngjun just pulled out a gun on the first round and shot the opponent. How is this a debate? The other side was obliterated in 10 minutes. Kim Pil-young, the person who was the most fiercely opposed, was also silent. As you just saw, you can stop a virus from infecting your body if you have antibodies. Antibodies are produced by the white blood cells called B cells. But for them to make it, they need a recipe, and the vaccine is the drug that delivers that recipe. The audience was still silent. I know why you are against vaccines, Youngjun said. It's because you're afraid. You would have heard a lot of stories that there are side effects, or that someone was sick after getting vaccinated. Then, do vaccines really have side effects? Youngjun asked. To be honest, no scientist will be able to be 100% confident. Side effects could show up depending on the person who got the vaccine. Youngjun approached the audience. There is nothing in the world that doesn't have side effects. Your life could be in danger if you drink 10 liters of water at once. Cats are usually safe animals, but they cause allergies in some people, Youngjun said. If vaccines are made by humans, they will definitely have effects in some unlucky people. Side effects that couldn't be found when conducting a clinical trial with hundreds of people could be found when it is conducted with millions of people. But we use vaccines because those side effects are weak and don't happen often. The gain of using vaccines is much higher than the risks of side effects. Kim Pil-young's eyes met Youngjun's. He lowered his head, but he didn't know why.n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Youngjun said, the Lancet paper that states the MMR vaccine causes autism that the man sitting in front here mentioned earlier. After it was announced, many people refused to get the MMR vaccine. What do you think happened? Measles, which was on the verge of eradication, was revived. MMR is a measles vaccine. There was a measles epidemic that developed countries like the US hadn't experienced before. Kim Pil-young's ears reddened a little. Infectious diseases find small weaknesses in our immunity and enter. They spread quickly, paralyzing our society. And the only way to fill those weaknesses is vaccines, Youngjun said. Currently, our vaccine was developed with a formula that can produce antibodies to all 17 variants. It has shown significant results in chimpanzees and is in preparation for clinical trials. From now on, we will start clinical trials with the International Vaccine Institute in areas like Kamathipura and other places with high infection rates. Youngjun came back to his office after the show ended. He took out some orange juice and had a glass. Can I get rid of the remaining virus now that it's over? Rosaline sent him a message. How long will it take to get rid of it with a regular immune response? It will be less than 74 hours for the virus to be completely eliminated. Not bad. But your body will be pretty heavy and tired during it. I'll just get rid of it now. Okay. Controlling immune response. Inducing target location of macrophages. Destroying reverse transcriptase and virus. Rosaline controlled the immune response and destroyed the virus by using a little bit of fitness. There won't be any people that will get in the way of making the vaccine now, right? There's no way it will be solved that easily. Youngjun stretched out his legs as he leaned back on his couch. The opposition against the vaccine will still be there. Even though you explained everything about how the vaccine worked and why it is needed, even if they were convinced logically, people who were against it once will always be against it because they don't want to admit that they were wrong. Really? Rosaline asked again with a hint of surprise in her voice. Why do they do that? They don't admit it even after understanding that they were wrong? People are like that. They call it cognitive dissonance. It is the most puzzling thing I have heard and seen since I was born. In this case, doesn't understanding mean the same thing as admitting? The fact that they do not admit it when they have understood is like hot iced tea. Rosaline said. People are like that. Unbelievable. Then was the show and the lecture all for nothing? No. Youngjun grinned. A lot of the anti-vaxxers will leave, and the people who didn't know about the vaccine will not go that way now, so there are definite benefits. I see. The people who were strongly against it will continue to be stubborn, but that organization will lose power soon. Like a virus that was discovered by an antibody. I understand. Anyway, I'm done with the urgent things now. The International Vaccine Institute will do the clinical trial for the vaccine, Karamchand will produce the treatment, and now that the bone marrow is out of my hands now, I should rest for a while, Youngjun said. More than that, it's suspicious that Roche is keeping quiet. Roche? It's a company that originally made a lot of money from AIDS drugs. It won't hurt them a lot if it disappears, but they're probably annoyed that the replica drug companies in India participated in the HIV eradication companies, and it's weird of them to have just left me alone, Youngjun said. I'm sure they're up to something. Thud thud. Someone banged on his door. It was Park Ju-hyuk. He looked a little angry. Are you insane? Why would you inject a virus into your own arm? To a scientist, research is like their child. What are you going to do if you don't believe in it? Youngjun replied calmly. Oh, my blood pressure. Park Ju-hyuk looked up to the ceiling while grabbing the back of his neck. Youngjun laughed. You're laughing. Park Ju-hyuk frowned. You're actually out of your mind, aren't you? Arg? What should I do with a lunatic like you? n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Park Ju-hyuk put Youngjun in a headlock, which was partly serious and partly a joke. Okay, sorry, I'm sorry. I'll be careful from now on, Youngjun said as he escaped from the headlock. You will, right? Okay, I'll probably be nagged a lot by my family, so please stop here. Park Ju-hyuk glared at Youngjun like he was annoyed. Yeah, I guess you hear an earful from your parents. Enough about that. There was an entertaining incident in the industry recently. Do you know about it? An interesting incident. Consson and Coulson absorbed schematics. Really? Youngjun was surprised. It was revealed this morning. Schematics almost went into a coma after being punched by you, right? It was basically impossible to recover from, right? Well, their business was in the medical field, so it was pretty fatal that they induced a tumor in a patient on purpose, right? But Consson and Coulson already had a lot of stakes in Squamtics. It seems like they just took this opportunity to take over the company. Wow, that's not it. There's another multinational pharmaceutical company that is based in Switzerland other than Schematics. Roche. Youngjun's eyes widened. Most of the executives at Schematics were from Roche. As the two companies cooperated, competed, and developed together in that tiny Switzerland, they had a very close relationship. They also had stakes in each other's company, but they were already close, starting from their network of people. No, Consson and Coulson guaranteed the status of the Squamtics as executives. And it seems like Consson and Coulson must have successfully negotiated a large stake through them with Roche. Then did Consson and Coulson and Roche become related companies? Yeah. It's hard to estimate it accurately because the stock prices are fluctuating, but experts predict that the combined market value of the three companies will exceed 100 trillion won, Park Ju-hyuk said. It's 5 times AGN 3 times Pfizer. So there's a new pharmaceutical dinosaur. Anyway, it seems like Consson and Coulson are negotiating with Pfizer, too. If they sign some contract together, it will really be the largest company in the world. It will be an unprecedented company that is monstrously big. I see. Why are you so calm? Isn't it obvious that they're trying to keep you in check? Those people are probably thinking that you will ultimately become AGN's CEO. They think that it will be hard to fight you if ABio's research ability and AGN's infrastructure come together, Youngjun said. And they really started feeling the danger as they saw Squamtics getting destroyed. Seeing even the White House be on your side, they know that it will really be dangerous if they just leave you alone. That's why the multinational pharma companies are bunching up together, to keep ABio in check. I know, Youngjun said. Then why are you so calm? It's better if those companies come together and make a better drug. Fuck K. Seriously, you. Youngjun burst into laughter as he saw Park Ju-hyuk frown. I'm kidding. Youngjun got up. Love for humanity is important, but so is our company. Shouldn't we do something? We are already doing a lot of things. Everyone is working hard, and we're getting good results, right? This is enough. I looked up some things about Consson and Coulson's CEO, and he's really dangerous. He's famous. He's like the Steve Jobs of the pharmaceutical industry, right? You already know. Apparently, he's pretty good. I mean, look at them now. They absorbed Squamtics, and they also rode that wave to get Roche, too. What if they bring in Pfizer? What do you mean? Youngjun shrugged. It's just another company that we have to compete with. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. For a while, everyone who Youngjun met nagged him to not be reckless, and that it was too much to inject a virus into himself no matter how confident he was in the vaccine. Well, I was also confident in the vaccine, but honestly, I mostly believed in Rosaline when I injected the virus into myself. But since Youngjun couldn't explain Rosaline, he just said he would be careful and moved on. In the meantime, a video of Youngjun's self-clinical trial of the HIV vaccine was uploaded on ABio's homepage and fan club. I get the fan club, but why on the homepage? To Youngjun, who was puzzled, Yu Songmi explained, public opinion is really good right now. The management team distributed a press release with the live broadcast video of you. A press release. Yes. You have a really good image right now. They were saying that they need to improve the company's image with this energy. Before Youngjun started the live broadcast, the international community was focused on the press conference that Ardip appealed to with tears. Ardip, who cried and begged on his stomach while revealing the situation in developing countries to the people against the development of the vaccine, showed up everywhere in the media. When the whole world was dripped with tears, Youngjun suddenly appeared and injected the virus into his own body on live television to see the effects of the vaccine. To people, it looked like he was reacting to Ardip's tears. This person isn't just a genius scientist, he's a pioneer of medicine who sacrifices his own body. The image he imprinted on the whole world was different than before. Youngjun's ingenuity had already drawn attention as he put the stem cell treatments into clinical trials, but his personality hadn't been highlighted as much. Things like how he went against his lab director because of Chelicure and how he fought with the hospital director because the clinical trial patient changed weren't stories that were revealed to the public. Destroying Squamtix's scheme with a counterattack made him out to be smart and competent, not a matter of personality. But it was different this time. The way people understood the flow of events was as follows. 1. Youngjun, who visited India for the production of Carampia, an AIDS treatment, felt the unsanitary conditions and the prevalence of infectious diseases in developing countries. 2. Youngjun was very heartbroken as he watched Ardip crying and begging for people to not oppose the development of the HIV vaccine on TV. 3. Youngjun was determined to eradicate HIV as fast as he could. To accelerate the vaccine development, he had to spread the word about its safety and efficacy, and he conducted an experiment on his own body to do this. 4. Hurry up and give him the Nobel Prize. That's the atmosphere right now, Youngjun asked, baffled. To people right now, you're like a great saint who sacrificed his own body to medicine, Yu Songmi said. That image is too much. It's a little burdening, to be honest. But it's true. The public is raving about you right now because stories of you fighting over research ethics are coming up all of a sudden. Search it up. What Yu Songmi said was true. Public opinion, which was continuously popping up on Twitter, was no joke. He's a genius, but look at his personality. He's perfect. He's like someone that would be in something like a Marvel comic. Everything about him is so outstanding that it almost seems unreal. I scraped together other people's reactions to the live broadcast. LOL, the amount of national pride I have right now is lethal. I live in Minnesota, and the anti-vaccine movement also went down in America. Before this, people who were against vaccine development were marching and stuff like that, but they all just disappeared. They might not admit it, but they will have to be conscious of the current social climate. Wasn't the #1 mad scientist Werner Forssmann, who invented conduit technology by cutting a vein in his arm with a knife and putting in a rubber tube? Now, he has to hand over the crown. But I was so scared. I'm worried that Dr. Ryu will get sick. Please be careful. You have to work for a long time. A resident who used to work at SUNY Hospital here, spilling tea about why Dr. Ryu moved the Alzheimer's clinical trial from SUNY Hospital to another place. This story is true because I heard it from the nurses who work on clinical trials. I'm deleting this in 5 minutes. Featured by Politician S. They're talking about all sorts of things. There were only a few people who knew the reason why we moved the Alzheimer's clinical trial. Speaking of clinical trials, Yu Songmi said. The Clinical Trial Management Center called when you stepped out briefly. About what? They said they are done setting up the stroke clinical trial and starting phase 1, and the second is that AMUC, the type 2 diabetes cure, was successful in the first phase. Youngjun shot up from his seat. Phase 1 of the AMUC trial was a success. Yes. Try calling them. As Youngjun picked up the phone, Yu Songmi said, and I have 2 more things to tell you. Hold on. What is it? As Yu Songmi checked her phone and her notes, she said, you had a meeting with KCDC1 about the diagnostic kit development, right? They asked us to submit a program plan because they put forward a national project competition. And Director Kim Young-hoon at AGEN wanted me to schedule a meeting because he wants to see you. Kim Young-hoon was the person SG Groups added to AGEN. Oh, and one more. The Office of Science and Technology from the White House called. They were asking when you're coming to America. And they also want to schedule a meeting there. Seriously, the amount of work you have is murderous. I think it's about building the cancer lab. Youngjun was lost in thought for a moment. First of all, please set a business trip to America. Right now, I'm going to check the clinical trial report on the diabetes cure. Please set up a meeting for this either today or tomorrow, and schedule a meeting with Seligener and the probiotics team during next week. Wait, go slower, Yu Songmi said as she quickly jotted it down. But sir, what is the meeting agenda that I should tell to Seligener? We're going to talk about developing a cure for pancreatic cancer. ******. I heard that they are past stem cells and are touching the anti-cancer drug markets, Mason said to the board of directors at Conson & Colson. The Office of Science and Technology in America is supporting that. And they said they are building a lab right beside the National Cancer Institute, Richard explained further. All the faces of the directors were dark. They had enlarged themselves by buying schematics and holding hands with Roche. The negotiation with Pfizer was going well too, but even so, Youngjun's advancement into America was still trouble for them. I will go meet Director James, said David, the CEO of Colson & Conson. One Korea Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. As soon as the board meeting came to an end, David set up a meeting with James, the director of the Office of Science and Technology. ABio's entry into America. How would Youngjun, the revolutionary, change the medical market of America? As a scientist in the same field, it made him very excited. But at the same time, it made him very anxious as a manager of a competitor. Ryu Youngjun. David couldn't attack him with a sloppy move. Youngjun was a genius in scientific technology and research development, but he was also highly skilled in politics and management. He saw through and prepared for Schwematix's sabotage and completely destroyed him by hitting back at just the right time. A huge company like that took fatal damage from just one strike and collapsed. Even if the White House supported them, it wasn't an easy thing to do. It was because the timing of Youngjun's counterattack was so perfect. It gave David goosebumps thinking of how Youngjun had the CIA ready and just calmly waited for his prey to step on the web. And he also did a huge performance live on television to put a stop to the anti-vaccine movement. Perhaps Ardip's press conference was also in his hands. If so, Youngjun was quite skilled at being a manager. His talent would certainly shine in the American market as well. But the American market won't be that easy, Dr. Ryu. David smiled as he watched a video of Youngjun's show again. Attacking straightforward without any tactics and only taking what you need to take. ABio was never going to be able to monopolize this country, as the issue of competition between companies was not just about new technology. Sir, Alice, David's secretary, came to see him. She said, I scheduled a meeting with the director of the Office of Science and Technology. It is 2 days from now, and it is 2 o'clock. Thank you, Alice. Yes. Do you know how Band-Aids were first invented? I'm not sure. About 100 years ago, there was an employee in charge of purchasing cotton in our purchasing department. Name was John Dixon, David said. At the time, John was enjoying his sweet honeymoon, but his wife was a little clumsy, so she used to trip a lot and get cuts all over from a kitchen knife. John always put gauze and tape on his wife's injuries and treated her. Alice tilted her head in confusion. It looked like she was curious why David was telling her this story. David said, his biggest concern was what he would do if she got hurt while he was at work. After some thought, Dixon put some gauze in the middle of some medical tape beforehand to make it easy for her to use it when she needed it. That's the first ever Band-Aid. David slowly rose from his seat. He was 60 and quite old, but the suit he was wearing looked good on his lean and toned body. It was because he had taken care of his health well. David was someone who lived so regularly that his schedule was measured with a ruler and the hand of a clock. David looked out the window. It was a simple invention that combined technology that already existed without using anything new, but it became the best medical item in the 20th century. The president of Conson and Colson at that time found it and commercialized it in astonishment. It was one of the key products that developed our company into a major company. John Dixon went on to become the vice president. Oh, David smiled. I just want to talk about that. If you get a boyfriend, Alice, I hope he is someone as sweet as John Dixon. Haha, thank you. Alice smiled while she tidied up her hair. David went outside. He wanted to organize his thoughts while taking a walk. Conson and Colson was a company that was clearly one of the top companies among the numerous pharmaceutical companies. They had the highest profits in the industry, but it wasn't because they wielded incredible new technology like ABio. Big money came from little things, did they not? It was just like how Coca-Cola, a beverage brand, was the #1 brand in the world. Conson and Colson's main products were small items like Band-Aids, painkillers, lotion, or contact lenses. In this sense, Conson and Colson's business didn't actually overlap with ABio. There wasn't really much for them to directly conflict over. Actually, they could win-win if Conson and Colson provided things like medical adhesive when ABio did procedures like bone marrow transplantation. There were actually directors who were optimistic about the situation. But not David. Now, Ryu Youngjun is coming to America to make an anti-cancer drug. What should Conson and Colson do now? His heart beat at the entertaining development. David, who didn't ever have a competitor while leading the #1 company in the industry, even felt like he was younger now. This man was the first one to open the field of stem cell treatment. He would have had mountains of work to do just with stem cells, but he made a type 2 diabetes cure within a year and got it into clinical trials. He also made a HIV vaccine, David muttered to himself as he walked on the trail. And he is coming here to target the anti-cancer market and swallow up the National Cancer Institute. He already buttered up Director James. Everyone thought that Youngjun was the father of stem cell technology, but David thought differently. To Youngjun, stem cells were only one of his many items. That was why he did things unrelated to stem cells like a HIV vaccine, a diabetes cure, probiotics, and a pancreatic cancer cure. Ryu Youngjun will push through to this field sometime. He will be Conson and Colson's biggest enemy. Then, what would be the best point to stop his growth? Anti-cancer drugs. The field that had the most variables in the world. The disease that was more complex and difficult to handle than any other disease. Even a genius like Youngjun was not going to be able to be confident in everything when overcoming this barrier. David had no intention of sabotaging him to make him slip. He was going to let them sprint ahead, and all he had to do was climb on top of his shoulders and hold his leash. Then how? The way that medicine dealt with diseases was divided into 3 stages. 1. Prevention. 2. Diagnosis. 3. Treatment. If the disease was cancer, the first stage was usually impossible. Unless the cancer was a rare type that occurred because of a virus like cervical cancer, cancer could not be prevented. The reason that cancer occurred was because people were unlucky. The mutation of a gene, which caused cancer, was completely coincidental. Cancer could happen even if one lived a very healthy life. And honestly, no one could beat Youngjun at the 3rd stage. Wasn't he someone who said he was going to fix pancreatic cancer right away? But the 2nd stage, the diagnosis market? In the stream of medicine, diagnosis was upstream of treatment. If David controlled the stream there, if he dominated the diagnosis market and then reached out to Youngjun, he would have no choice but to hold David's hand. I will tame him while making a cooperative relationship. David called his secretary. Alice, please contact Ilmina and ask for a meeting as soon as possible. Ilmina? It was the best company in the world for DNA analysis. Ilmina had invented a technology that analyzed DNA in the blood, and if there were cancer cells in the body, a minuscule amount of their DNA would flow through the blood vessels. If he could find it and analyze it, they would be able to diagnose the presence of cancer without an endoscopy. Although, no one had tried it or commercialized it yet. David could see a few big pictures in his head. He would place Ilamina's DNA analysis equipment in each hospital and analyze the patient's DNA using that. He would monopolize the diagnosis of cancer in all patients. Then, he could have the upper hand over Youngjun. Youngjun's technology would be used when being treated at the hospital, but the one sending the patient to the hospital would be Conson and Coulson. In that world, Youngjun's anti-cancer drugs would only be able to play a limited role. Even if he made an anti-cancer drug that could cure end-stage pancreatic cancer, all patients would already be diagnosed when it was at its early stage. Youngjun finished a few meetings hectically. Now, he was talking to the life creation team. How is the liver organoid going? It's a dead end, Park Dong-hyun said in a dejected voice. Chen Jimyung added, we can differentiate a stem cell into a liver cell, but the hand technique required in the process of cultivating it from the matrix to the tissue is too hard. We use 50 microliters of the culture liquid, and we have to stick it exactly in the duct cells that are in the middle. That part's a little difficult. It is probably possible to do if we experiment like you, but we can't do it like that, Park Dong-hyun said as he thought back to Youngjun's experiment. Youngjun, who thought for a moment, said, let's put that on pause for a moment and let's do something else. What? Park Dong-hyun asked. The KCDC held a project contest while spearheading a new business. Do you know about it? The dengue virus? Young Harim asked. Oh, you know about it? Youngjun was surprised. It was because frontline scientists were too busy doing their assigned experiments that they had less interest in other projects or national ones. Haha. Young Harim's chest puffed up. You should know this if you are a scientist. Try harder, everyone, Young Harim said with a proud face. What kind of project is it exactly? Chen Jimyung asked Youngjun. It is to develop a vaccine, a treatment, or a technology to diagnose the infection for the dengue virus. We are going to work on developing a diagnostic technology, Youngjun replied. Diagnostic? Yes. Actually, I had a meeting with the KCDC. They asked me if I could eradicate dengue fever like AIDS. So, I told them that we can't start anything new because we have too many projects going on. But are you still going to do it? Young Harim asked like she was nervous. The reason the KCDC is interested in dengue fever is because Korea is being threatened by the dengue virus, Youngjun said. The dengue virus was originally a virus that mosquitoes transmitted in hot regions like Vietnam. But as the average temperature rose due to climate change, its occurrence began rising to the north. The dengue virus has already arrived in Jeju Island. There was a confirmed case last year. That's true. Park Dong-hyun nodded. But why are we developing a diagnostic technology? Not a treatment or a vaccine? Bae Sunmi asked. We can't afford to develop treatments or vaccines and put them through clinical trials. Is that so? Yes. You all have to get back to liver organoids after this, right? Oh. The team all covered their faces with their hands. Watching them, Youngjun smiled. Dengue fever doesn't actually need a special treatment. It usually gets better after a week. The problem is dengue hemorrhagic fever or dengue shock syndrome, and they require intensive treatment. So the solution to control this disease is accurate diagnosis, Youngjun said. We have to develop a very cheap, fast, and accurate diagnostic kit. We will be able to secure a tremendous advantage in controlling this infectious disease. All right. Youngjun opened a PowerPoint file on his laptop. This is the base technology for this diagnostic kit. It's only a sketch of the main idea, so it needs to be developed more, said Youngjun. What's the logic behind it? Do you remember Ka9, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om? Ka9, it was a pair of gene scissors that could find a precise location in the huge, 3 billion letters of human DNA and cut it. The fact that it can cut at one exact location means that it can help identify the presence of DNA that has the information of that location, Youngjun said. With this, we can cut the DNA of the dengue virus that is floating around in the blood. If it's cut, the patient is infected with dengue fever, and they are not infected if there is no reaction. Wow, the life creation team exclaimed. It was surprising that gene scissors could be used this way. How long did you do think big for? Park Dong-hyun asked one. I didn't do anything like that. And there's one more thing to do with this diagnostic technology. I'm thinking of diagnosing cancer with this on top of dengue fever. Cancer. The life creation team's eyes widened. Youngjun explained, if we have cancer, the cancer cell's DNA flows through our blood vessels, although it's a really small amount. We can catch that with Ka9 with the same logic as dengue fever. I will freeze-dry the Ka9 protein and make a kit with fluorescent material. If you drop someone's blood on it, the kit will change color as it cuts the DNA of the dengue virus of cancer cells. So, the thing you are trying to make is, this diagnostic kit is like a pregnancy test, Youngjun said. It will be sold in places like convenience stores or grocery stores. Regular people will be able to buy it, and they will be able to diagnose what kind of disease they have if they put one drop of their blood on it with the included blood collection needle. They won't have to go to the hospital, and they don't have to borrow expensive equipment from DNA analysis companies like Ilmina. We are going to make them doctors in everyday life. Oh my god. The biggest problem with pancreatic cancer is that it is not only difficult to treat, but also difficult to diagnose, Youngjun said. One Think Big offers a variety of educational content for all age groups, but mostly children. Their content includes workbooks and worksheets for children. ABio had never made a diagnostic kit before. For this product in particular, it was probably going to require a difficult level of work because the technology was pretty sophisticated. To be honest, it might take a long time to develop it. The idea to catch DNA with Ca9 is extremely creative and innovative, but we have a long way to go because there are a lot of problems to solve to make it into a kit, Chen Jimyong said. Youngjun nodded. That's right. And the key point of this project is to use PMDS to make a lab-on-a-chip that is stable for a long period of time, so we will probably have to collaborate with Agen's Mobile Diagnostic Device Research Department at Lab 1, Youngjun said. Lab-on-a-chip, it was given this name because it was a technology that could carry out experiments normally done in labs on a tiny chip that was the size of one's palm. It was an object that integrated semiconductor technology, ultra-fine nanocircuit manufacturing technology, and cutting-edge biochemical engineering technology based on biomaterials. Pregnancy tests were also considered lab-on-a-chip as it confirmed the presence of human chorionic gonadotropin through an antibody reaction. If they were going to make a BIOS all-in-one diagnostic kit into a product that could be bought at convenience stores, they would have to overcome the lab-on-the-chip. The problem was that confirming the presence of DNA using Ca9 was a very basic main idea. It was similar to saying, let's put an elevator in high buildings and go up and down easily. Like how a lot of cutting-edge technologies of electrical engineering and physics was put into making that elevator, there were obviously lots of difficult obstacles in the process of applying Ca9 to lab-on-a-chip. How do they analyze DNA in blood at Immortality? Youngjun asked. They separate all the blood cells like red and white from the blood. They spin it in a centrifuge and only take the upper layer because that's where DNA is, Chen Jimyong replied. But there's only a trace amount of cancer cells or dengue virus DNA in that. So they can't use that as is, but they have to uniquely amplify their DNA. If you're amplifying them, you're doing PCR, polymerase chain reaction, right? Yes. To settle the cells in blood, a centrifuge was required, and to amplify DNA, a thermocycler that could carry out PCR was required. Both pieces of equipment were worth a few million won. If they made a diagnostic kit with Ca9, it needed to be done in a kit that was the size of one's palm. It actually had to be a lab on a chip. And we also need to create a signaling system that allows us to visually confirm that Ca9 has responded, Chen Jimyong said. We have a lot of obstacles to overcome. But we will find a way eventually, Youngjun said. David, the CEO of Conson & Colson, was in a meeting with the scientists from Immortality. The person who came to the negotiation table as the representative of Immortality was Jonathan, the CTO. In this industry, he was a person who was called one of them. It was because he was one of the people who first invented the cutting-edge technology called next-generation sequencing. The reason why this technology was amazing was because it drastically reduced the money and time required for DNA analysis. For example, before this technology was invented, the Human Genome Project was a gigantic project that took 3 trillion won and hundreds of scientists worked on for more than a decade. But with next-generation sequencing, it could be done in around 10 days with tens of millions of won. Now, the technology was more advanced that it cost around 1 million won. Did you see the paper about Ca9 that Dr. Ryu published? Asked Jonathan abruptly while they were talking about business. Of course I read it, David replied. Mr. CEO, we are focusing on the fact that Ca9 can find a specific sequence of DNA. We think that they will be able to easily track down mutants that occur in the body with that technology. If they apply that in diagnosis, I believe they can become the most threatening enemy to our business. Do you think it will be that easy? It will be difficult, but I don't know what will happen with Dr. Ryu's ingenuity. Everything you suggest is great, but I'm worried that Dr. Ryu will bring about a new trend with Ca9 in the diagnostics market. I thought you didn't look well, but that's what you were worried about. As you know, it is best to not start a big new business when there is a huge variable. Ha ha ha, David laughed. Jonathan, don't worry too much. No matter how amazing the Ca9 technology is, it will be impossible to use that to measure DNA in blood. Even if Dr. Ryu uses that in diagnosis, he won't use it on blood. It will be far from the business we are trying to do. Even if the patient has end-stage cancer, there are only trace amounts of the cancer cell's DNA in your blood. In the end, they can only confirm the presence by amplifying it. And doesn't amplification mean that they must use a thermocycler? If they get there, the most precise technique is Illamina's next-generation sequencing. Ca9 will not be used there. I also think so as well, but... Jonathan pressed on his temples with his fingers and thought hard. Haha, it will all be fine, don't worry. You are too afraid of Ryu Youngjun's ingenuity, David said. But that ingenuity will feed us. If we hold the diagnostics market in our hands, the treatment market will naturally have no choice but to depend on us. I will tell Director James this as well, but I am thinking of a strategy to supply Illamina's equipment to every hospital in America. When patients who visit the hospital pay about $100 to get their blood drawn and give it to the doctor will start Illamina's equipment to see if DNA of cancer cells are present in the patient's blood. It will be a precise and fast diagnosis, he said. We will set a new trend in blood testing. It's not just simple PCR like before, but we will be doing next-generation sequencing at the hospital about the target locations that show cancer mutations. All right. Don't worry about Dr. Ryu. There are more than a couple obstacles to overcome to use Ca9 for diagnosis. Now, shall we sign? I need a weapon if I'm going to convince James. N/O/vel/b/n.c//om. David pushed the contract in front of Jonathan. Chewing on his lower lip, Jonathan stamped on the contract. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. There is a way to separate blood cells from the plasma, Youngjun replied. How? Like how we can filter out impurities and just get water with a water filter, we can put in a filter. Blood cells will get caught because they are much bigger, and we will be able to collect plasma only. But I can't imagine doing that on a flat chip. Are you going to enclose the filter and syringe separately in the kit? We'll make a microcircuit in the PDMS chip where the blood moves through. We can make a net from agarose on that pathway's wall. Then, the blood cells will be trapped there, and plasma and DNA will flow through. Whoa, Park Dong-hyun exclaimed. I didn't know there was a solution like that. Wow, you are really good. Then what about DNA amplification? Youngjun was lost in thought for a bit instead of answering. He was stuck. He didn't have an answer anymore. Rosaline, you can use as much fitness as you want, so give me some advice. I didn't think you needed me anymore because you did everything well alone from capturing DNA with K9. Rosaline said playfully. Of course not. Please help me. It's hard. Synchronization mode, see isothermal DNA amplification reaction. Fitness consumption, 1.5. Isothermal DNA amplification reaction. You can use recombinant polymerase amplification. After isolating the DNA using a material that attaches to single-stranded DNA. Youngjun scoffed after seeing the fantasy and detailed mechanism Rosaline showed him. Right. She finds answers that didn't exist before. There is a way, Youngjun said. But I think I will have to do the first experiment to see if it works. It's also difficult to explain it as well. Alright. We also have to look for a signal amplification device that can show us that K9 did cut the DNA. You do not have enough fitness. Rosaline sent him a message. There is a way, but let's recover your fitness first. There's a limit to making neurons in your head right now. Let's think about that next time. First, let's test if it is possible up to here, Youngjun said. What should we prepare? Bae-sunmi asked. We have to make an experimental prototype for the lab on a chip with PDMS. Let's all go to the Mobile Diagnostic Device Research Department at Lab 1 next week, Youngjun said. Hup? Diagnostic device. Suddenly, Young Harim's head shot up. Why? Oh, I know, sir. She glanced at Youngjun like she was trying to see if he was okay. Are you talking about Park So-yeon? Youngjun said first since it seemed like it was difficult for her to say it. Yes. You might see her there, and if we do collaborative research together, she might come to ABio or come into meetings. Park So-yeon was a skilled scientist who worked at AGEN's Mobile Diagnostic Device Research Department. She was also Youngjun's ex-girlfriend. I don't care, so we can just move forward with it. It doesn't matter to me if we are working together. You know me, right? I won't incorporate any personal feelings, so let's just work by meritocracy, alright. *****. What should we do now? Asked a man as he kept touching his curly hair. They were on the way out after a meal. Park So-yeon desperately wanted to ask to go home, but she kept it in. Her friend had tried hard to set her up. She said that he was a good person. To be honest, he wasn't bad, but it was just that his bluffing was funny and he wasn't charming. Why don't we go to a cafe? Park So-yeon asked. Maybe not coffee. I have a nice sky lounge that I know. Do you want to go there in my car? As if he was waiting for it, he pulled out a smart key from his pocket. A shiny Audi rang. It's only been 2 weeks since I bought it. Miss So-yeon, you're the first woman I'm taking in my car. The man put on a confident expression. This man, who said he worked at SG Group, constantly bragged about his money and job, even while eating. He would have loved it if Park So-yeon asked how much the watch he was constantly touching was. I like walking after I eat. I'll take the car next time. Park So-yeon started walking with the man slowly. You seem to have a very calm personality, Ms. So-yeon, the man said. I do. Kind of like an ice queen? You're that type, right? You don't talk much, don't have much of a reaction. You shouldn't be like that. Men like girls who have a big reaction to things. What kind of crap was this? Do you think I came here to make you feel good and react to what you say? Park So-yeon wanted to spit it all out, but she didn't. What kind of things do you like? The man asked. I like perfume. Oh, which one? I know a bit about perfume. I mostly use Jo Malone or Chanel. Which do you usually use? I just use one that I like. I don't care about the brand. What kind of scent? One that smells like rain. Oh, you like the smell of rain. It's nice. The scent of rain is different depending on the kind of perfume. Did you know that? Ones like Alaska Raindrop from Jo Malone are made with melted Alaskan snow water, so it has a colder and fresher scent. The scent of rain is different in different regions. Depending on the origin, water molecules don't have a scent. Rainwater doesn't have a scent as well, Park So-yeon said. The man who was confident was sort of flustered. Oh, really? The smell of rain is actually the smell of a substance called geosmin emitted by bacteria living in the ground traveling through rainwater and flowing into the humid atmosphere. The smell of rain is actually just the smell of bacteria. After finishing her explanation, Park So-yeon chuckled. It was because she thought of Youngjun. He was the one who told her about the smell of rain. On the first date before actually dating him, Youngjun had explained to Park So-yeon with a straight face that he had read a paper like that. Now that she thought of it, it was pretty funny. Depending on the situation, wasn't it something that could be a little rude or insensitive? Breaking the romance of the first date by explaining to a woman who liked the smell of rain that it wasn't actually rain but bacteria. I thought that was cool back then. Youngjun's charm was his innocent curiosity and passion for science. He wasn't interested in cars, watches, or showing off his money, and he liked reading papers more than meeting girls. It seemed like everyone was focused on his ingenuity right now, as he was very famous, but his real charm was his humanness behind all that. I was crazy, wasn't I? She shouldn't have left Youngjun when he fought with the lab director. She should have stood by him when he was having a hard time. This was the biggest mistake in her entire life. It wasn't because Youngjun was successful now, but it was because it wasn't common to see someone so innocent and upright in character. She felt this so much every time she was set up with another person. If she didn't make a mistake back then, maybe she would be happily experimenting beside him. Phew, Park So-yeon suddenly let out a deep sigh. Surprised, the man was now walking on eggshells. Well, I don't know if the smell of rain is bacteria or something because I'm in the arts, but Jo Malone's perfume smells good. I just wanted to tell you that. Would you like one? You don't have to, Park So-yeon replied. And I'm really sorry, but I don't think I should be on blind dates. Pardon. I don't think I'm over my ex-boyfriend yet. I'm really sorry. I came out here not ready to meet someone else. On Monday morning, Youngjun and the scientists from the Life Creation team showed up at the Mobile Diagnostic Device Research Department's lab at Lab 1. It had been a long time since Youngjun had come to Lab 1. He had come to AGEN a few times in the past, but he had only visited the lab director's office or the administrative office to get A-Bio's first building. It was the first time he was coming into the lab ward where other scientists were after his punishment. It feels like people are glaring, Park Dong-hyun said as he walked. The scientists at Lab 1 weren't hostile to Youngjun, but they were staring at him like it bothered them quite a bit. Just ignore them, Youngjun said. They walked through the hall and went up to the second floor. When they got off the elevator, there were 13 of the Anti-Cancer Drug Research Department's labs. The only way to get to the Mobile Diagnostic Device Department's labs was to go past them. Click. As they were on their way, a scientist popped out of room 211. Oh, it was senior scientist Kim Hyun-sok. He was Youngjun's sonbee that used the desk next to him when he worked as a scientist at the Anti-Cancer Drug Research Department. He froze when he saw Youngjun. It's been a while, Senior Kim. How have you been doing? Youngjun greeted him. God, Dr. Ri. I mean, sir. How have you been doing? Well, what brings you to Lab 1? Kim Hyun-sok glanced at Youngjun like he was trying to figure it out. I just have some business to take care of. I heard that you are developing a pancreatic cancer cure. Is it related to that? Kim Hyun-sok asked cautiously. The idea and experiment strategy Youngjun was going to use to cure pancreatic cancer hadn't been revealed yet because of security reasons. But the word that he was developing a cure had traveled fast, and everyone in the industry knew. Kim Hyun-sok was always wary of this situation where Youngjun was going to put out a cure and target the anti-cancer drug field. Because if so, he would be competing with the Anti-Cancer Drug Research Department. This department at AGEN was home to the world's greatest intellectuals, but to be honest, Kim Hyun-sok wasn't confident he could beat Youngjun. It is related to that, Youngjun replied. A bit of relief came onto Kim Hyun-sok's tense face. You're going to co-develop the pancreatic cancer cure with us? Kim Hyun-sok asked. Even if Youngjun was a genius, cancer was going to be difficult. He probably couldn't have developed a cure like that by himself. He probably tried a few different things and then came to the Anti-Cancer Drug Research Department because it wasn't working out, as this department at Lab 1 was one of the labs with the most accumulated results and know-hows in the world when it came to anti-cancer drug development. No, Youngjun calmly shook his head. We are almost done developing it already. The reason we came to Lab 1 is to meet the Mobile Diagnostic Device Department. The Diagnostic Department. Kim Hyun-sok tilted his head in confusion at the unexpected answer. Yes. Well, I'll be on my way since I have to go do experiments. We should grab a coffee next time, said Youngjun briefly, then walked past Kim Hyun-sok. As he and the Life Creation team walked through the hallway, the Diagnostics Department's labs showed up. Youngjun went into the lab. Hello. We're from A-Bio. Youngjun greeted the scientists at the entrance. Welcome. I heard that you were coming from the director. Principal Scientist Song Ura greeted Youngjun. I won't bother you too much. Please help us with the PDMS biochip, and please put a talented hands-on scientist on us. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. When Youngjun stepped inside, Song Ura gave them a scientist to work with. They were a doctor-level scientist who had the best technique in the diagnostic department and majored in developing the lab-on-a-chip using PDMS. It was Park So-yeon. She gasped in surprise when she saw Youngjun, but he was unfazed by her at all. This way, Park So-yeon said. She took Youngjun and the Life Creation team and moved to one side of the lab. When she took out the various types of PDMS chips from the tank, he chose the one that was 3 mm wide. I would like to make a path for the plasma to flow through on the PDMS chip. Can we do that? Youngjun asked. Park So-yeon put the chip in the mold and stamped it to make the lines. Youngjun cut the unnecessary parts on the edges with a knife. He punched a groove in the middle. Then, he boiled agarose, pipetted a few 10 microliter drops into the gap of the line that Park So-yeon made, and let it harden. On the other side, he hung up a suctioning equipment. If he pulled blood into it and made it go through the path inside the PDMS, they would be able to filter out the blood cells with agarose fine mesh and separate the plasma. Can we make a microchamber at these locations? Asked Youngjun as he pointed to a few places. Park So-yeon made a chamber with a fine movement puncher at the desired locations on the line where the plasma moved through. Thanks. The separated plasma all moved to separate microchambers. Youngjun added the freeze-dried Ca9 and other samples into the chambers. Please dry the samples. As Youngjun held out the chip, Park So-yeon blew all the solvent from the sample from the dryer. The two people did not discuss anything other than work. All Park So-yeon did was silently follow Youngjun's orders. He was also focused on the experiment. At the end of a 2-hour job, Youngjun dropped his blood onto the PMDS chip. After watching the reaction for a moment, he said, "Can you please hand me the nuclease-free water?" It was the most sterile distilled water used in the lab. Park So-yeon handed him the water, which was stored in a small vial, and Youngjun used that to melt and collect the DNA. Please analyze this with NGS-1. Park So-yeon calmly took it when Youngjun handed her the DNA. Yes. The experiment proceeded at a rapid pace. Youngjun and the life creation team worked hard on the experiment all day with the help of Park So-yeon. In just one morning, they had almost finished the key technology of the diagnostic kit. People would have fainted if they heard about how fast they were progressing, but this wasn't a big deal to the life creation team anymore. When they finished the experiment and left the building, it was already past 7 in the evening. Should we grab some dinner? It's on me, Youngjun said. That sounds good. Should we go to the place where we had our first dinner as a department? Bae-sunmi asked. Coincidentally, they weren't too far from the restaurant. It was the first barbecue restaurant they went to after presenting their results at the year-end seminar. You a fool if you ain't been here. Reminds me of the good old days, Youngjun said as he grilled some beef. It was really exhilarating when we dropped the bomb about the IPSCS at the year-end seminar, right? Yes. And we didn't know that this would happen back then. Who would have imagined Dr. Ryu would have become a director, made an affiliate company, and we would be working under him, said Shin Ji-myung with a chuckle. You can talk informally now. We're off work now, and it's an informal setting. Park Ju-hyuk even swears at me when it's just the two of us. It's more awkward for me to see him be formal when other people are around. Haha. Yes, sir. Shin Ji-myung raised the end of his sentence awkwardly. To be honest, I don't like dividing ranks and creating authority in the company. I think that scientists who have been educated enough should know how to respect each other, but Park Ju-hyuk nagged me that organizations don't work that way. That's right. Organizations don't work like that. In a formal setting, you must be treated as the CEO, Shin Ji-myung said. Youngjun didn't really agree, but he didn't say anything because he felt like he would be pressuring him even more. But we really succeeded in just 6 months, Park Dong-hyun said. Do you all remember when Dr. Ryu said he was going to swallow up AGEN and be their biggest shareholder and whatever? I don't know if I should say this, but honestly, I thought you were crazy at the time. But now, it's really on the verge of coming true. You're set to being the biggest shareholder of AGEN if you trade it with them. It was like a dream back then, Young Harim said. Didn't Dong-hyun say that he believed in Dr. Ryu? Saying that it looked possible, Shin Ji-myung said. Well, I was half in doubt, but I had to ally myself with him at least in words, right? You don't know how life will turn out. Alright, now I know how you really feel, said Youngjun with a smile. Park Dong-hyun playfully hit him on the shoulder. No, I'm kidding. I love you, sir. Please give your love to your wife and babies at home. I'm good. To Youngjun, the life creation team members were like his hometown friends. They hadn't known each other for long, but the fact that they knew the Youngjun during his scientist days gave him a sense of relief that was unexplainable with words. And since they didn't fall behind among the talented individuals that came to ABIO from all over the world, they were honestly the best team for him. They were people who he could trust more with projects that were more creative and difficult and people he could rely on personally. As their glasses emptied one by one, the night deepened. But Dr. Ryu, Young Harim said with a twisted tongue. Yes. Can I say this? About Ms. So-yeon. Yes. I think she still has feelings for you. Park Dong-hyun, who was sitting beside her, strongly nodded. The way she looked at you when you were doing the experiment was like something out of a drama. Was it? Yes. Even Mr. Sun-yeol, who is the slowest out of all of us, probably noticed. Park Dong-hyun pointed at Koh Sun-yeol. He calmly nodded his head. I can tell now that I'm dating Ms. Yoonju, but her face definitely looked like she had feelings for you. Youngjun shrugged. But what can you do? To be honest, I am not interested in Park So-yeon at all. I have no affection left, and I don't like her or even hate her. I just don't have any kind of opinion about her now, Youngjun said. Whoa, cold guy, Shin Ji-myung chuckled. But I want Dr. Ryu to enjoy life and date people, even if it's not Ms. Park So-yeon, Bae-sunmi said. You're still young. Working is great, but there are things that you can only enjoy right now. That's right. If I was your age, not married, and I had your fame and money, then it would be insane. Hihi, Park Dong-hyun said. Youngjun chuckled. Thank you. But I don't know if it's because I'm addicted to work or something, but I like researching a lot more right now, and I don't want to meet anyone anyways. ****. The best advantage of a diagnostic kit was that it didn't require a type of clinical trial where they had to inject drugs into someone's body, since all they had to do was harvest some blood and watch the reaction in a few minutes. In just a few days, the members of the life creation team got used to developing the diagnostic kit quickly. Now, they were at a point where they didn't need Youngjun's help. Their progress of development was also pretty far ahead, so the basic type of the product was expected to be created soon. But before that, big news that would surprise the entire world came out. ABio enters clinical trials for pancreatic cancer cure. Phase 1 to be simultaneously done in Korea and the US. The only experimental therapy that can cure pancreatic cancer that recurred after surgery. Even though the treatment difficulty of pancreatic cancer was extremely high, it was something that a lot of bioventure companies actually undertook. There were two reasons for this. One was that due to the nature of ventures, they started with at least one ingenious strategy. In other words, there was a vague expectation that this method could cure pancreatic cancer. Another was that it was fairly easy to gather clinical trial volunteers. Put another way, it meant that pancreatic cancer did not have a cure. There were volunteers who wanted to try an experimental therapy if they were going to die anyway. In particular, it was a significant incentive if it was a technology that was made by a company like ABio that had already shown a lot of innovations. In Korea, the ABio Next Generation Hospital conducted the clinical trial. In the US, Professor Feng Zhang of MIT's medical department, who hadn't yet joined ABio, agreed to supervise the clinical trial. And about 3 weeks after ABio began to develop the kit, Youngjun was in MIT Professor Feng Zhang's office. "It's been a while, Dr. Ryu." "Hello. You look a little tired." "I still have jet lag." "How is the clinical trial going?" "It is revolutionary," Feng Zhang said as if he was waiting for him to ask. His voice was full of excitement that he could barely hold back. "I should have gone to ABio earlier and worked on this." Feng Zhang was almost jumping up and down. "Haha, don't worry. We still have a lot of cancers to conquer. You are joining ABio in the second half of the year, right? I want to go right now if I can." "Are the patients showing improvement?" "The 5-year survival rate of pancreatic cancer is only 8%, right? There are a lot of cases where the cancer returns in end-stage patients even if we resect the pancreas with surgery. And for older patients, we can't do surgery at all a lot of the time," Feng Zhang said. "But because this cure doesn't require surgery and it's an oral drug, it's easy to introduce it to the body. We're testing it against 14 patients, and almost 10 are on the verge of being cured." "Really?" "Yes. The other 4 patients are showing great improvement as well. The drug itself is quite strong." "How did you make it?" "The drug is only finding the cancer cells in the pancreas, which is known to be hard to target, and killing them. Other than that, the drug works so fast that 90% of the tumor disappears in some patients just after 5 days. It's a relief that it is working well." "Yes. In the case of end-stage pancreatic cancer patients, it's difficult to treat because the cancer cells spread to other parts of the body, but, well, there's nothing we can do about that with current technology. It's a miracle that we can treat it this efficiently. Of course, it can spread when it becomes end-stage." Youngjun rested his chin on his hand and thought about what Feng Zhang said. "There's nothing we can do about it. But Consson and Coulson and Ilmina are saying that they will provide a quick diagnostic service for pancreatic cancer so that it doesn't get to end-stage. Is that so?" "Yes. I heard that CEO David of Consson and Coulson cajoled Ilmina to create a MOU and had it out with the director of the Office of Science and Technology. Each hospital will be supplied with Illumina's equipment and technology, and the US federal government will support it." It's nothing but a rumor spreading behind the industry's back, but I heard it from someone involved." Feng Zhang laughed in a friendly way. "Someone involved?" Youngjun asked. "That is. Haha. Actually, I heard it from David himself. He said not to talk about it, but it should be fine, haha. He's my senior from my undergrad, and we're quite close," Feng Zhang said. "Now, the number of people who will die from pancreatic cancer will drastically decrease if Consson and Coulson diagnoses and ABio cures." Consson and Coulson thought, "Well, yes, and David wants to meet you. If you're okay with it, should I set it up?" "That sounds great," Youngjun said without hesitation. ABio was filled with scientists from all over the world. Of course Youngjun heard about the rumor that was spreading behind the industry's back. "I will meet him if you set up the date," Youngjun said. But actually, David was already on the list of people he was going to meet during this visit to America. 1NGS is an acronym for Next Generation Sequencing. Feng Zhang looked remarkably happy when Youngjun said he would meet David. Wow, the CEO of the world's best pharmaceutical company is meeting the CEO of the company that will be the greatest company in the world. It's like a union between generations. Really? Of course. I'll call him and set up a meeting. Feng Zhang pulled out his phone right away and called David. After chatting for a little bit, Feng Zhang brought up how he was with Youngjun right now and how he wanted to meet him. "Sure. When is he free?" "When are you free?" Feng Zhang delivered David's question to Youngjun. "I can't do tomorrow because I have to meet Director James. After that, my schedule is. I should be free from Monday next week." Feng Zhang told David exactly what Youngjun said. "All right. We can have the meeting on Monday. Where would you like to have it?" Feng Zhang asked David. "Consson and Coulson has a drug research lab in Pennsylvania. It's about 3 hours from Washington by car. It might be a bother, but I will show you around if you come to our lab." I would like to introduce you to our lab for each other's development in the future. Feng Zhang confirmed the location with Youngjun. All right, I'll be there. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Director James greeted Youngjun with a bright face. Welcome, Dr. Ryu. Your science paper on the pancreatic cancer cure was great. Is the clinical trial also going well? Yes, the clinical trial is going swimmingly, Youngjun said with a smile. Alice was standing beside him as his translator. There were 3 more men with Youngjun, one was Park Ju-hyuk, and the other 2 were lawyers from ABIO's legal team. Youngjun just left them to explore the city when he was meeting Feng Zhang, but he needed their help now because he was going to sign a contract. Now, shall we talk about building ABIO's cancer lab that we discussed before? Youngjun asked. You said you wanted to build a lab that is partnered with the National Cancer Institute, NCI. James asked. Yes. We did catch a powerful disease like pancreatic cancer, but we've just put out the big flame. There may be pancreatic cancers that evade our treatment method, and we need to do a lot of research on other types of cancers. Because cancer is a drug with a lot of variables. Each type of cancer felt like a different organism. As such, an anti-cancer drug that was effective in one patient may not work at all on another. A drug that was previously effective might not be anymore when the cancer cells suddenly gain resistance, or it was sometimes the opposite. There were some surprising instances where the cancer cells, which were addicted to the anti-cancer drug, died when they stopped using it. And after some cancer cells spread to other tissues, they acquired new properties and turned into a completely new type of cancer. That was how versatile of an enemy cancer cells were. The pancreatic cancer cure using the burnavirus was more effective and precise than any other method developed before, but a patient with a type of pancreatic cancer that couldn't be cured by this may someday come out. This was what Youngjun had to plan for. He couldn't be satisfied with making a few good anti-cancer drugs and saving a lot of patients. I originally studied anti-cancer drugs before, so. And the background behind this was Ryu Sae, his youngest sister who was caught by a catastrophe with a terrible probability called pediatric liver cancer. Youngjun wanted no one to suffer from cancer again, and he wanted that world to come as soon as possible. Overcoming all cancers. Curing Alzheimer's or diabetes was child's play compared to this grand goal. The whole world struggled because they couldn't do something about pancreatic cancer, so things like end-stage cancer that had metastasized to the entire body was something for despair. Among some scientists, there were people who believed that overcoming cancer was an unattainable goal. But Youngjun was going to challenge that, and he wanted to build ABIO's cancer lab in the US for that goal. He needed to use the vast amount of data, new technology, and equipment that the NCI had. It would be a catalyst that would accelerate Rosaline's research and development. Since it could take too much time for Rosaline to destroy the enemy alone, he was going to give her a weapon. You are aiding us with $3 million of support, right? Youngjun asked. That's right. But you must establish it as an American corporation that follows US law. You know that, right? Yes, it doesn't matter to me. Then should we sign the contract? We've prepared it. James got the contract from the federal government's lawyers and handed it to Youngjun. Read through it thoroughly and let us know if you have any questions. You don't have to sign it right now. Thank you. Youngjun handed over the contract to Park Ju-hyuk. Park Ju-hyuk sat at the table beside him with the document and began to read through it with the legal team lawyers, even focusing on one comma. Youngjun was going to read it after they were done checking over it. Oh, did you meet CEO David from Conson & Colson? James asked. I am going to go see him next week. Dr. Ryu, did he talk about the Ilmina equipment? The project to install Illumina's DNA analysis machines in every hospital. Yes, that one. I only heard about it through rumors. Actually, I had a meeting with him the other day. He requested the federal government's investment in the project and the easing of related laws. Is that so? Yes. Did you? First of all, the amount he requested was quite large. Illumina's DNA analysis equipment is quite expensive, and it would be installing it in all major hospitals in America. But that's not all. They have to teach doctors and nurses how to use that equipment, and if that's not possible, they have to place technicians, James said. And it needs deregulation because it is dealing with patient DNA, and that is a type of personal information. David is trying to do it with me because it's such a big project and David can't do it alone. So did you refuse? No, I told him I would give him an answer after consulting you. With me. He said that this project would ultimately be of help to you. To me. Yes. He talked about expanding the diagnostic market, conducting a clinical trial for the pancreatic cancer cure and establishing a structure to support the ABIO cancer laboratory based on that. Oh, David was definitely a skilled businessman. Youngjun could see the picture he wanted. If Youngjun didn't have the insane technology of the diagnostic kit, there was a very high chance that the situation would go exactly as David planned. David was trying to sell the diagnostic information he obtained from the DNA analysis equipment installed around the country to ABIO's cancer lab. That would be important data for future cancer research. And if they successfully completed this project, the United States could make tremendous strides in cancer research. If so, it was something that was worth trying for the US federal administration since they didn't have much time left in office. It could be a huge political achievement if it succeeded. Personally, I think it is a great idea. It's a win-win for all of us. You get data on cancer patients, Conson and Colson gets rich, and we get a political achievement. James said that he would give David an answer after asking Youngjun, but he was basically convincing him. It's a good move. In the end, Consson and Coulson would be at the top of the biggest issue in the pharmaceutical industry, ABio's entry into the United States. It was a strategy that allowed them to lay back doing nothing and just suck out profit using Illumina's technology, the federal government's support, and Youngjun's ingenuity. David really planned it well, since without the diagnostic kit, neither James and Youngjun would have a reason to reject the proposal, and they would have reached an agreement. But that was it. Don't do it, Youngjun said. Pardon. James' eyes widened as if Youngjun's response was so unexpected. Why are you telling me not to do it? This benefits you as well, Dr. Ryu. Aren't you going to develop more anti-cancer drugs at your cancer lab? You are receiving $3 million worth of support from us annually, but if you don't do anti-cancer research with that, we will do research. Then you need DNA diagnostic data from patients' cancers. That's right. But we are not going to obtain it in the way Consson and Coulson think. Pardon. An extreme confusion took over James. I have a much more efficient diagnostic technology than that. It will be commercialized in a few weeks, Youngjun said. Since I was going to show CEO David anyways, I will show it to you too, Director. Youngjun took out his laptop from his bag. What are you going to show me? It's a video of our product's prototype. We couldn't bring the actual project for security reasons. Just be satisfied with this. Youngjun opened a video file that was on the background of his laptop. And after the video hit the 3-minute mark. Oh god. James was so shocked that he almost screamed. This is possible. n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. It's a project that combines ABio's Ca9, Agen's lab on a chip technology, and finally, SG Electronics semiconductor technology. James clenched his fist slightly. He didn't want to show his hands trembling as he was the director of the U.S. Office of Science and Technology. We are going to sell it in convenience stores and grocery stores. We will make diagnosing diseases an everyday medical service. How much is it? All kinds of amazing technology went into it, but it won't be very expensive because the sample itself isn't really expensive, and we don't need a lot of it, Youngjun said. Excluding labor costs, it costs a little bit less than $1 in raw material costs. If we machinerize it and produce it in factories, the supply price will probably be around $10 to $20, even if we include the distribution costs. It was only 10,000 to 20,000 won. James already knew that this wasn't on the level of treating incurable diseases and things like that. He was confident that this was the greatest invention after smartphones. James asked, are you going to make things more like this at the ABio Cancer Laboratory? Unfortunately, this is an Agen product. Or something similar. We have to focus on cancer research there. As Youngjun answered with a chuckle, James looked disappointed. Please tell us if there's anything you need to build the cancer lab. I will do anything if it's something within my reach. Youngjun arrived at Consson and Coulson's drug research lab in Pennsylvania. Hello, Dr. Ryu. Greeting him, David sat Youngjun down on the chair across from him. After a brief introduction, should we talk about business now? David said. You may already know, but we are planning to install DNA analysis equipment in 1,000 hospitals in the United States and do a pilot operation. We have already put in our order to Illumina, and they are producing around 200 right now. Doesn't one of them cost around $500,000? That's right. You really did it big, didn't you? David smiled at what Youngjun said. Did it big? Wasn't it obvious? This kind of dramatic decision was needed to overcome a company like ABio and dominate the market first. So far, David had beat competitors several times by reading the market with his keen insight and making bold decisions. It was the same this time as well. He persuaded Jonathan from Illumina, who was scared and cowering, and James and pushed for the project. Because I know that your director James will not reject, David said confidently. ABio will need a lot of DNA data on cancer patients to do cancer research in the future. There is a lot at the NCI, but that won't be enough, David said. Before the end of this year, we will install Illumina's DNA analysis equipment in all major hospitals around the United States and use that to obtain large amounts of data on DNA mutation. Youngjun was just quietly listening. David went on. We will supply that data to the ABio Cancer Laboratory. In exchange, give us shares in your lab. Shares? Yes. We will buy shares in your lab 30%, David said with a confident face. But Youngjun's answer was very unexpected. Mr. CEO, stop this project when you can. It's going to be trouble if you continue. Pardon. David frowned a little. We developed a diagnostic kit. Patients aren't going to be treated in the way you think. What are you talking about? A diagnostic kit. It's a kit that an ordinary person can use alone to diagnose about 100 diseases in less than 3 minutes. This kit can be linked to a phone and be diagnosed in detail with an ABio app. It can also send data to doctors at registered hospitals for real-time database treatment. Every sentence was clear in Youngjun's explanation, but David could not understand it easily. David looked like he just heard that Youngjun made a time machine or a transportation machine. What did you make? David asked. I think it will be too difficult to explain, so I'll show you a video. Youngjun pulled out his laptop and played the video that he showed Director James. ABio Diagnostic Kit Prototype No. UB_01520. The person in the video was Park Dong-hyun. First, he put 100 microliters of his blood in each of the 5 test tubes. Then, he put 1 microliter of water in the first test tube and mixed it with the blood. This was the negative control group. For 3 of the test tubes, he put in 1 microliter each of dengue virus DNA, HIV DNA, and variant DNA from pancreatic cancer cells in separate tubes and mixed it with the blood. Lastly, he put all 3 types of DNA into the tube. The kit was flat, and it was made of a silicon and semiconductor that was the size of one's palm. Park Dong-hyun injected the 5 different blood samples in 5 separate kits. Blood moved along the tube as the built-in battery worked. The agarose net filtered out blood cells, only letting plasma and DNA pass through. The plasma sequentially passed through 100 of the holes on the sides. The first kit had no response, but from the first kit to the fourth, 1 hole at different locations in each kit shone with a green light. And in the last kit, all 3 holes were green. Each hole contains a target DNA amplification system and a canine that discriminates the sequence of the DNA structure. Park Dong-hyun explained in the video. With this mechanism, you can detect the dengue virus, HIV, and pancreatic cancer cell variant DNA in order at the location of each hole. The corresponding disease DNA is marked with a green light emitting signal, and all 3 were marked as all 3 disease DNA were detected. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. Park Dong-hyun explained as he showed the kits to the screen one by one. In order, the blood samples are from a dengue virus patient, HIV patient, and a pancreatic cancer patient, and for the last sample, it is a hypothetical case where the patient is suffering from the dengue virus, HIV, and pancreatic cancer. Park Dong-hyun pulled out an additional test tube. This is a blood sample from an Alzheimer's patient that was provided by the Next Generation Hospital. Alzheimer's is diagnosed by the 7th hole in the kit. Park Dong-hyun took out a new kit and injected the patient's DNA. After about 2 minutes, the 7th hole shone with a green light. David was getting paler as the video progressed. Youngjun kind of felt sorry for him as he watched his face. There's still one more big thing. Park Dong-hyun pulled on the button that was located at the bottom of the kit he used to test the Alzheimer's patient's blood. A small connecting jack came out. It was a 5-pin terminal. He plugged that into his phone. Ring. With a brief sound of an alarm, an external memory recognition message popped up on his phone. He opened a biodiagnostic kit prototype application v2.17 on his phone. The application recognized the green light from the connected diagnostic kit and sent a message. Diagnosis, stage 2 or 3 of Alzheimer's dementia. A precise examination and intensive care are recommended from nearby hospitals. Stage 2 Alzheimer's, a very mild state of cognitive decline, causing minor memory problems, such as forgetting the location of everyday objects like keys or familiar names. It can be difficult for people around you to notice. Stage 3 Alzheimer's, you may not remember where you put your valuables. Your planning ability declines and you cannot remember sentences well. People around you will be able to notice your cognitive decline. Sign up for remote treatment. Find nearby hospitals. There aren't any linked hospitals as it is still in development, and we cannot use the remote treatment system due to legal regulations. But we can find nearby hospitals using the phone's GPS. Park Dong-hyun said. He pressed the last option. When he did, a map popped up on the screen with nearby hospitals. When he pressed on the hospitals, a profile of the neurology and psychiatry doctors provided on the hospital's website came up as well. This is the end of the test of diagnostic kit prototype of _01520. With Park Dong-hyun's last comment, the video ended. With his lips firmly shut, David glared at the black screen of Youngjun's laptop. When this kit is commercialized, the DNA analysis equipment you are going to install in hospitals will be worthless, Youngjun said. I think it's best that you stop the project now. No way. David grit his teeth and glanced at Youngjun. How is this possible? This actually exists? Are you bluffing, Dr. Ryu? Youngjun was an unrivaled, talented individual in research and development of new technologies, but he was also skilled in business management. What if Youngjun was trying to destroy Conson and Colson's business in the US? What if he was bluffing with a technology that didn't actually exist? This is just a video, not even the actual product. How can I believe that this is real and not just some edited video? It does not make sense. You don't have to believe me. It doesn't matter. I only told you because I'm worried for you, Youngjun replied calmly. But is there a reason for me to lie to you? Assuming that this diagnostic technology does not exist, it would help our cancer laboratory if this business of yours succeeds. You could make me stumble on this business, then go to America and do it yourself. That kind of bluffing, information wars, and stealing ideas is common between large pharma companies. Not us, Youngjun said. This is science and medicine, not anything else. As long as I am the CEO, I will not fake something to make money or grow the company. I want to make a new rule in the pharmaceutical and scientific community. I want to create an atmosphere in the industry where we do not lose our moral and principled attitude as scientists. If you can't believe me, you don't have to. But you will be in trouble later. David wrapped his head in his hands and thought hard. Dr. Ryu, said David after a moment. Yes. I want to trust you, Dr. Ryu, but in order to stop this project, I need to be sure. Please confirm a few things for me, only to the extent that you can answer. Yes, ask me. DNA amplification requires equipment such as thermocyclers. Isn't that the basic principle of PCR? You need to be able to adjust the temperature from 60 degrees to 95 degrees Celsius by the second. You can only amplify DNA by doing that for 2 hours. In this kit, it seems like you just amplified DNA at room temperature without any equipment. How does that work? The DNA double helix structure loosens if you use recombinase and attach a primer to the target location. If you attach a single-strand binding protein to the single-stranded DNA and amplify it with a polymerase, you can amplify DNA at room temperature without a thermocycler. But how do you amplify each target for 100 different kinds of diseases? The primers would all mix. We put in primer and magnesium, the starter for the amplification, in each hole. Only the target DNA will be amplified in each hole, so the primers will never mix. David bit his lower lip. Then, how did you separate the plasma from the blood? There is a vacuum pressure applied inside the kit by the air battery. The blood travels along a thin tube inside under that pressure, and the very low concentration of an agarose mesh in the tube filters out the blood cells. What about the green illuminating mechanism? We made it with a variant of Ca9. If the sequence of the amplified DNA matches the sequence entered in Ca9, it reacts to the DNA. The light-emitting signal is amplified by the principle of FRET, fluorescence resonance energy transfer, according to the structural change of Ca9. I cannot tell you what kind of Ca9 variant it is. That's the most essential part of this technology. I lost? This wasn't a bluff. It was a completely plausible and reasonable explanation. How the hell did he do that? Is he human? David suddenly shot up from his seat. Shit. He no longer looked relaxed. Now, he was really in trouble as the project had already started. Thump. He stomped on the floor. Phew. David caught his breath and organized his thoughts. Youngjun said, Director James knows this as well because I told him. He will give you an answer soon that it will be difficult for him to support your project. I assume so. David let out a sigh. Your ingenuity is much more outstanding than I planned, Dr. Ryu. I'm flattered. So, why did you show me this? David asked. David was definitely a fast, quick-witted person. He had already read half of Youngjun's mind. If you just let us be, you could have seen a powerful competitor like Conson and Coulson step on a mine and have its legs blown off. Why did you tell us and stop us? As I said before, I want to create a new atmosphere and rule in this industry. We are all advancing towards the future of science, are we not? I want co-prosperity and cooperation rather than competition, Youngjun said. We will have no choice but to destroy those like schematics that severely damage research ethics, but I want to have respect for people in the same field who research rightfully and legally. David was a little ashamed. And there is some profit I would like to gain through this. It will be of help to you too, Mr. CEO. What is it? You can't cancel the order for the 200 pieces of the DNA analysis equipment, right? Yes. Sell that to me. For how much? I will buy it at 50% of the price you bought it for from Ilmina. Oh. David covered his face with his hands. Don't do this, Mr. Ryu. It hasn't even been shipped out yet. It's still being produced. It's not used. It's completely new. You don't have anywhere to sell it to if I don't buy it. That is true, but even if there is demand, how high do you think it will be for a piece of equipment that costs $500,000? And even if we don't have that equipment, we can commission DNA sequence analysis to a sequencing company that has the equipment. So, the demand for the actual equipment itself is very low, Youngjun said. It will take a few years to sell 200 of something like that. Then, it will really become used. And venture companies or labs who want to get one will get a new one from Ilmina. They wouldn't get a used one from Conson and Coulson, which isn't even a DNA analysis company. If you drag your feet and time passes, technology will advance more, and the price will drop even more. 50% is a high offer. This is the only chance you have to get rid of 200 of these white elephants at once. Ugh. David clenched his eyes shut like this was painful. To be honest, the loss wasn't that burdensome to a company as big as Conson and Coulson if they stopped the project right now. But there was clearly a reason why Youngjun was taking 200 of those super expensive pieces of equipment. That man was a scientist inside out, but like a natural businessman, he never did business that would cause losses. Just look at the talent that created that monstrous diagnostic kit. If a genius of the century took 200 of Illumina's DNA analysis machines and went to his company, David was sure that he would bring something that would knock the scientific community out again in a few months. What is it? What can he do with 200 of those machines? Are you not going to sell them? Youngjun asked. This is your only chance. Youngjun smiled. All right. I will sell them to you, David replied helplessly. David didn't have a choice. He couldn't even predict what was in that genius's view. Even if David took on some loss, he had to stop this project right now and get out. Youngjun said, thank you, but I will give you a very special opportunity to secure a share in the ABio Cancer Laboratory. What? An opportunity to get a share in ABio's cancer lab? David gulped. I went through hell to get here, but I didn't expect to be dragged along by a 30-year-old CEO at this age. For some reason, David wanted to decline and say that he didn't need the share because of his pride, but he knew that he was in no position to do that. What is it? David asked in a slightly exhausted voice. The way Conson and Coulson was going to secure stakes in the ABio Cancer Laboratory. David didn't think Youngjun would give it to him that easily, but it really wasn't simple. Conson and Coulson have a patent for the chimeric antigen receptor T-cell therapy, one of the third-generation cancer immunotherapies. Schematics originally had it, but it was transferred to Conson and Colson. No, David felt dizzy. Please, not that technology. This technology was basically the future of Conson and Colson. David's heart began beating wildly. He tried to keep a calm face. Youngjun said, please transfer that international patent to the ABio Cancer Laboratory. Then, I will give you shares. Chimeric antigen receptor T-cell therapy, or CAR-T therapy, was a technology where one used immune cells to eliminate cancer. There was a mechanism in the body where immune cells tracked down cancer cells and destroyed them. It was a natural defense that the human body used to remove cancer on its own, and the chimeric immunotherapy helped that work better. The process was extremely complicated. They would have to harvest T-cells, a type of immune cells, from the body and then manipulate their DNA. Then, they would attach a material that would allow the T-cell to recognize cancer cells better. And after the T-cells were injected into the body, they would find the cancer cells and destroy them. It was a treatment method that was in the spotlight because it was especially effective on blood cancers like lymphoma and was relatively safe. The problem was the price. It cost $450,000 for a single procedure. That was over 400 million won in Korea. But I can drastically reduce the price of that treatment. And I can increase the efficiency as well. How? David asked. Because I have Ca9 and stem cell manipulation, said Youngjun. Because we have stem cell technology, we do not have to extract immune cells from the patient. We can just make stem cells from the patient, differentiate it into bone marrow, and mass produce immune cells from there since immune cells are made from bone marrow. And like we manipulated CCR5 with Ca9 to cure HIV, we can genetically engineer them to their most optimal state so that the immune cells can kill cancer cells better. That's true. Conson and Colson made it so that people couldn't work on it easily by heavily raising the royalties on patent for the technology. It seems like you wanted to study it exclusively at Conson and Colson. Honestly, yes, that's right. But ABio has stem cells and Ca9. Conson and Colson will not be able to commercialize that. So, transfer it to us. We will let that technology see light. Isn't that the same for ABio as well? You have stem cells and Ca9, but not our technology. We can develop another technology that bypasses the patent for the chimeric immunotherapy. I just think it's a waste of time. This man talks about making a new technology like he's going to fry an egg or something. But the problem was that Youngjun actually succeeded. Again, he said it without any evidence, but there was a power to it that could not be ignored. What if he really did develop a technology that bypassed chimeric immunotherapy? Then, Conson and Colson really wouldn't be able to get anything. If we transfer the technology to you, how much shares of the cancer lab are you going to give us? We will give you 2%. 2%? Only 2%. It's not just 2%. I am giving you an amazing deal because you may be able to give us your help when we go to America. Mr. Ryu, chimeric antigen receptor T-cell therapy is the most important technology among 3 third-generation immunotherapies. You also know that, right? But the only place it will be able to see light is ABio. If you just leave it like that, it will not be an important technology, it will die as a technology that could have been important. I am giving you a lot of shares by buying it at 2%. What are you going to do if I refuse? Then like I said, I will develop a different technology, Youngjun said. And you will greatly regret that you lost the chance of a lifetime to secure 2% of shares of the ABio Cancer Laboratory. You may also be questioned during your board meeting. Phew, David let out a deep breath. How big was the potential value of the ABio Cancer Laboratory? The chimeric antigen receptor T-cell therapy was a technology with high potential value rather than being an excellent profit model right now. To be honest, it was true right now that it would only transform into something actually useful if it went through ABio. But to exchange 2% of shares of your lab with the chimeric immunotherapy. You are good at making bold decisions, aren't you, Mr. CEO? Youngjun grinned. You don't get a second chance for this. This is not something I can decide on my own. You can give me an answer after discussing it thoroughly at the board meeting. I will think about it because you did really show us that you can cure pancreatic cancer. I will use that as evidence and bring it up during the next meeting, David said. ABio, which was always in the spotlight, received the most attention with its HIV eradication project. Even before that died down, news even bigger than that came pouring. About a few weeks after Youngjun returned from America, the door to targeting cancer had finally opened. ABio's pancreatic cancer cure succeeds in phase 1 of clinical trials. The first news that came out was about the pancreatic cancer cure. Phase 1 of its clinical trial, which was being carried out in Korea and America simultaneously, had already made significant progress when Youngjun met Professor Feng Zhang. The same results came from Korea as well. However, considering the time, it was not yet the point to declare the clinical trial a success. But there were 2 reasons why this kind of news was coming out. The first was that the prognosis was quite good. The patient's cancer cells died rapidly in a short amount of time, and the cure was highly efficient. Reporters ended up choosing provocative buzzwords because they wanted to report on it as fast as possible. The second reason was because of the huge breaking news in the United States. Like how everyone followed the popular kid, Korean reporters had hopped on the bandwagon and took the opportunity to release the news about the pancreatic cancer cure. The news in the United States was obviously the announcement of the establishment of the ABio Cancer Laboratory. ABio signs contract to build a cancer laboratory in Maryland. Federal government promises $3 million a year in funding. The National Cancer Institute to provide all its gathered data and technology. Concern and Coulson signs contract to transfer patent for chimeric immunotherapy to the ABio Cancer Laboratory. Concern and Coulson gives up rights to the most famous third-generation immunotherapy and joins forces with ABio, the first step to the great achievement of conquering cancer. On top of that, the address Youngjun gave at the groundbreaking ceremony of the ABio Cancer Laboratory spread through the media. Cancer is a difficult and complex disease with almost an infinite number of variables. But ABio has developed a medicine that cures pancreatic cancer, the most difficult type of cancer, and was greatly successful in the first phase of the clinical trial, Youngjun said. From now, we will destroy all types of cancers: liver cancer, lung cancer, prostate cancer, brain tumors, ovarian cancer, leukemia, skin cancer, colorectal cancer, breast cancer, non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, esophageal cancer, thyroid cancer, and more. We may not be able to get them all in a day, but we will conquer them one by one and open the doors to a cancer-free world in the near future. The world was turned upside down again. Holy shit. I just called 1301. This is the number I should call to report my national pride, right? Cause it's making me high one. National pride is literally giving me hallucinations. I had a dream about him yesterday. The American government is giving them $3 million yearly. What is our government doing? Have you ever seen the Korean government invest in fundamental science before? And our government doesn't have any money. But our government quietly gave ABio 10 billion won when it was first opened. Don't hate on them so much. But is Concern and Coulson high or something? Why did they do that all of a sudden? They just gave their key technology to their most powerful competitor. I think they aligned themselves. Smart choice. Kim Hyun-taek, the director of Lab 1, grit his teeth as he read the posts that were coming up in Youngjun's fan club. He's building a cancer lab, he said. On the other side of the table, Dr. Kim Joo-yeon, the principal scientist in the anti-cancer drug research department, sat there with a tense face. It's weird, Kim Hyun-taek said. Whatever about the pancreatic cancer cure. Sure, the US federal government can support Ryu Youngjun. But Concern and Coulson is handing over the chimeric immunotherapy? For just a sliver of shares? What do you think, Dr. Kim? It's very strange. I'm wondering if Dr. Ryu made some sort of deal when he went to America n/o/vel/b/c//om. From what I know, Concern and Coulson were going to install Illumina's diagnostic devices in hospitals around the country to dominate the diagnostics market, then pressure Youngjun to take a lot of shares of the lab. This was how the scenario was going to go. If that happened, we could have turned around the atmosphere by leaking a headline that the cancer lab isn't actually Ryu Youngjun's, but Concern and Coulson's, an American company. I know. But there's nothing like that, and they even gave them chimeric immunotherapy? This looks like they are supporting them. They are making someone who is already powerful stronger. What happened? To be honest, I don't really know because it's so unexpected. Kim Hyun-taek brushed through his hair like he was frustrated. He is going to be dangerous if we leave him be. He used to be a cancer scientist. He went back to his field of expertise. With the help of the US federal government, the world's best research institute, and the largest pharma company in the world. You have to do something, Kim Joo-yeon said. Sir, the Center of Cancer Research will no longer be in our department. It will be transferred to Ryu Youngjun's cancer lab. Ryu Youngjun is already being mentioned for the next CTO. He is more popular than you. If you give him the anti-cancer drug field in this situation. The reason why Concern and Coulson turned to supporting Ryu Youngjun. Does it have anything to do with the diagnostic kit he is developing? Kim Hyun-taek asked. I don't know for sure, but I think it will. I should go down there. Kim Hyun-taek got up from his seat. He put his coat on and went to the Mobile Diagnostic Device Research Department with principal scientist Kim Joo-yeon. Who is the scientist that is working with Dr. Ryu? Kim Hyun-taek asked principal scientist Song Ura. Are you talking about Dr. Park So-yeon? Park So-yeon? Take me to her. Park So-yeon was looking at Youngjun's experimental data on her laptop. It was truly fascinating and extraordinary. The idea of diagnosing DNA with Ca9 was so innovative, and his potential that pushed that idea and got results was amazing as well. The mechanism that DNA is amplified at room temperature was shocking. Everything was just so surprising. It was only in its development stages, but it really was an amazing item. The structure of the whole diagnostics field was going to be reformed. This probably affected Concern and Coulson's decision. This item could potentially be a more powerful item than the pancreatic cancer cure. Dr. Park So-yeon. Someone called for her as they came inside. Startled, she instantly turned off her laptop. Director, I came here because I want to ask you something. Kim Hyun-taek approached her. I want to see the experiment notes for the diagnostic kit that you and Dr. Ryu from ABio are developing together. That is. Hurry. This is important. I have to know what it does. Park So-yeon hesitated. Oh, one moment. Click. Park So-yeon turned on her laptop. She followed the directory to find the experiment data and opened a few folders. She felt like cold sweat was running down her neck as Kim Hyun-taek glared at her. Wait. Park So-yeon stopped. Is it right for me to give this to him? Park So-yeon also didn't know any information about the Ca9 variant, which was the most essential part of the diagnostics kit. It was because Youngjun was strict about the security regarding that information, which was the most important. She had heard that only the members of the life creation team knew that in ABio as well. As such, there was a low probability that it would cause a problem for Youngjun even if she revealed the information she knew. And no one would be able to do anything because it is just before completion. But did that mean she could give this information to him? This experimental data was developed by Youngjun borrowing the samples and facilities at the Diagnostic Device Research Department as the CEO of ABio. It was not a collaborative research between labs, so it had nothing to do with Kim Hyun-taek. Would Ryu Youngjun have given it to him? Park So-yeon didn't hope to get back with him or anything now. This was a different matter. It was not because of personal feelings. The scientists here had learned something from Youngjun, and she had learned it better and harder than anyone else. Park So-yeon hesitated, then said in a quiet voice, I'm sorry, but I don't have it. You don't have it. Kim Hyun-taek frowned. Talk clearly. Against what? Against research ethics. 1301 is the number in Korea to report drug-related crimes. Kim Hyun-taek stared at Park So-yeon like perhaps he heard her wrong. There was a moment of silence between the both of them, and she just lowered her head, unable to say anything. What did you just say? It is against research ethics. Park So-yeon was basically mumbling because she was so scared, but Kim Hyun-taek understood what she said. Research ethics. Kim Hyun-taek scoffed like this was ridiculous. That damn research ethics. My ears are going to fall off. Do you know how the structure of work management works? Hey, So-yeon SSI, what department are you part of? The Mobile Diagnostic Device Research Department. What lab is that department part of? Lab 1. And who is the director of Lab 1? I have a right to know about the work that you do and the department does. You just give the lab director the data if they ask for it. Why are you talking about research ethics? Stop talking nonsense and open the data. Park So-yeon clenched her eyes shut. To be honest, there would be nothing wrong with giving him the data right now. The diagnostic kit was near completion already. Even if Kim Hyun-taek saw part of the data, there was nothing he could do. But this was about Park So-yeon's own responsibility for her research ethics. The day Youngjun went against Kim Hyun-taek and was kicked out of the lab with punishment, she let go of him. This was only just a few months ago. After that, she regretted it like hell. The current Park So-yeon was different. She was still new to the workforce, but she wasn't a complete newcomer who had just joined the company like when the incident happened. Back then, she was walking on eggshells around her superiors from one minor mistake and worrying whether she would make a bad impression on anyone at the company. I was scared, too. Everyone at the lab basically knew that she and Youngjun were dating. But he didn't fight with just some department head. He fought with the lab director, the future candidate for the CTO position. If she took his side, what kind of burden would she have taken on? This was the first company she joined after studying for a total of 10 years, from her bachelor's to her doctorate, and finally graduating. It was also Lab 1, the most famous lab at AGEN, the best pharmaceutical company in the country. It was a reward for her 10 years of studying, and she did not want to give up on the wonderful dream and life that would unfold from this great position. She was just scared of everything. Park So-yeon was still scared. But now, she had the courage to overcome that fear. This is not a core research project, Park So-yeon said. Mr. Ryu borrowed the facilities here, and I was dispatched as research support for the development of the PDMS lab on a chip. Our department and lab do not have any rights about that project. Mr. Ryu has all the authority, and I cannot share the data at will. Are you going to be troublesome like that? Kim Hyun-taek said irritably. Excuse me, So-yeon SSI, why are you being sensitive about something so stupid? As long as Dr. Ryu experiments here, he probably knows that all the data produced here can be shared with me. Kim Hyun-taek snapped at her. You don't think I know research ethics? I worked in this field 30 years more than you. Who are you trying to teach? It's all right in practice. Then, do I have to go to Dr. Ryu because I want to see the data and get permission? When my subordinate at my lab has that data? When it's obvious that he'll say that I can see the kind of data that Park So-yeon SSI has. Then request it from Mr. Ryu, Park So-yeon said. What? Come find me after getting Mr. Ryu's permission. That's the proper procedure. Kim Hyun-taek grabbed the back of his neck in anger as he grit his teeth. The other scientists were staring at him, then quickly turned away when he looked back up. But he could hear people whispering, what's So-yeon SSI going to do? Damn it. He let out a sigh. Park So-yeon still looked scared, but it seemed like she wasn't going to back down easily. He knew that this wouldn't happen even if he yelled at her. Whatever. I don't need that data, Kim Hyun-taek said. I will never forget this. I didn't know that a rookie doctor who doesn't know what she's doing would screw me over like this. Thud. Kim Hyun-taek slammed the door behind him and left. Sigh. Park So-yeon, who was no longer tense, sat back down. Her legs trembled. Suddenly, she felt tears in her eyes. She pulled out a handkerchief and wiped her eyes. She covered her face with her hands and thought in silence. After breaking up with Youngjun, she was in pain every time she hung out with the people from Lab 1. Until Youngjun turned around the company atmosphere with a powerful performance at the year-end seminar, they all talked badly about and laughed at Youngjun. They weren't really careful because they were around Park So-yeon, his ex-girlfriend, and she usually joined them in talking behind Youngjun's back. Whenever she did, she felt uncomfortable in the back of her mind as if she had an upset stomach or something. She didn't even wish him congratulations for his success. Considering her hardships, regret, and how sorry she felt, she thought that she would rather fall out of favor with Kim Hyun-taek. The burnovirus was originally a virus that caused infectious pancreatic necrosis in fish of the salmon family. Youngjun's strategy was to change the structure of this virus so that it only infected cancer cells in the pancreas. For this, he made a transferrin receptor and a ligand for ERBB2 on the surface of this virus, and he removed the BVP3 gene so that the virus could not multiply in the body. The pancreatic cancer cure team was the one who was in charge of it up to this point. It took Agen's Research Support Center to get their hands on the burnovirus because it was such a unique virus. It also took a long time to manipulate the genes and confirm the structure, but there was another step. Because the virus would be destroyed by stomach acid, they had to make it pass through the stomach with a capsule coating, go through the pylorus, and allow the coating to dissolve in bile that is secreted from the pancreas. Seligner was the one responsible for the capsule coating technology. It took a long time as it was a project that started with a very creative idea and had compiled all kinds of new technologies. But we successfully finished the first phase of clinical trials, Youngjun said on the podium with a glass of wine in his hand. Below him, around 20 people gathered to hear Youngjun's speech after drinking the glasses distributed by the servers. It was a congratulatory dinner party. He had brought principal scientist Lee Jae-chun's team that was in charge of developing the pancreatic cancer cure and 5 scientists under Song Ji-hyun from Seligner to a hotel restaurant. The establishment of the ABio Cancer Laboratory is all thanks to you. I congratulate and thank you for this success. Clink. They all clinked their glasses and took a sip of wine. I will detoxify the alcohol. Rosaline sent him a message. I kind of want to get drunk today. If you would like a calming effect, I will control your serotonin level. Let's just get rid of the alcohol because it is harmful to your body. It's been months since I've had a day off. Can you just leave it? I don't want to use the same blood vessels as alcohol. So picky. Do whatever you want. Rosaline began breaking down the alcohol. Dr. Ryu. Song Ji-hyun approached Youngjun. I saw the speech you have at the groundbreaking ceremony for the cancer lab. You said you were going to conquer a variety of cancers one by one. Yes, that's right. Is the clinical trial for Chelicure going to start now? Youngjun looked a little hesitant. To be honest, he didn't want to continue Celicure's clinical trial in this state. It was a good drug, but Rosaline could develop it into a better form. Right now, Chelicure was effective in destroying liver cancer cells and didn't really have any side effects, but there was one drawback. It was that it broke down too much in the liver. So to increase the efficacy, they had to increase the amount while keeping in mind the amount that was broken down. However, they had to increase the number of doses instead of the intake as an increase in a single dose could damage regular cells. Patients would have to take the cure 6 times a day, which was a pretty severe drawback for a new drug. It was pretty bothersome that they would have to keep to a schedule in everyday life. People living in the busy and hectic modern society could easily forget their intake time. But Youngjun could rectify the drawback if he changed a few things about Chelicure. He just had to make the drug only go into cancer cells and not regular liver cells. Then, they could decrease the breakdown, and they could see a better efficacy with less of the drug and fewer doses. I should tell her, right? Actually, about Chelicure. The two people began talking at the same time, then stopped together. Oh, go ahead, Youngjun said with a smile. Yes, sir. This is something I've been thinking about while working on the pancreatic cancer cure coating. But what if we coat Chelicure with an exosome and attach a receptor that targets liver cancer cells on the surface of the exosome? Then, we can send Chelicure only to the liver, which would decrease the number of doses and increase the efficacy. Youngjun's eyes widened. Song Ji-hyun flinched a little when she saw his face. Pitching an idea to a genius like Youngjun needed a bit of courage. Song Ji-hyun's ears reddened. Haha, maybe not. It was just a thought. If it doesn't work, you don't. No, it's fine. It was exactly what Youngjun was going to explain, even down to the idea of using exosomes. It's a great idea, Youngjun said. If we work on that, we could advance Chelicure a little more. Song Ji-hyun's expression brightened a little. Thank you. Why don't you work on it? We won't have to repeat phase 1 because it isn't a change to the drug itself but only the delivery method. Let's reinforce it and begin phase 2. Kim Young-hoon, a director at Agen, was someone the SG group had put in. He wanted to put Youngjun at the top of Agen. Maybe Yoon Dae-sung is fine, but Ryu Youngjun is much better than someone like Yoon Bo-hyun. To stop Yoon Dae-sung from passing down his management rights and putting Agen in the possession of Youngjun, Kim Young-hoon even helped establish ABio for this goal. He was the one who sold the patent to the flu treatment that Youngjun had to SG Pharmaceuticals so that he could secure capital for establishment. It was a win-win for everyone. But recently, Kim Young-hoon began starting more direct conversations. When the diagnostic kit was still in its early phases, Kim Young-jun requested a meeting with Youngjun, and he connected him to SG Electronics. That was how the smartphone linking technology was born. As Kim Young-hoon was driving home, his heart beat in excitement. Now, the world is going to be turned upside down. He had heard what stage the diagnostic kit was at when he called Youngjun. It was almost done, and he had heard that it was going into mass production at Agen's lab on a chip production factory. And everything was going to be revealed tomorrow. It was going to be on the cover of Science tomorrow, and it was going to be the main news on the 9 o'clock news. It will be on the headlines of every news article tomorrow. Kim Young-hoon took the 4 diagnostic kits he received as a prototype and came home. He gave one to his family, who were watching the TV together. "What is this?" asked Kim So-young, his daughter who was in high school, as she examined the kit. "You want to take out the sterile blood-collecting needle and get a drop of blood from your finger." With a curious look, she opened the needle and poked the end of her finger. With a stinging pain, the blood started moving into the kit with the pressure from the built-in battery. Kim Young-hoon watched the kit in silence. Thankfully, there weren't any signals. "Oh my, something is lighting up on mine." Kim Young-hoon's wife held up the kit and tilted her head in confusion. There was a green light from hole 48. "It's because you have diabetes. That's been diagnosed," Kim Young-hoon said. "Diabetes. This is the diagnostic kit that ABio developed." When Kim Young-hoon was about to explain, the 9 o'clock news started on the TV. "Welcome to the 9 o'clock news. Do you remember CEO Ryu Young-jun, who drew attention for his HIV eradication project and the establishment of his cancer laboratory in the United States of America? At ABio, his company, they developed a real-time blood diagnostic kit," the news anchor announced. "This kit allows people to self-diagnose 100 types of diseases, including various types of cancer, HIV, and the dengue virus, in 3 minutes. The structure of the kit appeared on the screen. This kit finds and amplifies the disease-related DNA in the blood and uses the Ca9 system to determine the DNA sequence. It shows the diagnosis through a green light," the anchor said. "There are a total of 100 disease diagnosis spots, and each of the spots show the presence of the disease through a green light. This kit can also be linked to a phone, and the application that ABio developed can automatically present a specific diagnosis and connect people with a nearby hospital." Holy crap. Kim So-young's jaw dropped. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. "Dad, can I take a picture of this kit and put it on Instagram? And the Ryu Young-jun fan club?" "Of course." Kim Young-hoon chuckled. And so, CEO Ryu Young-jun commented that this diagnostic kit is being produced right now, and it will be available in convenience stores and grocery stores around the country in as fast as 2 weeks. Kim Young-hoon gulped. The glaucoma cure and the pancreatic cancer cure weren't items that affected the lives of healthy individuals. But this was different. This was no different from buying a doctor's diagnostic services from the convenience store. Was it Steve Jobs that said that the best innovation in the 21st century would come from the meeting point of technology and biology? This was the moment the world took a step towards that point. "Hey, did you get the diagnostic kit?" Ryu Ji-won pricked up her ears when she heard the voices of the students on their way to school. All the students walking into the main entrance were talking about the same thing. "I saw my mom use that yesterday at home, but it's so freaking cool. My mom has diabetes and arthritis, and only those two came up when she plugged the kit into her phone and opened the app. I went to the convenience store last night to get it, but it was all sold out. It's trending like the cool butter chips one." Apparently, people who work at convenience stores buy 20 of them when they come in and sell them for a higher price to people they know. Insane. The supply speed isn't keeping up with the demand. And people who have the money already bought their supply for a few months. Apparently, they are going to diagnose themselves once every week. Seriously, why are they like that? Why do they have to take all of it? It's not like a disease that wasn't there a week before will suddenly appear or something. I guess they're older, so they're anxious about it. But I think the supply and demand will settle down with time, right? It's probably like this right now because it was just released. I think the convenience store at school would have gotten some. Do you want to go? They might be out already. The biotech kids are going crazy about it and going on the school convenience store raids every morning. This wasn't an exaggeration. The biotechnology students were huge fans of Young-jun. But it was natural as nowadays, Young-jun made people's chests puff up just by the commonality that they were both Korean. As such, the pride and respect that would come from Young-jun being an alumnus of their department would be quite special. Plus, it wasn't like he was an alumnus from 20 years ago. Young-jun had only graduated from school a year ago. Some of the current undergraduate and graduate students had learned directly from him in the lab when Young-jun was a graduate student. No, they are actually crazy. I get it because they are OG fans of Ryu Young-jun, but isn't it more because this is the home ground? I heard that some people come into the school to see it. They even come to his advisor's lab. Ryu Ji-won gulped as she listened to them. The pressure is no joke. It was like this before, but it was getting worse. There weren't a lot of people at school who knew that she was Young-jun's younger sister. They didn't even think of that because their age gap was pretty big, but a few of her colleagues and seniors knew that. It was something she revealed at the MT2 at the beginning of the semester when she was explaining the system that discounted tuition if 2 or more people in the family were from or attending Yongyun University. "I didn't know he would become a huge star back then. If she knew that, she wouldn't have told anyone." Already, Ryu Ji-won was suffering quite a lot from it. There were some people who asked her if they could meet Young-jun or wanted her to ask Young-jun for advice on going to graduate school. One of the older girls in her school club who had a promiscuous past wanted her to set up a date. There was no telling what kind of trouble she would go through if more people knew she was Young-jun's younger sister. "I'm going to hide it as best as I can from now on." Ryu Ji-won went to the convenience store that was in the basement of the central library. Of course, it wasn't for the diagnostic kit but to get something to drink during class. All the students who came to the convenience store asked the same thing at the counter. Do you have a checkup? A checkup was the product name of ABio's diagnostic kit. No, we're out. The part-time worker was also suffering as they were repeating the same thing they would have said since the morning dozens of times. Ryu Ji-won quietly paid for her drink and went to the lecture room. Unfortunately, her class right now was her general biology course. The reason she enrolled in this course when she was a non-major student was to take advantage of her brother. All she would have to do was ask her brother since he was a doctor of biology, right? She wanted to get good grades easily, but she deeply regretted her decision now. The professor for this course was Professor Ban Du-il. He was the professor who supervised Youngjun from his undergraduate all the way to his doctorate. He was the Ryu Youngjun maker. And as he had known Youngjun for a long time, he knew about Ryu Ji-won as well. Oh, hello. Ryu Ji-won greeted Ban Du-il when she saw him at the entrance. Hi. Ban Du-il, who was 60 and close to retirement, was extremely delighted. He had been this way these days. It was natural as his student, whom he taught from his undergraduate to doctorate degree, was sweeping the scientific community. Ji-won, your brother. Is he coming to school anytime soon? Asked Ban Du-il, hinting at something. The school is doing a World Scholars Seminar. It's for all students down at the big hall, and our department is inviting a scholar this time. And I'm the one in charge. Your brother would be enough, right? A World Scholars Seminar. The one where we bring in one person every semester. It's probably the first you're hearing from it because it's your first semester. Haven't you heard about it from your brother? The seniors at my club were talking about how Chomsky came last year. Is it that? Yeah. The humanity department called him for the second semester last year. Well, I got the baton, so it's my turn to invite someone. If we invite your brother, we can save money since your brother's Korean and we don't have to hire a translator. I'll talk to the department office and make the lecture fee worth his while. Although it won't be worth a lot to him. I'll ask him. But he doesn't come home very often nowadays. Really? Yes. He's so busy that he just stays up at work or sleeps at a hotel nearby. He says that it's a waste of time to drive home. Man. He didn't work that hard for his degree. Anyways, just ask him for me. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Dengue fever was a mosquito-borne viral disease. It affected 50 to 100 million people in about 100 countries around the world. This value had soared since the 1980s. This was because the population of underdeveloped countries increased rapidly, causing people to live in the habitat of mosquitoes, and proper quarantine and epidemiological investigations were not conducted. The problem was that the occurrence latitude of dengue fever began traveling to the north in the northern hemisphere with climate change. Last year, the Asian tiger mosquito, Aedes albopictus, was found in Jeju Island last summer. These mosquitoes were one of the carriers of the dengue virus. Dengue fever itself is not that dangerous. It heals naturally with some rest. But still, we must quickly find and take action against confirmed cases of the dengue virus. If left unattended, the virus spreads and the patient is in danger as well, Ji Young-soon said. As you know, Dr. Ryu, there aren't a lot of mosquitoes that have the virus in Jeju Island. But it's a different story if a dengue fever patient is bitten. When a healthy mosquito without the virus absorbed dengue virus-infected blood, the virus multiplied in the mosquito's stomach. The virus then spread all over the mosquito's body and infiltrated their salivary glands. When that mosquito bit someone else, the virus in its saliva would enter the body and cause an infection. The infection could grow instantly. And there is another problem, Ji Young-soon said. There are several different types of dengue virus. When a person infected with one type gets infected with another type, cross-immunity occurs. A strong inflammatory reaction occurs, which leads to dengue shock and bleeding. Simply put, the person who was infected with the dengue virus first wasn't dangerous, but they could spread the virus if they were bitten by other mosquitoes, and it could be dangerous for the patient as well. Thankfully, there hasn't been word of an infected patient being bitten by a mosquito and spreading the virus. So up until last year, we didn't even isolate patients. But this time, we are going to monitor the situation and start isolating patients if it is severe. I think that is the best thing to do, Youngjun agreed. Ji Young-soon finally got to the point. We need a large amount of a checkup in order to continuously check and track it. That's why we are worried. The sellout crisis was a phenomenon that made ordinary citizens impatient, but it was a serious problem for the KCDC. It was already late April, mosquitoes were coming out one by one as the weather was warming up. There are 600,000 citizens living on Jeju Island. We need quite a large supply to have enough for everyone. Probably. But it is still selling out fast right now, right? Would you be able to decrease the amount distributed to the market and supply it to the government first? We will make a stockpile and use it at Jeju Island. But it's just selling out fast because the supply is in the early phases. Wouldn't the situation improve as it slowly dies down when people are used to the kits? Youngjun asked. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Of course, we also believe that is the case, Dr. Ryu. And we still have some time until the summer. But we are in a position where we have to be prepared for any kind of situation, Ji Young-soon said. We are a national organization. Working hard isn't enough, we have to be good. We work on the taxpayers' dime and we have a responsibility and the power to take care of the Korean people's health. All right. Youngjun thought for a moment while touching his lips. He soon spoke. Then let's produce the supply you need at Karamchand. Karamchand, the Indian pharmaceutical company. They have a huge production facility. They probably have one of the best GMP facilities in the world. We are producing diagnostic kits there for the HIV eradication project. It was to quickly diagnose HIV patients and focus on their care. We will adjust the royalty rate and receive a portion of the production to Korea instead. I'll give you a little discount since it's to save our people. Now, Ji Young-soon's face lit up. I didn't know there was such a way. It's very helpful to have a connection to a super large GMP like Karamchand. Thank you, Dr. Ryu. But you must fully control the dengue fever epidemic in Jeju Island this summer. Of course. We will not let you down. There wasn't a problem if they would have some leftover, as they could just send it to developing countries to treat HIV. There was no way demand would go down as long as the HIV eradication project was going on. After his meeting with the KCDC, Youngjun took a little break as he got ready for his next meeting. If you want to stop the dengue virus from going around, there is a better way to do it. Rosaline sent him a message. A vaccine? It's a good idea, but it takes time to develop it. Even if you make it in one day, I have to do a clinical trial. No, this method gets rid of the carrier. You don't need a clinical trial. Getting rid of the carrier? Mosquitoes. Yes. Youngjun squinted. What do you mean? Exactly what I said. Extinct the mosquitoes that transmit the disease. A mosquito eradication project was one of the oldest leads in biology. In fact, there was actual research going on about this topic. With Google and the Gates Foundation leading the way, many multinational companies were investing a lot of money in this business. But no one had yet succeeded. But that business is still being criticized for destroying the ecosystem. And to be honest, I'm a little worried as well. It was divided between experts as well, people who said the ecosystem would be destroyed and those that say that we can stand against each other. It is because humans are stupid about the ecosystem. I think the scientists will be a little angry if they hear you. I am just saying it to deliver the truth, not to mock you. Humans do not have a lot of knowledge about the ecosystem. I think it'll make people more mad that you weren't mocking them or exaggerating. But okay. The only problem that occurs when mosquitoes go extinct is that the profit of mosquito spray companies goes down. And there aren't any problems in the ecosystem. Yes. All right. I don't think we will be able to do the mosquito extinction project in Jeju Island this summer, but let's hear it. From the part where there's no problem. Of course there is no problem. Was there a problem in the ecosystem because smallpox or black rhinoceroses went extinct? The ecosystem is more flexible than you think, so you don't have to worry. But insects are different from viruses or black rhinos. And insects like mosquitoes are food to many organisms. There are 3,542 types of mosquitoes on Earth. There are that many. Youngjun felt goosebumps on his entire body. Yes. And there are only around 10 species that sucks on human blood. There will not be a problem even if you make all of them go extinct. Of course, there will be a small structural change, but it will quickly be fixed because it is nothing fatal. It is because there are a lot of substitutes in nature for an insect like mosquitoes in the food chain. Rosaline said. 1 cool means honey in Korean. 2MT is short for membership training, and it is a Korean university culture where a department goes on a short trip together to get to know people. Mosquito was a word that actually referred to the unit of family, meaning that the mosquito family was as big as the Felidae, the cat family, or Canidae, the dog family. Just like how lions and cheetahs were part of the cat family, there were a huge variety of insects in the mosquito family. They were divided into 43 different genuses and were then divided into about 3,500 species. Of course, these genuses and species could change with the development of genetics, as the classification of insects was ambiguous and every scientist had different arguments. One thing that was for certain was that there were only about 10 species that sucked on human blood. There's actually less than I thought. Yes. Humanity already made countless species go extinct after the Industrial Revolution. Nothing will change even if you add 10 more species to that. I do not understand why humans are worrying about the disruption of the ecosystem when they are killing mosquitoes. Because the impact of extinction can be larger when the organism is at the bottom of the ecosystem. Of course, if you wipe out an organism like bees, humanity will not be able to overcome the repercussions and will collapse. But not mosquitoes. There are countless insects that can replace its role. This was an extremely polarized problem between scientists who studied insect ecology for decades. In fact, they actually did a mass debate at Silver Spring, and it had totally gone to the dogs. The incident where Dr. Legion, one of the greatest experts in the field, yelled at the people with a flushed face, calling them dumb idiots who didn't have a basic understanding of trophic levels that even undergraduate students knew, was a legendary story in the ecology field. However, the issue was too difficult since it was something that no one could be confident in. Rosaline, who could firmly say that there would be no problem, was the unique one. It wasn't that the scientists were lacking. Then I guess it is worth trying if there isn't anything wrong with it, Youngjun said. That's right. The mosquito eradication project that Google or the Gates Foundation is doing is inefficient in many ways. And I have much more effective methods. How does it work? Use Ca9 to create a mutation in KPAF2, one of the genes of the mosquito's seminal vesicles. Then what happens? Only male mosquitoes will be born from the eggs laid by the female mosquitoes that mate with them. The males who are born from those eggs will also have that mutation, so they will only have male offspring. After a few generations, the sex ratio will be completely destroyed. Holy. You can destroy the sex ratio and make the ratio of males increase exponentially. For Jeju Island, if you make 10 million mutant male mosquitoes and release them into nature, the percentage of females after 6 generations will fall under 0.01%. They will be extinct in a few years. As Youngjun was frozen in shock, Rosaline sent him another message. I just explained a more stable method at the expense of efficiency. What do you mean? If I could, I would manipulate the dengue virus and infect mosquitoes. The fact that the dengue virus can multiply in the stomach and spread to their salivary glands means that it can also spread to their reproductive organs. Rosaline said, if you manipulate it a little, you can make it into a sexually transmitted infection for mosquitoes. You could make a deadly epidemic like AIDS for mosquitoes. And if you let it threaten their lives, the virus will spread in an instant and mosquitoes will go extinct. But if I try to use that method, people will oppose it, worrying about what would happen if that deadly dengue virus is transmitted to humans. I calculated that in advance and recommended a more stable method. Yeah, thanks. I guess it might be faster to collapse the sex ratio balance to actually carry it out, Youngjun said. But we can't do this project in Jeju Island this summer. It will take a long time just to get the mosquitoes ready. 2 or 3 weeks is enough for mosquitoes to hatch from their eggs and become an adult. Even if you consider the gene manipulation stage. How long do you think it will take for the Ministry of Health and Welfare to approve of this insane project? It will take at least 3 months for them just to go through it. Rosaline groaned without sending him a message. They will need dozens of documents until it is approved, and it will take a long time. It is really frustrating. I feel like I am going to get cancer. You can't get that. It's an explanation at your eye level. A type of metaphor. We can catch the dengue virus in Jeju Island without any damage if we use the diagnostic kits well because it isn't very infectious, Youngjun said. We have to use a big knife like mosquito eradication to kill something big, like a cow. We have to prepare it more carefully and take it to an international project. An international project? If you list the diseases that mosquitoes transmit, the dengue virus will have to wait in line for a long time. There are several diseases like malaria, yellow fever, Zika, and chikungunya lined up in front. Most of them are infectious diseases that are going around in least developed countries, Youngjun said. It means this project is something we have to do with the World Health Organization. We have to get support from the Gates Foundation and Google, which started before us, and do it as an international collaborative project. Youngjun was going to start preparing it now and start it as the next project after HIV eradication. He got up from his seat and went to his secretary's office next door. To you Songmi, who was organizing a few documents, he said, Songmi SSI, please contact the WHO. The WHO? Yes. Tell them I would like a meeting about a mosquito extinction project. At the Next Generation Hospital, Ardip was catching up with the prostitutes at Kamathipura through email. Hey Ardip. Are you doing well? Are you better now? After your interview, the International Relief Organization and the Indian government are intervening. The gang and the police who were in charge of this place were either arrested or fled. When we said that we knew you, they gave us a computer so that we could send each other emails. They asked us to tell you to say something good if you do another interview. Ardip read the email with a smile on his face. The person who sent it was the person who raised Ardip like his mother. She went to school and learned to read and write, but she was sold off to Kamathipura when she was 15. She lived in that hellhole for 30 years, but it was coming to an end now. Kamathipura was being freed. The UN intervened as international attention was drawn to Kamathipura, and the Indian government began cracking down on sex traffickers. Many corrupt police and gangs who were covered up got arrested or disappeared. The only enemy left there now was disease. But truckloads of the HIV cure produced from Karamchand Pharmatics began flying in, and the International Vaccine Institute selected this region as a subject for the HIV vaccine clinical trial and carried out vaccinations. Many people volunteered for the clinical trial thanks to Youngjun's powerful performance of using himself as a test subject on TV. The vaccine was extremely effective. The spread of HIV was being severely hampered. On top of this, major hospitals in India were conducting bone marrow transplantations with the help of ABio. They began curing patients one by one with the bone marrow that the technicians sent from ABio. Of course, the price of this treatment was not something that the poor could afford, but the WHO was supporting this project. This international project, which was based on sponsors from all over the world, allowed the poor to get a turn slowly but surely. Kamathipura transformed quickly. And Ardip, the diagnostic kit from ABio that you mentioned before is being supplied here, too. The supply for India is being supplied by Karamchand. They are using that kit to quickly diagnose patients and treat them. The diagnostic kit was useful for citizens in developed countries to check their health every day, but its true value was seen in at-risk regions for infectious diseases. Affordability, precision, and swiftness, these three qualities showed indescribably enormous potential in finding infected patients in a short amount of time and isolating them. From what people are saying, the reason why the cure, vaccine, bone marrow transplant, and the diagnostic kit are being primarily supplied to us is because of Dr. Ryu Youngjun. Apparently, he asked the people high up when he came to India. Ardip kept reading the email. You said you were in the stroke clinical trial, right? I hope it goes well and you can come back to India. I miss you. Ardip felt his eyes tear up. He clicked on the reply button and wrote an email. Tomorrow was his flight back home. This was the last email he was sending from Korea. Ardip, who arrived at the airport, faced a huge crowd of reporters. He was linked to the demise of schematics and the takeover by Conson and Colson, ABio's new technology and an explosive rise in brand value, the first-generation patient of the first stem cell therapy, and the most unfortunate man in the world who was born in Kamathipura and suffered from a stroke, glaucoma, and eye cancer. But it was different now. His paralysis in his left leg had disappeared as his brain nerves were all reconstructed. He could see well now because his glaucoma had been cured. His unbalance in nutrition had been taken care of as he was intensely cared for at the next generation hospital. Everyone could tell even without a medical examination. They could see that he had become healthier just from his eyes and complexion. Ardip had transformed into a completely different person from when he first came to Korea. He was now the luckiest man in the century who had overcome all those hardships. Numerous reporters had gathered at the news that he was flying back home. Half of them were foreign press. But a man more famous than him suddenly appeared and stole the reporters' attention. It's Ryu Youngjun. When someone shouted, the reporters all turned to him. Dr. Ryu. As the reporters were flustering, Youngjun approached Ardip with the protection from the K-Cop's security guards. Hello, Ardip, Youngjun said with a friendly smile. Hello, Ardip said in Korean with an accent. There happened to be a translator who the reporters prepared to get an interview from Ardip. Their conversation was translated on the spot and articles were written right away. Are you flying back? Youngjun asked. Yes. Where are you going, Dr. Ryu? I am going out for a little bit because I have a meeting with the WHO. I didn't expect to run into you here. Youngjun tapped Ardip's shoulder. How are you feeling? N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. I am all better thanks to you. I don't have paralysis in my leg anymore, and I can see well. I am completely healthy. That's a relief. When I get my compensation from schematics, I would like to donate all of it to the ABio Foundation, Ardip said. You don't have to do that. No, please. If I don't do that, how can I repay all this debt? Then please use it to take care of patients when you go back to Kamathipura. And Youngjun went on. Our legal team has already sued Squamtics and is getting it to an international trial. We will get our share ourselves, so you don't have to worry about us. The stroke treatment was a clinical trial, so we should actually be the ones to compensate you. Ardip was going to say something, but thought for a bit. Now that he was facing Youngjun, his gratitude deepened. Ardip's life was in complete despair. He didn't have anything but 2 incurable diseases, and the people he called family were all AIDS patients. He cursed his own life multiple times, saying that if there was a God, he wouldn't have put him in a place like this. But everything changed because of Youngjun. He had predicted the nasty sabotage from villains like Squamtics and prepared more than a simple cure. He was the one who had rescued him from his life, which was trapped deep in the valley of despair, and let him see light. He even fought against AIDS, the worst infectious disease that was taking over Kamathipura. The life there was changing enormously. He could tell by the email he received yesterday. Ardip couldn't thank him enough. As his heart filled up with gratitude, he felt like he could give Youngjun his life. Now that he was facing Youngjun before going home, his emotions became even more intense and made him choke up. Thank you, Ardip said with a trembling voice. Thank you, Dr. Ryu, thank you so much. Ardip covered his face with his hands. I heard that you are supplying the vaccine and the cure to Kamathipura first. Thank you so much. Cameras flashed from all over. Ardip did not care one bit. He could not bear the weight of his emotions that had overflowed here. He felt like the presence of Youngjun was a reward for a lifetime of pain. All I did was supply Kamathipura first because it is an at-risk region for AIDS, Youngjun said as he comforted Ardip. I will never forget this debt, Ardip said as he hugged Youngjun tightly. I will live thinking that I was given the gift of a different life. I will always be grateful. Haha, don't be indebted to me. I hope you are happy and healthy when you get back. Oh, and this is a present. With a smile, Youngjun handed Ardip a diagnostic kit. I actually brought it for myself, but you should go back and try it. Click, click. The reporters took photos continuously. The most famous scientist in the world and the patient who was rescued by his new technology were together in one frame. Youngjun hadn't planned it at all, but him meeting Ardip at the airport was quite a dramatic scene. As the meeting with Youngjun was revealed in the World Health Organization's schedule, the dramatic feeling of their accidental run-in became stronger. Youngjun, who arrived in Geneva, Switzerland, stopped by the convenience store on the way to the World Health Organization building. On the front page of the morning paper on the newsstand, there were pictures of Youngjun and Ardip. What is this? What does this say? He couldn't read any of it because it was in French, but it seemed like it said something about how touching it was or something. Science, which was going forward at Rosaline's speed, did not forget humanity. The historical moments that emerged from the cold and thorough advancement of science were surprisingly humanistic. No. As Youngjun checked his phone in anticipation, all sorts of online communities and his fan club had blown up. This is a common way to express deep frustration in Korea. Most of the pictures that were sweeping through online communities were pictures taken in Kamathipura in India. Recently, a lot of foreign press were going to and reporting on Kamathipura, where major reforms were taking place, and those pictures and articles had suddenly become an issue. From Youngjun and Ardip's picture to the vaccination scene in Kamathipura, the huge amount of Karampia that was being transported in large trucks, and hospitals and doctors who were carrying out bone marrow transplants. The hundreds of photos and reports had everything about Kamathipura's revolution, and a lot of praise poured out from online communities all over the world. He's not just a scientist or a businessman now, right? He is definitely going to get the Nobel Prize. They're probably going to tell him to take his pick from peace, chemistry, and medicine. He healed a hellish prostitution hole like Kamathipura. I am a businessman in Mumbai. Kamathipura changed a lot. In this town, Dr. Ryu Youngjun is compared to Ambedkar. Who's Ambedkar? He was a human rights activist for the Dalit of the caste system. He is regarded higher than Gandhi in India. I'm an employee at the WHO. It's not just in Kamathipura, India. HIV is being caught at a rapid speed in Africa and China as well. Dr. Ryu is the genius of the century, but we are working hard as well. Sad face. Let's go WHO. Let's go Ryu Youngjun. Last week's report from the British Medical Journal, the growth rate of AIDS cases in sub-Saharan Africa was 48% last year, but it plummeted to 6%. They're predicting that it will turn negative soon. Things are going faster than I expected, Youngjun said to himself as he read the articles on the web. There was an even more shocking post on his fan club. It was a scene from a comedy show. A member from a girl group was picking her ideal type, and for some reason, Youngjun was there. His eyes widened. Wait, why? He wasn't a celebrity or someone on TV, so why? The thing that was more shocking was that one of the members of the group, Groovy, actually picked Youngjun. It's because I like someone who is smart and has a warm heart. I've been a fan for a long time. I signed up for the fan club a long time ago. With a short subtitle, her statement was screenshot and pinned in the fan club. Groovy, are you reading this? Dr. Ryu is off limits. Groovy, submit some papers first. We'll observe you first through an interview type of thing, and then we can think about it. Our Dr. Ryu has to experiment? Everyone get lost? Dr. Ryu is already married to science? Youngjun, who was baffled, went to the WHO headquarters, trying to calm himself down. But this place was worse. This was the headquarters of the HIV eradication project. In places like Kamathipura, Youngjun was their savior, but here, he was the revolutionary who had started this huge project. Oh, Dr. Ryu, an employee, who was bald and looked to be in his 40s, froze when he saw Youngjun. He wiped the sweat off his forehead with his hand and held out a notepad and pen in a fluster. I'm a fan of yours. Could I get your autograph? That was the start. On his way to the Director General's office, countless employees who heard about his arrival from somewhere all came over and asked for his autograph and a picture. Leave the project to us, Dr. Ryu. Dr. Ryu, I am voluntarily resigning soon, but it's truly an honor to do something as important as HIV eradication before I go. I went to Henan province in China last week. Things have gotten a lot better. Apparently, they used to run a plasma business, so people sold blood. They said that it became hell with AIDS as they began reusing disposable needles. I love it because I am seeing HIV disappear in real time. The results are really tangible if you examine patients with the diagnostic kit. HIV is caught by the diagnostic kit until you use a treatment like a bone marrow transplantation. When you see that it's no longer there after the procedure, it's touching and thrilling. Youngjun was in shock as he heard the employees talk all around him. Even the managers who came out to control the employees all went back after getting his autograph. Youngjun, who barely made it to the Director General's office, delivered his congratulations and compliments to Tedros. I saw that HIV is being caught quickly. It seems that way from what the employees are talking about on the way here. I heard that the increase dropped from 48% to 6%. The World Health Organization is the World Health Organization for a reason. Congratulations. Haha, it's all thanks to you, Dr. Ryu, said Tedros, the Director General. This tangible result that came out in a short period of time was evidence that the WHO was focusing all their power and strength on this project. It was also because in addition to the vaccines, cures, and bone marrow transplants, another powerful ally was added on the technical side. It's all thanks to the diagnostic kit you developed. At this rate, I don't think it will take 3 years. The spread was caught quicker than I thought. There were 2 ways to stop the spread of an infectious disease. One, preventing the virus from spreading even if an infected and non-infected person comes into contact with vaccines and such. 2, quarantining so that the infected and non-infected do not come into contact at all. They could not give vaccines to the billions of people without HIV, and they could not perform the expensive and difficult bone marrow transplant surgery on infected patients all at once. As such, the first way was impossible. But if they used the diagnostic kit, they could easily do the second way since all they had to do was go to at-risk areas for HIV, give out a bunch of kits, diagnose them on the spot, then isolate patients. The World Health Organization was doing this job very well. You made us the gun, the bullet, and you taught us how to shoot it, so we would be idiots if we couldn't even do that. We're a United Nations organization, this is the least we should be doing, Tedros said with a hearty laugh. Dr. Ryu, I think the diagnostic kit will be used to catch a lot of other infectious diseases. Let's just commission it to a lot of GMP production facilities and produce it in huge quantities. Tedros gulped down the fruit and vegetable juice from a small juice pack. With this, we can catch all kinds of infectious diseases like dengue, malaria, and Zika. All those diseases are transmitted by mosquitoes, right? Youngjun asked. That's right. Then let's get rid of mosquitoes. Oh, mosquitoes? Man, you really think big, Dr. Ryu. You're talking about the one being done at Google and the Gates Foundation, right? We can try it if you have a good idea. Yes, but this will have to be an international project. It will be bigger than HIV eradication. The current mosquito elimination project is focused on reducing the mosquito population to less than 80% in tropical climates alone. It is having a hard time, but do you have a good strategy? Pardon? No, I'm not talking about reducing the population, I'm talking about making them go extinct completely. Let's get rid of the 13 species that are the disease carriers. Tedros set down the juice he was about to drink. If he drank it, he might have spat it out in shock. As he started at Youngjun like he didn't understand, Youngjun explained. That way, the malaria parasite and the viruses will go extinct. If I start this, I don't intend on compromising on an ambiguous goal like population reduction. That leaves the risk of the disease developing. But Dr. Ryu, there were no significant results in that ambiguous goal of population reduction. Well, there have been some varying results, but not most of them. I'm saying that it's not an easy thing to do even if Google or the Gates Foundation does it. I know. The technology to reduce the number of mosquitoes mostly works by manipulating the male mosquito's genes to make the larvae unable to hatch from their cells. That's correct. But it's only as effective as the number of mosquitoes that people manipulate and put into nature. If those mosquitoes die, it's over. That's right. If not that, then how? Tedros had no idea what Youngjun was thinking. His eyes shook. Youngjun said, we make it so that only males are born from the eggs of the female mosquitoes that mated with genetically modified mosquitoes. And if we make the offspring from those newborn mosquitoes only male, we can make a snowball effect by modifying male mosquitoes and releasing them into nature once. Is that possible? It is, Youngjun said. The reason I asked for a meeting today was because I was curious if the WHO could afford to work on this project. Tedros thought for a bit. Like you are worried about, we lack manpower right now because we are pouring everything into HIV eradication. Of course. It's not an easy disease. But this is also an important project. We will try to prepare for it. However, we also need to do some research in advance on what disturbances will occur in the ecosystem, Tedros said. If you carry out this project with us, you may be criticized by ecologists. As the Director General of the World Health Organization, I am on board because I think it's more important to get rid of infectious diseases, but I know. I will make some data about the kind of disruptions that will occur in the ecosystem and whether it is something we will not be able to handle to convince them. Youngjun's humane image was in the spotlight during Ardip's flight, but his star quality was still rooted in his ingenious research ability. About a week after Youngjun returned from Geneva, 2 huge papers and a cover news article was published in Science like he was trying to prove that he was a scientist. We differentiated induced pluripotent stem cells into cartilage cells. We differentiated induced pluripotent stem cells into skin tissue. The differentiation into cartilage cells and skin tissue, the only project Youngjun had left among the ones he started as he built the next generation hospital, was making organs and spine regeneration. Another powerful whirlwind began sweeping through the medical community. First of all, cartilage cells had the potential to cure a very common and uncomfortable disease like arthritis. How many patients would there be if the number of patients that had rheumatoid arthritis, which occurred in young people as a type of autoimmune disease, and degenerative arthritis, which usually occurred in older people, were combined? There were nearly 5 million people just in Korea, meaning that 1 in 10 people were arthritis patients. Then what about skin tissue? The skin cell that ABIO created was not just one type of skin cell. They had differentiated a total of 7 types of cells, each from epidermis cells that had the characteristics of the ectoderm, tissue cells from the mesoderm, and the dermis layer from the cranial neural crest cells. This meant that they not only could regenerate the outer layer of skin, but they had the potential to make skin itself. Samuel, who was admiring the huge potential value of it, even wrote a review on the paper. The skin is a complex organ that is intricately connected. If ABIO succeeds in making this with organoids, it looks like they will be able to create hair follicles. I believe that it will be possible someday, as they have already succeeded with organoids before. Create hair follicles. It was a statement that widened the eyes of many plastic surgery clinics. It meant that they could give bald people hair. Of course, it was true that cartilage and skin regeneration still had a long way to go as it was still in its development phases, but people felt like they would be able to see some results in the near future as Youngjun's research speed was abnormally fast. And in this noisy situation, a fascinating story began circulating among the sports news and rumors. Ryu Youngjun, the CEO of ABIO, has 122 new drug patents. They are not revealed to the public yet as it has not yet been 1 year and 6 months since its application and is still being approved, but there is a rumor that Dr. Ryu Youngjun has 122 drugs for pet and livestock animals. According to Mr. K, an employee at the patent office, the approval period is getting longer because there are a lot of patents, but there is a high chance that it will be approved soon. Nov. L.B//JNN. This rumor had basically poured oil into Youngjun's fame, which was already burning up. And there was one person who was feeling anxious about this. It was Kim Hyun-taek, the lab director of Lab 1. CTO Nicholas Kim's term was about to end. In this atmosphere, there was a very high chance that the future CTO position of Agen would go to Youngjun. Kim Hyun-taek could not go home and was lost in thought for the night. When CTO Nicholas Kim retired, Agen would choose their next CTO from the in-house directors. How would Youngjun react? What would I do if I was Ryu Youngjun? Kim Hyun-taek often thought about that. Youngjun was a smart man, and he made sure to take things that would increase research speed, even the little things. Then, wouldn't he obviously try to take over that role, which would allow him to supervise all of Agen's research and development? ABio was going well, but there was no reason for him to decline if Agen offered him everything. Normally, ordinary people wouldn't be able to manage both at once, so they would never even try, but Youngjun definitely would. If Kim Hyun-taek competed with Youngjun over that position, he would never be able to win, as Youngjun's performance was overwhelmingly better. It would be a problem if Kim Hyun-taek won as well. The fact that he was the CTO and not a lab director meant that all of Agen's research and development was in his hands. It meant that he was the supervisor of the technology competition with ABio. He was even less confident in this. But he couldn't give Youngjun the CTO position and be his subordinate because he could find some dangerous data if he could access experiment records of all security levels in the company. There was no telling what Youngjun would do with his personality. This was also the reason why Ji Kwangman went overboard and tried to eliminate Youngjun, who was trying to join the core of management. Idiot. Should have done it well. Kim Hyun-taek let out a sigh. The best scenario would only be this: after Kim Hyun-taek becomes Agen's CTO, instead of Youngjun completely being severed from the company and competing against them, he supports him as the CTO of Agen. It was a ridiculous plan, but there was one way to get this picture. Right now, Youngjun was so popular that a girl group member said she liked him on a comedy show. He was the national hero. Kim Hyun-taek was going to use that fame and prestige. *****. When Youngjun was having dinner at work, he got a phone call from Ryu Ji-won. Scholars Seminar. Youngjun frowned like he was baffled. For your information, Chomsky visited last month. I'm not a world scholar. I think my professor is way too proud of his student. Why? He should be. Even if I have some good results, I've only been active for about 6 years in the academic community, even if you include my years as a grad student scientist. I'm not a scholar. No, I don't want to. I don't want to be annoying. Why does that matter? Look at how many incurable diseases you've cured. The only treatment that's been commercialized is the glaucoma cure kit. Okay. The others are doing well in clinical trials, but a lot of drugs stumble in the second and third phase. Even without all that, you should be called a scholar with just the diagnostic kit alone. Ryu Ji-won said. Hey, I can't be called that. Alright. Don't say that anywhere else. People who are world-renowned scholars or experts are usually people who have researched for over 30 years or Nobel Prize winners. One of those people is Carpentier or Carpenter, right? Doesn't he work for you? Youngjun was at a loss for words. Well, he does, but... Well, I delivered the message. Professor Ban really wants to see you again, saying he wants to benefit from his student. But still, I'm hanging up. Okay, I have dinner plans. I have to go now. Beep. After hanging up, Youngjun held his head like he had a headache. What happened? Park Ju-hyuk asked. Ryu Ji-won. What did she say? Professor Ban wanted her to ask me to do the seminar. Seminar. You know, the World Scholar Seminar we do every semester at school. The bioengineering department has to invite someone, and I guess Professor Ban is in charge of it. He asked me to come. Wow. Doesn't Yungyun University use our tuition to bring legends in the field? I can't believe you made it on that list. I can go because I'm really indebted to Professor Ban, but that title is so cheesy and burdensome. Why does it matter? Just ignore it and go. Didn't you say that Professor Ban paid for your tuition and living expenses when it was really hard for you during grad school? Yeah, he's an important teacher to me. I should repay that debt. There were a lot of incidents in the 10 years that Youngjun was being supervised by Ban Du-il. He had made a mistake and caused trouble when he was doing an administrative errand, and there were times Ban Du-il was put in a sticky situation when Youngjun fought with other professors due to his personality. Still, Ban Du-il protected Youngjun until the end. Although most of the professors were psychopaths who had terrible personalities, Ban Du-il had integrity and was humane. He's one of the few people I respect as a teacher in this field, Youngjun said. Youngjun was reminiscing about when he was in university when Park Ju-hyuk began laughing silently beside him. Why are you laughing? Do you remember when you cursed at the school because they were using our tuition on such shitty things? Did I? Yeah, you were furious then. You heard from somewhere that they spent 3 million won to invite Jamie Anderson and you complained about it for the entire lecture. Jamie Anderson is a racist. Why would you bring someone like that to the school? It's demeaning. What you were angry about back then wasn't that Jamie Anderson was a racist, but that you felt like your tuition was going to waste for bringing that racist to school. I was a student back then and I was poor. And now, you're the hippo that's swallowing up that tuition. Ugh. I'm going to return it so they can use it for scholarships. Youngjun shook his head. Nov. L. B /JNN. *****. The World Scholars Seminar took place in the Grand Hall for the students. Professor Ban Du-il, who was in charge of the scholar invitation and event, briefly introduced Youngjun. He's the most famous person right now. Please welcome Ryu Youngjun, CEO of ABio, to the front. When Youngjun went up to the podium, all the students simultaneously pulled out their phones. They were all taking photos of him. After waiting for the students' excitement to die down a little, he greeted them. Hello, my name is Ryu Youngjun. Whoa. Clap clap clap. Cheers and applause poured out from the students. Ryu Ji-won was also among them. She was staring at him like she was very interested. She's going to take a picture and tease me about it for a long time. Youngjun took a look at all the students. I came to Yungyun University around 10 years ago as an undergraduate student. And I did my master's and doctorate here as well. Professor Ban here supervised me the entire way, Youngjun said. When I was a student, I used to sit here and listen to the lectures from scholars all over the world, but it feels weird that I am the one up here now. I also think that title is too much for me, someone who is only 30. I came here thinking that it meant that I should work harder. Youngjun could see Ban Duil grinning. Professor Ban asked me to talk about some important things we are working on at ABio, important events in my life, or my beliefs. So for today's lecture, I decided on the topic of research ethics and the diagnostic kit, Youngjun said. The standards for research ethics change depending on how you obtain information about the disease from the patient and how you code it, and for this, the lecture had started. It wasn't an easy topic, but it seemed familiar as the diagnostic kit was a very famous product. Youngjun's lecture went on for about an hour and a half. There were a lot of students from majors other than bioengineering, so he stayed away from things that were too technical. He also translated all the words used in the field into Korean. He also made some jokes here and there. The lecture came to an end, and there was a question session. Are there any questions? Youngjun asked. The bioengineering students all raised their hands first. Where do you get your creative ideas when you work? I can't say that it's from Rosaline. Scientists have to read a lot of papers. You obviously have to dig deep into your specialty, but some research that is a little different from yours will help in getting creative ideas. Have you considered being a professor at Yungyun University? If I studied under you, I think I could actually enjoy studying for the first time in my life, said one of the students. The audience laughed a little. I like being a corporate scientist right now. Companies have a lot more money than the government or universities. Universities are a good place to do basic research, but companies are a good place to do product-related research. I want to be making products right now. The vibe of the seminar at Yungyun University was light and friendly. Youngjun's image became friendlier and softer as the question session went on as he was an alumni that had graduated recently. There were professional questions asking about what was missing from the research they were doing, and there were questions asking for advice on going to graduate school. When it was near the end, there were playful personal questions. This is a little bit of a personal question, but are you dating Groovy? Ha ha ha. I've never even met them, said Youngjun as he waved his hand. The students laughed along. I guess we've gotten all the questions since people are asking about girl groups now, Youngjun said. That was when a student's eyes widened as they were reading the news on their phone. They raised their hand and asked like this was a perfect time. Mr. Ryu, apparently the Blue House is saying that they want to invite you as the director of the Office of Strategic R&D Planning at the Ministry of Industry. They say it's a CTO position for the country. Youngjun squinted his eyes. The director of the Office of Strategic R&D Planning, the CTO of a country. It was a similar role to James, the director of the White House Office of Science and Technology. Wow. The students admired him. Ban Duil froze a little. That position was a minister-level public office role. Obviously, he could not also work as a board director of a company. If he went there, he would have to back out of ABio or AGEN. The student asked, are you going to take it? They looked like they were very much anticipating this. It was natural as they were already overpowered by the enormous title of National CTO. Youngjun thought about his answer for a moment. It's the first I'm hearing of this. I'll have to give it some thought. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The seminar came to an end. Can we talk in my office for a bit? Ban Duil asked. Yes, of course. But I just need to make a phone call. Youngjun excused himself and came outside. He went to a place where there were relatively few students and took out his phone. He called Yu Sungmi, his secretary. Secretary Yu, what is this about? What is this thing about the director of the Office of Strategic R&D Planning all of a sudden? Youngjun asked. It's the CTO for the country. I was just contacted today, and the Blue House wants to invite you to be the country's CTO. I said that I would deliver the message, but you're not going to do it, right? Yu Sungmi asked. It's true that it's an honorable position at the vice minister level, and it is an important position that coordinates Korea's overall science and technology policies, but it is also a public office. You can't work somewhere else. Yes. Did someone from the Ministry of Trade, Industry, and Energy come by chance? They asked for your schedule, so I told them that I would get back to them after asking you. The time you have available in your schedule now is 5 o'clock in the evening tomorrow, or 2 o'clock on Friday. Please set up the meeting for tomorrow, Youngjun asked. 1 R&D is short for research and development. After ending the call, Youngjun went to meet Professor Ban Duil. He looked full of concern, so Youngjun purposely went in with a smile. How have you been? Asked Youngjun. Yes, I have been well. I feel very energized right before my retirement thanks to you, Ban Duil said. Youngjun, are you going to take the national CTO job? I don't really want to, Youngjun replied calmly. Only then did Ban Duil's face brighten up. He let out a sigh of relief. Good. You have to be researching right now. The national CTO is an important position that supervises the entire direction of Korea's research and development, but you can't do research yourself. Your main job is to give research funding to universities and organizations and set up projects. Yes, I think other scientists can do that too, although I don't know if they can do better. But you are the only one who can eradicate HIV and use stem cells to develop new treatments. If you leave the forefront of this country's research and development, everything will become that much slower. I also still want to work as a frontline scientist. Really? Ban Duil looked like he was glad to hear that. That's such a relief. I was so anxious when I heard it, Ban Duil said. Youngjun, I think this idea came from people who purely wanted to use your abilities for state business, but for more calculating people, I think they want to use your image for their approval rating. Approval rating. There's only 1 year left until the election. Oh, the KCDC is trying to catch dengue fever in Jeju Island right now after you developed the diagnostic kit, right? They are trying to ride that wave and recruit a brilliant scientist to create an impression of a government that is experienced at leading science. Though, it will actually help them if you come. I understand what you mean, Youngjun replied. Then you are going to decline, right? After I see what they propose. Ban Duil's grin disappeared immediately. He looked nervous. Youngjun smiled. It's a good position and a great opportunity. I am going to see if there's something I can use for the advancement of science. It won't be too late to make a decision then. The Minister of the Ministry of Trade, Industry, and Energy visited Abio to meet Youngjun. Yu Sungmi brought out some mate tea and fruit. I'm honored to meet you, Mr. Ryu, the hottest scientist in the world right now. Minister Lee Yunho reached out. Youngjun shook his hand. Nice to meet you. I am Ryu Youngjun. Please, sit. Lee Yunho was an innocent-looking man with round facial features. He silently stared at Youngjun for a moment. Mr. Ryu, I know what you are worrying about regarding the national CTO position. What I am worrying about. I think there are 2 things. The first is that you won't be able to research and develop when you leave Agen and Abio. The other is whether this is a scheme related to the approval rating of this government, correct? Yes. The people who should know all know about the fight between you and Congressman Shim Sung-yeol. So, I knew that you would worry about something like this. Lee Yunho chuckled. Is that so? Because of that, the people in the government who wanted to make you the poster boy for science disappeared. If not for that, people from several parties would have already come to you and bothered you. Are you saying that this has nothing to do with that? To be honest, it does. The approval rating of the Republican Party has gone down a lot. Isn't the KCDC trying to catch the spread of dengue fever in Jeju Island right now? There is an ulterior motive that is trying to create synergy with that and maintain the government. Then I will not be the director of the Office of Strategic R&D Planning. I knew you were going to decline, so at first, I also declined when I was ordered to recruit you, Mr. Ryu, Lee Yunho said. But on second thought, Mr. Ryu, it wasn't. The more I thought about it, the more I knew that there was no one better to take the position than you. The government is doing their work right now. I'm saying that it's not just flattery. There are other people who can take that position. There are a lot of brilliant scientists in Korea. There aren't any creative scientists, Lee Yunho said firmly. Being the CTO of the country means that they will be providing the directions to all the research and development happening in this country. Simply put, it is a role that requires insight into future business prospects. Who is the one changing the trend of medicine right now by pioneering a new field of stem cells and creating a next-generation hospital? Is there anyone in Korea who has a better insight into future business prospects than you, Mr. Ryu? Spit flew out of Lee Yunho's mouth. He began gesturing with his hands and feet and passionately persuading Youngjun. In less than a year, you succeeded in curing prominent diseases like glaucoma, Alzheimer's, and pancreatic cancer. You even commercialized one of them. Please lead the country with your abilities, not a private enterprise like Agen. I am asking you to see things more nationally. If you are the captain, all domestic companies will follow. Lee Yunho was serious. Recruiting Ryu Youngjun is in the nation's best interest. Youngjun could show the best performance in the front line of research, but he could do much bigger things as the director of the Office of Strategic R&D Planning. Lee Yunho seriously thought so. But I understand that the position of director doesn't allow me to just lead the research direction in any way I want. Roughly speaking, I can't just take that role and order SG Pharmaceuticals to make a drug in this way like I'm ordering a subordinate, right? Do that. Lee Yunho shouted confidently. Pardon. Ryu Youngjun tilted his head like he was baffled. It is true that it was a position that didn't actually do the projects, but just hand them out. But it could be different if you do it, Mr. Ryu. Design experiments like you are doing now and order companies and universities to do them. You can consult them on their research. And we have a 4 trillion won budget for the office. Use part of it as funding for your own research, Mr. Ryu. That's tax money, though. It is okay to give it to universities or research institutes that win project contests, but it's embezzlement if I use it for research that I want to do. It won't be. We are going to push to pass a new legislation so that you can research, Mr. Ryu. Youngjun crossed his arms and thought. It was a more special proposal than he had thought. I didn't think they would do this much to recruit me n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Lee Yunho was staring at Youngjun with a desperate and sincere look in his eyes. Sir. Yu Sung-mi knocked on the door and came in. I'm sorry to interrupt your meeting, but I have something to show you. She approached Youngjun and whispered in his ear. Youngjun opened his email on his phone. The news article Yoo Sung-mi sent him popped up. It was about 7 famous scientists in Korea declaring their support for the decision of the Ministry of Trade, Industry, and Energy. Ryu Youngjun, the CEO of ABio, has changed the trend of medicine in very innovative and creative ways, and he is presenting new research directions. If he only works at ABio, his abilities will only be limited to the pharmaceutical industry, but we think his potential can determine the entire industry of science in this country. If CEO Ryu becomes the director of the Office of Strategic R&D Planning and takes control of the direction of science in Korea, we believe that several companies, universities, and research institutes will faithfully follow his instructions and produce more effective results. Youngjun quickly read through the entirety of the declaration. And so, we believe that the decision of the Ministry of Trade, Industry, and Energy was very wise, and to this, Kim Hyun-taek, the lab director of Lab 1 of AGEN, and 6 others strongly support Mr. Ryu Youngjun's appointment as the director of the Office of Strategic R&D Planning. Mr. Ryu Youngjun? He is also the CEO of ABio, but he is also a director of AGEN. He is a talented individual who is the closest to being the next CTO of our company. Of course, we don't want to let him go, said Kim Hyun-taek during an interview. His declaration had gathered a lot of attention as he had just given up the best scientist in the same company to the country. A lot of reporters had come to ask him more about his declaration of support, and he had accepted all of them. But let's think more nationally. If Mr. Ryu becomes the CTO of AGEN, AGEN will grow rapidly. Then what? That's it. It stops at AGEN growing rapidly. But if Mr. Ryu becomes the director of that office, he will be able to grow the slice of the pie that this country's scientific community has, Kim Hyun-taek said. The position of AGEN's CTO can be filled by myself or any other lab directors. But Mr. Ryu is unique. Wouldn't the world develop faster when everyone goes to a position that suits their capabilities? I want him to lead science in this entire country. I am introducing the best talent at our company to the government in hopes that he will leave a private corporation like AGEN to us and lead this country. Kim Hyun-taek's interview caused quite the stir. In addition, the Ministry of Trade, Industry, and Energy announced a policy that would guarantee Youngjun's autonomy in research and connect him to various companies and universities along with the final authority on a 4 trillion won budget. The public went wild. He is using his amazing ingenuity for the development of the country, not a private corporation. The public began picturing a future where Youngjun decided on the direction of the country's science and policies, and companies and universities followed along to develop rapidly. And exactly 3 days after that, a coalition of about 100 professors around the country issued a state of opposition with Professor Ban Duiel leading the charge. A tiger should be left to roam the jungle. The idea of the Ministry of Trade, Industry, and Energy is excellent, but it is not realistic. It is not because CEO Ryu is not capable enough, but because of the structural limitations of the national industry. Firstly, the ministry claimed that they will allow Dr. Ryu to conduct research within the department, but in what research institute? Will they hire new scientists in the ministry, where only administrative employees exist? This irresponsible proposal that was blurted out in the absence of any required infrastructure is just another typical hasty, Korean-style red tape. Secondly, the ministry claimed that they will provide 4 trillion won of funding to Dr. Ryu, but given the reality that SG Electronics' 1-year research budget is 13 trillion won and AGEN's 1-year budget is 7 trillion won, it raises the question whether that amount will be enough to realize Dr. Ryu's potential. Thirdly, the public, who were excited by the dream of a national science industry led by Youngjun, was met with opposition. Wow, what's going to happen? So what is the condition where Ryu Youngjun can realize his potential to the fullest? Korea's administration is just garbage. Just stay at ABio, Dr. Ryu. He's going to be leading the nation's science and technology. Isn't that obviously going to be more helpful than him leading AGEN or ABio? That leading he is doing is just giving projects to private corporations. It's just like, hey, develop an anti-cancer drug. I'll give you 1 billion won. But Dr. Ryu's ingenuity isn't about giving money, it's about developing anti-cancer drugs himself. But can't he just design the R&D and give orders to companies like SG Pharmaceuticals or AGEN like he's doing now? It's basically just making companies in Korea into Ryu Youngjun's hands and feet. Realistically, does that make sense? It is an infringement of corporate management rights. We're not a dictatorship or something, and you want the government to commit illegal acts? FXXK, I don't know. It just seems like Dr. Ryu is too much of a genius that one job isn't enough. Whatever happened to Professor Shin Youngju, the main commentator of ABio? Hurry up and go on the Rado and interpret this situation. The public was as noisy as it could be. The public opinion was completely polarized. One media outlet opened a poll about Youngjun's appointment as the director of the Office of Strategic R&D Planning. The people in favor were slightly stronger at 61% supporting it. Kim Hyun-taek eased up a little bit. There were a lot more scientists against it than he had thought, but it seemed like there was a high possibility that Youngjun would accept the position. He wouldn't be able to disappoint the public easily as he was the national hero. Plus, he would actually be able to do a good job in that role. From then on, it didn't matter if Kim Hyun-taek took orders from Youngjun because he wouldn't be a competitor anymore. He would be a government employee that gave him projects. And when everyone's attention was drawn to this issue, Youngjun held a press conference. Hello, my name is Ryu Youngjun. He went up to the podium and grabbed the mic. Dozens of cameras flashed towards him. First of all, I would like to thank the Ministry of Trade, Industry, and Energy, who recommended me to such an important position, Youngjun said. I have discussed this with a lot of different people. I also met with Dr. Kim Si-yeon, the current director of the Office of Strategic R&D Planning. She told me that she only has 6 months left in her term and that she would like me to be her successor. Click, click. The camera flashes did not stop. Youngjun said, for that important position, I recommend the current CTO of AGEN. The reporter's eyes widened. Kim Hyun-taek screamed in his office. Youngjun said, the Ministry of Trade, Industry, and Energy said that they would give me the authority to specifically direct industry academic research. But that risks the government infringing on the research autonomy rights of industry and research. Additionally, it is not realistic because it is important that the instructions for research and development understand the experimenter's expertise and proficiency. I know that well about the scientists at AGEN, but not about other industries or academic institutions. It would only be counterproductive for me to direct their research. But I know what the nation expects from me. Therefore, when the Ministry of Trade, Industry, and Energy requests advice on policies, I promise to answer. I swear that I will use the knowledge or ideas I have for this country like a public good, Youngjun said. Now, I will speak about the CTO of AGEN I recommended. CTO Nicholas Kim is a world-renowned scientist who has studied in the industry for 40 years. Not only is he an expert in biology, he is knowledgeable in physics as well. He has experience in leading a company larger than mine, and he has experience as a professor as well. I believe that he is someone who would be able to use my advice excellently, even if it is lacking, to advance science in Korea. Please have as much faith in him as you support me. With a smile, Youngjun added, and just in case, CTO Nicholas Kim is Korean. His Korean name is Kim Hyun-sik. With Youngjun's announcement, Nicholas became one of the most searched up people on the web. Nicholas was a scientist who was very knowledgeable in biophysics and protein engineering. He was pretty famous in the industry, but it was the first time he had been in the spotlight so much as his job as a scientist was distant from the public eye. Nicholas was having some tea in his office while he read Youngjun's announcement. There was a slight disturbance outside his door. Is the CTO inside? It was Kim Hyun-taek's voice. Nov, L, B //JNN. Yes, he is. But did you schedule a meeting? No, but I'll step in for a moment. The CTO has to leave soon. I just need a second. Click. Kim Hyun-taek opened the door stubbornly. What happened? Kim Hyun-taek asked as he sat beside Nicholas. What do you mean? Are you going to be the director of that office? Did Ryu Youngjun tell you that he was going to do this? Mr. Ryu. Nicholas corrected Kim Hyun-taek. Mr. Ryu asked me to do this. He said that he needed to work more in the front lines of research, but someone had to take that important position. He said he could trust me. Cold sweat ran down Kim Hyun-taek's cheek. So when are you going? You're worried that Mr. Ryu will take over the empty CTO position at AGEN if I go right now, right? Yes. Don't worry. I am not leaving right away since the current director's term is not over yet, Nicholas said. And Mr. Ryu does not want to come to AGEN right now. He is looking for the right time. He is preparing to merge ABio and AGEN and make this place his main base. The moment he will come to swallow this place up will probably be when he comes to do the stock exchange he promised with our CEO. Mr. CTO. Kim Hyun-taek stuck out his head close to Nicholas. Sir, aren't you old friends with Mr. Yoon? Are you going to betray him? Do you want to hand over this company to Ryu Youngjun? All I am trying to do is appoint a person who is worthy of the CTO position of the country's top pharmaceutical company that will be created as AGEN and ABio merge. I don't want to know about the rest, and it's none of my business. What if Ryu Youngjun finds out about that secret? That secret? The one about anthrax. Nicholas closed his eyes with a serious face. Confess. Turn yourself in the few months I have left before I leave the CTO position and Mr. Ryu comes here, finds out about everything and destroys everything, he said. I also delivered the message to CEO Yoon as well. When you and CEO Yoon decide, I will take care of the problems myself without dirtying Mr. Ryu's hands and leave. Kim Hyun-taek glared at Nicholas for a while. I can't do that, he said. Director, do not force me to expose that incident. You will kick yourself for this and deeply regret your decision. Kim Hyun-taek, who returned to the lab, began making rounds to every department. This was one of the situations that scientists feared the most, as he would attack them until everything was burned down if he found one little thing he didn't like. Who uses a pipette and leaves it on the lab bench with the volume adjustment knob still on? Who manages their equipment like this? The shouting started from room 101, the first room Kim Hyun-taek went into. As soon as principal scientist Kim Ju-yeon figured out the situation, she quickly returned to her lab and let the anti-cancer drug research department know. The director is making rounds to the labs from the floor below us and shooting everyone up, so pull yourself together and be careful of what you do. Again? What happened this time? Senior scientist Kim Hyun-sok said irritably. How should I know? The lab director is going crazy today, so be careful. Senior Park, you didn't write 4 days worth of lab notes, right? Did you do that? He's going to go nuts if he finds out. I'll write it right now, Park Yeon-seo said as she quickly grabbed her notepad. You might get caught writing it here, so go to room 212 and write it. If he asks why you're there, just say that you stopped by to freeze-dry some protein. Okay. She took her notepad and quickly left. Wait. Kim Ju-yeon flinched when she thought of something. Didn't the diagnostic department fight with the director once? Not the department, but a scientist there, Park So-yeon, fought with the director because she refused to give him the experiment data, lead scientist Wang Chanmi replied. Holy. She's going to get executed today. Tell her to take the rest of the day off and run away. If he sees her today, she is going to be executed immediately. Is he in that bad of a mood today? Yeah. I've known him for over 10 years, and it's the worst. You know the diagnostic department well, right, Chanmi SSI? Call them right now. Tell them to run away. I'm being serious. I'm not responsible for that department, but it won't be great if the vibe of the entire lab is down. Wang Chanmi sighed and picked up the phone. But she was too late. He's already here. Principal Scientist Song Ura from the Mobile Diagnostic Device Research Department said in a quiet voice. This is trouble. Kim Ju-yeon sighed. Park So-yeon was quivering as Kim Hyun-taek stood in front of her. He looked like he was going to kill someone. Pull out the data on the diagnostic kit development. Let's see the progress. Park So-yeon entered the passcode on her computer and opened the data. Explain it, Kim Hyun-taek said as he crossed his arms. The AGEN simple chip is being developed based on PDMS, and it uses antibodies to quickly diagnose protein. You don't think I know that? When I am supervising this project. I'm not talking about the idea sketch, but the progress. We are currently designing a circuit for PDMS now. It works by putting an antibody at the end of each of the 40 right lines and cross-verifying it 6 times. Why 6 times? Because the binding specificity of the antibodies used aren't that high. We are increasing the accuracy by cross-verifying it 6 times. Then shouldn't you be working on improving the binding specificity of the antibody? But we are not doing protein engineering. Then you can work with a team that does protein engineering. Kim Hyun-taek shouted. Song Ura quickly intervened. Sir. We talked about this during our last meeting. The protein engineering team said they don't have the time to take on another project. They finished a project 4 days ago. They can do it now, Kim Hyun-taek said as he glared at Park So-yeon. Communicating with other departments is one of the fundamentals of research. Don't you know how Ryu Youngjun makes all those great achievements from that teeny company? It's because he steals all the abilities of AGEN's departments. Kim Hyun-taek shouted. Now that he was talking about it, it made him angry. It was true, ABio's own equipment and facilities weren't great. They didn't even have a facility that raised animals for experiments. He used it all from AGEN, from the super-resolution visible photoactivated atomic force microscopy, PAFM. He used to destroy the opposition of the HIV vaccine to the countless experimental animals like mice and chimpanzees, the department that conducted the clinical trial, and even the PDMS chip and human resources from the Mobile Diagnostic Device Research Department. Youngjun used it all from AGEN. FXXK. Crash. Kim Hyun-taek kicked the table. With a sound, the chair with wheels was pushed back from the impact. I don't know what you are all thinking. Are we part of ABio? AGEN is the one that pays you. I pay you. The work that the Research Support Center does is a mess. It's all to support ABio's research. Look at the Clinical Trial Management Center. We don't have a single drug that is going into clinical trials. It's all ABio. ABio. Is this company ABio's? Kim Hyun-taek screamed. He glared at Park So-yeon like he was going to kill her. Scientist Park So-yeon. So, did you get on Ryu Youngjun's good side by making a good diagnostic kit and offering it to him? Pardon. Park So-yeon was baffled. If you have the time to use all your strength to make a product for another company, do it after you are done with what you are supposed to do. Collaborating with other departments and catching up with their schedule. If the protein engineering team is done with a project, you should have found out on that day. You just have to contact them and ask. Do you have to wait until the lab director tells you? I'm sorry. Park So-yeon lowered her head. The entire company has gone mad? Ryu Youngjun's success story has made everyone insane. The CTO is already kissing his ass, so how could his subordinates be in their right mind? Kim Hyun-taek clenched his fists and trembled in anger. That was when. It's hard for just a scientist to figure out the progress of a project since it is confidential information. Ryu Youngjun's voice was heard from the office entrance. When everyone glanced at the door, he was actually standing there. How could someone call another department every day and check their progress? A regular scientist can't do that. Aren't lab directors the ones who should organize and assign projects and coordinate schedules so that departments can collaborate together? I don't know why you're angry at the newest person in the department for not doing your work that you passed on to her, said Youngjun. Kim Hyun-taek froze for a second, then glared at him with hostility. Dr. Ryu, are you now coming in and out of my lab without telling me in advance? I'm here because of an experiment for the diagnostic kit I developed last time. I got your permission when I signed the contract. You're done with that experiment. If it was, the lab entrance wouldn't even have opened with the Lab 1 pass that was temporarily issued to me, Youngjun said as he shook the pass in his hand. Read the contract again because it hasn't ended. And the reason I am here is to do a few additional experiments to improve that diagnostic kit. He's developing it more? Here. Kim Hyun-taek felt like his blood was boiling. He felt like he was going to faint because his blood pressure was so high. So are you saying that you are going to do experiments here? Yes. And I need scientist Park So-yeon's help because I have to use the PDMS chip. I don't have a lot of time, so do you have more to say to her? Should I wait outside? No. Kim Hyun-taek barely suppressed his boiling anger and left the office. Youngjun watched him leave, then went to Park So-yeon. She turned her head and didn't look at him. So-yeon SSI, can we have a talk? Yes. Her helpless voice was teary. She turned her head so that Youngjun wouldn't be able to see her tears, but he felt like he knew what she looked like. She was definitely not in the condition to discuss work-related things right away. I'm going to have to talk to her after I calm her down. Youngjun took Park So-yeon to the cafe inside the lab. Latte. Yes. Park So-yeon kept wiping around her eyes with her fingertips. She was worried that her makeup had been ruined. When she took the latte Youngjun handed her, she choked up again a little. It was because it was a matcha latte, something she always used to drink when they were dating. Are you feeling better? Yes. Don't take it to heart since he does that often. Although, I think it's a lot worse today. Anyways, to get to the point, I'm thinking of redeveloping the diagnostic kit into a format that can be used in the pet and livestock industries, Youngjun said. Park So-yeon clenched her eyes shut, then opened them. Let's just talk about work. She swallowed all the words that came to mind. She sniffled then took a deep breath. You're talking about making a diagnostic kit for animals? Park So-yeon asked. Yes, that's it. The international patent approval for the 122 types of treatments for pet and livestock was almost finished. If he developed an animal disease diagnostic kit, it could create synergy with this. The world livestock industry was worth more than thousands of trillions of won. Thanks to that, the amount of damage of livestock that were mass killed by hoof and mouth disease, tuberculosis, and AI1 every year was easily over 1 trillion won. It wasn't easy for the person who does the killing, nor the livestock, nor the owners of the farm. Now, it was time to stop that. Science that had been advanced to the extreme could put an end to the despair that repeated itself every year. One short for avian influenza, or bird flu. Before coming to Agen to meet Park So-yeon, Youngjun met a guest. His name was McKinney. He was a 52-year-old American, and he was one of the big shots in the livestock industry. He was also suffering from pancreatic cancer. He had tried various intensive treatments at the hospital for 2 years, but it wasn't easy. When McKinney thought that there was nothing more he could do, he volunteered for the clinical trial of the pancreatic cancer cure Youngjun was conducting in the United States. It was a new technology that manipulated the bornavirus, which originally destroys pancreatic cells, induced it to the pancreas and selectively killed cancer cells. The cure was administered multiple times in small doses, and the size of the tumor decreased daily when he examined it through imaging. McKinney was able to see the difference with his own eyes as his doctor showed him pictures every day. It felt like magic as the efficacy of the cure was amazing. He wondered how the disease that caused him so much pain in the second half of his life could be cured so easily. After 2 weeks of medication, he was completely clear of cancer cells, they had been completely destroyed. And so, McKinney was determined to meet Youngjun. McKinney, who came to ABio, expressed his gratitude to Youngjun over and over again. I regained my health thanks to you. It's a relief that the pancreatic cancer cure worked well. I'm glad it helped. Youngjun was sincerely happy. He was always proud when he saw the new technology he developed cured patients who were in despair. There is something I would like to discuss with you, McKinney said. There are 122 animal drugs among the international patent applications, right? Where did you hear that from? I hear rumors from here and there since I'm in the livestock industry. I heard that incredible drugs are coming out, although it seems like it hasn't been revealed because it hasn't been a year and a half and approved yet. I heard that the approval takes a long time because there's a lot of them and because it's an international patent, but it's almost done. Taking a sip of his tea, Youngjun didn't reply and waited for him to finish. Mr. Ryu, along with those treatments, is there any way to use the diagnostic kit for livestock epidemics? Infectious diseases of livestock? Youngjun asked. Yes. I don't know about biology that much, but I thought you could somehow do it, McKinney said. Mr. Ryu, with that and the treatments, we could save countless livestock and people from the national disaster of livestock epidemics that returns every year. Save people. Yes, it can save people. I guess the economic damage is big if an epidemic occurs. It can help farm owners. Youngjun nodded, but that wasn't McKinney's point. Sir, I was talking about the coal house workers. Their job is a lot different from what people usually think. If you throw chickens or ducks into the rendering machine, you get screams, bits of meat flying around, and splashes of blood. It's a mess. If you get 10-day laborers, 8 of them run away after the morning job. They vomit and get nightmares. The coal house is a living hell. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. They used to originally use public officials, but they outsourced it to day laborers because they were taking sick leave due to trauma, quitting, and there were protests from the union. Usually, poor immigrant workers do that job. It's like that in the US, so it's probably the same in Korea as well. You have to bulldoze pigs to death, and you have to keep grinding up animals in a machine in the metallic smell of blood and bits of meat and bones from God knows what animal, said McKinney. And people spend the night in that bloody hellhole and even eat there because they have to get rid of it quickly. After that, they all get PTSD or depression. I see. The economic damage is enough to drive a farm owner to take their own life, but you also can't ignore the trauma of coal house workers. They provide psychological treatment with state funds in the United States, but I don't know about Korea. I don't think they do. They don't even take care of their veterans. With a sigh, Youngjun said, like you said, it will be very helpful in catching livestock epidemics if we reform the diagnostic kit for animals. But the problem would be reducing the unit price of the kit since there are tens of millions of livestock culled just in Korea. Is there a way? I will think about it. With this, we will definitely be able to create synergy with the treatments and bring about important changes in the livestock industry. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. That's why you came to see me, Park So-yeon said. Yes. I think we can lower the unit price by dividing the diagnostic kit by the disease, Youngjun said. We don't have to produce a lot of large kits that diagnose a bunch of diseases at once since the type of infectious disease is already specified when the animals are about to be culled. We don't have to spend more money diagnosing other diseases when we just have to determine whether it's AI1 or not. So, people will have one condensed kit that can diagnose all livestock diseases, use it on chickens or pigs that aren't in good condition, check what disease it is, then track that disease spreading with the cheap kit. Right. That's right. Youngjun nodded. That's why we need to reduce the size of the PDMS chip and make a small kit that can diagnose specific diseases like hoof and mouth disease, bovine tuberculosis, and bird flu one by one, and lower the unit price as much as possible. I understand, Park So-yeon replied. But not everyone from the life creation team will be able to join this project. Only KOH Sunyul SSI and Young Harem SSI will participate. Yes, that's all right. I just have to be better, Park So-yeon said calmly. Ring ring, Youngjun's phone rang loudly. Just one moment. Youngjun picked up the phone. It was Song Ji-hyun. Hello, Dr. Ryu? Park So-yeon's head fell as she heard a woman's voice coming out from the other side of the phone. It succeeded. Chelicure. We said that we were going to coat it in an exosome and improve its efficiency by only sending it to cancer cells in the liver, right? It worked. Oh, really? Youngjun smiled brightly. Congratulations. Good work. I was just passing by ABio. Are you free for a meeting right now? Or I can send you the data by email. No, let's discuss this in person. I'll head there. Youngjun hung up. I have another meeting, so I have to go. Thank you, Youngjun said to Park So-yeon. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Youngjun arrived at ABio and met Song Ji-hyun at the main entrance. She immediately got up from the bench when she saw Youngjun. Her face was flushed with excitement. Dr. Ryu, look at this. She ran towards Youngjun, basically jumping in joy, and opened the data on her tablet. Haha, are we going to stand here and talk about it? Let's look at it at that cafe over there. Should we? Embarrassed, Song Ji-hyun put her tablet back in her bag. Youngjun was somewhat glad to see her so happy. He had become dull to this kind of feeling because he had spent half a year succeeding with everything he touched. As a scientist, Youngjun knew what that felt like, the thrill of seeing the results of long, hard research because the desired data popped out miraculously. If you were part of ABio, I would have given you a bonus, said Youngjun as they walked. Should I go there right now? Will you hire me if I apply? Of course. Haha, thank you. But I still like Seligener. The two went into a quiet cafe that was in front of the company. Youngjun met someone unexpected there. Dr. Ryu. Hong Joo-hee greeted him with a bright face. Who is it? Song Ji-hyun asked. She's a doctor who works in the newborn intensive care unit at Sunyoo Hospital, Youngjun explained. The daughter of Sun Soo-young, the first clinical trial patient who was treated with the glaucoma cure, suffered from a disease called persistent pulmonary hypertension of the newborn. The baby's primary doctor was Hong Joo-hee. They had become familiar with each other when Youngjun gave her a hint about treating the patient. It's been a while, Dr. Hong. You're probably so busy, but what brings you here? Youngjun asked as he greeted her. Oh, I'm actually here because I wanted to ask you for something, but I was thinking about it by myself here because I didn't know if I should call you. Ask me for something. There's a patient with pediatric liver cancer at Sunyoo Hospital. Youngjun flinched. Pediatric liver cancer. Ack. Rosaline groaned. Sorry, wait. Youngjun got a small headache. He excused himself and went to the washroom. He felt like he was going to vomit for some reason. Why am I like this all of a sudden? Youngjun asked. It's because of me. Why? Do you remember when I was created and established myself in your body? Of course. I have over 100 million cells in your body right now, but I only had one before. It's the mother cell that is basically my main body. After the creation, the mother cell moved to your brain through your blood vessel. To my brain. The easiest energy source to consume is glucose, and it is supplied to the brain the most. And it located itself where the ganglion signal was the strongest. Do you know where that is? Where? Among the nerve cells inside your hippocampal tissue responsible for long-term memory. The place where your obsession with science and research ethics is rooted. Rosaline said. It's where the memory of Ryu Sae, your youngest sister who died at 9 years old, was located. She died of pediatric liver cancer. Oh. Youngjun held his head. The moment you heard that it was pediatric liver cancer, the nerve cells near my mother cell suddenly got excited and affected it. I understand what you mean. Then, will this happen when I hear about pediatric liver cancer from now on? It's fine now. I have relaxed those nerve cells. I am stronger than the hippocampal nerve cells. All right. Youngjun caught his breath and left the washroom. In the meantime, Song Ji-hyun and Hong Joo-hee were having a serious conversation. Youngjun went to their table. How old is that patient? Youngjun asked Hong Joo-hee. The patient is female, and she is 9 years old. It was the exact same state as Ryu Sae. Something ached in his head again. I relaxed it again. It's fine. Rosaline sent him a message. N. How is the patient? It's a hepatocellular carcinoma. The tumor is located in the right lobe, and we are treating it with CCG 8881B therapy. 8881B. It's a treatment where we intravenously inject cisplatin and doxorubicin under the conditions provided by the American Academy of Pediatrics. Is the reason you came to see me because it is not working well? The cancer cell gained resistance, said Hong Joo-hee in a depressed voice. What about other drugs? The child's prognosis isn't that great. Using a drug that is more toxic isn't recommended, so I came to see you in case you had any other way. But here. Dr. Song, was it? She said that she had a good drug, Hong Joo-hee said as she looked at Song Ji-hyun. Song Ji-hyun nodded with a tense face. Youngjun said, Dr. Song, let's see the data for Chelicure. Chelicure was the most effective and safe drug among the existing liver cancer treatments, at least it was from the data from the first phase of clinical trials. It was also true from the data that Rosaline analyzed. There were barely any side effects. Lee Yuna, who was 9 years old, was admitted to Suneoo Hospital when her friends entered elementary school. It wasn't easy for a small child to tolerate chemotherapy that even adults had a hard time with. She cried and threw a tantrum every time she got a shot, but the surprising thing was that she did not lose her smile. Even then, Lee Yuna was sitting on her bed and laughing while on her phone. Ha ha ha. Mom, look at this. Lee Yuna showed her phone screen to the woman, who aged dramatically in just 2 years, who was sitting beside her. Someone is having a staring contest with a dog. Yeah. The extremely exhausted woman laughed feebly as she glanced at Lee Yuna. Kim Hojin was a young mother, just 33 years old. She got married in her early 20s and had her first child when everyone else was in university. All of her memories in her 20s were with her daughter. She had traded her youth with this child. Kim Hojin stroked her forehead, which was completely bald. Click. The door to her room opened. There was Professor Kim Chun-young, Lee Yuna's primary doctor, Hong Joo-hee from the newborn intensive care unit, and a few nurses. But Kim Hojin shot up from her chair after she saw the person behind them. Her eyes widened. She didn't blink once as Youngjun approached her with the doctors. She thought she was dreaming. Doctor. Ryu Youngjun. Her voice trembled. Hello. Youngjun greeted her, then glanced at Lee Yuna. He didn't know if he was mistaken or it was because all her hair had fallen out due to chemotherapy, but she looked very similar to Ryu Sae. One short for avian influenza, or bird flu. Dr. Ryu, can you cure my little girl? Kim Hojin, the patient's mother, said with desperation in her voice. I don't know yet. We do have a new liver cancer treatment, but we have to see if we can use it, Youngjun answered briefly. He leaned towards Lee Yuna. Hi, yuna.n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. Lee Yuna giggled, then turned away and buried her face into her pillow. Then, she peeked so that only her eyes were out and glanced at Youngjun. Say hello to the doctor, said Kim Hojin as she patted Lee Yuna on the shoulder. Lee Yuna just bowed her head without saying anything. How is it? Youngjun asked Rosaline. You can cure her with Chelicure. But to destroy the cancer cells completely, you have to precisely measure the number of doses and the amount. It will damage regular cells if it is too much, but the cancer cells will gain resistance if it is too weak. How do I adjust it? You have to use fitness to check that. Then use it. Oh, Rosaline moaned again. There's a problem. I will send you a message later. What? Why? You are more important to me than hundreds of those children. There's a problem in your hippocampus. Bleep. Rosaline's status window disappeared. Hey, Rosaline? Baffled, Youngjun called Rosaline, but she did not reply. He couldn't even pull up her status window. Rosaline was focusing all her strength on examining his hippocampus. In front of her were over 10 million neurons. Each neuron formed networks with about 20 or 30,000 neurons and formed a large neural net of long-term memory. This was Youngjun's library of memories. Rosaline was examining each of the electrical signals. In between the large nerve cells among the subiculum and pre-subiculum, there were heavy black nerves. They were very old tissue. To Rosaline, they looked like a dormant volcano or a dead old tree. In those cells, there were memories such as the time Youngjun met Ryu Sae for the first time in her cradle when she was a baby, the stone wall road that he used to take when walking her to kindergarten while holding her hand, and the time he worked a part-time job as a university student and bought her crayons when she was about to enter elementary school. They hadn't had any activity for a long time. And now that Youngjun had found Lee Yuna, neurotransmitters such as norepinephrine were flowing out like lava. I am going to use some fitness. Rosaline sent a message to Youngjun. Huh? Hey, tell me what to do with the Chelicure concentration. A little later. I have to pour all the fitness into this right now, Rosaline answered briefly. Then, she began controlling the expression level of a few genes. The neurons began relaxing, and the neurotransmitters that were being produced slowly disappeared. This had happened in a flash, but it felt like hours of work for the cells. Rosaline was now able to take a breath. But why does he keep getting so stimulated when I stopped it earlier? Rosaline stared past the neural net and examined it. The start of the excitation was not the hippocampus, the signal was coming from the other side. The trauma left a scar on part of Youngjun's hippocampus, which preserved memories of Ryu Sae, but the trauma was mainly located in the amygdala. The amygdala was the structure that controlled the unconscious connected to the end of the hippocampus, and some information from memories was trapped there in the form of emotions. Maybe when Ryu Sae died, Rosaline loaded herself into the blood vessels. She moved through the bloodstream that was beating from the heart. I like that there's a lot of glucose. There was an extreme abundance of glucose, the sole energy source for the brain, here. The carbohydrates Youngjun ate for lunch flowed through here in the form of sugars. Rosaline absorbed the glucose within the blood and moved towards the amygdala, a complex neural tissue that controlled emotions. She had influenced that region many times since she entered Youngjun's body, but she had never directly entered a cell into it. Dr. Ryu? Professor Kim Chun-young, Lee Yunah's primary doctor, asked Youngjun. But she was a little surprised when she saw Youngjun, who turned to look at her. His stone-cold face and the strange look in his eyes gave off an alienating feeling. Dr. Ryu? Kim Chun-young called him again. Yes. Are you feeling all right? Yes. Youngjun was really fine. He was fully conscious as well, but for some reason, he felt like a psychopath who had no feelings. He felt the sympathy and sadness he felt for Lee Yuna just a few moments ago disappear instantly. And like how it was easy to find a needle in the haystack if the hay was all burnt away, the only thing that filled Youngjun's void head was pure logic and reason. His thinking had been extremely sharpened to the extreme as he was under the influence of Rosaline. Can we cure her with Chelly cure? Kim Chun-young asked. I can tell you after I look at her chart. Give me the data, Youngjun said mechanically. Song Ji-hyun stared at him in shock. His face and way of speaking was extremely awkward. He didn't seem like the Youngjun she knew. The discussion on how to administer Chelly cure began in Kim Chun-young's office. Hepatocellular carcinoma. Tumor is located in the right lobe. Treated with 8881B therapy after removing the tumor with surgery, said Youngjun as he read the chart. The tumor began growing in the liver again on day 174. Cisplatin and doxorubicin didn't work, and it is currently 2 centimeters big. Where is the child's weight shown? Youngjun asked. It's at the very top, replied Kim Chun-young. Youngjun checked Lee Yunah's weight at the top of her chart. She was 24 kilograms. We intravenously inject 0.6 milliliters of Chelly cure, which has been developed into a new form, per kilogram. We have to inject it with a steady flow for 2 hours. The duration of the treatment will be 2 weeks, and administered twice a day. Kim Chun-young, Hong Joo-hee, the nurses, and Song Ji-hyun were staring at Youngjun quietly. Why? Youngjun asked. Nothing, it was just fascinating how you can just determine the administration conditions of a new drug just like that, said Hong Joo-hee. She and Song Ji-hyun believed Youngjun, but Kim Chun-young wasn't that easy, as Lee Yuna was her patient. The entire process of treating a patient could not be done just by having trust in someone, no matter how brilliant they were. I'm sorry, but what is the evidence behind that method? Kim Chun-young asked. Why is it 0.6 milliliters per kilogram? If you convert the concentration of Chelly cure for the patient, we are injecting 60% of the dose that was used in patients in the first phase of clinical trials. However, because it is more stably introduced into the patient's cancer cell when administered due to the change in drug form, the increase in efficiency should be taken into account. It is about 1.6 times more efficient than the original Chelly cure if you induce exosome integration when it uniquely recognizes XRCC, a liver cancer cell marker. As such, the right amount of the drug is being injected compared to phase 1 of clinical trials, considering that the patient is a child, Youngjun said. For a moment, Kim Chun-young was at a loss for words. She stammered, then finally opened her mouth. Thank you. Then, why are we injecting it twice a day in 12-hour intervals and limiting the administration time to 2 hours? Like I said before, Chelly cure is packaged in an exosome, so it attaches to cancer cells by recognizing the unique markers on liver cancer cells. The reason why we don't pour in Chelly cure all at once is to give it time to access the entire liver. 2 minutes after the exosome enters the cell membrane collapses so that other exosomes cannot enter. Youngjun poured out an explanation. As such, the exosomes that are injected slower in the span of 2 hours have the opportunity to enter the cancer cells sequentially and access many more cancer cells more effectively. If you pour it in all at once, all the exosomes would enter only a portion of the cancer cells. The reason we have to treat the patient for 2 weeks is because of the size of the tumor. If Chelly cure eliminates 70% of the tumor surface with one administration, it has to be administered for a total of 26 times with said conditions to theoretically kill all cancer cells. The extra 2 times are considering the proliferation of the cancer cells. Thud. Hong Joo-hee's elbow accidentally bumped her notepad onto the floor. Sorry. She quickly picked it up. Kim Chun-young didn't show it, but she was extremely shocked. Humans aren't robots. How can he analyze things like that? She asked for his evidence behind the administration method, but she would have approved of the treatment if Youngjun said something about the clinical data and how Lee Yuna was still a child. However, the person who was the most surprised was Youngjun himself. It felt like Rosaline had borrowed his mouth and was explaining it for him. But that sense of surprise was also a rational sense of surprise. It was a sort of a reasonable doubt about whether he was someone who was capable of such accurate analysis. There was no sense of emotion at all since it was fully removed from him. Ugh. Rosaline groaned on the way out of the hospital. At the same time, Youngjun felt like a loose screw in his head had been tightened again. He felt like he was back to normal now. Hey, what happened? Youngjun asked. Did I explain everything right? Everything was correct. Don't worry. Where did you go? What did you do to my body? That's what I want to ask you. What are you going to do about this amygdala? What? You should clean up. It's not like you're using this body alone. Youngjun was baffled. What was she saying? I explored your unconscious mind where your trauma was. It was like hell. I have never seen such a vast universe like that in my life. Isn't 6 months your entire life? That's true. Anyway, I cleaned up the unique structures that were floating around in your unconscious mind. What trauma? I have trauma? Are you kidding? You have so many. Starting with your lame inferiority complex from your poor childhood, it's just clean it up. Of course, the most severe one among them was about Ryu Sae. Rosaline said. I couldn't dare to touch it. Haha. Kim Hyun-taek stimulated this when he stole Chelly Cure? He's crazy. If he was unlucky, he could have been murdered. Anyways, there's no way for me to get rid of this because it's so big. You have to take care of it yourself. Me? You will need like 10,000 fitness to remove it through cell apoptosis. But you can uproot it depending on the situation since you are not a cell, but a large human. If I'm a citizen, you are as big as a country. You can do things I cannot do by myself. Dr. Ryu? Someone shouted and followed Youngjun. It was Song Ji-hyun. You just left alone without saying goodbye when I was out for a moment. That was mean, Song Ji-hyun said like she was disappointed. When he didn't have emotions, Youngjun just left because he was done with his business, but now he felt a little sorry. They came together, so it was also kind of weird to leave alone without even saying goodbye. Youngjun said, sorry. Let's go. I'll drive you home. He and Song Ji-hyun went to the parking lot where his company car was parked. Song Ji-hyun said to him in the elevator, are you okay? Me? You just seem a little different. You also look a little upset. Oh, I'm fine. It's just. Youngjun was thinking of an explanation, but he couldn't talk about Rosaline. So, he came up with a similar reason. I have a trauma about pediatric liver cancer. A trauma? My youngest sister died of liver cancer. Oh, Song Ji-hyun looked like she felt bad for him. There was a moment of silence, and the atmosphere became sad very quickly. Youngjun said something first because he felt bad. That's also the reason why I went to grad school and started studying science. It was because I wanted to make a pediatric liver cancer cure. Song Ji-hyun stared at Youngjun. I see. So was that why you fought with the lab director when Lab 1 stole Chelly Cure? Youngjun smiled. Yeah. How do you know about that? Everyone in this industry knows, said Song Ji-hyun. Back then, I was a rookie student, but now I am a scientist leading a company like A-Bio. I hope it really succeeds this time. Don't worry. Song Ji-hyun lightly patted him on the back. You rescued this drug that was buried after Seli Jenner worked on it for 7 years. Ding! The elevator arrived at the underground parking lot. The elevator doors are opening. Gu Sung-woo, the commissioner of the Korean Intellectual Property Office, was looking over the patent applications that came in this morning. These patents, which had been filed through the International Patent Cooperation Treaty, PCT, were documents that had come for the final approval stamp. The Patent Cooperation Treaty was the standard model of international patents that pursued the protection of patents regarding inventions in more than 150 countries with an international patent treaty. The patents that Lee Ha-won spent several nights filing was now Gu Sung-woo's problem. A large pile of documents came into his office in a small cart. What is this? He asked with wide eyes. It's CEO Rias from A-Bio. Gu Sung-woo covered his face with his hands after he heard the employee, who was moving the documents into his office. He figured out what this was after he heard that it was Youngjun's. This was well known from the examination stage. They were all animal disease treatments, and there were 122 patents of them. The patent attorney had grouped it by disease when writing the statement instead of separating them into individual ones, but there were still 32. Additionally, there were about 400 pages for each patent statement written for every group. Is the attorney who filed these still alive? Asked Gu Sung-woo as he stacked the documents on his desk. I heard that the attorney went into Ryu Youngjun's company as the in-house patent attorney. They wrote this, and they're still working for him? Yes. Is it like Stockholm Syndrome or something? I don't know. But the examiner used all his time off after this and disappeared. Anyways, these are all the documents about the 122 new drugs. They have all been approved. I didn't think they would actually all get approved. I think I'll get a cramp in my arm just from stamping it. The patent examiners from other countries probably put their blood, sweat, and tears into this. Phew. What can you do? It came in for priority review. Starting with the first drug, Gu Sung-woo began looking over them one by one. The first group of livestock infectious diseases included rinderpest, hoof and mouth disease, swine fever, highly pathogenic avian influenza, vesicular stomatitis, valley fever, blue tongue, and sheep pox. The second group of diseases included tuberculosis, Oyascais disease, equine infectious anemia, nausea, rabies, chronic wasting disease, anaplasma, and duck virus hepatitis. The third group of diseases included bovine ephemeral fever, Acabane disease, avian mycoplasmosis, porcine reproductive and respiratory syndrome, porcine epidemic diarrhea, avian encephalomyelitis, Marek's disease, and infectious bursal disease. It also included pet diseases for dogs and cats like the parvovirus infections and leptospirosis. Patents for 122 drugs for a total of 32 groups of diseases were approved. There were basically 3 drugs for one disease, and there were 2 reasons for this. The first was to completely prevent competitive drugs from being discovered later and patented, and the second was to use another drug as a backup in case one drug does not work due to animal specificity. These incredible drugs were examined from all over the world and approved. Ryu Youngjun publishes patents for 122 types of animal diseases. ABio CEO Ryu Youngjun secures 122 animal drug patents personally. How will all these drugs transform the livestock market and the pet industry? The news articles that were coming up one after another were more provocative than usual. Professor Shin Young-ju appeared on the radio for the first time in a while. CEO Ryu had commissioned these experiments to famous, mid-sized companies called Reaction Chemistry and Cell Bio. He spent over $1 million on commission fees and patent publishing, and he succeeded in all of them. Is this possible? How can an individual do something like this just with experiment agencies? The interviewer asked. Usually, they can't. Some say that CEO Ryu may have registered personal patents by stealing internal data from Agen. Haha, conspiracy theories like that are coming out because he succeeded in publishing an unbelievable amount of patents, but they will disappear soon. It is because Agen has never studied animal diseases before. No matter how talented the thief is, how could they steal something that doesn't exist? Of course. But how did CEO Ryu do it? No one knows. But there is something more surprising. It's that CEO Ryu requested Reaction Chemistry to design a total of 122 drug candidates, and the number of animal experiments commissioned to Cell Bio was 122. What do you think this means? What does it mean? It means that CEO Ryu already knew all the results when synthesizing the new drug candidates, whether the drug cured avian influenza in chickens, cholera in pigs. He knew this for all 122. Oh, the interviewer exclaimed like they realized what she meant. I understand what you are saying, Professor. You're saying that you don't know what disease in what animal it cures even if you synthesize the drug, since it's not like the information about the disease is written in the molecular formula or something, right? And if you don't know that, you need to do much more than 122 animal experiments because you need to test one candidate on various animals and diseases? That's exactly right. It's shocking that he requested the synthesis of exactly 122 candidate drugs. It means that he only requested that many because he was confident that the structure of the designed molecule would be effective. Usually, people synthesize around 1,000 different molecules and do experiments to pick out the ones that are effective. Wow, but CEO Ryu synthesized 122 drugs, only did 122 experiments, and succeeded in publishing patents for all of them? Now can you see how unbelievable this work is? Professor Shin, do you think CEO Ryu actually knows that the new drugs and treatments he is developing for human diseases right now are going to be successful? Do we need a clinical trial? As an individual, I would honestly believe him if he said that he was confident in human diseases as well given his accuracy. But I shouldn't believe him as a scientist since there are rules about the steps to developing a drug, and they are there to protect everyone. Shin Young-ju said. I see. But from this point on, it's clear that the clinical trials of new drugs developed by CEO Ryu will gain a lot of credibility. He did succeed in every clinical trial he conducted before this, but this is a completely different magnitude than before in terms of quantity. It's truly fascinating. How did CEO Ryu do this? No clue. Maybe he has an answer key to biology? Ha ha ha. Youngjun was listening to the radio in his car. I guess Professor Shin Young-ju was right. Rosaline said playfully. You're right. Soon, the world will know about me. You want to be? No. What if you get captured by the US Army and experimented on? Where did you hear that from? I saw a few movies while I was searching through your memories. But there are times when I am really worried. I can fight off some sloppy gangsters, but I won't be able to stop an attack like a machine gun because of the fitness limit. Don't worry. That's why I travel with these security guards right here, right? Youngjun glanced at Kim Chul-kwan, the head of the security team, who was sitting beside him with his arms crossed. He was muscular like a lowland gorilla, and his suit looked like it was going to explode from being so tight. Do security guards usually look like this? All his muscle fibers are enlarged to their limit. Really? I have never seen someone with such a trained body. I guess Park Ju-hyuk introduced me to the right guy. Ring? Yoo Sung-mi's phone rang from the passenger's seat. She took the call, then handed it to Youngjun. It's Mr. McKinney. Youngjun took the phone. The news and media is going crazy in the United States. I keep getting messages from people in livestock associations about this. Really? Should I read some of them to you? From Fox News this morning, they said, the experimental data released from Ryu Youngjun's patented treatments showed that the designed experiments were strictly controlled like academic papers, and they are expected to have a great impact on the actual treatment of animal diseases. The U.S. livestock industry is worth $1 million, being able to save them from livestock epidemics, which can cause considerable damage to the industry, is expected to bring tremendous benefits not just in bioethics, but economically as well. McKinney read the news report to Youngjun. It feels good to be complimented. How is the diagnostic kit going? We can do this with certainty only if we have that. We are working hard to develop it. We've also found a way to lower the unit price as well, Youngjun said. I see. Mr. Ryu, when will you begin production? I am on my way to meet the CEO of Agen to discuss that, he replied. Youngjun, who arrived at Agen, was alone with Yoon Dae-sung. I knew that you were smart and you made good drugs, but I didn't know that you filed 122 patents without Agen knowing, Yoon Dae-sung said. Agen had the idea, but didn't work on animal disease treatments. Those patents, they're not ABIOS or Agen's, but your own, right? Yes. Yoon Dae-sung put his hand on his head like this was trouble. Are you here to sell that to me? N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. You also know how much money these patents will generate. They won't just be produced at Agen, but pharma companies all over the world that are in the livestock industry will want to pay royalties and make the drug. Of course, especially companies like Johnson and Johnson. They will do it since the United States is one of the countries with a powerful livestock industry. Yes, but a patent is only a patent. It's another story from commercialization. You know that, right? Yoon Dae-sung understood what Youngjun was trying to say. He was trying to make a deal with commercialization while he kept the patent. I can make Agen the first to succeed at commercialization out of any company, Youngjun said. The 122 drugs that were registered were all manufactured on the laboratory scale. They only make like 5 or 10 milligrams. They were produced in a very rigorous process and were tested with a very pure formulation. But it's not used like that in real industries. Everything changes when you manufacture a drug on a factory scale. Yes, making a drug in a lab and manufacturing a drug in a factory was completely different. Let's say that it cost 1 million won to produce one dose of the drug in a lab. It couldn't be produced like that because the unit price was too expensive. The drug would be sold for over 2 million won including the distribution fee and profit margin in pharmacies, so who would buy something like that? As such, the process of commercialization was an essential adjustment process that reduced the cost of production for factory manufacturing. In this process, everything changed, like the reaction buffer, the boiling equipment and column. Optimizing this was also a process of research and development. As I am the developer of the 122 drugs, I also know how to make it into a factory scale. And you are going to hand that over to Agen? Yes, because I am a director of Agen, it's important to grow our company, right? We have to start producing before everyone else. What do you want for it? Do you want the next CTO position when Nicholas' term is over and it becomes vacant? I will get that position even if you don't want me to, Youngjun said. The shareholders will support me a lot if I reveal that I have established all the commercialization methods and are going to supply them to Agen for free. It will be difficult for the CTO to hand over the position to someone else after his term ends in that atmosphere. Then what do you want? Yoon Dae-sung gulped. He felt like Youngjun was going to ask him to give up his seat. Right now, the shareholders were absolutely on Youngjun's side. Yoon Dae-sung had no choice but to accept it, even if Youngjun was asking for too much, since his management abilities would be seriously questioned if he declined sloppily and the commercialization methods went to Johnson and Johnson. And in Youngjun's perspective, it didn't matter who made the product as he would be the one making money. Yoon Dae-sung had been dragged along by Youngjun several times, but he could never stop him, even if he knew. He couldn't even imagine what it is Youngjun wanted. Is it shares? Youngjun smiled as he saw Yoon Dae-sung's tense face. Sir, you don't have to be so tense. I have no intention of asking for too much. I am planning to buy a large number of DNA analysis equipment from Johnson and Johnson, Youngjun said. DNA analysis equipment? Yoon Dae-sung asked. I am buying 200. 200. Yoon Dae-sung was shocked. Of course, he knew the things that happened while Youngjun developed the diagnostic kit. He knew that Johnson and Johnson's plan to install Illumina's DNA analysis equipment in hospitals around the United States went up in smoke. However, what happened to the 200 pieces of luxury equipment that was already purchased hadn't been revealed. The cost aside, why would you buy that? Of course, tens of billions of won wasn't something that would make a company as big as ABIO tremble, but they didn't have a reason to waste it unnecessarily even if it was a small amount. What were they trying to do? Yoon Dae-sung couldn't even predict what Youngjun was going to use them for. Companies that did a lot of DNA analysis usually had 5 units at most, did they not? And Youngjun was going to buy 200 of them? What in the world are you going to use them for? Yoon Dae-sung asked. Geneticists have continued to work on discovering the entire DNA sequence of humans after the Human Genome Project. The scientific community was successful in accumulating a huge amount of data and has revealed many variants associated with disease. Analyzing the enormous database, which consisted of 20,000 types of genes and 3 billion letters of DNA, against tens of thousands of people could unveil the secret of biology one by one. For example, it was revealed that people with an indel1 variants in the BRCA gene had a higher chance of getting breast cancer. It's the most valuable treasure that modern science has ever achieved, said Yoon Dae-sung. But 78% of that DNA data is from Europeans, Youngjun replied. Oh, Yoon Dae-sung nodded like he knew what Youngjun meant. Youngjun sighed. Recently, nature has described this as an injustice in genome science. I fully agree. But Mr. Ryu, the reason that most of the data is geared towards Western people is because they are the ones that lead science, especially in America. Isn't it natural for them to analyze their own data first since it's easy to get samples? I understand. I'm not saying that it is their fault, but I am going to lead science now, Yoon Dae-sung had nothing to say when Youngjun said that arrogant comment because he was actually doing exactly that. And this imbalance in data is actually a problem in science. All of the new drugs being developed based on genetics are centered around European DNA, but if you do that, it can act differently when using it on other races. All scientists know that, don't they? For example, gluten allergies are quite common in Western people, but it is very rare in the East. If a new drug is developed based on that gene, it is highly likely that it will not work in the bodies of Asian people or cause side effects, Youngjun said. Then are you going to analyze the DNA of other races? It was something that someone should have done already. I am going to begin the Human Genome Project again. I am going to analyze the genes of minority races in science, such as Asians, Africans, Oceanians, Native Americans, Hispanics, and Latin Americans, since science is a study of objectivity. The data should not be ethnically biased to one side, Youngjun said. Yes, I agree. Everyone in the scientific community is neglecting that issue, but it is necessary work. Yoon Dae-sung nodded. Then what is it that you want from me in order to do that, Mr. Ryu? Scientists who can run DNA analysis equipment and analyze the data are very professional human resources. There aren't many people who can operate 200 of them either. Yoon Dae-sung felt chills run down his spine. He immediately understood what Youngjun was asking for. Are you asking for people? Please let me have the diagnostic device department at my disposal. They do not have to transfer to A-Bio. They will still be part of AGen and the diagnostic device department, but they will just work with me, the CEO of A-Bio. Lab director Kim Hyun-taik would scream if he heard this. But you know that this work cannot be done by requesting departmental cooperation. As big as the project is, I have to be able to dispatch the department as a whole. Sigh. Mr. Yoon, this is more than the profit of AGen or growing A-Bio. You have to consider this as a scientist leading the scientific community, not as a CEO of a company. This is work that creates base data that countries not in the Anglosphere can reference when developing new drugs. All right. But I have to discuss it with Lab Director Kim Hyun-taik. I believe that you will convince him well. Call me if you can't, I'll tell him myself. Let me ask you one thing, Yoon Dae-sung said. Mr. Ryu, are you doing this because you are holding a grudge about what happened before with Lab Director Kim Hyun-taik? Trying to steal the department he is fond of. If that was my goal, I would have asked for the anti-cancer drug research department. I still don't like him, but I don't do science with personal feelings, said Youngjun. All right, Yoon Dae-sung said. *****. All done. At 10 o'clock at night, Park So-yeon picked up a standard model of the single disease diagnostic kit. She succeeded in diagnosing rabies using the blood of a beagle and disease DNA she obtained from the Experimental Animal Resource Center. She didn't know exactly how much the unit price would be when produced on a factory scale, but she knew that it would be very cheap. It would be able to diagnose other diseases if they used the same strategy and changed the target DNA. They would be able to find 32 different types of diseases. If it was supplied to the industry, they would be able to quickly quarantine the diseased animals and put them under intensive care to stop the spread of the disease and minimize the damage. Phew. It was very fascinating now that she was looking at the final product. How did Youngjun think of this idea and know that something like this worked? Park So-yeon stored the diagnostic kit in the cold room and left the office. When she pulled out her phone, she saw Youngjun's name as one of the most searched up keywords. She wasn't all that surprised as it happened often, but she wondered what he did this time. The second searched up keyword was Seligener. Park So-yeon knew this company. The reason she broke up with Youngjun started from this, as he constantly complimented Seligener during their dates after Seligener showed Selicure's efficacy in phase 1 of clinical trials, which ultimately led to Youngjun fighting with Kim Hyun-taik, getting punished, and her breaking up with him. Surprisingly, Chelicure was the third most searched up keyword. Park So-yeon pressed on the news article. Ryu Youngjun of A-Bio enters phase 2 of clinical trials with Chelicure, a liver cancer cure co-developed with Seligener, a venture pharmaceutical company. Usage of experimental therapy on a 9-year-old girl as a last resort as no other existing liver cancer treatments work. Is the Ryu Youngjun legend going to succeed again? Park So-yeon read the news article closely. Below the article, there was a picture of Youngjun standing with Seligener. He was standing next to a middle-aged man, and there was a surprisingly beautiful woman standing to Youngjun's right. She even caught Park So-yeon's eye. There was a caption below the picture. Choi Yeon-ho, Seligener CEO, Ryu Youngjun, A-Bio CEO, and Song Ji-hyun, the scientist who developed Chelicure. Song Ji-hyun. A little while later, the fourth most searched up keyword became Song Ji-hyun. It was for no other reason than the fact that she was so beautiful in the picture she took with Youngjun. Reporters began releasing articles about her as they saw that she was attracting attention. Who is Song Ji-hyun, the goddess of the scientific community? The past of scientist Song Ji-hyun, the key developer of Chelicure. Picture collection of scientist Song Ji-hyun from Chelicure in real life. In addition, a bunch of online communities were putting Youngjun and Song Ji-hyun together as she was also a scientist with intellect and beauty who had developed an important drug like Chelicure at a young age. Song Ji-hyun standing beside Youngjun, who was rewriting history in science, was quite a pretty picture to look at as they had good chemistry. Park So-yeon turned off her phone. ****. It was huge yesterday. The goddess of the scientific community, said Youngjun playfully on the elevator heading to the 4th floor of Sunyoo Hospital. Song Ji-hyun's ears reddened. Ah, it's too much. You've become a star on Instagram, Youngjun said jokingly. I don't even use social media nowadays, but reporters keep taking photos of me from the past and writing articles with it. It was when you were younger. No wonder you look a little different now. Really? Do I look different? A lot different. I worked with you for a long time, but goddess? You are pretty, but are you that pretty? Youngjun tilted his head in puzzlement as a joke. Hey, Song Ji-hyun poked his shoulder like she was disappointed. But to be honest, I was a little frustrated, she said. Really? When Ajen stole Chelicure, I reported it to the Pharmaceutical Association and to reporters. I tried really hard to expose Ajen for being evil. No one paid any attention, but I am on the most searched up keywords with just a few photos. It feels so meaningless. That's true. And they don't even care about the fact that an important drug like this is going into phase 2 of clinical trials on an actual child. They will pay attention to that from now on, if we are successful in treating the patient, Youngjun said. The two went to Lee Yuna's room. It was the first day that Chelicure was being administered. Professor Kim Chun-young called Youngjun and Song Ji-hyun as the technology advisors. A moment later, Kim Chun-young was getting ready to administer Chelicure in the patient room. Lee Yuna was laying still on her bed after multiple rounds of CheckUPS. Kim Hojin, who was sitting beside the bed, continuously stroked her head. Lee Yuna glanced at Youngjun when he and Song Ji-hyun approached her. Mr. Lee Yuna said. Yeah, my mom told me to say thank you. Tell that to her over here. Youngjun pointed at Song Ji-hyun. Thank you, Lee Yuna said. Then, the drip was changed to the one containing Chelicure. Kim Chun-young was about to turn the infusion pump and inject Chelicure into Lee Yuna's body, when her hand touched the pump. Synchronization mode, observe metastasis. Fitness consumption, 5.3. Metastasis referred to the phenomenon where the tumor cells spread and caused a new tumor in another location. Professor, a moment. Youngjun took Kim Chun-young outside the patient room. Did the cancer cells spread anywhere? No. Kim Chun-young said like she didn't know what Youngjun was talking about. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. Stop the administration for a moment, Youngjun said to her and went back inside. In end-stage liver cancer patients, there were some cases where the large tumor ruptured and caused internal bleeding in the organs. Then, the immune response would be promoted and the patient could die from shock. As such, it was better to conduct the tumor destruction strategically in the treatment process as the patient could be put in danger if it was done recklessly. The administration method Youngjun set up right now was a treatment method against cancer in the liver. It would be different if it metastasized to other places. Chelicure had the ability to find cancer cells, and they would look for and destroy the metastasized regions. There was no telling what side effects would happen based on the location and the level of metastasis. One indel is short for insertion or deletion, which is a deletion or insertion of nucleotides in the DNA, causing a variant. Youngjun stood in front of Lee Yuna and hit synchronization mode. Whoosh. Youngjun felt like he was standing alone in the middle of the beach as the wave was rushing in. The biological processes that were occurring in Lee Yuna's liver were being reconstructed in his head. The liver was the organ that had the most cells as a single structure in the body. All those cells processed enormous amounts of metabolism. It was enough to call it the chemical lab within the body. In order for the liver to do its job, it had to constantly receive numerous substances equivalent to raw materials from other organs. For this, the liver had two arteries. It received blood loaded with fresh oxygen from the hepatic artery connected to the heart, and it received blood containing absorbed nutrients from the portal vein connected to the intestine. About 2,000 liters of blood were supplied a day from the two arteries, and 1.4 liters of blood passed through the liver per minute. As it was an organ with an active blood flow, it also had the property that blood vessels were easily produced. That also applied to cancer cells. Angiogenesis. It was the biological process for cancer cells to pave a new way for blood to flow through. The new blood vessels would become entangled in a disorderly way, forming a turbulent flow. The goal for that was to supply glucose. The main source of food for rapidly multiplying cancer cells was glucose, as it was the easiest material to change into energy. Cancer cells would absorb a huge amount of glucose from the newly formed blood vessels and grow. The multiplying cancer cells also conducted this process in Lee Yuna's young and weak liver. They didn't stop there, but moved to the blood vessels and loaded themselves onto the flow of blood. This was similar to a carrier of a virus leaving the area of the epidemic. The immune cells, which acted like police, tracked them and eliminated a lot of them, but there were ones they had missed. Lee Yuna's liver cancer cell traveled through the blood and... Ack! Rosaline suddenly screamed. Synchronization mode over. A message popped up in Youngjun's head. At the same time, he stumbled while holding his temple after feeling a piercing pain in his head. Song Ji-hyun, who was standing beside him, was surprised. Are you alright? I'm fine. Dr. Song, I'm sorry, but let's talk later. Professor Kim, I will visit your office later. I have to think for a little bit, Youngjun said. Song Ji-hyun looked worried, but she did not follow him out. For some reason, she felt like she shouldn't bother him. Youngjun, who walked to the end of the hall, went halfway down the emergency stairs and stood in a place where no one was around. What happened? Youngjun asked Rosaline. I cannot analyze this. Rosaline replied. What? Tracking the spread of cancer is difficult, even for me. You have to use a large amount of fitness to see it. But you said the fitness consumption was 5.3, I had that much. Now it is at 0. Rosaline replied. N/O/val/b/in.c//om. It was true when Youngjun looked at the status window. He had completely run out of fitness. Do you know what? The liver cancer metastasized in Ryu Sae before she died as well. Your fitness decreased significantly because of that trauma. I don't remember. Youngjun said. You erased it from your memory because the pain was too strong. But I went into your amygdala and saw your trauma that was black and entangled. There was definitely a memory about the metastasis of liver cancer among the stored fragmented memories. You heard it directly from Ryu Sae's doctor at the time. I heard it myself? Yes. The memory of you hearing that her liver cancer had spread is in your unconscious mind. All of a sudden, Youngjun's legs gave out and he stumbled. He was surprised. Tears were also rolling down his cheeks. He felt like an alternate self hiding in his body shed tears. He didn't feel any sadness, but his eyes were crying. You have to pull yourself together. From the beginning, this wasn't just treating a child to me, but fighting with your trauma. Rosaline said. Wait. Youngjun's shoulders trembled lightly. Some scenes floated around in his head like hallucinations, the hospital room that felt dim and gloomy for some reason, doctors and nurses who were coming and going busily, and the small, thin body of his youngest sister who was dying. He remembered the horrible sense of helplessness he had when there was nothing he could do. Those days 7 years ago that felt like hell slowly began to rise to the surface of his memory. He felt like those memories, which were like faded black and white photos, gained color and were being played in front of his eyes like a video. Then, Rosaline witnessed the huge rush of neurotransmitters erupting from the boundary between the hippocampus and the amygdala. It was like a tsunami that was rushing in after a big earthquake. Oh crap, this is trouble. Youngjun was seeing the fragments of his memories with Rosaline. Ryu Sae's voice lingered in his ears like he was hearing a ghost. I don't want to get treatment anymore. Appa 1, I think I'm all better now. Please help me. Ryu Sae always used to throw up on the bedside after undergoing radiation and strong chemotherapy. Then, she cried for an hour while suffering from a stomach ache. Ryu Sae, who was a lot younger than Youngjun, used to act childish a lot of the time. She always pouted whenever she tripped or bumped into something. But from some point, she didn't even react when a needle was put in her as if she was a corpse. The cancer has spread. Her doctor's voice rang in Youngjun's head. It has spread to the lungs. A lot of new blood vessels were created there as the cells had similar properties to the liver cancer cells, and they are pressing down on the alveoli and blocking her breathing. His mother collapsing to the ground was vivid in his mind like it happened just yesterday. She collapsed onto the floor like people did in the movies. Youngjun remembered how she blamed herself, saying that it was because she had Ryu Sae when she was so old, and that it was all her fault. He could see Ryu Sae, who was dying, holding his hand and faintly smiling. Hello, Ryu Youngjun? Rosaline called Youngjun repeatedly like she was anxious. Youngjun was out of breath. It was hard for him to breathe as if excessive stress and tension were physically putting pressure on his lungs. I will activate the parasympathetic nervous system and calm you down. Rosaline squeezed out the little bit of fitness that was recovered and controlled the expression of acetylcholine, a hormone. Youngjun's heart rate and breathing was slowly returning to normal. Are you feeling better? Yeah, thanks. Ryu Youngjun. Your amygdala is basically doing a coup d'etat, okay? I think I have to go over there. To be honest, I'm not confident I'll be able to stop it that easily. It's better for me to correct a forward head posture or a spinal disc herniation. What can I do about that massive nerve cell rebellion alone when I don't even have fitness? Sorry. Let's do this. I will engulf a portion of the glucose rushing to your brain right now. I'll try to fend off the trauma with that. Eat foods with a lot of sugar for a week. Rosaline. I have to save Li Yuna. I'm sorry, but there's no way for me to help. You are more important to me than Li Yuna. Youngjun clenched his eyes shut. But Ryu Youngjun, we exchanged quite a lot of things with each other in the meantime. I received your feelings, and you have a lot of the knowledge I have. Rosaline said. Do you know that there are genes that determine intelligence? If you measure the expression level of those genes, it is 10 times higher in you than Einstein right now. Even if I'm away, even if you can't use synchronization mode, you'll be able to do it on your own. Believe in yourself. Then, I'll be back. Click. The status window that was floating in front of Youngjun's eyes disappeared. Rosaline was gone. She didn't respond even if he called her. As she went over to the amygdala and buried herself within his trauma, she was controlling the neural signal herself and fighting against it. Youngjun could feel that she was fighting as the memories and emotions that were rushing in so hard from his unconscious mind that it was making him breathless had calmed down quickly. But it wasn't like he had become an emotionless psychopath like the last time Rosaline went into his amygdala. It was because she was not active there, but only combined with the trauma. Youngjun's conscience was not any different. He went to see Professor Kim Chun-young. Can I see patient Li Yuna HSCT scans again? Youngjun asked. Kim Chun-young pulled up the scan file on her computer and showed him. Youngjun said, I think the cancer has crossed over to the portal vein. It's near the boundary. Then isn't there a risk of metastasis? There is. Chelicure can track the metastasized cancer cells and destroy them. It is effective in killing cancer cells. However, if we don't check where and how much it spread beforehand and poke around recklessly, there might be severe side effects. Phew, Kim Chun-young let out a long, worrisome sigh. You are right, Dr. Ryu. But even if the cancer spread, there is no way to find out in the early stages. Youngjun thought about it for a moment, then said, I will find a way. What way? A way to diagnose the metastatic tumor early on. Please confirm the location when I find a way. Let's hold off on administering Chelly cure until then. Wait, what are you talking about? You are going to find the trace amount of metastasized cancer? Of course, Youngjun was the person who invented a technology that diagnosed cancer from one drop of blood. However, that was just diagnosing whether cancer existed in the body or not. Finding out where it had spread to was a completely different matter. From the outside, cancer cells were no different than normal cells, and it was indistinguishable from regular tissue until it swelled and became a tumor. But how was Youngjun going to find cancer cells that had just metastasized? Patient Lee Yuna doesn't have that much time, Dr. Ryu. How long will it take to develop that technology? I will bring it next week. Next week? Yes. I do not want even a little bit of uncertainty in treating that patient. I will cure her no matter what I do. Give me a week. Youngjun rose from his seat. He went downstairs to find Song Ji-hyun. Let's go, Youngjun said. What? What about Chelly cure? We have decided to hold off on it for a little bit. Before that, I think I need to make a more thorough diagnosis of the patient. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. What's up with our CEO recently? Park Dong-hyun asked Young Harim. After returning from Sunyoo Hospital, Youngjun lived in the lab for 5 days. He cancelled all his meetings as well. As Rosaline was pouring all her strength into stopping the trauma, he had to do everything by himself. Youngjun went back to his old ways. He let go of the convenience of being able to select all the right answers from Rosaline's perspective and returned to the fundamental attitude of a scientist. However, everything changed after he met Rosaline. Although he couldn't use synchronization mode, which allowed him to vividly observe microscopic phenomena at the cell level, he had Rosaline's insight. Youngjun read 70 papers about the characteristics of liver cancer, cancer cells, the metastasis mechanism of cancer cells, and the diagnostic methods of cancer in 5 days. Yu Song-mi was shocked every time she came into Youngjun's office when she saw the pile of sugar supplement wrappers in the garbage can. It was true that the CEO was acting weird nowadays. Everyone wondered what was driving someone like him insane. Although, everyone thought that it maybe had something to do with Chelly Cure's clinical trial since he was acting that way after visiting Sunyoo Hospital. Click. Youngjun opened his office door and came in. His complexion was pale. Yu Song-mi, who happened to be in his office, said, Sir, you are going to get diabetes. Why do you keep taking sugar supplements? I had quite a bit, but not all of them. Pardon? They are for experiments, Youngjun said. He took another supplement that was on his desk, put it in his mouth and chewed it. Cancer cells ate about 20 times more glucose than regular cells, so the concentration of glucose in cancer tissue was very high. Cancer cells like glucose. They like it so much that they relocate blood vessels for it, Youngjun said. We will track glucose. That will tell us where the cancer cell is. One appa means older brother, and is used by younger women to refer to older men. On the 6th day, Youngjun visited Sunyoo Hospital again. He was alone without Song Ji-hyun. He met Professor Kim Chun-young and pitched the idea. Let's scan glucose and see where the cancer has spread since cancer cells eat a lot of glucose. Are you going to use FDG? FDG, or fluorodeoxyglucose, was glucose that was labeled as a radioisotope. It was a drug that was often used to study diabetes and such, and it was easily absorbed in places where glucose was absorbed as it had a very similar structure. FDG emitted positrons from where it was absorbed, so it allowed one to see how the glucose moved with a positron emission tomography scan. The problem was that FDG was a radioactive material. It constantly emitted radiation, internal contamination occurred continuously within the body, and it wasn't metabolized and destroyed easily like glucose. It was discharged from the body as urine after a long time, but until then, the patient's body was like a walking, radioactive lump. I'm against using it. Kim Chun-young shook her head. She is still young. I would use it if the patient was old and there was a high risk of metastasis. But not Lee Yuna. You're saying that since cell division must keep occurring in the body as she is young, internal contamination, which can cause damage to DNA, will do more harm than good, right? N/O/vel/B//n.C//OM. That's right, she replied firmly. I thought so as well, Youngjun said. I don't want to use FDG. Let's just scan glucose. Pardon. Since we don't have time, I wasn't going to develop a new technology that had to go through clinical trials. I am going to change how we use existing technology, and we are going to track glucose with the safest material possible. Give a few candies to Lee Yuna. Then let's take a picture of the change in glucose concentration with an MRI. Kim Chun-young froze for a moment. For a second, she thought that Youngjun had gone insane. Mr. Ryu, we can't take a picture of glucose concentration with an MRI. We can. It was just that there was no one who tried to take a picture of glucose concentration with an MRI. Kim Chun-young was extremely confused. What the hell is he talking about? MRI was a diagnostic imaging technique that was able to provide abundant information about things such as bone marrow or soft tissue in bones by imaging water molecules in the body. However, glucose wasn't water, and an MRI wasn't an optical device, such as a microscope. It was impossible to measure the flow and concentration of that fine substance. Youngjun, who saw her confused face, began explaining. The human body is mostly made of water. An MRI involves applying a strong magnetic field on a patient's body, which forces the protons of water to align in one direction. Then, the protons emit a certain wave of energy when you shoot electromagnetic waves at a specific frequency due to resonance. If you measure that, you can see the flow of water molecules in cells. That's how an MRI works. That's right. Kim Chun-young nodded. I did a few simple experiments, and I found that I can track down the protons attached to the hydroxyl groups on glucose with an MRI. How? When you produce a magnetic field with an MRI, the protons of both glucose and water are aligned in a specific direction. Then, if you shoot an electromagnetic wave that matches the frequency of the protons on glucose, they will fall off of glucose, transfer onto water, and change the frequency value of water. You can find where glucose is if you fire an electromagnetic wave that matches the frequency of glucose, then track where the intensity of the electromagnetic wave signal of water molecules drops. Kim Chun-young literally felt like someone had hit the back of her head with a hammer. She felt lightheaded after hearing Youngjun's explanation because it was so shocking. The MRI, which was first invented in 1983, was being used for 40 years, but no one had thought of anything like this. The basic way to use it was to fire an electromagnetic wave and measure the wave the body shot out in response. Even if they sent out electromagnetic waves to glucose, the signal that would be generated as a reaction would be very weak. As such, everyone thought something like this was impossible. However, Youngjun's idea right now was to measure the decrease in the electromagnetic wave emitted by the body. He was proposing to measure how the water molecule changed due to glucose since the signal glucose emitted would be too small to measure. It was a simple way of thinking outside the box, but it was shocking. How much glucose can you measure with this method? Kim Chun-young asked. According to my experiment, I was able to measure glucose levels as low as a micromole, μm, Youngjun replied. I tested it by injecting glucose into a mouse's veins, and I think it can work in the human body as the metabolic process of glucose is well known. Professor Kim, glucose concentrations are usually constant in the body except for the brain, while it is 20 times higher in places where cancer cells are present. If it has metastasized, there will definitely be a spike in the value. I'll pay for the MRI scan, so please just try it once. *****. Lee Yuna tensed up a little bit when Youngjun and Kim Chun-young returned to her room. It was because Youngjun left after discussing something with a serious face and her mother was upset. After predicting a few possibilities based on that situation, she came to the result that she was going to be receiving a very painful treatment. Lee Yuna held Kim Hojin's hand tightly out of anxiety. However, what Youngjun handed her was candy. Yuna, do you want some candy? Said Youngjun as he sat on the edge of her bed. After hesitating a little, she took the glucose candy that was in his hand. When she paused, Youngjun said, you can eat it. Lemon. Lemon flavor, said Lee Yuna as she pointed to the candy bag that was poking out of Youngjun's pocket. Oh, you want the lemon one? Youngjun looked for the lemon-flavored candy, but ended up giving her the entire bag. This time, Lee Yuna hesitated because of her mother. You can have it, Kim Hojin said as she hugged Lee Yuna's shoulder tightly. Only then did she relax and open the lemon candy wrapper. She went to take an MRI after having 2 pieces of candy, but she didn't look very scared. This one is loud, but I like it because it doesn't hurt. Children were usually terrified of this equipment because of the loud roar when the chiller ran and the feeling of being trapped in a small space. A 9-year-old child who had come to like MRIs after suffering from all kinds of chemotherapy, this situation was ironically pitiful. With the help of Youngjun and the MRI operator, Kim Chun-young set the frequency of the electromagnetic wave to glucose. Lie down over here. The MRI operator laid Lee Yuna down on the table and put a towel under her arm. There aren't any metals on her, right? The operator checked again out of habit, then started the machine. The table where the patient was laying went up and moved into the circular magnetic field. Kim Chun-young and Youngjun nervously watched the data screen the operator was taking on their laptop. As the electromagnetic wave was fired, the image appeared on the screen like ripples on water. The operator of the MRI tracked the signal by moving the image, which was by the millisecond. They put a filter on the intensity of the signal so that decreasing values would be highlighted. Kim Chun-young's jaw slowly dropped. A strong red signal was popping out from below the pelvis. It metastasized under the pelvis. Kim Chun-young groaned like she was in pain. Let's discuss this outside. Youngjun took Kim Chun-young outside. A million thoughts were racing through Kim Chun-young's head on their way back to her office. The very first emotion that popped up in her head was a sense of relief. It could have been a big problem if they administered Chelicure at that dosage without having diagnosed the metastasis to the bone. The byproducts of cells destroyed by necrosis, the cancer cell's destruction mechanism, would be littered in the bone. But immune cells had a tendency to flock to clean up these messes. The bone marrow was also where immune cells were created. If they used Chelicure, the entire bone could be destroyed with a strong inflammatory reaction from the pelvis. Or, there could be no reaction if the cancer cells already took over the immune system. In that case, the remains from cell necrosis could stick to nearby tissues and spread, causing another side effect. Plus, no one knew what this would bring as Lee Yuna was a child who still had to grow for a long time. No one could predict the outcome as this was a very unique clinical trial case. When Kim Chun-young reached this conclusion, she relied on Youngjun again. Maybe he will be able to predict the consequences of cure. Maybe he'll be able to find the way with the least side effects. And when she was close to her office, the small sliver of hope turned into a stronger anticipation. Maybe Ryu Youngjun will be able to cure bone metastasis. An effective treatment method for bone metastasis currently didn't exist. There was a high possibility that even cure wouldn't be able to fully cure it. Even if it caused a strong inflammatory reaction as it destroys the affected area, including the bone, it wouldn't be able to completely eliminate the cancer cells. After a few years, the cancer cells would return and grow in the bones. All cure was going to do was prolong the patient's life until relapse. However, Youngjun had cured pancreatic cancer, the most difficult one of them all. Maybe this person can cure bone metastasis. Kim Chun-young, who began the meeting at her office with a sliver of hope, heard something shocking from Youngjun. It's a relief, he said. A relief. Since we caught it early. Can we treat it? Should we use cure? Using cure right now could be a gamble. Let's leave the liver cancer for a moment. We have to get rid of the cancer cells that spread to the bone. Is there another way? Asked Kim Chun-young in desperation. What do we have to do? This is also an experimental therapy, but it's a technique that has gone through phase 3 of clinical trials in the United States. And it is very effective in treating blood cancer or myeloma. It's a third-generation cancer immunotherapy. Since manipulated immune cells are used to directly remove cancer cells instead of chemicals like cure destroying them, it will be taken care of neatly without the remains of the necrotized cancer cells flowing into the bone marrow. This was a new cancer immunotherapy that had finished up to phase 3 of its clinical trial in the United States. Kim Chun-young's jaw dropped. No way. I bought this technology from Conson and Colson when I went to America. And ABio has the best scientists who are able to perform it. *****. Carpentier was a scientist who had succeeded in regenerating bone marrow from stem cells. He was a Nobel Prize recipient and one of the greatest experts in immunology. He entered the lab and called for Jacob. Jacob. Yes. What experiment are you working on right now? I did a cell transfection yesterday, and I am maintaining other cells. Can you go to Suneoo Hospital right now as technical support? Why? Orders from the CEO. Come with me. Orders from the CEO? What's going on? You know the chimeric antigen receptor T-cell therapy, right? The third-generation cancer immunotherapy that Conson and Colson had. Yes. Isn't that the one that he bought by selling the shares of our cancer lab? We have a patient we have to treat with it. We are going to manipulate a target marker in the patient's stem cell and make T-cells from it. Jacob seemed intrigued. Who's the patient? They have liver cancer, but apparently it metastasized to the bone. Oh, is it the 9-year-old kid that was on the news? The clinical trial patient for cure. Jacob frowned. That's right. Oh, end-stage liver cancer and bone metastasis. It's the worst, right? It really is. This is the email from the CEO. Take a look. Carpentier showed Jacob the email. We are going to get rid of the trace amount of cancer cells that have metastasized to the bone with chimeric antigen receptor T-cell therapy, then treat the liver cancer with cure. I think that this patient is past the current boundaries of current medicine, but it is our job to explore that territory. All the drugs that were administered to Lee Yuna now were strong painkillers like morphine. None of the existing anti-cancer drugs worked, and there were no other treatment options. It could be said that current medicine had given up on them, but from the perspective of a 9-year-old, it was nice because she didn't have to get any more painful anti-cancer drugs. She couldn't go around alone because she was in pretty bad condition, but she was quite cheerful, which was fitting for her age. Mom, YouTube. Lee Yuna was into this YouTube channel that a 9-year-old elementary student, who was the same age as her, had. Now, she was watching a video of them going to an amusement park. I want to go here when I'm all better, Lee Yuna said. MHM. Kim Hojin replied weakly while patting her on the shoulder. That was when Youngjun, Jacob, Professor Kim Chun-young, and the nurses came in. We're going to draw some blood, said Kim Chun-young. She had already told Kim Hojin the situation that the liver cancer had metastasized to the pelvic bone and that there was no way to treat the cancer cells in the bone as of right now. She had also told him that Youngjun had stopped the cure treatment and was preparing a new technology called chimeric antigen receptor T-cell therapy. Can we talk outside for a moment? Sniffling, Kim Hojin took the medical team, Youngjun, and Jacob outside. I'm thinking of stopping treatment now, she said. Stopping treatment? Kim Chun-young asked in surprise. Yuna wants to go to the amusement park. She was always in the hospital. We can stop now, and I can take her to the amusement park, go play by the river. Kim Hojin wiped away her tears. After a short moment of heavy silence, Kim Chun-young spoke. As your doctor, I respect the guardian's wishes first and foremost. But you have Dr. Ryu. You know the effects of what he has given to the medical community, right? Of course, I don't know as much as you, but I studied a lot about cancer while looking after my daughter. I memorized names of difficult drugs and I know papers, too. I know about the chimeric antigen receptor T-cell therapy. It takes 3 months to prepare it for use, Kim Hojin said. Dr. Ryu, be honest. What is the probability that my child will live with that technology? Because Lee Yuna's case is very unique, we can't calculate the probability because we don't have any clinical data, Youngjun said. Kim Hojin clenched her eyes shut. She tried her best to smile. Thank you. Thank you for working so hard. I'll take my baby and get discharged. 3 weeks, Youngjun said. I will get the treatment ready in 3 weeks. The chimeric antigen receptor T-cell therapy. It was a technology with the largest potential among existing cancer treatments. The technology extracted the patient's immune cells, then gave them a machine gun to obliterate the cancer cells. The immune cells that were supplied with the best weapon would immediately wipe out the cancer cell as soon as they returned to the body and cure the patient. But it isn't very effective against solid tumors. So, we are going to eliminate the myeloma in the bones and the cancer cells that are floating around in the blood with chimera immunotherapy, and then we're going to treat the liver cancer with ChellyCure. I'm planning to finish this in 5 weeks, and I have set this as the final deadline. I cut off the time required for the chimeric immunotherapy preparation at 3 weeks, said Youngjun. 3 weeks. Is that possible? Kim Hojin asked like she couldn't believe it. This technology cost nearly 400 million won for one round of treatment. As astronomically high as the price was, it took a very long time to design and create the treatment. The reason was that it was very difficult to grow immune cells, and it was also very hard to manipulate genes. 3 months was the minimum amount of time required. 3 weeks. Kim Hojin mumbled in hesitation. I have stem cell and Ca9 technology, Youngjun said. We can grow immune cells and manipulate genes a dozen times more effectively than what Coulson and Coulson used to do. We can make it much faster, although we are still racing against the clock. Excuse me, Jacob, who came with Youngjun, interrupted carefully as he glanced at everyone. In English, he said to Youngjun, Sir, it seems pretty serious right now, what's going on? I haven't learned a lot of Korean yet. It will end soon. I will explain it to you later, replied Youngjun briefly. Then, he turned to Kim Hojin again. This scientist right here is one of the best technicians at ABio. He graduated early from Caltech in bioengineering and published a paper in Cell, one of the best scientific journals, from a Nobel Prize recipient's lab. He is one of the young scientists in the spotlight of the world. We have already succeeded in bone marrow regeneration, and we have also manipulated genes with Ca9 when we cured HIV. Carpentier, a Nobel Prize recipient, Jacob, and I will do the experiments ourselves. We promise to cure Lee Yuna by the deadline. Please have hope one last time. After a week at ABio. Give me the media, said Youngjun. Media referred to an animal cell culture medium. Jacob handed Youngjun the RPMI culture medium. They had dedifferentiated Lee Yuna's cells into stem cells, and Youngjun was now differentiating it into T cells, a type of bone marrow. Carpentier and Jacob were helping him. They were the first people to complete a technology that developed hematopoietic cells, which create blood in the bone marrow. This couldn't be done simply with knowledge and required practical skills and excellent technique. Youngjun had never made hematopoietic cells before, but he was skilled in cell experimentation. Also, he had Rosaline's senses left in his fingertips. He didn't have the precision to excite exactly 1.17 million nerve cells in his left hand, but he could mimic it. DRR? Youngjun held the flask lid, which spun exactly 12.5 times, with his left pointer finger and thumb, then took out the culture medium and cell with a pipette aid. Please give me the SFG 1928Z, said Youngjun. It was a type of retrovirus. It was used to put specific genes into a cell. He received the designed virus solution from Carpentier and infected the stem cells with it. He had already treated it with the virus that differentiated it into immune cells. The only thing left to do was manipulate a few genes with Ca9. He was going to add Ca9 in the form of a protein complex when gene expression stabilized after the virus fully entered and the cell condition improved. An additional 5 days were spent, and Youngjun's face became more and more thin. Sir, aren't you going to shave? Asked Yu Songmi when she found Youngjun collapsed on the sofa in his office like a corpse in the morning. I have no time to. I'm showering as fast as I can in the office shower as well. I'm concerned about this more than anything else I have invented. Youngjun went back to the lab. This time, he had to use a piece of equipment called a flow cytometer and only select the cells that were in the desired condition in the most optimal state. Youngjun ran the flow cytometer he bought before and extracted cells with fluorescence. Of the 10 million cells from the culture that he started with, only 100,000 were left. As there may not be enough cells to cure the patient, he had to put in cell stocks, which was in the intermediate stage, to make more of the treatment. I guess 3 weeks is still tight even when I have good technology. Youngjun had set the deadline even shorter on purpose as Lee Yuna's treatment was a race against the clock. Removing cancer cells from the bone marrow wasn't the end, the real enemy was liver cancer. Since chimeric antigen receptor T-cell therapy wasn't very effective on solid cancers like liver cancer, it would only be able to treat the blood cancer and myeloma in the pelvis. Having to use ChellyCure afterwards meant that the liver cancer treatment was delayed for that long. That was what Youngjun was worried about, as her liver was already completely taken over by cancer cells. When Youngjun was pushing himself, Jacob, and Carpentier and conducting the experiments, Song Ji-hyun came to visit ABio. Dr. Ryu, I heard about your treatment strategy. You're going to get rid of the cancer cells that metastasized to the bone with chimeric antigen receptor T-cell therapy, and then administer ChellyCure, right? That's right. But, if you do that, you may run out of time. The clinical trial patient's liver is barely performing normally right now. We need to administer ChellyCure quickly. Youngjun sighed. I agree with you, so I am working day and night. Song Ji-hyun could tell even if he didn't say it. Looking at his thin face, his grown-out stubble, and greasy hair, it was clear that he probably only washed once every 2 to 3 days. Do you get some sleep? Song Ji-hyun asked like she was worried. I sleep a little sometimes. Administer Chelicure right now. We can't. It will cause problems in the pelvis. I know, but at this rate. Song Ji-hyun sighed. It would be nice if we could send Chelicure only to the liver. Then, we could cure her by treating the liver cancer without any problems happening in the pelvis and treating the bone metastasis with the chimeric antigen receptor T-cell therapy. I wish, Youngjun replied. But it won't be easy. It really is depressing. Cancer is so hard, Song Ji-hyun said like it was painful. Dr. Ryu, I thought it would work if we attached a receptor that recognized things on the surface of cancer cells on the exosome. What if we use it without the exosome coating at all? I think the chances of it moving to the pelvic bone would decrease. It will still go there eventually. We have to make it so that Chelicure only enters the liver cells. Even the notorious pancreatic cancer has been successful in clinical trials, but I didn't know that liver cancer would be so difficult. Pancreatic cancer. Youngjun's eyes suddenly shone. Pardon. Pancreatic cancer. Yes. You developed it. A pancreatic cancer cure. Yes. Why didn't I think of that? Pardon. The pancreatic cancer cure used the Bornavirus. It's a virus that only infects pancreatic cells. We just have to use that same strategy in the exosome, right? We already know a very famous virus that only infects liver cells. Hepatitis. Song Ji-hyun said, frozen. It's the virus that causes hepatitis. Separate the materials on the shell of the hepatitis E virus and mix it with the exosome. Then, it won't be able to infect healthy liver cells, but make it so that Chelicure only goes to the liver. Youngjun jumped up from his seat. He went straight to the computer and searched up the virus information on Google. Hepatitis E virus. Watching the structural diagram of the virus come up, Youngjun called Agen's research support center. Could I get the hepatitis virus? He asked. Do you need the live form of the bacteria? It doesn't matter whether it's in the DNA form or the live virus as long as it comes out quickly. Give me anything n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. *****. Song Ji-hyun, who could be said to be the greatest expert in the world about capsule coating of drugs, exosome creation, and the drug form of Chelicure, was responsible for hepatitis. She took the hepatitis virus DNA she received from Youngjun and began staying up as soon as she returned to Seligener. Youngjun, who she hadn't seen for a long time, looked pretty bad. She could tell that he was fully concentrating on this clinical trial. As the developer of Chelicure and one of the managers of this clinical trial, Song Ji-hyun was a little ashamed. I have to work on this as hard as Dr. Ryu. Youngjun was also the one who came up with the idea that could send Chelicure only to liver cancer. She had to be able to complete this at the least in order to be able to look him in the eye. This case wasn't just the clinical trial of a new drug or the treatment of a young child to Youngjun. Song Ji-hyun felt like she knew what he was feeling right now. Dr. Ryu said that his youngest sister died of pediatric liver cancer. That was probably a reason why he was holding on to this so desperately. She couldn't even predict what kind of shock and pain this genius would receive if he failed at treating Lee Yuna. Song Ji-hyun wanted to protect Youngjun. It was time to advance Chelicure one step further for him, who she had gotten help from numerous times. Youngjun would complete the chimeric antigen receptor T-cell therapy, and I will finish Chelicure and meet him on the day of the clinical trial treatment. The structure of the hepatitis virus was relatively well known. Song Ji-hyun focused on the structure known as HEV2, one of the receptors that existed on the surface of the virus shell. It corresponded to the second open reading frame in the gene of the virus. After separating this gene, she synthesized the biomaterial through in vitro translation and coated it on the exosome. For the week that the experiment was being conducted, her face also started becoming thin like Youngjun. *****. On the day the new drug was to be administered, Youngjun showed up to Sunyoo Hospital with a brown bottle, which contained the purified chimeric immunotherapy treatment, and Song Ji-hyun showed up with a small vial, which contained Chelicure. Both were products that had been refined at the GMP facility at Agen. Everyone was nervous. We will begin. Kim Chun-young injected both drugs into Lee Yuna's veins. The white liquid traveled into Lee Yuna's thin arm. It was Chelicure and the chimeric immunotherapy treatment. The results of all the research Youngjun and Song Ji-hyun struggled to create were mixing into one and being administered. If they were right, the drug would cure her liver cancer and bone metastasis. Lee Yuna just stared at the medical team calmly. No one could predict the results yet. Song Ji-hyun snuck a glance at Youngjun. She too wasn't in good condition as she buried herself in experiments for the past few weeks, but he looked worse. She was worried about him. Most of all, Youngjun had special feelings towards this child because of his trauma. That bothered her all along. I'm going to step out for a moment. Youngjun excused himself and left the room. He could not bear to watch her. He was so nauseous that he felt like he was going to vomit. Is this really the best thing to do? He felt like an unknown sense of anxiety and frustration were engulfing his entire body. The chimeric immunotherapy and Chelicure were clearly reasonable treatment methods. It was the best plan at the moment, and the chances of success were clearly high no matter how many times Youngjun ran a simulation with his knowledge. However, it was not 100%, and he couldn't guarantee it as there were no clinical cases. As such, he told Kim Hyojin that he didn't know about the success rate. I didn't get it confirmed by Rosaline. Rosaline could predict the results of all molecular biological phenomena, but not him. All he had done was infer without synchronization mode, but only the problem-solving abilities and knowledge that Rosaline had left him. He had convinced Kim Ho-jin under the judgment that the success rate was high from his calculation. Ryu Sae's death kept coming to mind. She had died at the hospital. Maybe Youngjun should have discharged Lee Yuna. Maybe he should have given her some happy memories before she left. Youngjun expected the success rate of the treatment to be high, but an irrational anxiety weighed heavily on his heart, a feeling that it was going to fail, an unfounded sense of guilt, and a bad feeling. Youngjun flopped down onto the emergency exit staircase. His hands were trembling. Dr. Ryu. Someone wrapped their arm around his shoulder from behind. It was Song Ji-hyun. What are you doing here? Song Ji-hyun looked at him with pity. The stairs are cold. Get up. Let's go back inside. What do you think the success rate of this treatment is, Dr. Song? Youngjun asked. You can't calculate it because it's a very unique case and we have no clinical data, right? Song Ji-hyun impersonated Youngjun. I know, but you have a feeling as the developer of a treatment. I think 100%, she said firmly. Youngjun was a little surprised. For a scientist, aren't the results of our research like our children? How can we not have faith in our own technology? Song Ji-hyun smiled. Don't worry, Dr. Ryu. The treatment we made is the best. You have cured the notorious pancreatic cancer before, right? This will be successful as well. But I keep thinking of my sister. To be honest, it bothers me. I thought maybe I was being stubborn because of my trauma. Maybe I should have given Yuna a chance to make memories like her guardian said. I'm just worried about that. It's different from your sister, Song Ji-hyun said. It's not Ryu Sae, but Lee Yuna. Their names are different except for one syllable. They look different, too, right? Different genes as well. Did your sister have bone metastasis to the pelvis? No, it metastasized to the lungs. See? It's a totally different clinical case. And most of all, you're a different person than before. Why you were a university student back then, and now, you're the world's greatest scientist and the CEO of ABio. We can do it. We have Chelicure and chimeric immunotherapy. All right. Thank you, Youngjun replied weakly. Youngjun's amygdala was completely surrounded by Rosaline's cells. She was controlling them right now and was in a kind of siege. This battle wasn't going to end easily, as her mother cell was directly affected by the stimulation that occurred from the amygdala. She was able to control most biological processes, but there was nothing she could do about the shock to her mother cell. All of Rosaline's cells had divided from a single mother cell, as the mother cell was the first organism that was created from Youngjun's blood, and it was the root of Rosaline's existence. The tissue of the trauma has fully taken over the mother cell. Rosaline realized that it was impossible to transfer her consciousness to the mother cell as it had gone into the trauma tissue of the amygdala. The trauma tissue looked like a giant black hole. It absorbed all the energy and neurotransmitters from its surroundings and it did not expel anything. It was basically impossible to destroy this monster that was deep in the amygdala without damaging Youngjun's body. It was also difficult to take out the mother cell. Rosaline gathered the accumulated fitness and set it off all at once. Promotion of AKAM1 expression by 80%. Promotion of CROI expression by 120%. LOX switching. Promotion of epinephrine by 30%. Splash. Some of the lipids that were flowing in the vessels of the trauma tissue splashed out. Amines and neuropeptides were flowing out. Rosaline collected and absorbed some glutamic acid and drilled a hole in the trauma tissue. Promotion of perforin expression by 200%. Sorry, Ryu Youngjun. This was like a perforator used to destroy harmful organisms such as bacteria that invaded Youngjun's body from the outside, but it bothered Rosaline that she was using it on his cells. However, even a powerful weapon like perforin only left a small injury on the trauma tissue. It wasn't able to pierce it. This doesn't work. Her plan to rescue the mother cell kept failing. As the mother cell was captured there, Rosaline couldn't think of a good way even with her insight. In this situation, there was only one answer. I have to combine the mother cell with the trauma. It was better for the mother cell to engulf the trauma rather than being taken over by it. Cell fusion was when two different cells combined into one. It seemed like humans had done this kind of work before according to Youngjun's memories of the papers he had read before, but Rosaline could do it better. Activation of all GPCRs. Major activation of membrane proteins. Rosaline controlled the genes that were involved in cell membrane formation and ruffled the mother cell's membrane. It seemed like a part of the apoptosis mechanism, but it wasn't. SLRR. The mother cell, which now had its membrane broken, began entering into the trauma tissue by endocytosis. Hup. Although Rosaline had no respiratory organs, she took a breath or surprise in her heart. The trauma, which had slowly merged, was coming into her consciousness. The first thing she felt was a huge sense of sadness. I can't believe it. To Rosaline, this was a similar shock to discovering the new world. Perhaps this was the wonder that a person who was blind since birth and had never experienced vision before actually saw for the first time. She never knew that emotions and senses could be this intense. The depth and weight of them were incredible. It was also very intense as it was the emotion from long-term trauma. Oh my. Rosaline felt the touch of Ryu Sae's thin fingers from Youngjun's hand. It was a direct sense of touch that she had never experienced before. Additionally, there was also the smell of medicine in the hospital room, the smell of hydrangeas that Ryu Sae used to like, the taste of message in the sundaegak too that he had at the restaurant in front of the hospital, and his guilt towards Ryu Sae. All his experiences were awakening each and every one of Rosaline's cells. Her mother cell absorbed it like a sponge and acquired it. It was not a phenomenon that could be interpreted by theoretical explanations such as the transfer of signals. It's euphoric. Rosaline didn't have eyes, but she felt like crying. Was this what organisms who acted with fully functioning bodies felt? It was very impressive for Rosaline, a cellular organism who had only lived in the bubble called Youngjun. Like a roller coaster, Youngjun's emotions soared up to the climax. With the moment when a flat line that was calm like an ocean was drawn onto Ryu Sae's monitor, and the moment everyone burst into tears and the doctor announced the time of death, Rosaline's consciousness slowly drifted away with a powerful, uncontrollable emotion that had reached its limit. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. It's not easy. The mother cell had succeeded in fusing with the trauma, but it was still too powerful. The mother cell had fallen into a state of suspended animation, like a cryogenically frozen human falling asleep with the hopes of being revived in the future. I've never felt this kind of threat after being born into this world. This is what a treat to life feels like. My life might end here. Rosaline had thought the attack by the sloppy gangsters who had been influenced by Ji Kwang Man was nothing, but this was different. Now, her only hope was for Youngjun to overcome this trauma. Rosaline, whose consciousness had drifted away, fell into a deep sleep. She could not feel anything. But after 2 weeks had passed in real life, Rosaline, who was half dead, was engulfed in a light so intense it could burn all of her cells at once. She could feel it. She could feel that major structural reforms were happening in Youngjun's amygdala. ****. 92% of the liver cancer tissue, and 100% of the bone metastasized cancer cells have died, Kim Chun-young reported. We still have to administer more Kelly cure. But I believe it can be cured at this rate. We will have to monitor her for 5 years to see if it returns, but in my opinion, I think she will be able to be discharged sometime next week. The clinical trial was a success. Kim Chun-young choked up a little at the end. This clinical case was touching even for an old warhorse like her, who had spent 40 years at Sunyoo Hospital as a professor. One couldn't even imagine the depth of emotion the child's mother was feeling. Kim Hojin sat in her chair, unable to say anything. All she could do was bury her face in her hands with trembling shoulders. Song Ji-hyun, who was watching her, tapped the end of her nose with her finger as it was so touching. She glanced at Youngjun. Unexpectedly, he didn't cry or be amazed, he looked calm just like any other day. Thank you. Good work. Youngjun said briefly and got up. As he looked like he was going to get up, Kim Hojin quickly got up and held on to him. Thank you so much, doctor. Thank you, said Kim Hojin, her face all messy from tears. It's all right. I just did my job. Youngjun forced a smile and opened the office door. He meant everything he said, and he didn't want to be thanked, as the person who was saved might have not been Lee Yuna or Kim Hojin, but Youngjun himself. Youngjun, who was walking outside, stumbled a little as his legs were giving out. Song Ji-hyun quietly trailed behind him. With her hands behind her back, she cautiously followed him at a distance as it was difficult for her to call him for some reason. Youngjun went to the end of the hall and stepped out to the small balcony. He was holding onto the railing and looking down at the entire hospital. It's over. It's really over, Sae. Really. Now, no one your age will die of liver cancer, Youngjun mumbled quietly. His head was clear. He felt like he had been born again. Dr. Ryu. Song Ji-hyun quietly approached and stood beside him. The smell of shampoo wafted over to his side. She had recovered her original beauty as she started to shower, eat, and sleep regularly after the treatment began. Are you okay? She asked. Yes, thanks to your concern. With a smile, Youngjun turned to face Song Ji-hyun. And, Youngjun's eyes widened. What is it? Synchronization mode. Analyze Song Ji-hyun's oxytocin, vasopressin, and dopamine expression levels. Fitness consumption rate, 0.7/second. A message window popped up. Have you been well? Rosaline sent him a message. You succeeded. Congratulations. Thanks to you, I was also able to escape the trauma. I knew you were going to rescue me. But what's with the expression level of oxytocin or vasopressin and all that? You can analyze these things, too. I think this incident has created new changes for me as well. I have grown. Now, Rosaline's cell can survive for 30 minutes outside of Ryu Youngjun's body. Rosaline's synchronization mode has become more sophisticated. You can observe phenomena with a finer resolution, and you can see things that you were unable to before. Your fitness consumption has become more efficient. Things I couldn't see before. Like the ratio of Song Ji-hyun's hormones. What use do I have for that? Oxytocin, vasopressin, and dopamine are hormones that rise sharply when people feel love. Hehe. And there is another new ability. Another new ability. Now, you can use molecular biology simulation mode through Rosaline. What you can do in simulation mode depends on the fitness consumption. If you use less, you can set up virtual patients and run clinical trial simulations when you develop a new drug. Rosaline said, if I use a lot. When an epidemic for a particular infectious disease occurs, you can track the global path of the spread and everything about the results, and you can calculate the number of possibilities. You are able to see biological phenomena from a global perspective. Holy. The perspective of someone who has succeeded in creating an organism like me should be special. Won Yi and Lee are the same in Korean, but written differently in romanization. 2 Korean blood sausage soup? Dr. Ryu. Song Ji-hyun called. Oh, yes. What are you thinking so hard about? It's nothing, said Youngjun as he organized the message windows in front of his eyes. Are you going to go back to work? No, I'm going to have dinner and then rest for today. Song Ji-hyun nodded. You need to recharge. It was very hard on you even after Lee Yuna started the treatment. Rest well today. I will. Are you going back to work? No, I'm going to go home after dinner as well. I see. After some hesitation, Song Ji-hyun asked, if it's okay, Dr. Ryu, would you like to have dinner with me? For her, she had built up a lot of courage to say that. They have had drinks together in the past, but for some reason, it was awkward now, and that went for Youngjun as well. Rosaline, it bothers me because you said something stupid about Dr. Song's hormones and stuff. Would you like to be synchronized? Would you like to in more detail? Dr. Song is worse than before. I can hear her heartbeat and it's no joke. When Youngjun stared at her, Song Ji-hyun avoided his gaze. Her ears were a little red. Let's have dinner together, he said. They went together in the car as their houses were in the same direction. At a restaurant near their houses, they ordered a steak, salad, and wine. Song Ji-hyun said, honestly, I thought you were a super genius and knew all biological phenomena. Haha, no way. Dr. Ryu, do you know the syphilis treatment called Salvarsan, one of the top 10 medicines in scientific history? Yes, it's a pretty famous drug in organic chemistry. Professor Ehrlich, the person who invented it, failed 600 times until he reached Salvarsan. He kept changing and changing the compounds, and repeating the experiments to get the structure of Salvarsan. I remember hearing that when I was in undergrad. The conversation topic that Song Ji-hyun chose for a date-like situation was Salvarsan. She was something else as well. She was as much a science nerd as Youngjun, who lectured Park So-yeon about how the smell of rain was a material emitted by bacteria when they first met. Song Ji-hyun said, Dr. Ryu, I thought that the most difficult aspect in doing science was that you can't tell if the research you are doing is going in the right direction. Ehrlich got lucky with Salvarsan. He succeeded in 600 tries, but you might not even gain anything even if you fail thousands of times. That's right. Science is like inching forward in a dark room by feeling the ground. It's really hard that you can't figure out what the right direction is at all. Right. Song Ji-hyun shouted. It's just like that metaphor. But it seemed like you knew where everything was and in what direction you had to go. Oh, no. It's not like I'm a fortune teller or something. But you succeeded in everything you put your hands on. And you always seemed confident that you would succeed, Song Ji-hyun said. There was a time where I imagined something unbelievable. I thought you could figure out successful drugs with a superpower that I didn't know about. Like Professor Shin Youngju, people nowadays are getting close. Rosaline sent him a playful message. Youngjun quickly closed it and focused on his conversation with Song Ji-hyun. But while working with you, I was very inspired by the human side of you that was behind everything. You were also struggling and afraid that the medicine you developed wouldn't work. But you pushed for it because you thought it was the right direction, right? Yes, that's right. Dr. Ryu, apart from our personal relationship, I respect you as a scientist. I just wanted to tell you that. I am so glad that you are here in this world. Thank you. I would like to work with you in the future as well. I also have a lot to ask you, Dr. Song. Song Ji-hyun smiled like she was satisfied as Youngjun replied. I'm just going to go to the washroom before the food comes. Song Ji-hyun left the table. While she was gone, Youngjun began a conversation with Rosaline again. I couldn't ask you before because Dr. Song suddenly called me, but what are you talking about when you say you can survive for 30 minutes outside of my body? It's exactly like it says. Do you remember the time I first went into your blood? Of course. At the time, my mother cell was on a slide, and your finger was a few centimeters above it. But how was my mother cell able to go into the cut on your finger? Moving in the air. That's exactly right. I can float in the air. It's a property I originally had, but I couldn't do that in the meantime as I would die if I left your body. But I can withstand 30 minutes now. Do you want to try it? Right after he told Rosaline. Ack. In shock, Youngjun shouted and almost fell off his chair. It was because a figure of a 9-year-old girl suddenly appeared out of thin air. She turned her face to glance at him with a playful face and lively eyes. Her face was, "Sae. My cell that is floating through the air probably looks like this to you. I look the same as your youngest sister, right? Shit. What kind of joke is this? I did not control this. This is because my mother cell fused with your trauma. Your limbic system is creating an illusion. Don't worry. I won't be visible to other people, and they won't be able to hear my voice either. They won't be able to see me without a microscope because the size of my body is only micrometers wide in diameter. I'm like a ghost that only you can see. But why is your hair red? The hair follicle cells where hair grows is one of the places with the fastest cell division in the human body. Maybe it's because of that, but my hair resembles the characteristics of my mother cell more than the trauma tissue. I won't come outside if you don't like that I am borrowing your youngest sister's appearance. No, it's okay. That's a relief. To be honey, I was quite looking forward to leaving your body and traveling the world myself. Rosaline hopped down from the table as light as a feather and stood on the ground. I wanted to experience the world with my own body. I am very excited. With her hands behind her back, she leaned back and turned to look at Youngjun. Her face really looked like Ryu Sae before getting cancer, healthy and full of dreams. Can I go? Yeah. Youngjun allowed her to go in a hesitant voice. Thank you. Rosaline ran through the restaurant quickly. Don't go too far. Youngjun shouted, not realizing the fact he just said that. Don't worry, I can send you a message as well. Rosaline was already out in the hall. And it's okay since my mother cell is in your head. With that message, there were no more. Rosaline was like an excited young child who was visiting the amusement park for the first time. Youngjun was kind of worried. He felt like he had become a dad even though he wasn't married. Youngjun took a sip of wine and waited for Rosaline and Song Ji-hyun. Ring. A message popped up with a notification sound. Rosaline is exploring the outside space. You can use the mother cell's fitness and Rosaline's senses can be shared with you. Share Rosaline's senses. Fitness consumption rate, 0.8/second. Share senses. The fitness consumption rate was pretty steep, but he was so curious about how it would feel. Youngjun pressed the button. Click. The view that Rosaline was seeing showed up in his head. It was Song Ji-hyun's pale, lean calf and thigh as she was standing up. Eek. Youngjun's shoulders flinched in surprise. It was in the women's washroom. Rosaline, whose viewpoint was quite low compared to Song Ji-hyun, was right at her leg. She did not feel anything at all. However, that was normal because it was impossible to see a cell with the naked human eye. Rosaline sent him a message. I am going to observe Song Ji-hyun more closely. This woman played a big part in rescuing me from the trauma. Rosaline climbed up to the sink and stared at Song Ji-hyun's face very closely. She was looking in the mirror and fixing her makeup. She reapplied her lipstick and tidied her hair. Then, she made a few expressions. Ahem, HM. She cleared her throat. It's really good. She smiled into the mirror. Maybe this doesn't seem genuine? If we're in the middle of eating. Song Ji-hyun puffed her cheeks with air and pretended to chew. It's so good, she said in a bright voice as she looked into the mirror. Dr. Ryu, thank you for recommending such a good restaurant. Song Ji-hyun tucked her hair behind her ear and smiled towards the mirror. Rosaline froze. Ryu Youngjun, what is Dr. Song doing right now? Rosaline asked like she was shocked. Youngjun had his eyes shut at the table like he saw something that he shouldn't have. Ryu Youngjun, this is the most incomprehensible situation that I have ever heard and seen. Is Dr. Song chewing air? I don't think she has any mental illness. No, it's not that. Stop looking at her and come out. I feel like I'm committing a sin. Youngjun's face was flushed. He hastily stopped sharing senses as he felt like he shouldn't see any more. *****. Park So-yeon completed 13 types of the animal disease diagnostic kit. The rest were going as planned as well. Youngjun was all over the place with the clinical trial of the pediatric liver cancer patient. She was motivated pretty hard after hearing that he was focused on experiments day and night. It was because she felt like she knew how he felt. I really hope it goes well. Park So-yeon, who knew about Youngjun's trauma, prayed for that little girl whenever she thought of her. She hoped the clinical trial patient would be cured and that he would overcome his pain. And on one side, she focused on what Youngjun had assigned her, as she wanted to welcome Youngjun, who was busy with the clinical trial, with huge results when he returned. As such, Park So-yeon worked as hard on experiments as Youngjun, and the results until now were quite successful. Hoof-and-mouth disease, AI, blue tongue disease, sheeppox, rabies, anaplasmosis, duck virus hepatitis, chicken mycoplasmosis, acabane virus, Marx disease, infectious bursal disease, porcine reproductive and respiratory syndrome. Single diagnostic kits for 13 diseases. He'll like it, right? Park So-yeon organized the diagnostic kit samples in the cold room and left the lab. It was already 9 o'clock at night. Time flew by when she was working nowadays. Then, her eyes widened when she unlocked her phone. ABio's ChellyCure clinical trial succeeds again. Their victory continues. Confirmed that liver cancer and bone metastasis have all been destroyed. The spotlight is on ChellyCure, a miraculous liver cancer cure. ABio finds commercialization potential in chimeric immunotherapy, a third-generation anti-cancer treatment. Park So-yeon clicked on additional articles. 2 genius scientists saved the life of a 9-year-old girl and/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Song Ji-hyun of Seligener, the new talented scientist who will follow Ryu Youngjun and lead science in Korea. What impact did the Ryu Youngjun syndrome have on young scientists in Korea? Focusing on Song Ji-hyun, the influence on young scientists. Park So-yeon stopped scrolling for a second. She read the articles one by one. Foreign media was also covering this news like it was really big. On the homepage of the New York Times and Le Monde, an article about the clinical trial was on the front page, and an interview that was linked as a special edition was written beneath it. Miracles can be produced in the laboratory. Interview of CEO Ryu Youngjun, who placed a conquer flag in pediatric liver cancer. Interview of Song Ji-hyun, the partner of humanity's greatest genius. On the main screen, there was a picture of Youngjun and Song Ji-hyun sitting beside each other. They were smiling in a friendly way. Park So-yeon read Youngjun's interview first. The key developers of ChellyCure are Dr. Song Ji-hyun and her colleagues at Seligener. We bought this drug, which was in a clinical trial conducted by Agen, and ended up developing it together. All the credit should go to Dr. Song Ji-hyun and Seligener. Youngjun gave up all the applause for Song Ji-hyun in that humble interview. Song Ji-hyun was worthy of it, as Chelicure was something she achieved at Seligener from start to finish without Youngjun's help. Honestly, the real genius might be Song Ji-hyun if Rosaline wasn't there. And in Song Ji-hyun's interview, she thanked Youngjun. I got a lot of hints as I watched Dr. Ryu's research. I also thought of the exosome coding technology thanks to him. Seligener received a lot of help from Dr. Ryu in the past, and he is a huge inspiration to me. I wouldn't have been able to do the clinical trial this well if it wasn't for him. How they were flattering and respecting each other after a huge success looked very heartwarming. Song Ji-hyun had made headlines before because of her beauty, but this time, she was rising to stardom at once as the focus was put on her skills as a scientist. Youngjun, who had a good rest at home, something he hadn't done in a while, spent the weekend morning lazily. It wasn't until 11 o'clock that he slowly got out of bed and came out into the kitchen. He saw Ryu Ji-won, who was watching the TV while laying on the living room couch, laughing. "Oh, you're up. Mom made kimchi jjimwon before she left. Have some," she said after briefly glancing at him. "What about you?" "I had some before." "Where's Mom?" "She went out on a date with Dad." "Huh? You're not going anywhere today? You don't have any plans?" "No. Should I have some? Shouldn't you be going on blind dates and meeting boys at your age? It's so bothersome. If you have a mutation in the SLC35D3 gene, the dopamine receptors in your brain get dull and you get lazy. You don't get any activity and only eat chips while sitting on the couch. It doesn't apply to me since I'm laying on the couch." "Oh." Ryu Ji-won suddenly got up. "Right, I had something I wanted to ask. Who is Dr. Song Ji-hyun? Are you guys dating? What kind of nonsense is that?" Hehe. Ryu Ji-won squinted and stared at Youngjun. "What? You know that you smelled like women's perfume when you came in yesterday night. Did I? I heard that the clinical trial succeeded. From what I suspect with my detective skills honed by watching Detective Conan when I was younger, you went on a date with Dr. Song to celebrate the success, right? Hehe. Tell me about it. Stop joking around and keep watching TV. Is this the kimchi jjim? Yeah. And look at this." Ryu Ji-won ran towards him with her phone. On it were posts on Youngjun's fan club. It talked about Song Ji-hyun as much as Youngjun. It's great to see two geniuses cooperate and research together while respecting each other. I'm rooting for you. You need to marry me. Ryu Youngjun and Song Ji-hyun. These people are driving me crazy. They cured end-stage liver cancer that spread to the bone marrow in the pelvis. And in a 9-year-old? It's like a movie. Insane. I know I shouldn't be doing this with actual people, but I hope they get together. What kind of genius would be born if those two get married and have kids? Stop reading useless things, said Youngjun as he gave the phone back to Ryu Ji-won. Who did you have dinner with yesterday? n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Dr. Song. See? I knew it. She is just a research partner. Are you sure she's not a life partner? Phew. You're such a kid. Getting all excited about dating. Youngjun poked Ryu Ji-won's forehead. Dr. Song and I aren't like that. Mind your own business. Youngjun turned his head towards the pot again. "Oh," he said in surprise. Rosaline was on top of the kitchen counter beside the sink. She was looking straight down at the kimchi jjim inside the pot and examining it while on her knees. "I really can't get used to this." Rosaline had to recover for at least 6 hours in Youngjun's body after spending 30 minutes outside. It meant that she could only go outside for less than 2 hours a day. "This is a very fascinating food," Rosaline said. "Is it? Korean cabbage leaves with bacteria and meat were steamed together with water. To me, it's a pot full of bacteria corpses. Don't worry, they are mostly beneficial gut bacteria. It is lactic acid bacteria to be exact." "Hey, so you're not going to date Dr. Song?" "Honestly, I think there's potential. To meet someone like that with your faces. There are a lot of microorganisms that break down glucose, but there are significantly less bacteria that break down lactose. As mammals used lactose for that merit just before the point of divergence." "Ah, shut up." Youngjun shouted. "Seriously, these kids. Move. I have to eat and go out." ******. Park So-yeon was already at a bio. She requested a research meeting with Youngjun regarding the development of the animal disease diagnostic kit. The reason why she came to see him even though there was a team meeting that included Park Dong-hyun and Young Harim was because she wanted to talk about something personal with him. Park So-yeon knew Youngjun well. All he did was work during work hours, and he was as cold as a robot when it came to science. However, he was the most warm-hearted person when he wasn't working. Although she hurt him a lot by leaving him when he was going through something really difficult, she knew that he wasn't the type to refuse when she asked to talk for a little while. "Of course, we also won't be able to date again." Park So-yeon had no intention of asking for that as well. It was true that she had regrets, but it was not about wanting to date him again. What was left was something like a regret for ending things the wrong way. Park So-yeon wanted to fix that. Her hands trembled as she grabbed the door handle to Youngjun's office. Be calm. This is really the last time, so I have to do well." Click. When she came into the office, he was sitting at his desk and reading a paper. He was exactly the same person who she loved back then. "Have a seat, Scientist Park So-yeon," Youngjun said as he stood up from his chair. "I had 7 meetings today, and this is my last one. Let's get it over with and go home. Let's take a look at the data." As he sat down on the sofa, Park So-yeon sat down across from him and opened her laptop. She began briefing him on the progress. As you can see, we tested for hoof and mouth disease, swine fever, and AI 40 times and succeeded in diagnosing the target disease all 40 times, Park So-yeon said. And if you see the next chart, for rabies and anaplasmosis. Her briefing went on for about 15 minutes. During it, Youngjun asked small questions like what the error bar beside the graph represented. And as she went on to the last side, she said, as mentioned before, we have secured single diagnostic kits for 13 diseases, and we believe that diagnostic kits for the rest of the 21 diseases will be completed in 2 weeks. Thank you. Good work. You did a lot in a short span of time. It's amazing. It was just difficult to find the right conditions the first time, but the rest was just changing the type of canine. The rest will come out soon. Great. I wasn't able to follow the progress of the project because I was busy with clinical trials, so thank you for coming to see me and briefing me on it. Keep up the good work until the project is over. Youngjun grinned. Of course, Park So-yeon replied. I think that's everything, right? Park So-yeon stared at Youngjun. It was time for her to bring up the personal conversation. Oh, right, Youngjun said. So-yeon SSI, you might have to work with me for 2 to 3 more years after this project ends. Pardon. I am going to receive temporary authority over the Mobile Diagnostic Device Research Department. I have already discussed this with Mr. Yoon. Really? Yes. For what? I am going to purchase 200 of Illumina's equipment from Conson and Colson. I need scientists who can operate them and analyze DNA. I am going to begin a new genome project with them. The Genome Project. We will analyze the genomes of different races and create background knowledge for future pharmaceuticals. All pharma companies will use it. You are especially good, so I look forward to working with you. Sir, Park So-yeon said. Can I talk about something personal for a moment? Youngjun shrugged. What is it? Park So-yeon hesitantly opened her mouth while touching her hair. I'm leaving Ajan. Youngjun's eyes widened. Leaving? Park So-yeon's face had a faint smile on it. What do you mean you're leaving? Youngjun asked. That is, can we think that this is our last time together and go back to the past? Park So-yeon bit her lower lip. She played with her pants near her thigh, clenching it and letting go repeatedly. Okay, go on, Youngjun said. Park So-yeon cautiously spoke. I thought about it a lot as I watched you work. I wondered what it would feel like to constantly challenge and run towards your dreams and goals so passionately and how much fun it would be. I just get my pay by doing a few experiments every day while trying to please my seniors. And you were so different compared to me. The happiest I've been at this company in the past year and a half was when I was developing the diagnostic kit. Working was really fun. It was hard to stay up and research, but it was fun. So, I'm going to try and look for something like that. I'm going to quit my job and find something that I like. Something like my dream. So, I told lab director Kim Hyun-taik that I'm quitting. It's funny when I think about it now. I could have quit this company this easily. I thought I'd be in trouble if I kept dating you. Why was I so stupid? What was I so scared of that I betrayed someone who believed in me? And it was when things were the hardest for you. When there was someone who pointed out the unethical behavior of the company and fought with the director, I was just afraid of getting on their bad side and having problems with promotions. No, it's understandable. I didn't think of you and acted rashly. I don't regret it, but I still feel bad. So, don't feel guilty. Things are so ironic, aren't they? I saw that Dr. Song, the one who developed Chelicure, is famous these days. Park So-yeon smiled. Yeah, she was already talented and she has passion, too. She should get famous. You look good together, said Park So-yeon. I wasn't good enough to be by your side. The reason we broke up is because I couldn't measure up to you. That's why I'm quitting. You get what I'm saying, right? Yeah, I think I know what you mean. There was a moment of silence. Park So-yeon bit her lip. Phew, I wasn't going to talk about this first. I started off so weird. She chuckled. In contrast, her eyes were full of tears. She lowered her head. I'm sorry, she said. I'm really sorry. And congratulations on everything you achieved after leaving Lab 1. I am sincerely happy for you, and congratulations. I know that you don't have any feelings towards me now. I'm not asking you to take me back or anything. I just wanted to apologize and congratulate you. Okay. Park So-yeon sniffled, then smiled. I should get home now. I'll make sure to finish the remaining kits, so don't worry. And you have to be professional with me like usual if you meet me in the few weeks I have left, so you don't have to care about that. Park So-yeon got her things and left. I'll be on my way, she said. Mr. Ryu. *****. Click. Park So-yeon felt like her heart, which was drenched in sadness, was beating out of her chest as she closed the office door behind her. She let out a deep breath. It was over now, it was a clean ending. She felt like a weight had been lifted off her shoulders. Should I go to the United States after I quit? Or maybe Europe? Should I apply for the WHO? A smile appeared on her face. She came down from the office with light footsteps. Did he say that he was going to get authority of the diagnostic device department for a few years? Park So-yeon tilted her head in confusion. Recently, Kim Hyun-taik had been planning a new national project for the diagnostic device department. Even she didn't know what it was yet in detail. All she knew was that Kim Hyun-taek was making it a large project with all the department members participating 100%. Park So-yeon had told him that she was quitting in the process of writing the list of participants for the project, as it could be a problem if she quit after the project started. But can they transfer the authority over the department after this kind of thing starts? When Kim Hyun-taek is doing a national project with this department? Of course, it was going to take a while for it to be selected as a national project, as it was just in its planning stages right now. And there wouldn't be any problem if Youngjun got the departmental authority in the meantime. There was a high chance that that would happen. But something feels off for some reason. Park So-yeon thought as she got on the bus. I should find out more about this project when I go to work tomorrow. 1. A steamed kimchi stew, typically with pork. 2. How a younger woman refers to an older woman informally.